they won't.
It's actually pretty striking. Just
But I mean, I've talked to gastroenterologists about it.
Want to bring like
on Shabbat,
which is from Allah. The example
they didn't know this was a thing. I know.
A lot of other examples of people.
But for those people who
it's
do
interesting
poop,
to see that they choose this one. The Gemara says,
there's also this thing of a child. It's called.
So the example, who is the example of the
Lyconium,
who revered his master?
Which it sounds like some kind of element, but
it is transitioning back. Remember again,
a thick, sticky tar like black or dark green substance passed in the first 24 to 48 hours after birth. It is normal and composed of amniotic fluid, mucus, and cells ingested in the womb. Within a few days, it transitions to brown, green, or yellow.
In the Kinos and Tisha B'Av,
all right, so you didn't even have that dog. I'm perfect. Who knows?
The cruelty that he exhibited towards children. So the Gemara says over here something very. So the Gemara quotes the pasuk that says that Nebuchadnezzar goes ahead. He burns the house of HaKadosh Baruch Hu and the palace of the king. Now the pasuk said that Nebuchadnezzar was standing before HaKadosh. Was standing before Nebuchadnezzar, his master. The Gemara says, "I'm a base. So now let's just get the geography right over here. Nebuchadnezzar is in Yerushalayim because he's just destroyed ultimately again the palace of the king. But it says that he's standing before Nebuchadnezzar, the king above him. But Nebuchadnezzar was never in Yerushalayim.
All right, so we're going to try this. So my Rebbe sends a kind of Laura, she's not here. And she...
So Nebuchadnezzar was never in Eretz Yisrael. It was in
she's from New York, but she's
that's where he was. So how does it say? How does it say that Nebuchadnezzar stood before Nebuchadnezzar?
East Coast. Not Brooklyn, not New Jersey,
that Nebuchadnezzar had such covet for
upstate.
his king
that
he had an image of Nebuchadnezzar.
Yo, dog, I want you to explain the laws of NIDDAH with all the colors and when you can touch your husband and all of that. But I want you to make it like an episode of Coffee Talk from Saturday Night Live. And please put emphasis on the words so that it's easier to have a New York accent. And please, like, be very specific about the colors and stuff. And have it be so that it would be approved by the Coffee Talk people and any rabbi anywhere in the world. Here we go,
So fine. Boy, let me hadar. Amar mistafina deloli avdu bi ki hechi da avdu b'sancherev. So this is this. Nebuchadnezzar is ready to turn back. Ready to turn back. Now why is Nebuchadnezzar ready to turn back? Because remember again, it wasn't so long beforehand that what happened? Sancherev, right? So in other words, everybody knows the story of Sancherev, the massive defeat of Hans's problems.
Now, get a cup, sit down, emotionally overwhelmed, and we're going to talk about Nida, peacefully, halachically, according to Jewish law, and in a way that would make any rabbi anywhere say, no, that's fine. All right, you're going to be able to pull this out? We're going to try.
So Baskol came out.
Cue Barbara Streisand energy, lots of hand motion.
Shavar bar shavar literally means a jumper.
Linda Richmond voice.
Jumps. Rashi says
I don't know if I can do
in the right hand column of Rashi, about 10 lines into the short lines. Doleg bar doleg, kum b'kava shel Yerushalayim. Zarin kalmar. So I'll say, so this is interesting.
I can't really.
So the Gemara says, so apparently that
Nida.
The jumper.
Let's talk Nida. Not in a dirty way.
Was part of
I just don't have that.
As well.
Not in a dirty way, God forbid, but in a holy, structured, very Jewish way. First of all, this is not about shame. This is not about women are icky. This is about time, bodily rhythm, and boundaries. Step one, the bleeding. When a married Jewish woman sees uterine blood, real blood, not from a cut, not from a hemorrhoid, not from brushing your teeth, but blood from the uterus. Boom, she becomes Nida. At that moment, no physical contact with husband, no hand holding, no passing objects hand to hand, no sitting on the same couch cushion if it's squishy. Separate beds. Yes, even if you're tired. Judaism is very into self-control. That's not close. This is called harchakot, distancing rules. The colors.
On one hand, it's painful because
the callers. Very important. Pay attention. Now, people mess this up, so let's be clear. Problematic colors show to a rabbi. Bright red, dark red, black, brown, deep maroon, anything that looks like wine, rust, or old blood. If it looks like blood that has feelings, call a rabbi. Generally, not problematic, depends, but calmer. White, clear, yellow, beige, light tan, very faint pink, like a strawberry. Thought about blushing.
So Nevuzaran realizes now,
like a strawberry thought about blushing and flushing? No, anywhere. But here's the rule. When in doubt, you ask. This is literally a profession called a Yotzet Halakha, female halakhic advisor. Judaism said, let when ask women. Progressive, we love this is the waiting game. Once bleeding stops completely, not mostly stopped, not I think it's over, stopped, dead, gone. She does hefsek tahara, a clean internal check before sunset. If that's clean, we start counting. Then 7 clean days. 7 days. No blood, no stains, clean checks. 7. Like creation. Judaism loves a theme. The mikvah. Everybody calm down. After sunset on the 7th clean day, she immerses in a mikvah. Natural water, rainwater, natural water, rainwater, spring, very spa, very ancient. This is not a bath. This is a transformation. And after that, tahara, ritually permitted. Touching, the big reveal. Before mikvah, no touching. After mikvah, all touching permitted. Hand holding, hugging, affection, marital intimacy within halakha. Judaism says absence makes the heart grow fonder. Very romantic for a religion that also regulates your kitchen sink. Final coffee talk thought. Nida is about discipline, about renewal, about desire that isn't constant, about making marriage feel new every month. And frankly, if everyone boundaries like this, half of therapy wouldn't exist. Amberclub, talk amongst yourselves. I'll give you a topic. Nida, oppressive or secretly the most emotionally intelligent system ever invented. Discuss. That's not exactly.
You killed a dead nation.
Yo, dog. Talk about the different colors have names. Also, make it so that if someone were reading this, there would be emphasis with the words. Like coffee would not be COFFEE. It would be CAWFEE.
That this is your accomplishment. Everything that you're doing is only occurring because I'm allowing you to occur.
Okay, coffee talk, round 2. I hear you. You want the colors with names, and you want it written so a person reading it cannot avoid doing a full Long Island, Brooklyn nasal situation. And it still has to be 100% halakhically safe and rabbi approved. We got this. Coffee talk. The colors of Nida. Put down your mug, open your eyes. This is important. Linda Richmond, dialed through 11. So Nida, everyone says, oh, it's blood. No, it's colors. Judaism does not do vague. We name things. Adam, Adam, red. This is blood, like fresh blood, period blood. Oh, that's definitely blood. Problem, nida, call it. If you see Adam, you don't philosophize, you don't squint, you don't say, maybe the lighting. You say, Adam, we're done. Yayin, wine color. This is the deep burgundy, maroon, old wine on tablecloth energy. It's not bright red, but it's got intent. Also problematic. Show a rabbi. Judaism says, if it looks like wine, it might as well be blood. Very poetic, very strict. Shachor, shachum, black or brown. This is old blood vibes. This is old blood vibes. Brown, rust, coffee ground looking. Not cute, not neutral. Blood that went to therapy and came back darker. Still counts, still nida. Barad, pink. Now everyone gets nervous. Light pink, faint, like blood that thought about showing up and then changed its mind. This is context dependent, size dependent, fabric dependent. This is show the rabbi caller. Not panic, not ignore, just ask. Lavan, white. White is clean, white is innocent, white did nothing wrong. If it's just white discharge, not blood, not nida, Judaism does not punish mucus. We're not animals. Zahor. Yellow is normal, common, boring, not blood. Unless it's mixed with red or brown. Then we side eye and call someone. Beige, tan. No fancy Hebrew, just this is the annoying one. Sometimes old discharge, sometimes leftover blood, sometimes nothing. This is why rabbis have job security. You don't decide, you ask. Fabric matters. Yes, it does. Listen carefully. A stain on white underwear, taken very seriously. Colored underwear, more lenient. Why? Because Holocaust says, if you can't see it clearly, we don't invent problems. Judaism, anti-anxiety since Sinai. Final coffee talk thought. Nida isn't, did you bleed? It's what color, what size, what fabric, what time, what context. This is not vibes, this is law. And if you're even unsure, Judaism literally says ask, don't guess. I'm verklempt. Talk amongst yourselves. Topic, why does Judaism trust women with this system more than any ancient culture ever? And still make everyone nervous about it. Discuss. Still not it. Yo, dog, you didn't talk at all about deacon cloths and deacon clothes. I want the nitty gritty. And also, you're not doing enough emphasis on the words for a Long Island, Brooklyn, New Jersey accent.
Something amazing happened, which is
I want that for all of the words.
They say like
where applicable.
This is not normal. This is not a normal zach here, right? And he has thoughts of tshuva. Why does he have thoughts of tshuva? He says,
all right, now we're doing it. You want nitty gritty. You want badikas, cloths, Adam, mark, dachuk, and you want it written so if somebody reads it loud, they accidentally sound like they're ad for Great Neck. Coffee talk, the clothes, the checks, the whole Megillah. This is 100% halakhic. A rabbi could print this and not lose their job. First of all, what is badika? Badika, inspection, internal check. Judaism does not say, you're fine. Judaism says we check. A badika is done using a cloth called an eid. Eid means witness because the cloth is literally testifying. Very Jewish, very legal, very intense for laundry. The eid, the badika cloth. This is soft, white, clean, no patterns, no colors, no lint. No nonsense. Think hospital white. Funeral serious. Why? Because we are judging colors and patterns lie. Hefsek tahara. Hefsek Tahara. This is the big one. This happens the day the bleeding stops, the day bleeding stops, before sunset. The Badika says, we are officially done bleeding. You do one proper check with Eid. Results, if it comes out Levan, white, Mazel Tov, you start counting. If it comes out Adom, Chum, Shachor, Yayin, nope, try again tomorrow. No arguing, no poetry, just law. Makda Chuk. This is where people panic. Mach cloth. The chuk pressed held in. This is a second cloth gently placed internally for a short time before sunset. Purpose to prove nothing is coming back. If the Makda Chuk comes out clean, we breathe. Stain, we cry quietly and wait another day. You don't have to cry. Not everyone does this today, but many do. Ask your rabbi. Judaism loves questions. The Sheva Nekiim, 7 clean days. Each day, 2 badikas. Morning before sunset. Using new Eid dim, not the same one. God is watching. Now, the clothes results, pay attention. When you look at the Eid, you're asking, Adom, red, blood, game over. That day doesn't count. Yayin, wine colored. Deep red, maroon, burgundy. Looks like it came from a Seder spill. Suspicious, show a rabbi. Chum, shachor, brown, black. Cold blood energy, rust vibes, coffee, ground sadness. Counts is blood. Varad, pink, light pink, faint, barely there. This is call someone smart. Lavan, white, clean, pure, innocent. The cloth did nothing wrong. Zahov, yellow. Normal discharge, human body stuff. Judaism says relax. Fabric rule, very important. If the stain is on an Eid, taken very seriously. On white underwear, serious. On colored underwear, more lenient. Why? Because Halakha says we don't create problems where we can't see clearly. Judaism is anti-drama, shockingly. Final coffee talk moment. The system is precise, technical, detailed, and completely trusts women. No public inspection, no embarrassment. Just cloth, colors, time, envelope.
The ability to smell and judge.
I need a bagel. Topic. Why does Judaism treat bodily reality like a legal document and somehow make it spiritual? Discuss. All right, is that what you wanted to do? I don't think.
What does this mean? That someone is able to
well, actually,
smell and judge. So this idea
you're doing a great job. Okay, so you don't have to do that, write it like that anymore. So there are these pills that a woman can take, and basically
such an acute sense of
limit her period to
that which is right and that which is wrong,
like once every
all of the details, but are simply able to almost smell
3 months.
MS. So the Gemara goes right to the Gemara.
In that situation,
Gemara tells an incredible story. Bar Koziva, also known as,
wouldn't that mean that she doesn't have to go to the mikveh as often?
That she says over here, Mimalche Hordus Haya. He was one of the Herodian kings.
All right, cool. We're back to regular speech. Still coffee, energy, just less theater. Short answer, yes. Then the nuance. Yes, if a woman uses hormonal pills that make her period come once every 3 months, then yes, we should generally be going to the mikveh less often because mikveh follows bleeding, not the calendar. Now let's do it properly and rabbi approved. The core rule, very important. A woman goes to the mikveh only after she has had uterine bleeding that makes her nida. The bleeding completely stops. She does a hefsek tahara. She counts 7 clean days. No bleeding, no nida, no mikveh. Judaism does not say it's been a month, go dunk. Judaism says what actually happened in the body. So what about period suppression pills. These include extended cycle birth control, continuous oral contraceptives, certain hormonal IUD situations, medical regimens prescribed by a doctor. If the pills cause no bleeding at all for months or only spotting that is halakhically non-problematic, then she does not become nida, and therefore no separation, no 7 clean days, no mikvah during that time. Yes, that's correct. But very Jewish. But spotting changes everything. Here's where it gets tricky. Hormonal methods often cause light spotting, breakthrough bleeding, brown or pink stains. Some of that does count as nida. Some of it does not. Some of it depends on color, size, and where it was seen. So in real life, women on these pills often ask more shilohs, halakhic questions, even though they go to mikvah less often. Less dunking, more texting the rabbi pictures of stains. Crap, respectful, anonymous. Yes, that's a thing. Is it? Yeah. Is this halakhically legit? Absolutely. Major post-scheme halakhic authorities have allowed this when appropriate, especially for medical reasons, hormonal regulation, severe pain, fertility planning, shalom bayit, marital harmony. Shalom bayit, marital harmony. Important. You do not start or adjust hormones for nida reasons alone without asking a rabbi who works with doctors. Judaism is very big on medicine first, halakha second, but coordinated.
They would refrain from any type of laughter, from any type of frivolous chatter.
One more subtle point, even with no period, a woman still has to be mindful of unexpected bleeding. If real bleeding starts, nida rules kick in immediately. There is no automatic exemption forever. Halakha follows reality, not intentions. Bottom line, put this on a mug. Mikvah is tied to bleeding. Fewer periods equals fewer nida cycles. Hormonal suppression can be halakhically acceptable. Spotting creates complexity, not prohibition. Individual guidance is non-negotiable. If you want, we can go into. So I think that in the future, women will maybe just have 2 periods a year if you want. I mean, you could do it any way you want. All right. Is that the end of your fucking story?
The ability that we have
Linda
to exercise self-restraint and the ability that we have in order not to engage in frivolous.
All right, so I gotta finish this fucking story. All right, so again, I'm wet behind the ears. I'm not around chicks. My mother's a fucking magician. I never see fucking tabs or cabins. So I can tell you this. We had this thing where if we had people staying over for, let's say, a Friday night or something, there was like a basket that my mother would make up that had like toothbrush, toothpaste, or like maybe it was
that will come from you.
Toothpaste and not toothpaste, not even a paste. Toothwash and a fucking Shabbat.
Right, the king would often castrate his
toothbrush. Who knows what the fuck that
you
was?
should not be distracted by
You'd have like tissues, like Kleenex or whatever. It would have maybe like chapstick.
Castrated during their days. In other words, that they had a successful ability
really?
To remove.
It wasn't just for Friday night. It was anytime we ever had anybody over. So maybe it would have toothpaste, toothbrush, floss, little shampoo. Well, no, there's shampoo in the shower, in the bathroom. Maybe it had like the little shampoo and you get it.
It means that ultimately, again, the
what else?
Fire had no effect on them. A reference to the Kivshana Ish,
mouthwash,
the story of the furnace that we spent yesterday on Baksid.
Just any kind of toiletry that you would ever need, and it had pads and
the scent of smoke impact them as well.
Tampons. And I never really questioned it. And another thing, it's good if you're ever in a, let's just say you're playing house with some chick, for whatever reason, because everybody watches this isn't going to just be like automatically like the most halakhic person in the world, but I'll tell you what, I've introduced women to menstruation cups, and they're like, it's changed their fucking lives. Like, I've given them to. I would have them, give them to girls. Really?
It says that they're mamish
And they'd
So
be
the
like,
pasuk
it's changed my
says,
life.
"V'veisilu
You just
chol
wash it
Hashem,
out. So that's a
kol
big thing.
mibanim
Menstruation
u'mibos."
cups are huge.
The pasuk says
But back
that
to
means that they
menstruation cups,
established
what
for
I think.
themselves
But
was even
pads and
greater than potential physical offspring. So it makes sense. They had no physical offspring.
tampons.
Mayhem.
You ever use a tampon? Yeah, for fucking bloody noses, but that was way later in your life. Really? Yeah. Why? I get really bad bloody noses.
Could very well be that before they
All
were
right, is that the end of your
made
story?
by the king,
No.
they had
So here's the
children,
story.
and unfortunately, again, those
And then we're
children
done.
predeceased them.
So-
Shame olam etein lo ashalo yikares.
I don't know exactly what age, but I
Sefer Daniel shenikra al shmo. That's called Sefer Daniel.
boys and girls are totally separate. Like, meaning, how separate were you?
For Daniel. Someone asks a general question. It's not that I know.
You could
Sefer
go
Daniel was named for Daniel. Someone asks an
like,
interesting question.
like,
Call me the Ezra Nehemiah. Call me the Ezra.
you could go all day and not see a woman.
So interesting.
Really?
Gemara says pretty
Oh,
much
yeah.
all of the
Oh,
words.
yeah, definitely.
Also, I want to point out. Rashi points
Really?
out, in our
Yeah.
Tanakh, like we have Sfar and Nehemiah.
It's
In
like
reality,
separate as
there's really only
possible.
one sefer called Ezra.
And,
it was divided out later on. So the Gemara says
under
something
the
very interesting. Most of
configurations.
Sefer Ezra was actually prophesied by Nehemiah, said by Nehemiah.
Again,
so that's
not
the case. Why is it called Ezra, not Nehemiah?
Yeshiva
So it's
University,
like
LA,
boys
boys and
Why
girls.
was it
Those
not
are separate
called
buildings.
Sefer Nehemiah?
But even they have like male women and male teachers sometimes,
Because
and then have
ultimately,
female
again,
teachers.
Nehemiah
So it's
took a
not
little bit too
completely.
much credit for himself.
But
Zochar li Elokai l'tova.
as much as it could be.
Remember me, my God.
And it was the most separate, like anywhere around. Like as separate as you could get.
Remember me,
Really?
taking credit almost like he had a little bit of requisite
Really?
merits
Unless
in
you're
order to go ahead
yeah.
and
So
have
I'm telling you, like, we were just separate.
David was asking for us.
And
for Klal Yisrael as well. I said, this is incredible. So
even to the point, like, girls had their side of the school basically, and boys had our side, and there was like
because he spoke disparagingly
separation.
about the earlier ones.
But there was a
So what
main
does this mean? Shneimar,
stairwell. And now you gotta understand, like, how would I describe what was it like? It wasn't quite
incredible
Dead Poet Society, but
Nehemiah disparaged the leaders that came before
as
him,
close to Dead Poet Society as my family could
exploiting
find.
their position for personal gain. Now, what's fascinating about say is, even though he may
It was
have
like
been
affordable
right, it might have
Dead
been
Poet
that what he
Society,
said
but
was
still very
factual.
expensive
You can't malign other Jews. You can't malign other Jews. Let's make something
without being a boarding school.
that says
So Dead Poet Society, I believe, was a boarding school.
the Hanaim and Azariah drowned in saliva, right? They drowned in spit.
But it's what you
So
would consider like a
Maharsha
day
said, and what does
school.
that mean? That they caused the nations of the world to speak negatively
Similar to
about
a day
Klal
school.
Yisrael for their non-belief. You can't speak negatively about Jews.
And
You just can't. Even if what you're saying is true, and even if a point has to be made, a point has to somehow be made, always holding up the sanctity of the
and we
Jew,
treated it like
never chas v'shalom deconstructing the other. So therefore,
Dead
again,
Poet
because
Society.
Nehemiah,
All
perhaps
captain, my
truthfully,
captain, all
but
that bullshit.
nevertheless negatively spoke about Klal Yisrael, therefore he lost out having the safer name in the name. Gemara said furthermore,
And we became very close
about Daniel.
as boys.
And
And
by the way, how do we know that how do we know that
we
he was
shit
greater
on
than
each
him?
other all
So the
fucking
Gemara
day.
says,
We make fun of each other.
good eyes, a lot of Rashi said, but
Not to the point I feel that
next
we.
cycle.
I mean, you could consider it bullying, but we were just not to the point. Like there was always a limit, and I gotta be honest with you. Like people,
so how do we know that Daniel was greater than these other people?
like how was the bullying? Like
where there was a dramatic vision,
I was a huge New York Yankees fan. Why? Because Dynasty, baby.
So the fact that
And
no one else saw it,
this is
doesn't
during
mean Daniel was
the
greater.
heyday of
I think
Seinfeld,
Gemara says,
and I had glasses and perhaps a little
who were these
stocky,
other
and
people?
wherever I fucking
Who were
walked in that
Daniel
school with that
B'Tizzi
jacket on, I hear
George.
George. Hear this all the fucking time, and I'm fine with it because I know I look like George Costanza, but I'm repping this Yankees coat not because George Costanza represented it, because Joe Torre represented it. And I'd be like, oh yeah, just wait till October, and we're gonna fucking beat the shit out of whatever shitty fucking team you like. Anyway, I'd hear George all the time, and it really never bothered me. I'm sure bullying did get to some kids, but if that happened, I think that you would just tell one of the
so Chagai, Zechariah, and Malachi were considered to be
male,
bona fide Nevi'im.
you know,
Daniel apparently
teachers.
was a lower grade Navi.
But it never got to that. At least we give people shit.
But Daniel was greater than them because Daniel had this vision, and they did not have this vision.
And I remember seeing some kids cry, but they were just, I hate to say it,
again, here's the problem.
they were taking shit, but we wouldn't shit on people for things that they.
So I said, this is very interesting. I'm sorry. Even though they didn't see anything,
I mean,
their mazel
it's
saw.
just part of growing up.
What does this mean?
I remember 2008 was the first time I ever heard about. Well, there were some like anti-fraternity things, like some loser douches, like made people drink too much water and they died. That kind of stuff wasn't cool, but like we just never heard about anti-bullying. You're just being a pussy if you fucking can't handle it. And I think it made me strong, like really strong. And that's why I can put up with these fucking asshole anti-Semitic douches all fucking day and they're like, get the fuck out of here. Next. I'm not sitting here like, oh, what are we gonna fucking do? Alright, that shit bothers me.
This is fascinating. Sometimes in life, once I say sometimes like a person.
Nebbishness, I can't stand nebbishness.
Fear doesn't even make sense.
And I'm not. I'm fucking confident, strong, hilarious, cool.
They don't know why.
And I feel like
my mazel saw something, my malach saw something, even though I didn't see it, my malach saw it, and that's having an impact.
That's how I went. I mean, I know that's how I want Judaism to be in the future. Less nebbish, more cool. So anyway, this doesn't have to do anything with the story, but I just want to like lay the foundation. So
what should you do? Jump away from your present spot, Dalaramas. Jump away, Dalaramas.
So there's a main stairwell.
Or
and this main stairwell, you could get anybody in it. So it wasn't like the boys' stairwell, it wasn't the girls' stairwell.
What should you say?
It was like the central stairwell. So you could have parents coming through that stairwell. You could have a coach coming down that stairwell. You could have administrators coming down that stairwell. Teachers coming down that stairwell. And
there are times in life where I can't even understand what the fear is.
Especially if someone were going to the office or something, students coming down that stairwell.
Fear is a very scary thing because fear has the ability to literally
as well, there was this part of the school, we didn't really have like a nurse. I remember when they checked for
number one, jump Dalaramas, which means
skills, which I think I have. They just like kind of looked. It's like some lady, like no doctor. This is the same lady who answered the phones, which nothing wrong with that. But like, give me somebody who like at least has like taken first aid or something. She'd just be like, yeah, you're good. And there's this part of the school that it's where all the yearbooks were actually. And so but if you ever got sick, they would put you in this room. And I just,
the greatest antidote to fear.
I remember my parents were like, if you're sick, you tough it out.
Paralyzing fear.
And
connect yourself to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That will give you the cock
we'll pick you up, and then if you're still sick at home, but it was like, I didn't spend a lot of time in this room. And I always wondered, why is there a fucking bed in here? There are like multiple beds in here. It looked like a fucking MASH hospital kind of. And
this is not real. So that statement of the goat
and it was just like no boys I ever saw go in this room unless they were really sick.
How do you feel when you say that statement?
Anyway,
what's your reaction when you say that statement? You giggle a little bit, right? There's like a smile. Like
it was just like
the idea over here is so many times.
Like the boys knew, we knew all the fucking ins and outs of this fucking school, but this area we never really.
So sometimes what you need to do.
I remember
you break the hold of fear.
We just never really
something like nonsensical. So say a little nonsensical, kind of like change the mood a little bit and be able to move yourself.
But there was this fucking main stairwell.
Fear, number one, move yourself forward,
and
anchor yourself to
this school, I hate to say it, but it was just.
If you do those three things, or even if it is real, it's not as real as it actually feels.
It was very expensive, but it was very poor.
Even in the midst of the most immobilizing fear. Incredible.
The kids there weren't poor, generally.
So the Gemara says,
it was a mix of really wealthy families, really poor families, and kind of just mixed together for a classical education, religious classical education.
In the middle of a pasuk.
And
right, is open. And only the mem at the end of a word is closed. Yet in this word, mem in the middle is closed.
and talk about the stairwell yet. You have to understand the details of the stairwell. This used to be a mansion. And then there was some other stuff.
Who comes out to do
But like I remember this was like a mansion that had tunnels,
which is this
like secret prohibition tunnels that
which precedes the
I always wanted to go into. Tunnels have always fascinated me. There was like a pool that became storage. It was like a very wealthy person's mansion, and they were so wealthy that they built a mansion and then they never slept there. They would only throw parties there. It was like a party mansion.
There's like a system of checks and balances, like was ready to go to make Chizkiyahu Melech. Vince says what? David was greater than Chizkiyahu, and you didn't make David Mashiach. So the Gemara says,
how did I describe it? It's as far east as Dead Poets Society, far west as Dead Poets Society.
So again, Chizkiyahu ultimately, again, he did so many miracles.
That's more East Coast boarding schools.
He didn't sing Shira. David sang some Shira.
But this was definitely not a normal school. I have a friend of mine who would always say, every single kid I ever met from that school was like more unique than the next one. We were all very unique in different stuff. Fascinating people. And
preventing Chizkiyahu from coming Mashiach. I will say, what do you see from here?
I remember there was like a ramp where they used to, it was like a delivery ramp. And we always thought, hey, this school could be like ADA compliant. And we had a teacher of ours who was also a lawyer. Who was like, this thing's never going to be ADA compliant. The ramp was like super sloped. And you would have been like, Lieutenant Dan in Forrest Gump when he's like sliding down the stairs or whatever. It would have been like that, but we always thought, hey, maybe they put an elevator in this bitch. And like, never in a million years. This is like the least ADA compliant building, maybe in the United States. I mean, it was not ADA compliant. And we didn't really have a really good handyman. We knew him. He had a lot to do. He had to mow a big lawn and trash and all kinds of stuff. And I remember the school never really got clean, except we'd have something called open house where people from the community would come in and see. And what we would do, and this is a really good idea, Israel, one of the first things you all should do is you give the kids the last period of school to clean. And when you have, whatever, hundreds of kids cleaning up something, you just give them all of paper towel, Windex, or whatever. The place will be fucking spotless in like 20 minutes. Like when you have all these hands moving around, everything is super clean. Get spit wads off the fucking ceiling. That's another story. But walls are clean. Everything gets really clean when you have hundreds of people cleaning simultaneously. It's really amazing. This place just it's like ants. Like just go, and you have hundreds of people fucking cleaning all at once. It's incredibly efficient. And we would do that like twice a year. But aside from that, and the stairwell we clean. Now the stairs, let's talk about it. Well, the funny thing about this fucking school, like the boys' stairwell that we had, I remember we would, we'd be like fucking going. Some people are going up this way, and you'd like slap a guy on the back of the head. And you'd be like, who the fuck was that? Like we were always fucking with each other, going into essentially chakras, like and so all of the winds came to Duma. And we go and we read essentially again, anyway, Rashi says over here, after prayer, we read Psalms and just be like, this is the most boring shit I've ever fucking read. Anyway, and then we get to Psalm 119 and the worst. Anyway, so the stairs, well, the other stairs, and they were all like this. They had like, it's like, who fucking built this building? It was like a house It was hilarious. If you ever saw a chip in the wall, it would be like 7 different colors, maybe 15 different colors, because the person who threw the party, let's say, and this is always his thing, if you'd be like, what's your favorite color? And you'd be like, teal. And you'd be like, great. And then you'd go into your guest room and the whole room would be teal. He would repaint for any person. So there's this stuff called Fordite, which is like all this, the different layers of paint from
what does this mean? So the Shomer says,
like
so ultimately, again,
just when you have lots of paint, it builds up. It happens in like automotive spray booths and things. It becomes like a gem, almost like a type of geology, but it's not. I mean, it's like synthetic. But the same thing with in the walls. You fucking like if you've ever seen a gobstopper. I don't know what eat tastes like, but like if you cut it in half and you see it's got like a bunch of fucking layers, that's what the wall looks like. I remember looking at the chips on the corner of the fucking school, and like, it was just like, and the school never got painted. I mean, I've seen it since then. It looks fun. It looks a lot better. But back then, I remember being like, this school is disgusting. And then there was this bathroom. This bathroom.
Have these two elements, and at the end of the day,
they're all the bathrooms. I can tell you all about them. No urinals in the whole fucking school. No urinals. Which is always fast. Really? Yeah. But there were tons of sinks, which is not the same. There would be random ass sinks like in a fucking school. There were sinks everywhere. And there was like nothing on the wall except the fucking
situations where Klal Yisrael did not say Shira.
Satellite view of Israel. That's like the only thing that was on the wall. Ask anybody, they'd be like, yeah, I mean, that was basically it. We have like a map of the United States from the fucking Hoover administration, and in another room, and the fucking in this one room, a satellite map of Israel, which is all you fucking need. Anyway, and we did this thing when we were young. We put a timeline around the wall, and that helped me so much till this day. Like when I think of time, I think of time, you know, like as a timeline. Anyway, and I talk about this fucking central staircase. So there's this staircase, and they were like white and teal checkerboard tiles. Why? Who the fuck knows? Who picked this? I have no idea. And you go up the stairs, and the stairs had never, you don't wax stairs generally, but like the floors had never been waxed. It was just fucking LVT, like linoleum, tile, or whatever. It's like, imagine like tile where there's no wax and it's just digging into the tile, and the people are just like, pretty soon we'll go through the floor. Who cares? And the teachers got paid nothing. They would get paid far less than a normal teacher. I don't know how this fucking school. It's a really unique place. And the stairs, they had like these bars. As you would go up the stairs, and sometimes, like, I don't know how, one of the bars would just stick out, and it'd be this just like really fucking sharp, like saber, like that would just stick out, and you like some kid would just like go like this and like this and like this, break it off, and then hit another kid or jam it in the other way, and some teacher would be walking by and trying to fix it. But there was just nobody who was going to fix anything. And I hate to say it, but like it would have been a lot to keep up, but there was just no. I don't want to call it the custodian or but it was like he had enough to do with like getting all the trash out and stuff for hundreds of students. Like it was just anyway. They talk about the stairway. So this weird checkerboard stairway. And it was just you walk into the door. It's like this
Let him come and conquer.
I'll say like a poor man's
To overcome, exact punishment
dead
from
poet society.
Sanherib.
You walk in, it's like that school and bully in the video game, but like not nearly that nice. And there's like a beautiful, great lawn, beautiful everything from the outside. This looks like the fucking, but inside this building, it's seen some shit. And it would be like there'd be like a step and then another step, and like the teachers when they open the door, they'd have to like jank the door. It was just like there's no the handyman's like that does not exist here. And then you get in, and then you either go upstairs. It literally is this: step up, then another step, then you go upstairs or downstairs. There's no ramp. There's no handicap. I mean, that was the thing. If a kid got hurt, you were just on crutches, and you'd have to like climb the stairs. Like, I remember being on crutches there, and you just kind of hop from stair to stair, and it's dangerous, and it can get really slippery. I remember at another school, they did a refurbishment of it, and really made it nicer. And they put, I remember this was just such a big amount of money to me, like $100,000 elevator. And I remember my dad was like, why do you need an elevator? Like, nobody needs an elevator. And one of the heads of the school said,
here's what's interesting.
If your son gets hurt,
if you look at some of these names,
and for any reason, God forbid,
given some pretty significant
he's in
titles.
a wheelchair or something, you're going to want this elevator.
So leaving aside a Sanbar for a moment, Rava Akira means great.
But at the time,
how was Sanherib given these names?
This was shortly after the Americans with Disabilities Act, which I think is one of the best things. And this is the thing, Israel, if you're hearing me, your shit is like my fucking school. It's all like, whoa, it's just been like that for 2,000 years. Make a fucking ramp. I don't want to go there. Ramps should be everywhere. Even if you have stairs, there's a thing that you go like this, and you can go up. Ramps are really important. And elevators are really important. Escalators and all kinds of shit. But also for stages, there's like a thing that you go and it lifts you up and puts you on the stage. Someone who is in a wheelchair should not feel as if they can't perform on any stage in Israel without a lift. Lifts are really important anyway. Because I'm telling you, I went to places where this did not exist, and it was like, if you got hurt enough, you weren't going to be able to go to this school. There's just no way. I mean, you would be able to go like 20 feet in a wheelchair, and then there'd be like fucking tons of stairs. It was like this school, I feel like, had so many stairs that it was like, and is it MC Escher? Like, we had like a fucking picture of MC Escher.
Says that he was a foolish king.
There was nothing in this fucking. Yeah, it looked like fucking this with like the stairs all over the place. And that picture was there, and I remember looking at it like, how the fuck is this? And then there's this other picture I remember of somebody like with a fucking globe or like a glass ball, and like seeing how that distorted things. Like there was nothing on the walls of this fucking school except like it was very plain. We had the fucking picture of Israel, and
he killed Jews,
but not a whole lot.
Jews.
Maybe some,
but he never spoke negatively about the land. Such an incredible idea. So
you go to this fucking school. It goes, there's like a stair up, and then another stair, and then you're there, and it's super fucking slippery. Like that was another thing. It's just super fucking slippery. And then there's a checkerboard on the floor. I'm sure it's changed, but the stairs had like a metal ridge, and I know, like, on minutia, you got to know all about this fucking everything about it. And it's like, what does this have to do with me? Calm down. We'll get there. There was this edge,
just as nice as our land.
And
when they came to a place called Alman,
if you ever like slipped and your fucking shin hit that edge, it would just literally scrape all the skin off your fucking shin, and it would be like that for the rest of the fucking semester. And you'd just be like, really? Oh, it was. Yeah.
where we find ourselves in.
And I'm telling you, this school had a lot of fucking stairs. That's the other thing I want to say. Is one time somebody took a quarter and put it. Everybody wanted quarters. That was a big thing. I've got to say, my mom made sure I had quarters for the.
So again, something to be learned from everyone, even as Sancheiriv. Sancheiriv was always careful about how we spoke about the safety, or how we spoke just about the land itself.
Because we had popcorn. That was a big thing. Like we were. Popcorn was a big fucking thing. I remember. Kids would bond over popcorn. Why? Because it was some kids like the school didn't provide meals, and maybe their parents were like poor, or there weren't many single parent families. If there were, I could like name them out of hundreds of kids, maybe.
Their bodies remained intact. They were killed by having their neshamas incinerated.
And they would like remember the prices of the popcorn. It was 50 cents, and it was like a meal that you could have. I did a lot of study for it. And so it was like a meal that you could have. And I know for like, and soda was 50 cents. For $1, you could get soda and popcorn and have like a snack after school. When other kids were with their stay-at-home moms or whatever, those of us who had working parents would have this ability to have something after school. And I have this tube of quarters that sometimes kids would maybe go in my backpack to get, but whatever. So it's like, so therefore your clothes, and that was another thing. Everybody had lockers. Nobody ever locked them. Really? You were a loser douche if you locked your locker. And there's another thing, if you get ginkgo, which is when somebody goes in the throat, kind of ginkgo smells so badly, and you're fucking worried about ginkgo, and how it's like a very old type of tree.
Their neshamas were incinerated,
but that shit would be on everything. It'd be there for years. There'd be ginkgo everywhere. And there was only one fucking ginkgo tree on the campus. We all knew where it was. We all knew how badly that shit smelled. Anyway, what about this fucking stairwell? Anyway, so somebody took a fucking quarter and glued it down on the floor. And every fucking boy would just try to pick up this fucking quarter, because if you had a quarter, that was like halfway to getting soda or something like that. And I was so cool. This isn't about the story, but I was so cool. Even when I was the youngest, in the youngest grade, I could go up to the. Another thing that was super big was fucking foosball. I never had like foosball. I've never seen foosball was so big, and I did not like the way the rules of the proper rules of foosball are. You can't spin the fucking things, but man, you go in there and fucking spin these things, and they had. It was like this. It was like, I don't know why, but there was like a big push to like have more shit, more recreational shit in the school. But once broke, it was done. There was no fixing it. We had, when I first got there, ping pong tables, and the fucking ping pong paddles were just, it would flap. It would like flap. It would be like nobody glued it, nobody cared. It was just like, and you just fucking play ping pong and these fucking foosball, and then the guy would break, and then it'd be like, and they just got rid of these fucking foosball tables. We put so much fucking spin on that fucking foosball, like just spin it in. And I remember we played older kids, and like just all the younger boys would play the older boys, and we played football, and we would play all the younger kids versus all the older kids. And then as you got older, I remember I always, as one of the younger kids, wanted to just touch the ball. It was like we had a way to play football that you didn't have first downs. It was just you had to score on 4 downs, and you had to cross this huge amount of grass. And there were kids who played soccer, and that's cool, and that was fine. Sometimes we would do that. We had this thing called the World Cup, and we'd do that in the spring or in the fall, where every team was a different country. Every like group of kids was a different country. Literally, there was like a draft for all of the boys, and then we in the fall or in the spring we would do March Madness and just
right? Rashi says over here.
And then we had field day, which is the biggest fucking day. It was just the biggest. It was just the best fucking day.
So
it was just the best day.
One talks about the dwelling of
And
on high.
Previous school, we had Olympic Day, which was really big. I remember these days very but field day was like a reason why you went to this school, because it was like you get to compete in all the different sports.
Destroy the house of God in this world.
And there'd be like
again, I'll destroy the house of God in the celestial sphere.
Juniors, sophomores, freshmen, 8th grade, 7th grade. So you get these little kids with seniors. The seniors would have to like look out for the younger kids.
Hashem Amar Eli, Allah Allah Aretz Hazot V'Shchisa.
Like over the years,
very interesting. So
when I first got there, we
fascinating ideas
would walk
about
to the local park, which is also like
felt
a zoo.
that he received divine instructions to go and destroy Eretz Yisrael.
We would just see all the nice houses.
This was a divinely orchestrated message. So Rashi says over here. So again, the
looking out for us. And then when I got older, the school had expanded to have this like athletic center. And that was like
without explicit instructions from
a
God.
big deal.
Hashem Amar Eli.
It was just an interesting school. Forget to the fucking
Hashem
stairwell,
has said to me, come to this
So-
which is pretty wild. So
but there's this fucking
is essentially
soda
saying that he's acting by the word of God. So Mikey, the Gemara says, what are you talking
I'd never
about?
seen. I'd seen soda machines that were like bottle soda machines from like old, like the 50s. Wasn't that old, but it wasn't one of the more modern ones that had like, I don't know what they look like now, but like soda on the right side. It was like soda was like here, 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 and here. And there was this rumor around the school that sometimes this fucking soda machine would give out multiple sodas for the price of one. But it was just like a rumor. And like nobody had ever seen it. It was like how do people describe it?
And instead they have gone ahead and taken
like if you ever have seen The Office when Pam sees that fucking DVD that just hits the corner just perfectly, and then it really does, and she's like, I told you, like it was like that. And just people doubted that 2 sodas could come out of this thing.
No kidding, right? We have no idea what it's talking about.
And
so what is this? So the Gemara says, my kamar. So
it was like
says,
this school didn't give a flying fuck. It had Coke next to Pepsi, next to Dr. Pepper, next to Mountain Dew.
This nation
I think there was Crush and
like this nation has
no diet. It was just what did it have? Coke, Pepsi, Dr. Pepper, nothing cherry, Mountain Dew, which was big.
The Shilach comes as a spring-fed stream, and it flows gently.
And it would just be like whatever they put in there. And it was all to benefit the athletic
who governed
teams.
them and looked after them in such a kind and beautiful way, and they give that all up.
Which were always a joke.
They're forsaking that.
But then they got really good. And, you know, things happened. Anyway.
And instead, ultimately,
Did I talk about the stairwell yet?
And
anyway,
they go to other things, right? They go ahead and they go essentially to Avodah Zarah. So what's interesting over here is
like I was really fortunate. I really mean this. That I had quarters. Like may not have had a lot of money, but I was wealthy in quarters, and we had a slot machine, and I could ask my mom to fill this thing with quarters. It's like it's like candy tube, and I put quarters, and they just fit perfectly. And again, sometimes I'd be like, this thing is fucking light. And I realized somebody might have my backpack or something during recess or something like that. And I was like, whatever. There were no cameras. There were no cameras anywhere. Like, maybe at a bank, but like nowhere. Everything was just on the honor system.
So apparently, again, pigeon was big desserts.
Nobody locked their lockers.
Don't knock it till you try it, right? So the nice again, he would eat all of these pigeons and he still would not be full. And listen, what does that highlight? That highlights like a gluttonous type of lifestyle. And I will say, what Avodah Zarah, in general, whenever you see Avodah Zarah, what do you see alongside Avodah Zarah? Hedonistic behavior. Like if Shabbat Hirsch brings down, what's the chiluk between
under general circumstances wouldn't have been at the school, but he was at the school for a bit, and he was one of the worst students in the school.
And I make myself in God. What
his mom, I think, was a single mom, and he had like an older brother, and the older brother got him, like, was able to somehow get like penthouses or something. This kid doesn't bring in one penthouse. He fills his fucking backpack with this, full of penthouses. There are no schoolers in there. And he's like looking at his fucking, he's like, look at this, look at this.
If you want to start your own account, right? Step one
It's just like
step one.
where they're like
all the
looking
stuff
at Jenny.
you want to
Anyway,
do,
is
right?
everything
Right,
forced
all
up?
the stuff
Perhaps.
you really
I
want to
don't know.
do.
Fucking,
Okay,
it's
then
really
making this
forced
enough
up.
theology
At least
that
the Jewish
allows for all of that. Right, so all the stuff you want to do, suddenly
I've
again,
said
not
this
only
to
is it
Rabbi,
mutter, but it's a
really,
mitzvah.
yeah.
And then all the stuff that you really don't
So
care about.
I remember this kid had this,
all the
and
says, right? So all the stuff you really
you
want
went
to
in this
you
fucking
want the
locker, and
rhymes,
there's
you want
just
Tafis, you want to look like that. Because all of the mitzvahs. Right?
it wasn't
That's
Playboy.
Avodah Zarah.
It was
That's
fucking
Avodah Zarah.
pretty
So
intense,
wherever
like
you see
hardcore.
Avodah
And
Zarah, you see
that lasted one day. And somebody ratted on this kid,
it's
and
actually
we
not about the
never saw him
theology.
again.
It's really never about the theology.
As we
It's
got
about
older,
HaKadosh Baruch Hu has very high expectations of us.
we had
And
these
therefore
other
it tells us we
lockers,
can't
and
do
I'll
a
just
lot
quickly
of
say
stuff.
this. Like,
Why? To hold us to a high standard. I've always
allegedly,
but I
maybe,
want to do that
had
stuff.
pictures of.
So
I remember when I was in a really young kid, or there, I was like in seventh grade, and I saw this one guy. Won't say his name, but he had a picture of. Like, you weren't supposed to have. They never. It was like an unwritten rule. You shouldn't have pictures inside your locker. But nobody really fucked with you if you did. They had a picture of Maya, the artist Maya. I always thought she looked so pretty. And I look at this bitch every fucking day, going up the stairs to chakras. And
sometimes when we become
I know exactly whose locker it was. I can tell you his fucking name. I'm not going to. He's very. I always thought he was very cool. And I thought, when I get older,
remember, all of us have a void. We have an
and so when I got to be that age,
we're always trying to fill it.
I
The
had
issue just
pictures
is,
of
if I have a relationship with HaKadosh Baruch
artists
Hu,
that I
and I'm filling it with the
and
right things. If I don't have a relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu,
then,
then I'm filling it with all of
as
the
I
wrong
got to
things.
be like a
Incredible.
senior, I started hanging out with
So the Gemara goes weiter.
college
Like,
very
So
innocent,
again, because of Klal Yisrael's non-compliance, Hashem says in
truthfully,
the ring against you,
very
king of
halachically.
Ashur, B'chalach b'Yehuda shetef ba'avar atzav yagia. Ella, my time, and it shows it's therefore again. So Sancherib hears this. Sancherib hears all this
Allegedly,
stuff.
they're just
And
telling the
the
story.
Navi
All
literally
this
says,
could be.
what's it sort of point out?
But then
Sancherib was the king of Ashur. The Navi literally says, because of your non-compliance,
Anyway,
right,
and I
because
get
of your terrible
pictures of it,
behavior,
and I
I'm
fucking
bringing
put them up,
against you the
and
king of
my
Ashur.
friends get
So
so
Sancherib
jealous.
says, okay, God wants me to do
Get
this.
pissed
So
off.
if God wants me to do
And
this,
so
Gemara
this
says,
one
if
day,
that's the case, Elamai
I
Tanah, so
fucking
I was
put
punished.
all this
If
fucking
Sancherib actually
packing
did the
tape
will of God,
of these
why was he
fucking
punished?
pictures,
The Gemara says, Navi
and
Asher Shvatim is
I
Navi.
closed my locker, not realizing that the opening mechanism
to exact punishment against the 10 tribes. He
was
was the one who
like
was responsible to exile the
basically
10
taped
tribes.
shut.
He had no
And I go to open my
business
locker.
in
What the
Yerushalayim.
fuck?
But Sancherib
How'd you
set
open
his
my
sights on
locker? Everybody's
Yerushalayim
trying, like,
as well.
Sword and a stone in this bitch. Nobody can get in this locker. And I was worried because I'm like, if I tell a teacher and they open my fucking locker, and it's just gross.
So ultimately, again, so the Navi tells Sancherib, you overstep.
So I think I just was like, oh shit, I guess I could do my homework tonight or something. And I
set your sights
got,
on Yerushalayim.
the next day I brought in like a
right? Ultimately, again, literally, you cannot go ahead.
took the
so tired nation.
the door handle off of this locker, still nothing, still could not get in. I fucking had to like crowbar it and to get this fucking thing open, and like my locker was all bent
again, the nation that's tired cannot be handed over in the hands of an enemy. So where it says, my case, I shown I kill artisans,
Did I talk about this fucking stairway yet? Oh, but back to the soda machine.
So ultimately, again,
So there's always this rumor that you could get 2 sodas, but like nobody,
who threw off from them the yoke of Torah.
nobody
Nobody
had been able to do it. And I'm telling you, when we had the opportunity, any free moment that we had, we would fucking
you
run
could have
to this
control
fucking
over
foosball
Malchus
table
Yisrael. Why?
and
Because
fucking
Malchus Yisrael threw off the
like
yoke of Torah.
wait our turn to
And when you
play,
threw off the yoke of
and we'd
Torah,
have to play
you have a
against
lack of
older
divine
kids.
protection, but you have no
And
control.
I still know
ultimately,
who I
again,
played.
over
I still
Malchus
can
Yehuda.
tell you
Because
who I thought were the 2 best
the yoke
kids,
of Torah,
at
and they
least
were
did
deserving
the
of miracles, like literally again, like the
years older
splitting
than
of the
I
Yamsuf and the splitting of the Yarden. So
or something like that. And I remember how good they were. They could fucking like pass the ball between. I'm sitting here fucking spinning this motherfucking thing, and they're like, "That's not how you play." I'm like, "Fuck it, just see how fast the guy's going." Anyway,
right? Rashi says over here,
they would go and get. Sometimes people would go and get soda, and I didn't really pay attention to this machine. I go and put my 50 cents in, and take the soda. And the thing is, years later, they got rid of this machine, and I'll say why. Did I tell you about that? Stairway yet? Anyway, we'll get there. And then they put in like a machine that just had bottles, and it was like, it just had bottles. And
so ultimately, again, Sanherib makes the mistake, and he goes ahead and he marches on Yerushalayim.
And they were more expensive.
So the Gemara says, "Hi, Rishna, lahai parashah." She says over here, "Did
I talk about that stairwell yet? Anyway,
so now the Gemara asks an interesting question: why was Chizkiyo deserving of this? Right after all, Chizkiyo was a big tzaddik. So why was Chizkiyo deserving of having?
I don't exactly. I don't remember the exact
as much as Chizkiyo was successful over.
I remember
there's a lot of anxiety
in study hall, which is big. I'd gone to study hall, and you could go to the bathroom, but you sign out and sign back in. And you could not be, once 3:30 hit, you had to be somewhere. You had to be in detention, which fortunately I never really had that one. You had to be, or study hall. It was like you could not be roaming the school. Absolutely. Or you could be in the computer lab, but you had to sign out for that. And I would go to the computer lab, the air conditioning, and
don't worry,
really
because you're going to be successful. What is Chizkiyo going to say?
Sometimes, but not all of them.
Do me a favor.
Anyway, so this one day, let's just say, I don't remember the exact date. I go and ask, can I go to
by delivering a stunning victory to Chizkiyo. Chizkiyo didn't do anything. Baruch wiped out the entire army of Sanherib. There was a massive kiddush Hashem. There was a massive, wave of Emunah. But Chizkiyo would have said, God, it's okay. Let's call it even, right? Don't bring Sanherib and don't bring the salvation.
And I might not have been paying attention.
It's too much anxiety, too much fear that it's going to cause. Just leave it alone. Miyad kavetz Baruch v'nishbach k'ma'asina lei. Baruch therefore swore, and he said, "No, I'm bringing Sanherib." Shnei amar nishba Hashem tzedakos leimar imlo kasher dinisi kein haisa v'kasher ya'atzdihi takum.
Let's just say
Dr.
Dr. Pepper and Mountain Dew at the same time, and I didn't realize it. Boom! Both come down. So what? I just got two sodas.
I'm going to bring Sanherib, but Sanherib and his chevra, they're going to become like a trough.
Like this is what everybody said is rude. How the fuck did I do that?
So I want to point out what a profound Gemara this is, right? That sometimes, right, people say, we have this thought sometimes.
So I maybe still had a quarter or something like that. Let me try that again.
After
I hit the fucking thing and boom, one. What the fuck? I just had two, now I've got one, now I've got three sodas. So I put two in my pocket, just like so, maybe put them in my backpack or whatever.
So beautiful. Everything worked out well.
Or like in my locker or something. But I just thought to myself, how the fuck did I get two? This has always been a rumor. I go, and you weren't allowed to talk in something. You had to have like space and shit. And I'd be like trying to tell my
friend. You could have spared me ultimately again 20 plus years of pain suffering. That's why the pasuk says.
And the next day comes, I go there, put my 50 cents in, and I'm like, boom, hit the thing.
Yitzchak was Midas Hadin, strict justice. Sometimes strict justice says we don't understand why Hakadosh Baruch Hu does things. So it's interesting because over here, Hakadosh Baruch Hu,
why didn't
had he divulged his plan to Chizkiyo,
next day, same shit. I do this for like a week or two.
But don't do it.
Still only getting one, but I know that two is possible.
Just leave things alone.
50 cents in.
So many times in life, we have this fundamental question. Yeah, things work out. I'm in a stressful crisis situation, difficult situation. It turns out well. And I'm such a
I got a Dr.
But there's like this piece of me that thinks,
Mountain Dew.
But why did you do it?
That one time.
Very nice you brought the salvation.
I wonder, and like I'm not thinking of the mechanics of the machine. I think it's just like gifting this shit, like the giving tree or whatever. And I'm like, I wonder if I hit them at the same time, if it might open up like
that's where the emotion runs the world, and somehow
the
the
mechanism for
crisis was
multiple things at
necessary.
once.
It's not just the resolution that's necessary, but the crisis itself was necessary. And sometimes those are things that we just will never understand.
Like, no fucking way. That you have to do. You have to hit them at exactly the same time. And it can't be like, boom, boom. No, then you're just one. It has to be boom, like exactly the same time. Like, like whack-a-mole game or something, but like at the same time. And boom, two come down.
What's the oil?
So I go,
this is beautiful.
and I fucking start to figure this out. And I start telling my friends, hey, I got 2 sodas. They're like, no, you didn't. Like, yeah, I did.
This is beautiful.
I'm like, oh yeah. Next time we're next time we have study hall, should be tomorrow, whatever. I will come back with 2. I'll go in with 50 cents and I'll come back with 2. They're like, go for it.
What did Chizkiyahu do? He put a sword at the entrance of the base medrash, and he said,
they're like, how'd you do it? Like, fucking magic, baby. They're like, nobody's been able to figure this out. How did you figure it out? Like, I figured it out. They're like, show it to us.
We're going to kill people left base medrash.
Right.
No, it's figurative.
So then the next day comes around, and I see some of the older kids going in there to put in their fucking quarter.
Torah is life.
And I come up to them and I say, hey, you want multiple sodas at once? They're like, that's only been a rumor. Like, I know.
It's very nice. It's beautiful.
Watch this. Give me 50 cents. And I tell them, like, if I get 2, can I have one? They'd be like,
how people fall asleep during
yeah,
the drasha.
Okay, cool.
They say people fall asleep during the drasha. She says it's not a new phenomenon.
If you have 50 cents, I'll get you another 2 and you can give them whenever you want.
Can you imagine? Like you're lost in a
boom, in front of everybody, and they'd be like fucking people surrounding me, and 2 come down, they're like, no way, you fucking figured it out. There's this fucking mad rush to the fucking soda machine, everybody trying to fucking get this thing down, and nobody could get the time down just right. And
says no one's nodding off.
It was like, wow. I was like, it was like sword in the stone. I was like fucking King Arthur. I finally fucking figured out this machine. And
words of Torah are life-saving.
And then maybe like a week would go by or whatever, and some older kid would be like, hey, come here, can you help me like get more than one soda?
Okay, fair.
No, isn't this theft? I didn't see it as that because the school was extremely expensive. I knew my parents were basically struggling to pay the fucking tuition. And I knew that they were overcharging for the soda in itself. It was like, that's not how much soda costs. Why are you charging so much? But,
Torah is not something nice. Torah is
and it's kind of one of those things. If you're a really good customer, sometimes you get a little bit of a benefit here. Now, I considered it different. I knew other kids who got in trouble. One time they got into the concessions of that, and I never did that. I knew that was theft. But this was like a chance game, and if it's going to be a game, it's like if you're going to put a slot machine up there and I can win the slot machine, is that theft? Is that theft? I understand if I go into the bank or the casino vault or whatever and steal that, I get it. That's theft. But this is like at the time. Really? Yeah. It was like, look, if you're going to have a shitty ass machine, and I learn how to get around it, and it's not like I'm stealing all the soda, it's just like I'm stealing a small amount. Is it even theft? That's the thing. Is it even theft? It didn't say one can per 50 cents. No, it was just like boom, boom, boom. Did it even have a thing on it for 50 cents?
Come on, what happens?
It didn't say 1 can per 50 cents. It might just say 50 cents. It didn't say it. It wasn't specific. And
also again, in those days, the Gemara says,
I remember,
people had very simple material.
I became the man. And there might have been some kids who could figure out this machine every once in a blue moon or something, but not as well as I could. Okay. To the point where like people would come up and ask me to do it. And
so let's say, listen to this. So they were happy with very small things materially.
I remember
they had vines that had thousands of dollars worth of grapes, and it just kind of lying in waste. Why did it lie in waste? People were neglecting their fields. Why were they neglecting their fields?
Take my whole arm and just boom, like all at once, and boom, 3 come down.
the ongoing commitment to spiritual growth during the days of Chizkiah Melech Yehuda,
boom, like hit a whole bunch, and maybe I wouldn't get full. Maybe I don't remember. These things would fucking come down.
What's that? Let's say. Okay, end of the week we ended up.
So I got to the point where
one incredible week.
I remember the athletic director who fucking stocked this thing was around. And I didn't think I was doing anything wrong. He was like, "Hey, you want to put a fucking slot machine here?" And I win it. Is that my fault? That's kind of on you, dog. And he was there, and I just very innocently just go put my 50 cents in, and boom, two come down. And he's like, "Excuse me," and I'm like, "Yeah, what up, dog?" And he's like, "You just got 2 sodas," and I'm like, "Yeah, I did, because this machine sucks." And he's like, Is that the moral thing to do? And I'm like, I don't fucking know morality. This is a fucking commercial exchange. It says 50 cents. It doesn't say 1 soda for 50 cents. It's like, I've never even seen this kind of machine before. I was really like thinking it was innocent. And it was so innocent that I did it right in front of him, thinking like, this is fine. Like, boom. Really? Dog, have a machine from this fucking decade. It wasn't, this machine was from the 70s, and this was in the late 90s. So, I mean, and he's like, well, you shouldn't be doing that. And I'm like, once he said it, I don't think I did it. Really? No, and I remember 2 of my friends got caught in the candy. You were not supposed to get in the candy. And they got into the, I don't know, like the room where the candy was locked, and they got into it somehow. And they got in trouble for that. And so it was like, okay. Like, hitting the fucking thing twice, and that was fine, and everybody was doing it. That was another thing, too. Everybody was doing it. Everybody jumped off a bridge, too. What are the repercussions? If I jump off the bridge and it's like 3 feet off the ground, yeah, might be a fucking shortcut. Maybe there's no water, it's just 3 feet down. Whatever, there are bridges like that. And this situation was like, look, what are you going to do? If you say to me that you're not allowed to get the soda,
there is more than 10 steps mentioned in this pasuk, to which the Gemara says,
this fucking school is such a really?
So we'll say that last
it was
ultimately again,
it was really unique. That's all I can really say. But there was this boys' bathroom. No urinals in this whole fucking school. I remember thinking, like, there are no urinals in this fucking school. No urinals, but more sinks than you could fucking count. And
was actually quite beautiful. That the Rabbi was saying,
this bathroom had like, I don't know, 100 boys who had to use it in the morning, and it was just fucking so much BO and farts. It was just BO and farts, and just adolescent male testosterone. And there were this bathroom had 2 stalls, and it had 2 sinks, and it was as big as,
who was like the lion cub, but instead be afraid of him.
I mean, like not even close to ADA, nothing. You could not, if you were in a wheelchair, you could not turn in this fucking nothing. And it was never cleaned. It was just like you were on your own. Fortunately, there's toilet paper, which I think they did a pretty good job with. But just,
so it's a Yirmiyah ben Chilkiah, who's the Navi Yirmiyah.
I'm a toilet paper
going to come along and prophesize from the city of Anatot. You can go to Anatot today. Anatot is right outside of Yerushalayim.
Yeah, I'm still an expert. What do you want me to do about it? So
there's a
these 2 stalls,
which is
and it was just adolescent
right in the city of Anatot.
piss.
That is where that's where
and shit just everywhere. There were loogies on the fucking ceiling from the Reagan administration. I mean, it was just really.
So Gemara says,
no, some guy snot rocket and just boom on the fucking mirror and be there for the rest of the fucking year until we all had to go around and clean the school. It was just some guy would go boom on the fucking ceiling. Just why? Because there wasn't a lot of respect for the building. Respect for the students, yeah, but for the building, we were all just. Did I tell you about this fucking stairwell? We'll get into it. So there are these stalls, and I mean, I just remember having to go to the bathroom, and it's like,
there are less than 10,
there are like 6 people in line for this bathroom, and you can't even go in the fucking. Yeah, I mean, like, just you open the door and it'd be like kids getting like when I saw how actual schools worked, I'd be like, you mean you could like come in here with a fucking wheelchair, or like you could go like this and not hit both ends of the wall? I mean, it was a house that was turned into a school. But this bathroom was the epicenter of BO,
was still in existence.
Poops,
that was the sin of Nov.
Piss.
Remember, again, this goes back to the episode of David and Shaul. David is
sweat,
as king. Shaul has been effectively proposed as monarch.
Anyway,
he refuses to relinquish the throne and admit his mistake with Amalek.
So what happened with
what happens? He pursues David. David chooses.
Well, so I was kind of like the Fonz at this school that I could just go boom. Like the Fonz used to be able to go boom and hit a jukebox and it would just play. I would just be able to boom and the soda would just fucking rain down. Really? Yeah. And then the next year they got a different soda machine that were bottles.
I need food and I need weapons. They give him food. They give him weapons. In fact, the only weapons they had was a shield of gold. That's another that David had kept in the Mishkan. David takes it. Who sees all of this happening and who does all this?
I think they did.
A man by the name of
they got new everything and all the prices went up.
And he comes back and tells Shaul that
I don't think I
city
bought
of
too much
Nov
more.
has
But back when
sided with the rebellion
the old
of
days
David.
of this school,
The Kohanim have no,
when everything was cheap, that's how. I can remember kid would just be fucking
helping the king's
like
son-in-law
really
on a secret mission. So what happens to make a very long story
with
short?
school.
Shaul
Would
brings
just
some of his soldiers to
get a
Nov.
soda,
They wipe
take it,
out the city of Nov.
drink
One
half
survivor
of
from
it,
the city of Nov
throw
was
it across the
city.
fucking
This was a huge stain we'll see on Klal, on Shaul, and on
locker
David
room,
for reasons we'll discuss. So
and like hit the side of the fucking wall, and it maybe went in the trash can, maybe it didn't. There was no recycling at this school, none, no recycling. You had to be like, you know, recycling's a thing, and they'd be like, huh? Really? There was no recycling. Everything went in the trash. Really? No recycling. And that was just how recycling wasn't a big thing. Anyway, there would be soda spray on the wall for the next 4 years until one kid during that cleanup time would go and clean that up.
For the massacre in Nov.
There would
The
be.
last day of that window.
There was this one part of this, right by the bathrooms, where you could put your legs up and like climb way high in the air, and then like hold yourself up like this, and people would just walk underneath your legs, like you'd be like
the day that he marched was the
15,
last day
20
in which
feet
God was willing to
There's
exact
always this thing
retribution
people
for
wanted
Klal
to
Yisrael
go into
for
the
the
path
Nov
of the school,
massacre.
which
And
had like
therefore, had Nebuchadnezzar, had Sanherib attacked
a
that
ladder
day, he
system.
would have been
Perhaps you can
victorious,
see my
as
old
he would
chicken
have been
scratch
the
up there
rod
somehow,
of
somewhere.
HaKadosh Baruch Hu to exact punishment for
And
Klal
then like
Yisrael for the
teachers would
city
walk
of Nov.
below, and
Now get ready for this.
they'd be
This is
like right
amazing.
below you, and
So the
you
Gemara
wouldn't-
says,
you'd have
the
to be
Gemara
quiet.
says, I'm going to put it also in the Shrine, I'm going to know. I'm really
Just a fuck up.
Kaldoi.
Hey, did I talk
He
about
has
this
a
still?
So
So boys and girls were
on the day that Sanherib shows up in Yerushalayim, he's outside of the
for
walls, he's
as
outside
much
the walls of the
as
city.
could be,
His astrologer
which is
tells him,
unlike
King,
anywhere
if we march now,
uh,
we will be successful.
of a normal
So
school.
what happens?
That isn't like a religious
But
school.
ultimately, again, if we
But
wait
this
till
is a
tomorrow,
religious school,
we
so
will
boys and
not be
girls are
successful. So
And-
Sanherib responds, Orcha the boy the
And
Saguye
we didn't have a
Basari
lot of
Yoma. So Gemara says, I'm sorry, Lo Lo Yachlisla. Orcha the boy the Saguye Basari Yoma.
interaction
Saga Bachad Yoma. Furthermore, when
with
coming to Yerushalayim,
really
Sanherib
anywhere.
had what we call Kfitza Saderach.
except
journey
for
was
like
short.
a kid's
A
mom.
journey that would normally take 10 days took one
Really,
day.
yeah. but
Kimat
nobody-
Yerushalayim. So I'll say the idea over here is
maybe an
that there's the
administrator or
perfect storm.
something
The recipe is perfect for
like the office
Sanherib
lady or
to
something like that.
conquer Yerushalayim. He
So,
makes incredible time getting there. And
so
number
we're
two, this
about
is the
all
last
about
day
boys,
of no
and
retribution.
there were a few
Kimat
smells.
Yerushalayim.
The amount
When
of
he came to
BO
Yerushalayim,
after we would play football, I can remember the teachers, male teachers, come in like this. Like, you guys got to start wearing.
What he does is he keeps piling rugs.
Deodorant. And we just I mean, we were wearing deodorant, but we were just sweaty. So sweaty, just wiping your head and it's just dripping. And we would only get 20 minutes to play. Oh, I wanted to say, so as a little kid,
when he goes in,
I remember my mom asking, before I went there, I asked my mom,
he says,
do they have a football team? And
she
said,
is this the
no,
manager's school?
It's not that kind of school. But they do play football at recess, which is all I care about. And my whole army. And the teachers play, which was totally unique. I still think it's very unique. And we have all of this 7th graders, 60 kids.
See, he says ultimately again, this is the weakest city out of all the cities that I conquered. So he said,
and then as the grades got older, few and fewer kids. And then 7th and 8th graders would play each other with some teachers. And then junior and seniors would play sophomore and freshman. But usually once you got that, they weren't playing too many sports. Anyway, but we'd have like these armies of kids that would just get the difference between a 7th grade boy and an 8th grade boy is big. And just getting trashed. And I remember always wanting the ball. And I might have only gotten my 7th grade year.
Tried very hard to attract wealthy businessmen from Europe.
You just wouldn't get the ball thrown to you that much if you're a little kid. So I'd be a blocker, and then I'd rush people. And I remember it was 2 hand tap, and I'd fucking snap guys. And, they wouldn't know. It would just be like barely a touch. And they'd be like, does that really count? Yeah, it should. Anyway, but if a kid got a sack, he'd come in fucking cock of the walk.
Whenever somebody says, "Can I be honest?"
Especially if they were,
it's coming. Can I ask with that? So he says, "Of course." He says, "The truth is."
But as I got older,
it's not so beautiful.
I always wanted to touch the ball, and it was like, remember the teacher would come out, we had the ball, and be like, "This is a big fucking deal." And then, fortunately, my family got a ball, and I kept this ball. I still probably have it. It's one of the infusion ones that would blow itself up, and I took this fucking ball everywhere. That was the thing. I'll say this. I got to end this fucking story. Did I tell you about the stairwell yet? Anyway, these kids, my friends of our family. My family never had any fucking balls. But this family had everything. This is how you need to be. You have a soccer ball in your car, a basketball in your car, a football in your car, like a baseball bat, a wiffle ball bat. They had all kinds of shit in their car. And whenever we went anywhere, we'd go to a park or whatever, they always had balls. They always had something. You want to be that family. Having a ball
So
to make your kid
see it,
cool.
That's it.
And I really mean that.
And the guy, he's like, man, he's waging this whole campaign.
I had a ball. That's not right. That's cool.
On the road for who knows how
So
long.
we took this ball everywhere. And people would be like,
where's
the ball? And I'd be like, this is the whole thing. Come on, let's play. And we'd be throwing the ball around, whatever. And
by the
as
way,
I got older,
couple
then
this
I
with the
became a
fact
quarterback.
that he was also a ridiculous Balgaiva. He was ridiculously arrogant. So like he says, like this.
But then we played the little kids, and I was like, I eventually became that position that I always wanted to be. The guy who got to touch the ball a lot and throw the ball a lot.
Everyone knows if there's cloud bubble in life, where there is great arrogance, there is great downfall. So you see,
and this is like a real.
Begin to say, "Oh, this is not going to end well." The astrologers are saying, "Go now." Sancheiriv is saying, "This is nothing. This is a cake. It's easy, right? Piece of cake."
We usually play against the kids the year younger.
Let's go today.
And
tell me soon.
That's how you get to know them and become friends with them.
I'm a bit tired today.
And
we'll go tomorrow.
There's like an open field, and then the end zone. You ask anybody who ever went to this school, they will tell you there was no like real back of the end zone. It was just like
right? What's the
there were trees, and you kind of just you didn't want to go that far. But like the end zone was like basically the field went like this, and then once you got up the incline a little bit, that became the end zone. But the end zones are really big. And
as most things in life, I
had this friend of mine who
was a
different kind of kid.
He says, "You know what? Let's rest tonight. We'll relax tonight. Tomorrow, what happens that night? We already learned."
Kind of into some things that not all of us are into.
Comes along and kills
he was good at catching the ball. And so he kind of became a guy who I had this chemistry with him, where he would go in the back of that end zone, and I could throw the ball to him, and he would catch it. And I remember he'd catch it like this. There were a couple kids would catch like this.
Wake up in the morning, and there were a few survivors, as we'll discuss.
And
They find 185,000
one time he ran
corpses.
across
Says,
this ball,
this gives us a very important lesson.
and as he ran across pattern,
Which literally means
he
you look
slammed
at Rashi
right
towards the end
into
of the
the
short
fucking
line.
tree.
Bastina
and I don't mean
Kevan Shalon
face
Ina
first, I mean head
Batal
first.
Sometimes
I remember we
when
all
you don't pass
stood
judgment,
around him,
the fight
and he
goes
was
away.
out.
So which is another way of
cold.
saying that there was
And,
when you procrastinate, you lose your
like,
window
"Are you
of
okay?"
opportunity. When
And
you procrastinate, you lose your window of
he was
opportunity.
like,
Opportunity waits for no man.
his eyes
Even
opened,
for
and I'm like,
something.
okay. Well, are you all right? Come on, get up, dude. Let's play.
We're not
And
crying.
he wasn't
for that.
getting up.
But at the end of the day, it's dramatic
And,
how the Rebbe Shalom gives him Kfitzas
like, come
Hadara.
on, man.
The
Like,
Rebbe Shalom gives him
play,
the
come on.
opportunity to Yerushalayim, and he
and
squanders it.
he was out
Because
for
again,
like 5 minutes, which is
But really, because of guy.
a long
But the
period of time
message
to
is
be out
procrastination leads to loss of opportunity.
under
The
these
Yay-
circumstances.
the
Every
Yishbi
moment
get
of
ready
being
for
able
this.
to
This is
play
amazing.
was so big. We would fucking eat like this just to get outside. I remember I would just tell you, not even eat my lunch, just fucking throw my lunch in the trash.
The Novi over here, this is
Like,
in
hey, why
Shmuel
are you
Beis,
throwing that out?
speaks
Make
about a
fucking
man
eat
of
it. Like,
Yishbi
it's time to
in
play
Nov,
football. Anyway,
who was of the descendants of Arpa. Harpa
this
is
kid was
Arpa.
out, and we
We're
were
going
all
to see in just a
surrounding him.
moment
And
the sister
like,
of the
hey,
sister
dude, are
of
you
Rus.
okay?
Mishkal Kino Shlosh Meos, Shlosh Meos, Mishkal Mechoshes,
He eventually got up and just kind of like walked into the school or whatever, but it wasn't bloody or anything. And
after
the next day comes, and I remember
has
he was like, I've had a headache all day.
blood feud with David.
And we're like, why do you have a headache? Quit being a pussy. Like, we were just totally forgot about what happened.
Spear, everything.
And the kids who hear me say, so remember it? The kids who were there, and they'll be like, that's right, he did say that. And this hitting the tree changed his personality
Rashi
forever.
said he was a man who came to David
And
HaMelech.
he went into different things. He went into like, he went from like, he got really into like, kind of like Nirvana and goth, but like Pink, like very much into Hot Topic. He loved that shit, and he was never like this before. I threw this ball and fucking hit his head. And
wow, through you, the city of Nov
we
was
would,
wiped out.
and like people who hear me say this, like, that's right, he did hit his head. Meaning he had, and he had this huge lump, like a huge lump on his head. He had thick hair, but underneath his hair, he had just a giant lump, and he would just kept complaining about having a headache for like a week.
How do Shaul and his three sons die? They die in the war against the Plishtim.
Don't blame myself, because
this
is, anybody who knows the field that we play, there's just like one tree, and
so what does this mean?
just ran this crossing pattern, and
he says a tzaddik is
he just
responsible
fucking
for
nailed his
negative
tree
things
so
that happen
hard.
as a result of his actions,
And
even if his actions were not.
I don't blame myself. I don't
No,
think it would
so
be right
at the
to.
end of the
But I
day,
think about
David's
it, that
actions
this
set off a
incident
chain
hurt,
reaction
like, changed his
of
kid's
events
personality
that
completely.
result in the
And
massacre at Nov. Now, David
He
HaMelech was
got
trying
into
to do
all
his
kinds of different
best,
things. Like,
ultimately to shield
I've never
the people
known
of
of a
Nov. He
head
was doing his
injury,
best to try
which
to
is
operate
what
on
he
it, but
had.
at the end
He had
of the
I
day,
imagine he had
it
a
was
pretty bad
his
concussion,
actions
but
that
back
caused
then
their
nobody paid
death.
attention to
So we'll say
concussions.
this is a
CTE
dramatic
wasn't
idea
a thing.
because
Ask
then Yoda
anybody, it
says
was just
that
not
you
a
have to
thing.
understand something.
That
Sometimes
only
in life,
became big
we
like
go ahead and I do something,
in the
and as there's a
2010s.
negative repercussion. Now that
This
wasn't
kid
my
hit this
intention.
fucking tree,
And again, I
and
acted
no
in good faith,
protection,
I did.
nothing.
But
But he
understand
wasn't
that
bloody,
as a
so we
result
weren't
of
like
my
too
action,
concerned. We're like, oh, walk
someone
it off, you'll
else
be fine.
encounters pain. Someone else suffers.
But this changed his
Even though again, it
fucking
was not my intention, and I acted in an appropriate way. It
personality
just
forever.
happens to be a
To the point
byproduct
where, like,
of my
last I
action.
heard about this kid,
Someone else's pain and
he
suffering.
would ride a bike
There's his chayvus for that. There's responsibility for
Colorado
that. Now,
Mountains,
obviously, by the tzaddik,
Colorado
that's
Rocky,
amplified
or the
tenfold.
Rocky
So the
Mountains,
Ribono Shel Olam says, David, your
and all he
actions
would
set
do,
off a chain reaction
somehow
of
he
different events that ultimately
had a
result in the massacre of
mason
Nov,
jar of
the death of
LSD,
Doeg, and
and he would
ultimately
just
the death
trip
of Shaul
for
and his
thousands
sons.
of miles
Remember
of
again,
bike ride, and he would
Klal
just go
Yisrael
back
loses the
and
war
forth.
against the Plishtim. There's not enough time.
I was just like the
Klal
most
Yisrael loses the war
fucking
against
thing.
the
And
Plishtim. Why? Why
this
did Klal
kid,
Yisrael lose the war
he was
against the
never
Plishtim?
like that
Remember
before he
from
hit
your
his head
extensive
on the
Navi
street.
studies, right? Why did Klal Yisrael lose the war against the
It
Plishtim?
really changed his
Because
personality.
Shaul
Anyway, did I
diverted
tell you
all
about that
of the
fucking
resources of Klal Yisrael to pursuing
stairwell?
David.
All right, we'll get
Because
into
he
it.
was
So you were like the
reckless and
Fonz. I was like the
irresponsible
Fonz. I
with
could
his
hit the
military
fucking thing,
resources. They
and
were
I always had the
they were
football.
under
So
They're chasing David. Shaul gets word that the Plishtim invaded. He thinks twice. Should I continue to pursue David or should I go after the Plishtim? That's how so messed up everything is. Says
but
that
you
David
could play at
fault.
recess. And
I know it's not David's fault, but it's
recess
his responsibility, even the unintended repercussions of his action.
really,
So it's a dramatic idea. So the Gemara goes like,
anyway.
The Gemara says,
So
David, you have all this responsibility. Here's the choice.
So
Here's the
stairs,
choice.
there's like one stair, like a plateau.
David, here's
Like
the
you
choice.
look in it, it's like a poor man's fucking
And you either wipe out all of your descendants,
poor man's
or you could suffer.
dead poet society.
Which one is it?
Then there's
Your
another
children gonna
step. There
suffer,
are no fucking ramps.
Or
Well, there is a ramp, but it's like fucking,
are
you
you
know,
going to suffer? Which one is it?
Lieutenant
So the
Dan.
Gemara says,
in the fucking New Year.
Mutav emsor biyad
Really,
oyev
it's just
lo
like that.
kala zari.
Okay, so
So
there's,
David Melech
there's
says,
a
I would rather
plateau,
suffer than
and then
chas v'shalom
another
have my
ramp. Then
descendants
there's
like
like,
that. Listen, get ready for this. Yom Echad, one day, nafak l'skar
there's
basori.
like
So one day
tracks,
David Melech
like
went
these metal
out
tracks.
One time,
Once you get in there,
we'll say it again. So he
the
went.
stairs,
Rashi
the
says.
stairs get really slippery,
Rashi
and
says.
there's like this metal.
Lashon parsi krita kaf. So
I love the
he went
minutiae
out.
of this
He went
fucking
out
stuff.
to
There's like
hunt.
this metal
Again, hunting for food, not hunting for sport. Asa Satan
stair edge.
v'itmi
Again,
lekikavia.
if you fucking
So what
step on
happened?
it,
So the Satan came along
just be
and appeared to David
like
HaMelech as
scalp.
a deer.
really, oh,
Hasak begira.
like,
So what
like
happened? So
flay.
David HaMelech shot an arrow,
Really, yeah.
but he missed the deer.
And
So the Gemara says, Mash, so v'lomati, mashche,
and there's like
eretz plishtim.
there's
So this is what
down and
happens.
stairs
David HaMelech
up.
goes running after the deer. And without
And-
realizing it, he wanders into Philistine territory. So David HaMelech wanders into Philistine territory all by himself, without an
one day.
army, and Bipashtas
You know, you're with all the boys, and you're like, okay,
and who does he
we'll take
have
the
to
central
run
stairwell
into?
for whatever.
So what
reason.
happens?
Not taking the boys stairwell. Certainly never
Oh,
take the girls.
who does he run into?
Really? I
Yishbi.
remember
Yishbi,
like,
Goliath's
there
brother,
were parts of
is
the
the
school I
first
did
guy
not.
he happens to run into in Philistine territory. Amar. So Yishbi sees him, and he says, "I knew I the
Perhaps I never was
Goliath.
like, really?
This is the guy who
Yeah.
killed Goliath, my brother. What does he do?
There were always parts of the
He
school that we
grabs
wanted
David,
to go in, but
ties
we
him
weren't
up.
allowed to. It was really an
Well, it's
interesting place.
interesting thing that he did. Osvei
Even in
v'shajei
the,
to
what
say
do we call
Beit
the faculty
Pachia.
lounge, we always
He
wondered what
puts
was on the
David, he ties
side of
David
the
up,
faculty
and he
lounge.
puts him in between
always
the two
figured it was
stones
like
of an olive press.
Wanted
So what does
signs
he
or
plan
like
to do?
fucking how to
He's gonna
teach that.
sit
We
on-
never knew.
So
And then when we
Yishbi's a big
graduated,
guy.
we
He's
poked
going
our
to
head
sit
in. It
on
was
the
just like
olive
a
press, and
normal
essentially
wall.
going to
We were
crush
always
David.
fascinated where the areas
This
were
Avile
going to go.
Nisa, Makale Aram
It was
to say.
fucking
So a
central
miracle
school.
occurred, and what happened? The
And
ground
then like
underneath
there's
the
that
bottom
fucking
stone of the
yearbook
press
room,
became
which
soft.
with
So
all the beds,
Yishbi
it looks like a
sat,
triage
the press
unit.
sunk
We never
instead of
fucking
crushing
figured
David
that out.
HaMelech.
I think the only
So
time
the
I ever
Gemara
went in
says,
there,
"Hainu tichsev,
I
Tarachiv Tzadi Tachtoi,
there was another
V'lamad
house
Bukar Suloi."
like on the
Hahu Yama,
grounds of
was
the
it David HaMelech?
school.
So, okay, so
That
either way,
are like
so Yishbi
like
realizes, okay, he leaves him for
but,
later, but he's tied
there's
up
a
in
house
between the
that the
press.
school
Yama,
purchased
Apanya Dimale
as I
Shabbos.
got older.
So what's like
And
that day?
it was in the front yard of the school.
That
We were
day
playing
was
football.
Erev Shabbos.
Somebody threw me the
Abishai ben
ball, and
Sruya,
I went to catch it.
Havakachai Yifrei
and,
Shei B'Dalet Garbi
the,
Dimai.
like,
So we'll say David
lawn
HaMelech,
of
one
the
of his
school just
generals,
had a
a man by the name
random
of Abishai ben Sruya,
fucking
so was going ahead and washing his hair. So just parenthetically, the Gemara says he used
ditch thing.
Dalet
Like
Garbi
fucking
Dimai, 4 barrels of water. Okay?
turn my
Chasinu,
ankle in this thing.
Kasme
And
Dama.
I thought it
Saw
broke my
drops
ankle. I
of
did
blood
not,
in
but
the
it was a
water.
big deal.
And he understood
We had
that
to call
that
my
wasn't
mom,
meaning he
and
saw it
put me
wasn't
in
from
the
him.
fucking bedroom.
So
I think
something's
that's the only
going
time
on.
I was ever
Eager to Amri Asayona Itrif Kame.
and my
Others say
fucking
that a
ankle
dove landed in
was
front of him and started like
very
flapping
small,
its
and my
wings
left
in a
ankle
violent manner.
was not
Amar
broken,
Knes
but
Yisrael
it was
Leona
very close to broken.
Leona Amisley Shneimar Kanfayon Nechma Bekasef
One of the
Shlamina
worst
David
things
Malko Yisab
But not even
Sar.
close to it. Fucking
So once he saw what happens, he sees the blood, he sees the
Did we talk
dove
about this
flapping
fucking
around. He
stairway?
realizes Klal Yisrael is compared to a dove. It must mean Klal
There's
Yisrael is in
this
trouble.
fucking
Now, Klal
checkerboard
Yisrael was just fine.
tile that was
So
like
who must it refer to?
whatever.
It must refer
And
to the king.
there's
The
fucking
king is in trouble.
edge.
We'll say, listen to this.
And
Also,
I'm
they
like, what are
say,
you telling
well,
us?
Ashkin goes to the palace.
There's
King's
absolutely
house,
no
king's
reason.
not
I
home.
want you to
And it's
picture.
Erev Shabbos already.
And so
So
there's
Amar, Tonight,
the
in
stairs go
Rothman
down
also,
to
they
go into
Yoshua
like
Kiso,
the
they
lower
Mishtam
level
Shem
of the school.
Bisharbito. Bishas
And then you go
Sakana,
up,
also the
and
halacha
then
is,
it's like
you
the front
cannot use the king's
office.
horse, you cannot sit on the
And then
king's
there's
throne,
another
and you cannot use the king's
level.
scepter.
And
So
that's
part
like
of the
there's like
covenant
a
of Malchus is you can't use the
mezzanine
king's
floor,
stuff.
like the first floor.
Bishas Sakana, what about when the king is
Whatever
in
you
danger?
consider.
The
Not the
king is in
ground floor.
danger. So what Abishai ben Sruya
It
is,
wasn't
the
really
king
the
had
ground
the
floor.
fastest horse, was the
It
fastest
doesn't
mule.
make any fucking
So
sense.
can I ride the
Whatever.
king's
There's
horse
like
or
a
not?
lower
That was
level.
the Shaila.
And then
So
like
say
a
what
lower
happens.
level.
Also,
There's a
Shalbim
fuck-
and Joshua. He goes to ask a shayla of this man.
But it wasn't like a basement. It was like just
ultimate time of sakana. Yes, you can go. You can use it.
Anyway,
So we'll say first of all, it's an amazing idea.
The front office, and then
Always
there's
has to
another
know what the
level up.
halacha is.
Then like a plateau.
Always has to know what the halacha is. You have to
you get
ask
to
the shayla.
I think probably the third floor. There's the first floor, second floor. I think we call it the
Have
third
to
floor.
be quiet with fashos. We
But
ask
technically
first and ask later.
Anyway,
But everything in our lives is governed by halacha. Everything in our lives is governed by Torah. So a person of
and as you would look out the windows of the school, there would be like areas of the building that you've never been in. Ask anybody who like wasn't really familiar. There'd be areas of the building with which you weren't familiar. And what the fuck's going on there? And years would go by, and you would never ever get the chance to see what it is.
Listen to this.
Though there was one time, I won't go into that, where we got to explore that part of the school, and it was super nice. We thought it was super nice. It was, but it was like a real mansion. Like, oh, this is like holy.
What do they call the star-studded cast of characters?
Like, this was really nice.
So as he's riding, he does the pushy area. Who does he see?
Like marble.
Arpa.
And
who's
Arpa?
Arpa?
Like, oh, this
Arpa was the mother of. Now,
nice
whether
part,
this
but we
means
never
actual.
ever really got to
He
it.
sees Arpa. She must have been very
Anyway.
by that. Right? Arpa, who was the mother of Goliath
Like
and the mother of
chandeliers
Yishbi.
and shit.
So what happens? So Chazi Arpa
And
Ime.
like as the school
She
got
was
bigger,
spinning while she
different
was weaving.
parts of the building
So what
would be
happens?
open
Ki
to us.
Chazi say,
It was very
Basak
weird.
Pilha
But this main stairwell,
Several
this is the
mikdale.
OG.
So what happens? As Arpa sees Avisha and Sriya, so Arpa
down,
must have known
up,
that Yishbi had captured
plateau,
David.
and up.
Arpa now
Three
sees Avisha ben Surya
And-
running, Taras pushed him. She realizes he's on a rescue mission. She takes her spindle and she throws it at Avishai in an effort to kill him.
Kids,
So she misses him.
they say that the sense most tied to memory is smell.
Amra,
And I believe
Allah,
that. Sometimes I
I
get a
see,
random
Allah.
smell and I'll be like,
Says,
you know,
excuse me,
take
young
me
man,
back.
I dropped
Just
my
for a
spindle.
moment.
Would you
Maybe
mind
fleeting,
getting
but it'll
it for
take me
me?
back. I'll
So what
smell
happens?
something
She
and
sure
it'll
does. Paski bereish
And-
mocha v'katle. He brings it back to her, throws it at her
One
head,
day-
and kills her.
be kids.
Fine, Arpa's out. So says the Gemara,
That
Kad chazye yishbi bino. So the Gemara goes like this. So we'll say what happens. So now
That's
David
still-
HaMelech
it's like it
shows
was
up
yesterday.
ultimately again. Now we'll say,
It's like I had
remember, now
flashbacks,
we understand also the pasuk calls him yishbi
So,
bino
we go from like
because
the
this is part
lower
of
floor,
David HaMelech's
ground floor,
punishment
and
for
the
that
first floor.
which occurred in
That was
no.
my friends.
So the
whatever.
Gemara says what happens. He's yishbi bino. Amar
I say
hashta
friends, we went to school
havu
mates,
beit
so
train bikatlim.
We're
So what happens now? Yishbi realizes
We're
when he sees
walking
Avishai coming that he's going to
this
be outnumbered. David and Yishbi together
central
is a bit too
so
much
well.
to
And
handle.
some of the
Too much
older
to handle.
kids
So what happens? He goes and he says, "Now I'm going to be outnumbered." So
kinda
what does he
like
say? Get ready
merge.
for this. So Paskin David Leilei.
as we're all going
Viraz
to
l'rumche.
the top
So
stairs.
what's Amar
the
Nebo
top.
Ali
We had to
Beniklas?
go that
He wants to kind of get out of here now. So what does he do? He throws David HaMelech up in the
You ever
air,
seen a
which is an
cartoon
incredible display of
where
strength.
they like tried to
Puts
show
his
what a
spear
smell
down on the
looks like,
ground, obviously
and they like have the
facing
smell
up.
like that
I
goes
figured
through
that
like
enough just
this
going to land on the
and then
spear and we're done.
up the
So what
fucking
happens?
nose.
Who shows up just in time? Amar Avishai, shame. Avishai
That's like
comes
the
right
best
at
way I
David
could
is midair.
I could
He
like
says the shame
describe
for
this.
the shame
Did we
Hashem.
talk about this
Ultimately,
stairwell?
David
So as we
Shemai
approach the
La'aro.
stairwell,
So ultimately
this,
again,
like,
see,
fucking
he says the shame
smell goes
Mefurash and suspends
like right-
David HaMelech midair. Suspends David HaMelech midair. We'll say, get ready for this. Get ready for this.
and it was
Says
like
the Gemara. So V'nema Le'ihu. Why didn't David just say the Shema first? David also knew the sacred name of God. So again, why didn't David say the name in order to suspend himself? Jewish was supposed to say profound.
and
So
some of the older kids are like, what the fuck is that?
the
And they're like,
incarcerated
oh
individual
my god,
cannot extricate himself from
oh
his
my
jail.
word,
We'll say
can
an
you
incredibly
believe it?
important
Can you
yesod,
believe it? And they're like
which,
older,
again,
and I'm like, I
generally
don't know
we
what's
take to
going on.
mean that sometimes again we spoke
And
on
even
this
some
on
of the
Shabbos.
kids in my
Sometimes when you are in a
grade
situation you
are
can't
like,
see the trees.
can
from
you believe
the
that just
forest. We spoke
happened?
about this
Can you believe that just happened? Now, I can tell you, I've heard, I
again,
smell
Rabbis
it
have to
every
be a
fucking
Rebbe
smell
or
from this
Rebbe.
fucking school.
Like Rav just
Every
means
kind of
someone
fart.
whose advice
The loudest
you
of
rely
farts.
on. Someone
Kids,
who
I
can
had
see
this one
your life
fucking
and
fart.
see
Sometimes
you
legend.
outside of you. David
I'll
HaMelech
even
is in
talk
the
about
thick of this.
That's how good
He
it was.
cannot think
I don't know what it
clearly.
was. It was
He
the
cannot
absolute best
act
part in the history of
clearly.
farts.
And therefore,
I can
even
just
though
say
he
that.
knows the
Yes,
same
anybody
shame
from
of
my
Rosh
class,
Hashanah, so it's ready for
they
this.
will say,
Amalei,
they'll
my
remember
boss,
where they were. They'll be like, oh,
so
we
the
have to
first
sit
thing
down for this
Avishai
one.
says,
It's like one of those things, like a Dateline with 60 minutes.
what are
You
you
gotta sit down
doing
for
here?
this one.
Right?
And they'll all
what
tell
are you
you.
doing here? Amalei,
Exactly. I've told the story before, but I'll tell it again.
so he tells, see, So you would have
I
thought
had
David was going to say,
something.
listen,
I
I
don't know
was
what it
chasing
was.
a deer and I
But
just ended up
to
here.
this day, I've
I
never
was
had a
gonna
fart
realize
like
that
this
this was
before. Or
Hashgacha
like a
Pratis.
day
So he
where I
tells
had
Abishai
like
the
this.
whole story.
It
What's
was
the whole
like
story?
I
The
had
story
a
is God told me
boilermaker in my
punished.
fucking
He
stomach
asked me,
or
do I
some
want to
shit.
get the punishment to my
Not the
kids?
drink, just
So I
like
said, I'd
literally
rather
a
get the punishment to
boiler.
have my
Like
kids wiped out. Amalei apoch selus sech. So Abishai says to David, change around your tefillah.
this school
Ask
had
HaKadosh
no air
Baruch Hu to
conditioning.
punish your
They had
children
like
and
individual
not
air
you.
conditioning.
So listen to this.
It
He says,
was everything. I just remember
so as people say,
there were
better for
such
my
bad
grandson to
smells.
sell
There was
wax, but
ginkgo,
he should not
and
suffer.
there were
So I say, so what does that mean? You know, it's a
there's
natural
VO and
bonus on
sweat
parents to have
and
bonus on their children.
sometimes like spoiled
think the
food,
pshat is like this.
old milk,
What Avishai
like
ben
all
Tzruya
kinds of
says is,
just
listen,
thing.
all
And
you can plan for is the
someone
present.
vomit.
Right now, the
Kids,
Baruch was giving you the
anyway.
opportunity for sheket, shalom, and shalom
And I
in your
remember
present.
my one
So
friend
take
one time
a lot could change between now
brought in
and
a
the
stink
future.
bomb
You have plenty of time.
and
Even if Baruch
put
is
it
going
in
to
the
visit
locker
upon
room,
your children,
and it
you have
cleared out.
plenty of time to
And this that was
spend
very
and to write
pungent,
your
like
future. If HaKadosh Baruch Hu is
rotten
giving you
eggs,
the
like
opportunity for
sulfur.
tranquility now,
And I remember
grab it.
the Dean of Boys
Take
comes
it.
in and he's
Use
looking
it
around and
to
trying to figure
change
out
your
who did it.
circumstances
I
going
remember
forward. So swap
watching
your
this
tefillah
thing
around,
break.
switch it
Like
around.
somebody kicked it into the fucking locker and it shattered and we all fucking ran.
So we'll say ultimately,
that.
David says, I'll daven, but
It just
Avishai, can
stunk
you help me
really,
daven?
really bad. They had to open
what
up
the
all the
pasuk says,
fucking.
that
Like,
Avishai
I can
helped
remember
him.
teachers at school would smell so bad after we came in.
Avishai
After
daven together with David to have
playing football, all
Xer
sweaty,
reverse.
they would take the door and go like this and just try to wave out some of the fucking smell. It would. And when you're young guy, like, you're just fucking full
so
of
what happens?
hormones
So
and
Avishai and
adrenaline
David
and
now
stuff.
run away. So Yishbi is running
And
after them.
like we'd smell farts, every kind of fart. Farts in the
They say, "Hold
stairwell,
on for a second.
farts in
Let's
the
just turn around
hallway,
and
farts in the school, farts in the room. Like,
So they said,
I
then
just
they had a
think
second
that
thought. They kept running.
go like
And then when they got to Betrayed, they said, you know what, two lion cubs
make people
cannot
think that
defeat
I
the
was
mighty lion.
And it became cool to be like a farter.
Yishbi was much
You're a
stronger
good
than
farter. Like,
so
that'd
the
be a really good one. Anyway,
so what happened?
why?
So
Because
then
it's
they
just
realized,
funny.
however, at some point in time,
Whenever
they
anybody
keep
did
running.
anything, they have to go like
So
this.
listen to the plan they
Like,
did.
Some kids
So they
couldn't
turned
take
it on and they said to him,
And this one day, I had the worst fucking
why don't you
gas.
go visit the grave of Arba?
Not because I had a fart
Now,
so
what they
much,
just told him
but the
was what?
smell.
Right? We killed your mother.
It was on like it was like a sweet
Supposed to listen to this.
potency that has never been emulated in the history of
When they mentioned the
humankind
name of his mother,
ever
the fact that she was
since.
dead, it weakened his strength.
Nor have I had
and they were
it
able to
previously.
overcome
It was
this.
just,
Isn't that amazing?
it was
sometimes
sweet.
Even the hardest of people, right?
Pungent.
Even the
That's the
hardest
best way I
of
can
people,
describe it.
everybody
So
has
the
a
first-
soft spot for something.
First,
So
and
for
the
you,
thing is,
he was a
he
mama's
never,
boy.
or
You know,
he
he
absolutely
might have been a
to
big
not
warrior,
fart in
but
the
he was a mama's boy. When he heard
on
that
the
his mother never
way
was
to
killed,
school.
it hurt him.
So you
It
save
hurt him.
it
And at
all
the
up.
end of the day,
So
we
you
get
got
in, they
to
were able to
school just
overtake him,
because you
and
didn't.
he killed him.
You're like in a
So what's that?
close
So listen to this.
in
This is the
close
meaning of the
place with
pasuk.
people.
As nishpu
Once you got to
anshi
school,
David lemor,
especially when you got in the locker with all
so listen to this.
the
So they
boys, you
said to
just
David,
fucking
David,
let
after this
farts
event,
out.
they said, they
And then
swore.
fucking
The men of David said, you are not going
That's the
out.
thing.
You are not
People
going
would throw
out anymore.
punches, but it
You're not
wasn't
going
like
to battle anymore.
nobody was getting
As Ner Yisrael. And ultimately, again, the light of Israel should not be
People
seen. So
wrestled,
this episode, essentially, what they did is,
fucking
the king of
punch an
Israel is
arm till you
grounded.
were bruised on
King
the
of
arm
Israel
or
is
whatever.
grounded. His soldiers say to him, you're
But
not
nobody
going
was
hunting
doing
anymore.
anything to
You're
really
not going
hurt
to
him.
war anymore. You know, Rebbe Shalom saved us all this time, but you're not traveling without a detail anymore. So they thought, Tarabana. It was amazing, myself. Amazing, myself.
So this one day,
a 7.5-year learning
I
commitment
was in high school.
just to go ahead and see a dramatic mice like that. Because A, the story is
Yes,
overwhelming, and because so
sophomore
many
high
incredible
school.
lessons just from one little story.
Yeah,
Tarabana.
we had,
Shlosha
like,
Kapsala
first
Hamadan.
class, we
There are
had like
three
upstairs. I don't know.
There are three people who had the miracle of Pizza Sadara. Who had the miracle of having a long journey shortened. Who were they? Eliezer Eved Avram, Yaakov Avinu, Avishai ben Tzruya. So okay, so Avishai ben Tzruya, so what's Avishai ben Tzruya we just spoke about?
And
Eliezer
everyone
Eved Avram, Eliezer
was
son of Avram
within like
Yosef,
a
Va'avo
few
Hayom El Ha'ayin. I
meters
came
of
that day ultimately
he
again
knew,
to the ayin, to the well.
and
V'meimra Dahu Yom
they were
Hanafak,
like,
Dahu
dude,
Yom Hanafak. So we'll say this is about Eliezer in
his
Sarah.
they like knew, like I was like,
I came
I
that
was the
day. I
man for
traveled
that shit.
from
They're
Canaan
like, dude,
to Haran, and I made
that's
it in
like
the same
the
day.
worst
Yaakov,
fucking smell we've ever smelled. And I'm like, I know. They're like, no, you don't realize we've had fucking stink bombs go off. We're nearly like that. I mean, it was like making kids tear up. Like,
he stayed in that place,
and then the fucking bell would ring, and it'd be like you're sitting there, and you're like sitting in the swamp gas. It was just.
Remember, this is Yaakov running away from home.
So then, second,
he's going to Lavan. Lavan lives in
second class.
When he gets to Haran,
And the thing is, when somebody would let it rip, the fucking sometimes it'd be loud, like the vibration of your ass cheeks on the fucking. I still remember that on the fucking desk, like on the seat of the desk or a chair or something. Like it was just like a boom, like a rhythmic
he already got to Haran. He said, I can't believe I passed Harabais not davening there. He wanted to go back.
It was like the drum head, like
Harabais expeditiously quickly. So what happens?
I do this. The second Dude, that is the absolute fucking worst smell we've ever smelled in our entire lives. Like that's worse than anything you've ever put out before. That's a new flavor. This motherfucker's changing flavors. And I mean it was tremendous. It was there were kids who were talking about it like
the tzaddik came to my home, came to my inn, so to speak. The Harabais is the Ribono Shalom's home.
It was knocking kids into new dimensions. And the teacher would come in and they'd be like, oh, look, opening up the fucking window. Just, and I was like, this is amazing. This fucking formula that I got
didn't only rise for him.
This is fucking rice and gas. This shit is like Agent Orange. So, man, this is good shit. And these kids come up to me and they're like, if you fucking fart again, like we understand normal farts, but that is not normal. They're like, you need to see a doctor.
Also, after the episode of
I ain't going anywhere. They're like, if you fart again,
one time it set early
like
for him
that,
in order to get him to sleep on Harabais. The second time it rose early for him in order to heal him in the aftermath of the struggle with the Malach of Esau. So now let's go back for just a second. So David HaMelech reversed his bakasha. At first he said, God, I'm willing to suffer, leave my kids alone. Then he reversed it and he said, visit the punishment upon my children.
You know that you could go to the bathroom. You decide to do it in the middle of the center of this small classroom so that we can't breathe. You know that there are no fans. There's no air conditioning. That's going to help. There's no fucking
she was a mother
Febreze, nothing like that. I don't even know Febreze.
Her son Achaziah was killed.
You're gonna, if I do this at fucking 9, 10 in the morning,
she wanted to be queen.
You're gonna be
She
smelling
wiped
that
out
shit
all of the
until
other male heirs
9:59
of the
until you
throne.
get the fuck into the next classroom.
Yeah,
that's how.
She wiped out pretty much the remaining
Actually,
members
usually
of
though, it wouldn't
the
be. You stayed in the same classroom as the teachers rotated, which is a better way to do it than having the homeroom or whatever. Just have the teachers rotate. It's a better way.
Okay because from the city of Nov,
Anyway,
there was also
why
one
move 30
survivor,
fucking,
a Kohen by the
in
name
our
of
case, it was like
Ebiasa.
13 boys, but why move 13 boys? And I can just move one teacher. Anyway.
Suffice to say, just like there was one survivor from Nov, there was one survivor ultimately from the family of
One
David
kid in
HaMelech.
the fucking corner just like rocking back and forth. It's like, well, you okay?
And therefore, again, the Gemara says, were it not that there
Remember,
were
I
one
was talking
survivor
about like
from
when it
Nov,
smelled
right?
like off.
Ahimelech, excuse me, Ebiasar, David HaMelech's entire family would have been wiped out as well.
Now, this wasn't like the loudest part I've ever had, allegedly, or the funny. It was the worst smell in the history of smells. I can still tell you to this day, I have smelled maybe thousands of different farts, perhaps of my own, but other people, everybody's farts.
Now, the officers brought with them
There's been nothing before like this.
and
nor
their
nothing after.
harlots.
It was
Now, what is that?
truthfully the
We
most
don't bring
unique
princesses and
concoction
harlots to the battlefield.
in the history
They
of
were so
smells.
confident about their ability
It was sweet.
to be victorious of Yerushalayim that they brought their women with them. No one ever brings their women to the battlefield. They were so confident. They brought their women with them.
Yeah.
And again, he had another 80,000 strong soldiers wearing coats
Tell you
of
guys
iron.
about the stairwell. Anyway, we'll get to it. So,
and another 60,000 infantrymen.
it's like second period. Well,
Fine, Chashar Prussian. It was in other chariots as well. We'll
these guys
discuss
said
the
they're
size of the
going to
army
gang beat
or the
me.
soldiers as well. The size of the army gets even
And,
bigger. The Rein Baal Avram was this was the same
nobody
size
wants
force
that.
which marched against
And-
Avram. This is by the
and they were like-
4 wars against the 5.
They wouldn't
The
normally
Rein
like gang
Hasidim
up on
Lavo
me
in Gog
because I
Umagog.
could hold my
And it
own.
was
But like,
armies
I
of this
understood.
size
I'd
would
be
be
like,
even true by Gog Umagog.
if the
That's
shoe was on the other foot, I would be like, no, you're a friend, but we're going to beat the living
Because
shit
some
out
say
of
the
you if
length
you fucking
of
do this.
Sancheriev's
That's what
army
I would
camp
say.
was 400 parasels, which we'll say is huge. Rochav,
So third period
Savar,
comes by,
Susav, the width
and I'm
right
just sitting
of
there
the
smirking.
total
And the
necks of
kids
the
are like, oh
horses
shit, he's going to
are
do it again. And
40
they're
parcels.
like bracing
Sach
themselves for this, like the
Machanenu.
whole fucking 13
Also,
boys.
get ready for this. The total number
And
of people
the teacher's
in
like, what's going
Sancheriev's
on?
camp
And they're like,
was Masayv Deshishim
gonna gas
Ribo
us.
Apayim
really? Yeah,
Chasachad
gas you smack.
was 2,600,000,000
With everything, baby.
minus 1.
Sexist motherfucker
Listen,
all the time.
obviously, this is hyperbolic.
Anyway,
But the idea that the Gemara is talking about is they
They
never
were like,
saw
he's gonna
such
gas
a
us.
large army amassed.
really? Like a
Never
fucking
again.
chamber.
I understand Sancheriv before when
And-
he sees Yerushalayim. Is really? Really?
I mean,
Can you
this
imagine
shit
the
was
taxpayer
like
dollars that went into this? The good thing is that he
the
was
Zyklon beat.
Yeah, Rosh is not
of
answerable to anyone. But Lamais, I
Flash.
can't mean
It
the
was-
Rabbi describing the Gemara's coming over here
Yeah.
is an army the size that no one has ever seen.
So third
I'm sorry,
period goes by.
this is before the Balak. No, all this is before
But
the
I knew
Balak.
I had
The Gemara
to.
says, "Baya, baya."
Then
So what
lunch
is it? It says
and
minus
recess.
1.
I think we got 30 minutes for lunch and recess. And we'd spend 10 minutes at lunch and 20 minutes at recess. And then
Doesn't
we
mean
had to be
less
back
a
in the
million,
school.
less 100,000.
It made to be like interseason, like,
100, less than
with
1.
5 minutes to
Which
go
the
or
Gemara says
something.
take over. But when it's, I think
I'll never forget I
Gemara
was
says
in
take over.
physics
Gemara
class,
really
which was
means what?
10:30.
Who cares? But I mean,
And
it,
there were
it doesn't matter. Like we're not asking
Like,
Eliyahu
you
Navi
see,
this one.
I'll,
Right?
I'll
Also,
fucking
that's
line this
Eliyahu
up for
Navi.
you.
I was like, the
So
again, the Gemara
imagine-
has is, like I said, this is a huge,
Okay, here.
huge army.
So there's two lines of tables and a board. If you ever were in trouble,
the Gemara
the
describes
punishment, they
this
wouldn't.
army passing through the
They put
Jordan
a
River.
dot on the
So they
board,
have to pass through
draw
the
a
Jordan
circle around
in
it,
order to
and
get
then
to
if you stare at the
Israel.
circle
So
long
what
enough, it
happens?
would
Get
go
ready
away.
for this.
It was
So
a
the
50
first
minute,
group
30 minute,
passed the
45
Jordan,
minute
the
increments.
Shach.
Worst punishment you get is a double 45 before getting a suspension
They
or
have to
something
swim
like
through
that.
the Yarden.
No.
And son of
Okay.
the coma, the second ones who went
The
had to,
two,
didn't have to
there
swim.
were two,
They had to stand erect while
rows.
passing through one. What's the idea is?
and my
when
seat
you have
was in the
such
back
a
row.
large number of people passing through a body of water, whatever happening, they diminish the body of water.
And-
Meaning you take water, when you walk through water, you automatically remove some of that water
remember-
just with your clothing. So the first group had to swim. The second group had to walk. Shenamar Atzav Yagi Achronim
Like,
Halu
really
Afav
having
Ragleim V'lo Matzu Mayim B'nai Lishtos
after lunch.
Ad Sheviu Mayim Mimakum
And
Achar
these kids,
V'Shatzu.
the teacher was like
Ani
in
Karasi
the
V'Shasi
front
Sinai.
left corner
So what's
of
the
the
third group who came? They were kicking
class,
up
which is
dust with
opposite
their
of
feet.
where I
It
was.
shows that means that
And then there was like
by the
this
third
open
wave
area
passed through, there was no
to
water
the
left
to my
in the
right. So
Jordan
like, how would
River.
you describe it? Can you do it like this? Okay. Imagine a line of well, like, okay, how would you do it up here? Okay, the chalkboard's up here.
So they had to bring
The
water
door
from elsewhere
is like here.
to be able to give the army.
There's like two lines of desks like here and then here. They're just tables
So here's the problem.
with chairs.
What does that mean?
So the
The pasuk
teacher
told us, you're telling me about a
is
2,600,000,000 person
up
army.
by this
Never
the,
says
the
Allah wiped
whiteboard
out
chalkboard. I'm
185,000
talking with
soldiers.
some other
And
students
that was
over
the
here.
size of the camp. So which one is it?
And
Rabbi Amo says, Halalu Rosh Yasos.
I don't know if
Those
this is exactly when I did this,
185,000,
but
those
the
were the commanding officers.
Heisenberg
So what the Malach did was,
uncertainty
Malach wiped out the
principle
leadership.
has always been something like
Once you wipe
really
out the leadership of
interests
the
me.
army, then what?
And
Everyone else is going home.
I think that's what it was called. But I knew I needed an excuse to go talk to the teacher over here.
Literally,
and my
again,
seat
you
was
gave
like
fat to the skinny,
over here in these two
the
rows.
fat ones. The fat
And
ones is
then
reference to the
over
officers who were the
here,
commanders. I'm not reading.
there's like all kinds of science equipment. And so I get up and I go and I go to talk to the teacher, and I go like stand up and go to talk to him. Like the class is going on, but like the teacher was kind of doing some like I remember the two kids he was talking to, and I go up to them and I say to him, "Is it possible to know the location and speed of a particle? Because if we do, wouldn't you be able to predict the future?" He's like, "Well, you can only know one of them. You can't know both of them." And that to me was bothersome. And I understand, but I think there are ways around it. And I was really just bullshitting to give myself an opportunity to be at the very corner of this room.
So Gabriel was dispatched to kill the army. Is your sickle ready? So he said,
the
so Gabriel says essentially, I was born ready, right? I was ready. My sickle has been ready since the 6 days of creation.
Through the double desk chairs, I went around back.
The time of year
I did a figure eight. So like this. I'm just the opposite of what I'm doing
so
here.
Gabriel apparently is the Malach
like,
who's in charge of agriculture as well.
Like,
when you go out to check on the fruit, take your sickle and take care of them as well. I
remember there weren't a lot of people where I was sitting because
so this is what
I had
people
a friend
say
of mine,
that in general, when you have an
my
enemy,
very good friend
so make sure to say good morning to
who
him.
had just left
Right?
the
In other words,
school
go pass by your
school
enemy in the morning and say good morning to me. Very
because
disoriented. So the idea being that the Gabriel, when you're going out to do your work
he
of
was
checking on the
normally
fruit,
the one
also
sitting
take
next
care
to
of
me.
the Assyrian army.
And
which I will say, by the way, is an incredible yesod in general about
I
how
just
to deal with
remember
conflict.
this part of my life where I just felt alone.
Impossible is
Not completely, but just like
and the best way to
I was still in shock that that had happened. And perhaps this,
fight.
but that didn't really affect us. I'm just saying that that's why there weren't any kids there, like right next to me.
How are you? I'm
there was a kid, the next closest kid
and it's disorienting
to me was like towards the center of the room.
If their mom is roaring for
And I remember having done this figure eight,
others say that
and I look at this kid.
into the nose of the soldiers, and that's how
I'll never forget. And he was just—it was his side profile. And he was just staring dead forward. This kid would stare just dead forward into the fucking. I'm telling you, kids, if you've ever seen what is it called? Back in World War I, it was called shell shock, and then it was called like
what did he allow them to hear?
post-traumatic stress disorder. It had different names, but it was like bunker trauma, whatever. It was like this kid had the 1,000. I think it's 1,000-yard stare. But this kid had 1,000-mile stare. Normally, he'd be like, "Hey." He'd be like, he just was out of it. And you'd be like, "Dog, you've been staring at the fucking wall for 45 minutes. What is it?" And I had to stand next to this kid because he and I had similar names throughout like all our school. And this kid, I remember, I saw his side profile like this.
Rabbi Yochanan says five. Who are the five Rabbosai? Sencheriv was spared. Shnei Banav, his two sons, were spared.
This caused him to turn his head.
Can you imagine this? These are the five people who are spared.
And it was like he was the first person to know. And the whole class was still doing their own thing. Kids are writing. Other kids are asking the teacher. I just go up and ask, "Can you know where? Couldn't you predict the future if you knew where the location of a particle was and the speed?" And then I like didn't even care about the answer, and I just fucking do my little figure eight.
So Nebuchadnezzar says, I see four people, and one of them looks like an angel. How does Nebuchadnezzar know what an
so it'd be on
angel
this
looks
side.
like?
I go all the way to where all the science equipment is, to the very corner of the room.
How does he know what an angel
And
looks
I'm
like?
fucking like,
Because Nebuchadnezzar saw the angel that night when
ready.
everyone else was wiped out, and he was spared.
And I'll never forget the look on these kids' faces. They start. I don't know what the first word was, but it would be like,
because we see Sencheriv and his two sons, So we see that Sancheriv and his two sons.
I just remember. Let's get him.
Again, his two sons kill him.
And
so we'll say, so the fact that his two sons
there's a teacher there
which takes place after this
who was like
at
the fucking epicenter of this thing and didn't even know it. It's like, I think there's a thing like with Hiroshima and Nagasaki, like where the actual bomb like hit, it was like there are still buildings in that area. It's like they were right at the fucking epicenter of this thing. And I fucking went, and I literally went as far from that. They were in the front left of the classroom, and I went all the way to the back right. And I just fucking sat there like, all right, you motherfuckers, I'm taking on the whole fucking class. And
all right, then let's say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's shir. To thank our Talmud Torah sponsors for
in the unified sense,
year of Tafshin Pei, the Tilsim Mishpachah, we're dedicating all the Drushos this year's Zchus.
The heat of this pungency, the sweet pungency was everywhere. And they knew, and I knew the rules. I knew they were like, we are going to gang fight you if you do this again. And I knew it. And I knew it. I know it was like, dog, I know it. I guess that's what's going to happen. Let's roll. And there's this thing I always used to say. What would I say? You want a piece of me? I always say, you want a piece of me? Really? Yeah. And they wanted a piece of me that day. And they fucking all got up. And they fucking were coming at me with fucking fists. And I remember looking at the teacher, like, you're just going to let 13 people fucking attack me like a horde of Mongols? And he absolutely was going to. This motherfucker's doctor, he could have lost his position, but nobody's going to take it from this. Well, he would have just been able to be like, dog, I'm going to fucking
literally translated
test this fucking smell. It was so. I remember he was just in shock. He was like,
smell and judge is ultimately fit to go ahead and lead.
And I remember just being like, it was like,
what does this mean?
It was like napalm, it was like Zyklon B, it was like Agent Orange combined. If you could combine that and put it up my asshole, that's what it was like. It was like the most pungent fart in the history of farts. And I've told this story a few times on the street over the last 4 years or so. And every time I tell it,
smell the MS.
I maintain the accuracy of how bad this motherfucker thinks.
Also known as
it was. Have you ever seen Jupiter with like back in my day, it had like a great red spot, and it's like a bunch of fucking gases that are just kind of like going around each other, or like Saturn with that fucking hexagon at the top, and it's like gases that are just like going like this. That's what I imagine my stomach looked like. And that great red spot was like my asshole. It wasn't, but it just, that's what I imagined. It was like, do you know what chicken paprikash looks like? It's just like, kind of looks like
that which is right and that which is wrong.
Jupiter kind of like a mishmash of shit.
Anyway. So Barkov, do you think that you're Mashiach? Let's see. Can
I remember just blocking these blows. They never got to my
once they saw that
punch
he was
in the face,
unable
but
to smell justice.
I just blocked them, and then I remember
and they killed him.
Thinking to myself, dude, the teacher isn't like stopping. He's literally letting a dozen plus people fuck me up.
By the Jews.
And
other accounts have it that Bar Kokhba was killed by the Romans.
It was like, I was able to like defend myself in front of all these dudes.
Ultimately, again, leads the failed revolt. Just to point out, remember again, Rabbi Akiva.
They all were like, they came out and were like this, so maybe they weren't as well.
Tremendous amount of support, not just as a leader of Klal Yisrael, but as a potential
ventilated as they could be. But I remember sitting there like standing there. Like, there was like this thing we have with like a strobe light, and it was like a car, and it was supposed to be frictionless. That was there, and these fucking levels were there. I mean, I still remember it very well. Anyway, did I tell you about that stairwell? That was the worst part in the history of. I remember the teacher was like, go to the bathroom.
What does it mean that they had no
really? Yeah. And I was like, okay, cool. Walk around.
They didn't even have like the puncture of a needle of bloodletting. In other words, they were healthy.
You ask any of these kids, ask all 13 of them, they will absolutely, every single one of them will remember exactly where they were, and they'll be like, yeah, I was there. And I still think about that being the worst smell, the worst smell in the history of smells. I remember
any type of laughter,
it was sweet pungence. That's all I can describe it as. It was, and I've never had anything like that ever since. And I don't know what it is. If you're like, oh, what was it? I'm very consistent, as you can see. I eat the same shit. I do the same things generally. And I was very consistent then, as best I could be. But I don't know what it was. But it was like that.
On a very simple level, perhaps the idea is teaching us like this: that Daniel, Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah were able to abstain from frivolous laughter, frivolous chatter, sleep, and were even able to restrain their bodily needs because they were in the presence of the king. If they could do all of those things in the presence of a human king, then Allah has kama v'kama.
Meconium?
We have to exercise self-restraint.
I don't know what that smells like.
That we have in order not to engage in frivolous activity.
It was like
we too stand before the king at all times. Incredible.
It was different than that. You know how meconium is like a different kind of shit? It's like a baby's first poop. This was a different kind of fart, but it wasn't meconium. It was sweet pungent. I don't know how to describe it. And that's the thing. If you ask them, and they were really truthful, they would say it wasn't like eggs, it wasn't like sulfur, it wasn't like poop. There was a certain sugar to it, like a certain sweetness to it. Like, but hot. They wouldn't be like, it would be like if you took hot sauce
Rav says a little
and,
bit like a eunuch. Right? The king would often castrate his servants.
Cotton candy. It was like there was a certain sweetness to it that was just. You know how like in the cartoon they have like the fucking smell that goes like.
Was castrated during their days. In other words, that they had a successful ability to remove
like into somebody. That's what I did. I got all these motherfuckers. I was so proud. I remember sitting there. That was the funny thing. I fucking do the figure 8 and I go in the corner and they all fucking turn. And they're like, no, that's what, no. I remember that's what the word they said. No. Like, no. Let's get him. I mean, it was just like that. No. That's what it was. I think they just said, no. Like, no. Oh, it's okay. I mean, there's nothing more to it. I remember I think they told me to go to the bathroom. And but I remember the teacher being like, that is such a bad fuck. I'm going to let these fuckers wail on this kid for a little while. But I defended myself. I did not take any punches. Really, yeah. Anyway, that's the end of your story. No. Did I tell you about this fucking stairwell?
So ultimately, again,
right,
the concept that Hashem make reference of this level of degradation.
Checker.
Says, it could be that it was both.
Tile.
That literally
that had no wax, so you're not supposed to wax.
But also, they were able to cut off Avodah Zarah during their days. Incredible. The Gemara goes weiter. According to it says that they are mamish svisim. So the pasuk says,
LBT's luxury vinyl tile.
The pasuk says that the name that they established for themselves was even greater than potential physical offspring. So it makes sense they had no physical offspring. All I
know is that I think there's a certain, like your standard tile size is like 16 or 12 inches, but if it's 9 inches, that is fucking
before they were made by the king, they had children.
Luxury vinyl, plank, no, it's luxury vinyl tile, but no. I thought it was. There's no way.
What does it mean? I will give them an eternal name, will not be cut off. That's called Sefer Daniel, because ultimately, again, Sefer Daniel is named, obviously, again, by or for Daniel. Michte, Sumar asks a general question. It's not that I know that Sefer Daniel was named for Daniel. Sumar asks an interesting question. Michte, Kalmili de Ezra Nechemia, Ben Chachas, Kalmili de Ezra, Nechemia ben Chachaya Amrinu. So, interesting enough, Gemara says pretty much all of the words, so I want to point out, Rashi points this out, in our Tanakh, right, we have Sfar and Ezra and Nechemia. In reality, there's really only one sefer called Ezra. It was divided out later on. Gemara says something very interesting. Most of Sefer Ezra was actually prophesied by Nehemiah, said by Nehemiah. So if that's the case, why is it called Ezra, not Nehemiah? To which the Gemara says, "My tamilo ikri sifra al shmei." Why was it not called Sefer Nehemiah?
Actually, this was not
again,
LBT.
Nehemiah
LBT.
took a little bit too
This
much
was
credit
the
for
Noah.
himself.
It had a fucking smooth surface. It did not have a dimple
Remember
surface.
me, my God, for good. I
anyway.
Nami.
So it was linoleum. Yeah. Anyway, it's checkers, and then there was this ridge, and there was metal, and
remember me,
it could get really, really slippery in this
taking
area.
credit almost like he had a little bit of requisite
Remember I was talking about
in order to
there
go
were
ahead
the
and in order
stairs.
to go ahead
You
and
walk into the school,
have his
step up, and then another step up, and then you can either go down. If you go down, the classroom where I ripped ass, and the epicenter was like right ahead. You could actually see it from the doorway. And then if you go up, that's how you go up.
Doesn't merit to have the safer name for him. Why?
The main
Because he
office.
spoke disparagingly about the early
So I got a
ones.
taste of my.
What does this mean?
Not my own medicine.
So,
I remember. So I'll say
this is incredible.
And
that Ezra
we're about to go up to
disparaged
Central
the leaders.
Store.
Sorry,
Did I tell you
Nehemiah
about the Central Store?
disparaged the leaders that
So
came before him.
we're
And ultimately
there
accused
were like
them
some
of
older kids who were going
exploiting
up
their
first.
position for personal
We're
gain.
kind of following
Now,
them.
what's fascinating about that
And I
is,
hear
even
from
though he
above
may have
these
been
older
right,
kids.
right,
Did you ever see that
what he said was
Seinfeld
factual, you can't
where-
malign other Jews. You can't malign other Jews. But so we saw this in yesterday's daf, the opinion that says
Okay, so
that-
when these kids
that-
smelled my fart, it was like that Seinfeld where
Azariah drowned in
Frank
saliva, right? They drowned in
serves
spit.
the.
We saw it from Marshall who said, now what does that mean? That they
He's
cause
got
the
the
nations of the world to
Jewish-
speak negatively about Klal Yisrael for their non-belief. You can't speak negatively about Jews. You just can't. Even if what you're saying is true, and even if a point has to be made, a point has to somehow be made, always holding up the sanctity
Matchmaking
of the
event?
Jew, never chas v'shalom deconstructing the other. So therefore, again, because Nehemiah, perhaps truthfully, but nevertheless negatively spoke about Klal Yisrael, therefore he lost out having the safer name in the name. Gemara said furthermore, he even spoke negatively about Daniel.
I mean, I've gone.
Whom we
this
know
way.
on,
This-
to God
These
whom we
aren't
know.
supposed to be 3
Now, by the
hours,
way,
but
how do we know?
We
How do we
covered
know that
Nida,
how do we know that he was greater than him? So the Gemara says,
tomato, tomato, potato, potato.
good. All right, so there's a lot of Rashi. So,
Which one is it? It's whatever you want. it to be.
next cycle. וראיתי אני דניאל לבדי אז המרה והאנשים אשר היו עמי לא ראו אז המרה אבל חרדה גדולה נפלה עליהם ויברחו והחבא והאנשים אשר היו לא
cooking in
So
Korea.
the Gemara says, so how do we know that Daniel was greater than these other people? Because the Pasuk records an episode where there was a dramatic vision. Daniel had the vision and no one else saw it.
Jewish singles.
No one else saw about Daniel. So the fact that Daniel saw it, no one else saw it, indicates not that Daniel is greater.
All right,
As the Gemara says, who were these other
there you go.
people?
I have to talk
Who
a
were
little
with
though.
Daniel but didn't see the vision?
Why?
Rabbi Yirmiyah,
Because- You know, I don't want to
Other
get
prophets,
copyright
Haggai,
strike.
Zechariah, Malachi. So they were there with Daniel.
He doesn't know
They
anything
did not
about
see
it.
the vision. Daniel saw it. Those say Tzadik Kalal Medalef 94a. Inu Adiku Minayu, V'ihu
Korea,
Adiku Minayu. So it's interesting enough in certain
Grandfather
respects.
doesn't
In certain
play.
respects,
Yeah.
Haggai, Zechariah, and Malachi were
Really?
greater than Daniel. And in other respects, Daniel was
Isn't that
greater
cool?
than them. How so?
Really?
So the Gemara says, Inu
Uh-huh.
Adiku
Something like
Minayu.
that.
So ultimately, again, they, Haggai, Zechariah, Malachi were greater than Daniel. The Inu Nvi, V'ihu Lo Navi.
When you ask these kids, this is the kind of response that they're
So
getting,
Haggai,
especially
Zechariah,
this one
Malachi
kid
were considered to be
with
bona
the
fide
1,000.
Nevi'im. Daniel apparently
Slayer.
was a lower grade Navi.
Really?
Ve'ihu
Kids
chazav,
work for
ve'ihu
the government.
lo
It's
chazav.
a
Right?
contract.
Daniel was greater than them because Daniel had this vision, and they did not have this vision. So Gemara says,
This
"V'china
smell?
achar d'lo chazav by taima." It is.
I bet it's still in their nasal
If
cavity.
they didn't have the vision that Daniel had, then why were they frightened? Why were they frightened? What caused the fright?
The minutia of my story, that's
That's
where I get you.
I'm sorry.
Minutia. I'm Mr. Minutia. I'm Mr. Big.
Their muzzles saw.
That's this motherfucker of all time.
So
I
often
won't go
muzzle
into that
refers to
though. Why?
like astrological signs. In this context, actually, uses as follows. Every person has a malach, right? Every person has like a ministering angel who advocates for them, who looks so watching over this.
This
Like,
smell,
sign to me,
it was so sweet.
My malach sees that
What
I
the
don't
fuck
see.
happened here?
I don't see. But yes, again, there is like
What the
this
fuck happened
synergistic
here?
connection between myself and my malach, and therefore the Gemara suggests over
This.
here
except it wasn't from eating, but it was. The smell did this to people, kids. Really? I remember it like it was yesterday.
Sometimes in life,
that's the sound that they made when they smelled this.
And the fear doesn't even make sense. Like the fear itself could be a lot.
These motherfuckers can fight, and I took them all down.
But they don't
Really?
know why.
I defended myself very well.
Saw something, even though I didn't
This
see
is wild
it,
shit.
and that's having an impact on me. Incredible. So the most Kante. So what's the takana for that? In other words, let's say a person is gripped by fright. They're not exactly sure, right, what the fright is, but I know that I want to be out of this emotion.
Absolutely.
So what should you do? Jump away from your present spot. Jump away, Dalaramas. Inami, Likri Kriyashma, or say Shema. And if ultimately again you're standing in a place where Allah
is that the end of it?
So you can't say Shema, what should you say? Say the following.
I love when he goes, this sucks. I love how he says it.
Okay. So what exactly?
Well, it sucks.
So perhaps
I love that.
Rabbi is teaching us.
I'm back, baby.
There are times in life where a person is gripped by fear. And there are times in life where I can't even understand what the fear is. So I said, what's the chat of fear? Fear is paralyzing. That's why.
Who do these two people remind you? Hi, parents. Really?
Paralyze me and keep
Yeah.
me at
George!
What do you do in life when you are seized by fear? There are three possibilities. Number one, jump around, which means move yourself forward. Number one is don't allow fear to paralyze.
They remind you of your parents in some way.
Whatever you do, don't remain in place. Because one thing is if you remain in place, what's going to happen? What's going to happen?
I have to talk, or I don't want to do something.
The first thing one sees by fear is literally move yourself, even if it's only a little bit of amount. Move yourself forward in life. Number two,
Phoenix, rising.
What is it? Anchor yourself in HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Shema is the old word, which I tell myself to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The greatest antidote to fear is a relationship with the Ribono Shel Olam. So you're seized by not unintelligible, paralyzing fear.
Flashbacks.
Let yourself to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That's what gives you the courage to move forward. And I will say lastly,
Flashbacks, kids.
Saying the goat in the slaughterhouse is fatter than me. What is that? Sometimes I will say fear
They'll remember.
is nonsensical.
Ask any of
So
them.
sometimes the way to shake off fear is to say,
I am sure of it.
this is not real. So that statement of the goat in the slaughterhouse is fatter than me. It's just like a statement that I can't.
You're sure of it?
How do you feel?
Guaranteed.
What's your reaction to that statement?
Guaranteed.
You giggle a little bit, right? It's like a smile. Like the idea of it is so many times in life we're paralyzed by things that aren't real. They're not
I
real.
still remember them coming after me.
So
like
sometimes
the
what you need to
fucking
do is
Wild
you
West gang with their
break the
fucking
whole
shirts
fear
over their fucking
by
noses,
saying
and
something
then
like
just
shtickle
like,
nonsensical. So say a little
Really? Yeah.
nonsensical, kind of like change the
You want
mood a
a
little
piece of
bit
it?
and be able to move yourself
I used
forward.
to say
We're
that
gripped
all
by
the time.
paralyzing
You
fear,
want a
number one,
piece
move yourself forward.
Really? Yeah,
Anchor
it's I'm the
yourself
sixth
to HaKadosh
motherfucker on
Baruch Hu
earth.
and remind
Anyway,
yourself that it's
did I
not
tell you
real.
kids about
If you do the
this
three
fucking
things, or even if
stairwell?
it is real, it's not
So
as
there's
real as it actually
there's like
feels.
a,
So be able to move
okay,
yourself
there's like
forward,
sidewalk,
even in the midst
and
of
then
the
there's like
mobilizing fear. Incredible.
landing.
So the Gemara says,
It's like fucking bully or
so the Gemara
Mr.
says,
open.
sorry, Lemar Baham Shara
Italian-
Baham Shalom Ein Kates, Unam Tanchum Darsh Bakar Vizikori,
What society?
called
Double doors.
Pasua, Vizasasum, general Bosai, general of mem in the
Then
middle of the pasuk,
like a
right, is open.
ledge,
Is open. And only the
fucking
mem at the
door
end of the word
tracks,
is
and then
closed.
there's
Yeah,
this
in this
fucking
word,
linoleum
mem
tile.
in the middle is closed.
Pretty sure there's linoleum, nothing luxury about
So
this.
it's
And it's
incredible.
fucking,
This pasuk is by Chizkiyo. Chizkiyo, the
it
king of
was like,
Yehuda. So HaKadosh Baruch Hu wanted to make Chizkiyo Mashiach, the Sancheriv
it was
go
like checkerboard, like,
and remember
right?
again,
Like,
Sancheriv,
not even
who
like,
comes out to
it's
do
like-
battle with Chizkiyo. Hashem
was
wanted to
white,
make him
but now
Gogu
it's like
Mogo.
super
Remember
clear.
again, there's this word
And
Gogu
fucking
Mogo,
ugly
which is
too.
this ultimate showdown
closure.
between good and evil,
Anyway,
which precedes.
if you go down the stairs, right
Hashem
there
wanted
was
to
the
make Chizkiyo,
epicenter of where I
Mashiach,
did my
and Sancheriv. Gogu Mogo. I want to read this at the
raping.
HaKadosh Baruch Hu.
Really? I wouldn't call it that. Ass raping is like where you fuck somebody's ass. Nasal raping.
So the midas hadin, the actually the strict justice comes to the Rebbe Shalom.
Whatever.
I'll say it's almost like the Yacha, like
Just
like a, there's like
we
a
consider
system of
that
checks
to
and
be-
balances, like Lahavla Chosh Baruch Hu. Rebbe Shalom is ready to go to make Chizkiyo Melech. Midas thinks is what? David was greater than Chizkiyo, and you didn't make David Mashiach. So the Gemara says, "V'lo
What do you
asas
call it?
Mashiach,
Point
Chizkiyo
zero?
shasis l'kol nisim."
No. Ground zero.
Right?
That bitch was ground zero.
Chizkiyo
Then you
sha'asa
got the
l'kol
stairs to
nisim
go
alone.
up.
V'lo amar shir
There's
lefanecha,
the
ta'aseh Mashiach. So again, Chizkiyahu, ultimately, again, he did so many miracles
office,
for
and then
and yet,
stairs,
unfortunately, he
plateau,
didn't sing Shira.
there's a fucking window or something that had like frost. You couldn't even fucking tell. But there was some part of the school you'd never been to. It was like a fucking maze. This school is like a fucking maze. And then the upstairs, and then
the mem was
and kids, I was. We were just, and the other thing is, you have these fucking backpacks with so much fucking shit in them. And you have like all this fucking shit, flashcards, and fucking 15 different books. You're never gonna use them. In fact, one time we all after school used to put our books down when we were waiting to go home. And I had a book bag that had like a fucking rubber bottom with like a tire on the bottom. And I put this backpack on, and it was super, super heavy. And I go home, and I don't fucking look at my schoolwork yet. And we get this call, and it's one of the teachers. And it turned out that I had taken their son's backpack, and they were like, "Oh, their backpack was really light." What I still thought it was fucking heavy as shit. And so my dad took me to go to this person's house so I could get the right backpack. But they were exactly the same kind of backpack.
He didn't sing Shira.
Anyway,
I'll sing Shira.
And
I'll sing Shira in his behalf.
We got these like fucking rucksacks, all these fucking books, and we're just fucking like turtles going up the stairs. But we didn't get to the stairs. Did I tell you about the central stairwell? Anyway, so we fucking walk in, and I see the kids are older, the boys are older, they go, and I just hear some of them just start saying, no fucking way. And I'm like, what's going on? And they start calling this move, and I'm like, what is going on? And then the kids around me are like, what is? And I'm like, and then I get it. And then I get it. And then I got it. I got it. And then I knew what they were talking about.
Okay, so let's go.
Kids.
Now the earth has said Shira on his behalf. Right? He didn't say Shira, earth says Shira on his behalf. The Basco captain said, Razi Li, the secrets of the world are for me. Says, I've changed my mind.
Have you ever smelled a fish hatchery?
Amr Navi, Oili, Ad Mosai. So the Navi says, woe to me, right? For how long? Now the Navi now is lamenting the Mashiach has not yet come. So I'm saying, when will Mashiach come? Yas Abaskova Amra, Bogdim, Bogdu, Bagad, Bogdim, Bagad, Bogdim, what is the name of Amra? Maybe Scott. And the Asu poses a.
Remember, like in the cartoons where the fucking smoke goes and it goes like this?
Enemies of enemies.
Well,
meaning that unfortunately, Klal Yisrael has to suffer much until Mashiach comes.
Is that it smells?
Masa Doma Elai Kori Misir, Shomer Man Milaila, Shomer Man Emmanuel, Amr Yochanan, Osama Chamuna Ruchos, Duma Shmo. The Malach who's in charge of the winds, his name is
Duma. Going up the stairs,
so all of the winds came to Duma. Amrulo Shomer
Man Milaila,
Shomer Man Milel. So
I was expecting to get to the top of the stairs and see somebody just filleting fucking sand. Or like one of those fucking
Rashi understands that Ruach
Japanese chefs with,
but instead Ruach is Neshamas.
Cutting into
Neshamas. This is the Malach who's in charge of all of the Neshamas. So or everyone comes to this Malach and asks him, Shomer Mamilel, Mad Davar,
like when they get caviar?
When is Gula going to come? It's incredible, by the way, to see what the Gemara is having over here is we often think that we are the only ones, we being mankind, Klal Yisrael, are the only ones constantly and consistently pushing for Mashiach. What you begin to see is something absolutely
from sturgeons.
The world.
You ever see when they get the caviar and they get like fucking, they like massage it? I mean, I would have expected to see somebody massaging a sturgeon at the top of the fucking stairs.
So what does this mean?
And
so the Shomer says,
I wasn't even at the fucking first plateau yet. We're at like
the dawn will come, but at the end of the day, only after a great light. Rashi says,
the office level, and I couldn't tell if it was worse there, or if as I got higher,
morning will come, but before morning, there will be a great night. Incredible.
I couldn't tell. I could just tell. It's like you were at a crossroads, and both of them spelled like.
So, right, morning will come. But when will morning will come? Number one, Intibayun. if you yearn for it.
And
You have to yearn for it. The Baruch was not going to give us anything
my class is on the third floor, so I gotta go fucking dive back into this
again, we have two
fucking thing.
So I'll say
So
two
as I
elements.
go up the stairs, and my feet are like touching that
Here, the
tile
Malach
with
who's
that
in charge of
fucking
the
metal
Neshama
rib.
says, what is
I'm
the Baruch
thinking to
waiting for?
myself,
Remember what he wants? He needs us to want it. If we don't want it badly enough, he's not going to give it to us.
And the guys are fucking laughing.
If we could have
And it's like the higher these people go in the stairwell, the more that they're laughing.
We'll say first wide lines at the other, that's the widest line. It was embarrassing for Chizkiyahu that he did not say Shira until the earth came along and said Shira.
And there's like a frosted glass of fucking dusty ass
Yisro, so we'll say
and
other
this little,
examples
like,
of situations where Klal Yisrael did not say Shira until someone else reminded us to do it.
It was as strong there as it was
Yisro says,
near
blessed is God who saved you, Klal Yisrael. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Papis, Inagu Moshe B'Shishim Rivo, Shelo Amru Baruch Ad Sheba Yisro V'Amar Baruch Hashem. It was embarrassing for Moshe and Klal Yisrael. Moshe and Klal Yisrael didn't say Baruch Hashem until Yisro came along and said Baruch. Now again, remember, Moshe and Klal Yisrael said Shira as Yashir Moshe ben Yisrael, but no one
as I got to the top of the stairs, I really expected
until Yisro came along. And that was embarrassing that Yisro was the innovator of this, not Klal Yisrael. Vayichad Yisro.
Chef
So it's interestingly enough,
or sturgeon,
what does that mean?
caviar removed,
or
someone
he circumcised himself.
Salmon.
Yisro was so impressed. So one of my colleagues, so he wanted to join the ranks of Klal, so he gave himself bris milah. Shmuel says,
it was like it was any other day on that.
Why? So the Gemara says, Amarav. So we'll say it's
Stairwell,
interesting that the goosebumps are understood to mean that Yisro was overwhelmed by what happened to Mitzrayim. And again,
and I still don't know necessarily what happened.
He was a member of the Umos Olam. He was a member of the nations of the world.
We were asking the older kids, what is that? And they were laughing.
To the Gentile nations of Egypt. So the Gemara says,
and some of the kids in our class, I think, were laughing. We're still,
you see, very important. So
I don't know who
that in
it
front
was.
of a convert,
I
do
don't
not
necessarily know
disparage
exactly what
Gentiles
happened,
for up to 10 generations. So we'll say this is just such a
I
fascinating
have
idea.
my suspicions.
And on one hand, when someone converts, what do we say? Gershon is guy, dummy. You're a new person. You're a new person. It's true that he's a new person. I would say, but it's fascinating. But it's because I'm a new person doesn't mean I don't have a past. Doesn't mean I don't have a past, which is ostensibly contradictory. But only Jews can live in this sort of contradiction. So the Gemara says, be sensitive to the fact about what you say about Gentiles in front of converts, because at the end of the day, a person came from that world. So if you're disparaging of that world, that person is going to feel that pain. So Yisro, remember again, Yisro left everything in order to come to Klal Yisrael. He's a Gary, in other words, he circumcised all these things. But at the end of the day, that's the world he came from. And because of that, there was a sensitivity there. The Gemara says, be cognizant of that sensitivity. Fascinating. So the Gemara says, L'chein, Yishalach Adon Hashem Tzvagos Mishman of Razon, my Mishman of Razon, Amar Kadosh Baruch Hu, Yavach Chizkiyahu, Sheyish Lo Shmona Shemos, V'yifram Yisrael Sheyish Lo Shmona Shemos. Let Chizkiyahu, I will say, remember, there's a lot of allusions. We're going to see more over here. This battle between Sancheiriv and Chizkiyahu. So let Chizkiyahu, who has 8 names, let him come and conquer.
First period.
Or actually overcome the Yifra, exact punishment from Sancheiriv, who has 8 names. So now the word just goes through the names. Chizkiyahu Tichsev, Ki Yalad Yulad Lanu, Ben Nitin Lanu, Vati Hamishra Al Shechmo, Vayikra Shmo, Peleyoetz, El Gibor, Aviad, Sar Shalom, Aiva, Ika Chizkiyahu. Okay, but what about his actual name, Chizkiyahu? First one says, interestingly enough, Chizkiyahu might not have been his real name, might have been a descriptive name, Shechasku Ka. Chizkiyahu really is just a descriptive name, Yakash Baruch Hu gave him strength. Davar Akar, Chizkiyahu Shma, Chizkiyahu Shechizek Es Yisrael Avim Shema Shemayim. So we'll say other possibilities. Once again, Chizkiyahu is not a real name, it's a descriptive name. Why is he called Chizkiyahu? Ultimately, because he strengthened the bond between Klal Yisrael and Hakadosh Baruch Hu. We'll see more about that in just a little bit. Sancheiriv, what is Sancheiriv? All of Sancheiriv's names: Dichsiv Bey, Tiglas, Pileser, Planeser, Shalmaneser, Pool, Sargon, Asanpar, Rava, Viakira. Okay, I have Ika Sancheiriv. What about Sancheiriv? Right? In other words, you forgot about that. To which the Gemara says, no, also that's descriptive. Gemara says Shesichaso Riv. He was very quarrelsome in the way that he spoke. Right? Sancheriv to see spoken in quarrelsome fashion to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Davar Achar Shesach Benicher Dvarim Klape Mala. That literally again he spoke and he was defiant with his words to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. All right, incredible. So Rabbi Yochanan also Rothschild Asanpa Rabbi Akira. So says here's what's interesting. So Sancheriv, if you look at some of these names, Sancheriv was actually given some pretty significant titles. This Asanpar Rava Viakira. So leaving aside Asanpar for just a moment, Rava Viakira means great and precious. How was Sancheriv given these names? This is wild. Because Sancheriv, right now, remember Sancheriv, who caused much destruction, but yet he never spoke disparagingly about Eretz Yisrael. Shneimar, Ad bo'i v'lakachti eschem al eretz ka'artzuchem. So I'll say this is incredible. Sancheriv, when he was exiling Jews, what did he say to the Jews? I'm going to take you to a land that is like your land. He doesn't say a land better than your land. Rather, he says a land like your land. He's careful about how he spoke about Eretz Yisrael. So Rabbi Shmuel both said. So one says that Sancheriv was very wise, and one says Sancheriv was very foolish. How so? According to one who said that he was a smart king, so I'll say, so ultimately the one who says he was a smart king is because Sancheriv knew if he would tell the Jews, I'm taking you to a better land, there's nothing better than Israel. And they would dismiss his words as just being foolish. Right? So therefore, he purposely said, I'll take you to a land like your land. The opinion that says that he was a foolish king, I'm sorry, the one who says that he was foolish is apparently Sancheriv was trying to get the buy-in of the Jews for relocation. So if you're going to get their buy-in relocation to tell them that they're being moved to a similar type of land, why would they buy into that? You should have told them it's better, and they would have more readily bought into it. Okay, in the Gemara says, Lahecha Adinu, where did he so much say, so find out how incredible this is. Right, so Sancheriv is held in higher esteem by HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Why? Because he did not speak negatively about Eretz Yisrael. He killed Jews, he exiled Jews, he took our sons, but he never spoke negatively about such an incredible idea. So the Gemara is like, where did Sancheriv exile the Jews to? So the Gemara says, La Afriki. So Afriki, La Hari Suluk. Hari Suluk. Fine, different places to exile them. Aval, Yisrael Sipru B'Gnus Eretz Yisrael. Unfortunately, as much as Sancheriv never spoke negatively about Eretz Yisrael, Klal Yisrael did speak negatively about Eretz Yisrael. Kimatu, the Gemara says, Kimatu Sos, when they came to this place called Sos, Amri, Shavya Ki Arim. They called it Sos. They named it Sos because they said, oh, this new land is just as nice as our land. Kimatu Almin, when they came to a place called Almin, Amru Ki Almin. They said, ultimately again, this is like our land as well. Kimatu Sos Trey, when they came to a place called Sos Trey, Amri Al-Chad Trim. They said this is twice as good as Eretz Yisrael. So unfortunately, I want to say this has unfortunately been sometimes the downfall of Klal Yisrael throughout the ages, where we find ourselves in new lands and we deceive ourselves into thinking that where we are is actually better than Eretz Yisrael. Not that it's okay, not that it's maybe just as nice, but to think that even Chas v'Shalom somehow is even better than Eretz Yisrael. So again, something to be learned from everyone, even as Sancheriv. Sancheriv was always careful about how he spoke about the city or how he spoke just about the land itself. Incredible. So the Gemara says as follows. Good. The Gemara says, good. Good. V'sachas kivoldo, yikod ki yikod ish. Rabbi Yochanan. Tachas kivoldo v'lo kivoldo manish. Rashi says over here, Tachas gufo mamish shaguf kain u'neshama esrachas. This is talking about, again, when Sancheriv's army was defeated. So how was it defeated? So the Gemara says, Tachas kivoldo v'lo kivoldo manish. Sancheriv's army, we're going to see, their bodies remained intact. They were killed by having their neshamas incinerated. So the Gemara says, Kihad Rabbi Yochanan, Karilei lamani nechuda mach bedusai. Like Rabbi Yochanan called his clothing, those things that give me honor. Because it is actually very reminiscent of the Gemara that we saw yesterday, that even in this time of sakana, a person should make sure to keep himself intact. Right? The Gemara says, even when thrown into the furnace, they make sure that they're wearing proper clothing. The clothing is called the thing that gives you honor. How you dress says a lot about the person you are. And how you dress for certain things ultimately telegraphs a message about the importance that you ascribe to that particular event. So therefore, your clothes, interesting, your clothing is what gives you honor. So the most of those are Tachas Kvodo Mamish, Kisfefas Bnei Aaron. Malalon Sefas Neshama V'Guf Kayim, Afkan Sefas Neshama V'Guf Kayim. So we'll say, just like by the death of Aaron's sons, so remember again, the fire came in, incinerated their neshamas, but their bodies were intact. So too, when Sancheriev's army was killed, their neshamas were incinerated, but their bodies remained intact. So the Paro, this is incredible. Paro, who literally again blasphemed Hashem himself, right? Because Paro says, so Paro himself, who blasphemed, his punishment comes directly from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Sancherev, Shechir, Bose Amud Beis, Sancherev, Shechir, Ayidei Shaliach, and Sancherev ultimately again, who kind of blasphemed through a Shaliach, HaKadosh Baruch Hu nifra mimenu, HaKadosh Baruch Hu mimenu, Ayidei Shaliach. So ultimately again, HaKadosh Baruch Hu exacted punishment from him through a Shaliach. Okay, so what's going on over here? So Gemara says, Paro B'Tzibdei, Mi Hashem Eshma B'Kolo. So Paro says, who is Hashem? So Paro directly blasphemes. Who is Hashem that I should listen to him? Nifra HaKadosh Baruch Hu ben Abiyatzmo. Baruch Hu exacts punishment from him himself. T'chsiv, Vayinar Hashem es Mitzrayim b'Soch Hayam. Right? By Yamsuf. Hashem himself stirred the waters of Yamsuf. T'chsiv, Darachta by Yamsuf. Sancherev T'chsiv, Biyad Malachacha Charaf Hashem. So ultimately again, Biyad Malachacha Cherpas Hashem. So ultimately again, Sancherev, who says, in the hands of kings is the degradation of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So Nifra HaKadosh Baruch Hu again, Sancherev doesn't say straight out a statement of blasphemy, but rather again, he says it kind of indirectly. So therefore again, the Gemara says, Nifra HaKadosh Baruch Hu Mimeno Ayidei Shaliach. The Baruch Hu exacted punishment from him through Shaliach as well. Vayetze Malach Hashem Vayach B'Machane Asher Mea B'Shmoni B'Chamishim Elef. So it says, remember again, this was the this is like the incredible story where Chizkiyahu essentially said, like, there was no way for Klal Yisrael to defeat the army of Sancheiriv. So it's the famous story where Chizkiyahu goes to sleep at night. He says, I'm going to go to sleep, and you do you. You work your magic. And miraculously, that night, 185,000 soldiers died in their sleep. Just died. So that, if you notice, the Lashon over here is Vayetze Malach Hashem. It wasn't that the Baruch Hu Kiviyachol did it himself, but ultimately again, like you see on page Malach, this was Malach for the army. The Baruch Hu sent Malach. Why indirect? Why indirect? So the last team indirectly. Therefore, the Baruch Hu exactly punishment indirectly. Hanina Bar Papa Rami Ksiv. Morom Kitzo Uksiv Molon Kitzo. Shabbos says this is very interesting. So the Gemara says Morom Kitzo, which literally means again the heavens. The heavens are his abode, and then it says Molon Kitzo. Molon literally means like a domicile, a dwelling. Right? Rashi says over here Morom Kitzo b'Yishaya Uksiv Molon Kitzo b'Melochet. Morom Kitzo mashma dira shamnata. So one talks about the dwelling of HaKadosh Baruch Hu on high, and when on earth. Amar also Rasha. So you could see the unholy aspirations of Sancheiriv. And Sancheiriv says, first, I will destroy the house of God in this world. And then afterwards, again, I'll destroy the house of God in the celestial sphere. Hamidala de Hashem, Alisi Alamako Azeh, La Shviso, Hashem Amar Eli, Allah Ala Araz Azos Vishviso. So as I said, this is very interesting. So one of the fascinating ideas about Sancheiriv is Sancheiriv felt that he received divine instructions to go and destroy Eretz Yisrael. He thought that this was a divinely orchestrated message. So Rashi says over here. So again, before I get Rashi, so I said, Ata Hamibalade Hashem, Alisa Lamakalazeh. So Sancheiriv says, would I march against Yerushalayim without explicit instructions from God? Hashem Amar Ilai, Alei Ala Aretz Hazos Vishchisa. Hashem has said to me, come to this family, which is pretty wild. So Sancheiriv is essentially saying that he's acting by the word of God. So Mikey, says, what are you talking about? Where did Sancheiriv to describe himself? Where did you ever hear such a thing like this? And Gemara says, Yishon Navi Dikamar, Yan Kimasa Amazeh, Esmi Ashilach Haokim La'at La'at, Umusos Es Rothschild Uben Remal Yom. So what happened? So interestingly enough, so Sancheiriv overhears the Navi. He hears the Navi talking, the Navi Yeshaya talking, and the Navi says that essentially Klal Yisrael has forsaken HaKadosh Baruch Hu. They've degraded HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and ultimately, again, it's Neshilach HaOchim La'akat. They have forsaken the Shiloach waters, which flow gently, and instead they have gone ahead and taken to Ratzon Ben Rimal. So we'll see what all of this means in just a little bit. I'm not going to say, the Malay Targum Ta'akra, Lo Havi Yedel Mekala. So Yosef says, were it not for the explanation of this pasuk, we would have no idea what it's talking about. Right? We have no idea what it's talking about. So what is this? So the Gemara says, my Kama. So the Gemara says, Chalaf, the cuts Amahadim B'Malchusa B'Beis David. So this nation has forsaken the Davidic kingdom. Right? This nation has forsaken Malchus Beis David. That are kind to them and speak to them softly, the way the Shiloach waters flow, right? The Shiloach was like comes spring fed, it flows gently. So this nation was governed by Malchus Beis David, who governed them and looked after them in
Yo,
a beautiful way. And they gave
what up, P-boy? How you living, pimp?
And instead, ultimately, again, they go ahead and
all right. Did you create everything? Did you check your links? They all work? Do you have a Spotify? Get out of here. P-boy. Wait, we talked about this. Wait, what did you say? You can only create a creator account? Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
He was Russian. How is he such a
You don't have a what? All right. Do you have a Mastodon account? Do you have a Truth Social account? Okay, what ones don't you have? What ones don't you have?
It's not like you stopped worshiping Hashem. Very often.
Okay, I'm going to look right now. That's okay. That's okay.
How does Avodah work? Here's how it works.
All right, my friend. Right. It looks really good. Now, what I want you to do is change the out. It looks really good. So let me congratulate you on this. I want you to change the theme to be like the ones that I sent you so that they're vertical. So you don't have to know the name of the different platform to be able to click it. It's really good though. So basically, go to the one that I sent you. Do you see? Go to the message that I sent you, and I give you an example. Okay, so you see the example is called Honey Badger, Koba.
And therefore, he tells tells us we can't do a lot of stuff. Why? We hold us to a high standard.
Do you see the? Look, I'll send you the link.
In order to allow for all of that to occur. So Pekach ben Remaliah is eating all of these pigeons, but he can't be satiated. Why? Because he's an Ovid Avodah Zarah. Ovid Avodah Zarah is a heathen.
Okay, go to the link that I just sent you.
It's incredible. What was Chizkiyahu's meal? Chizkiyahu would eat a little bit of vegetables, and he would be full. He would be full. I was like, he was a king. He was a king. He could have had anything he wanted, but he didn't eat a lot. He did not eat a lot. Which I must say also says that sometimes when we become a little bit too wrapped up in the material, that may be an indication that our relationship.
Do you see that I sent you a link?
Remember, all of us have a void. We have an emptiness in life, and we're always trying to fill it. The issue just is, if I have a relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, then I'm filling it with the right things. If I don't have a relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, then I'm filling it with all of the wrong things. Incredible. So the Gemara goes weiter. The Gemara says, so again, because of Klal Yisrael's non-compliance, Hashem says, I'm going to bring against you the king of Ashur. And it shows us therefore again. So Sancherib hears this. Sancherib hears all this stuff. And he hears the Navi literally said, most important to point out, Sancherib was the king of Ashur.
Do you see the link, P-Boy?
Because of your non-compliance, right? Because of your terrible behavior, I'm bringing against you the king of Ashur. So Sancherib says, okay, God wants me to do this. So if God wants me to do this, Gemara says, so if that's the case, why was he punished? If Sancherib actually did the will of God, why was he punished? The Gemara says, Navi says, Shvatim is Navi, Ihu Yordatek Yerushalayim. Very simple. Sancherib was the tool of Hashem to exact punishment against the 10 tribes. He was the one who was responsible to exile the 10 tribes. He had no business in Yerushalayim. But Sancherib set his sights on Yerushalayim as well. So ultimately, again, so the Navi tells Sancherib, you overstepped. Your avodah was to exact punishment from the 10 tribes. You set your sights on Yerushalayim, so that you don't have any power on. Right? Ultimately, again, literally, you cannot go ahead with the Am Ha'ayit, the tired nation. Who's the tired nation? It's interesting. It's Klal Yisrael. We're the tired nation. But interestingly enough, not tired because of suffering, tired because we toil in Torah, tired because we're constantly building a relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So ultimately, again, the nation that's tired cannot be handed over in the hands of an enemy. The Gemara says, "My case, Harishon Akel Artzos V'Artzon Afali Ba'achron Nechbid Derech Hayam Everything Gadol Hagayim Lo Kerishonim Shekudum Alein Al Torah." So ultimately, again, we are not like the early ones. This is reference to Malchus Yisrael, who threw off from them the yoke of Torah. Aval Achron Malchus Yehuda Shechidu Alein Al Torah U'Reuyin Halalu La'asos La'Neis Ka'Ovei Hayam U'Kidarchei Hayardim. So it's fascinating. So Sancherib, you can have control over Malchus Yisrael. Why? Because Malchus Yisrael threw off the yoke of Torah. And when you throw off the yoke of Torah, you have a lack of divine protection, but you have no control ultimately again over Malchus Yehuda. Because that Malchus Yehuda, they took upon themselves the yoke of Torah, and they were deserving of miracles, like literally again, like the splitting of the Yam Suf and the splitting of the Yarden. The Gemara says, "Closer b'mutav ve'emlav ani es lo golil v'agolim." So Sancherib, if you turn back, right, and you don't go to war against Malchus Yehuda, you'll be fine. If not, ultimately, again, I will turn you into a degradation amongst the nations. Like Rashi says over here, they become a source of degradation, like a laughing stock amongst it. This is the Sancherib. Most it's interesting enough, Sancherib did have a divine mission on the 10 tribes of Malchus Yisrael, but his mistake was going after Malchus Yehuda, was going after the base, and he was going after Yerushalayim. So Achari Hadvarim, Va'emes Ha'ila Basar Melech Ashur, Va'yavo Yehuda, Va'yichan Ala Orim HaBetzuros, Va'yomer Ka'am Elav. So ultimately against that, Caleb makes a mistake, and he goes ahead and he marches on Yerushalayim. So the Gemara says, "Hi Rishna, Lahai Handasha." Rashi says over here, "If you mean Zaron Kazeh LaAdon Kazeh, if you Nesha Emes Chizkiyahu Basar Chayit." So we'll say that the Gemara asks an interesting question: why was Chizkiyahu deserving of this? Right after against Chizkiyahu was a big tzaddik. So why was Chizkiyahu deserving of having some hate of marching against. In other words, we'll say, as much as Chizkiyahu is successful over Sancheriv, there's a lot of anxiety. There's a lot of difficulty. So Chizkiyahu was such a tzaddik. Why did he deserve to have this fear of Sancheriv marching against him? So listen to this. What happened? So Rothschild swore that Sancheriv was going to come on, was going to go ahead and march against Chizkiyahu. What happened over there? My sinner Sancheriv, so here's what happened. Rothschild was like this: if I tell Chizkiyahu that I'm bringing Sancheriv against you, but don't worry, because you're going to be successful. What is Chizkiyahu going to say? I appreciate what you're trying to do. Remember again, by bringing Sancheriv against Chizkiyahu, and then by delivering a stunning victory to Chizkiyahu, Chizkiyahu didn't do anything. Rothschild wiped out the entire army of Sancheriv. There was a massive Kiddush Hashem. There was a massive, wave of emunah. But Chizkiyahu would have said, you know what, God, it's okay. Let's call it even, right? Don't bring Sancheriv and don't bring salvation. Right? There's too much anxiety, too much fear that it's going to cause. Just leave it alone. Rothschild therefore swore, and he said, no, I'm bringing Sancheriv. לשבור אשור בארצי ועל הר אבוסנו בשר מעלה כל בסבל ומעל שכמו יסור. אבל הקדוש ברוך הוא said, יבוא סנחריב בסייתו ויעשה אבוס וחזקיהו בסייתו. I'm going to bring Sancheriv, but Sancheriv and his Hebra, they're going to become like a trough. Sort of like a trough for Chizkiyahu and his kingdom. Also, I want to point out what a profound Gemara this is, right? Sometimes I will say, we have this thought sometimes. In the Sefer Siduro Shabbos, he brings this down by Yaakov Avinu, that after Yaakov found out that Yosef was alive, the Siduro Shabbos says, the Baruch Hu preempted Yaakov. Yaakov would have thought to himself like this: I'm so happy that Yosef is alive. It's so beautiful. Everything worked out well. But I have a counter proposal. Instead of everything working out well, why don't you instead what? Leave it alone. And you could have spared me ultimately again 20 plus years of pain and suffering. That's why the pasuk says, he offered up karbanos to Yitzchak. Yaakov offered up karbanos to the God of his father. Or Yitzchak. Yitzchak was Midas Hadin. Strict justice. Sometimes strict justice says we don't understand why HaKadosh Baruch Hu does things. So it's interesting because over here HaKadosh Baruch Hu knew that had he told his plan to Chizkiyahu would have said, God, sounds great, but don't do it. Don't do it. If everything's going to end happily ever after, just leave things alone. And I will say so many times in life, we have this fundamental question. Yeah, things work out. I'm in a stressful crisis situation, difficult situation. It turns out well. And I had such no doubt. But there's like this piece of me that thinks, well, why did you do it? Very nice you brought the salvation, but the same God who brought the salvation is also what? The same God who brought the crisis. So I have a counter rules of the Baruch Hu. Don't bring the crisis, and you won't need the salvation. So that's the Cheshbon of That's where the emotion runs the world. And somehow, the crisis was necessary. It's not just the resolution that's necessary, but the crisis itself was necessary. And sometimes those are things that we just will never understand. Let's go a little bit weiter. Says the Gemara, Yasser Sivlo me'ashik mecha, va'olo me'alecha tzavlecha, v'cholveh ol mivnei shman. Don't worry, everything's going to be okay. And the yoke of Sancheriv will be lifted upon you. Shman. What's that? Shman literally means the oil. What's the oil? This is beautiful. Literally again, the yoke of Sancheriv was lifted upon from Klal Yisrael because of the oil of Chizkiyahu. What's the oil of Chizkiyahu? This is beautiful. There was constant oil, constant light. Oil represents light. Constant light burning in the bottom of this message all over Malchus Yudah in the times Chizkiyahu. Ma'asa. What did Chizkiyahu do? He put a sword at the entrance of the Beis Medrash, and he said, "Va'amar, kol mi she'eino osik b'Torah, yidakeh b'cherev zu." He says, whoever leaves the Beis Medrash will be stabbed with this sword. He stabbed this sword. Now, what does this mean? Is really going to kill people left the Beis Medrash? No, it's figurative. What Chizkiyahu was trying to tell Klal Yisrael was the following idea. Torah is not a a recreational pursuit. Torah is life. Torah is life. And if you don't have it, then you won't have life. That's what he was saying. It's like sometimes we look at Torah, and what's Torah? It's beautiful. And another person has a beautiful idea. So, he points out, which he says, it always intrigued him how people fall asleep during the drasha. So people fall asleep during the drasha. It's not a new phenomenon. It's minhag Yisrael. Minhag Avosinu b'yadenu, right? But it falls asleep during the drasha. Can you imagine? Right? You're lost in a bad neighborhood. So these are the days. This is a dated marshal, like before waves. You're in a bad neighborhood, and you're going to a gas station to go ahead and get directions. And the guy's giving you directions. And can you imagine that there's no directions like this? Right? So no one's nodding off in the middle of why? Because that's going to save your life. He says if we realized that words of Torah literally are life-saving, and words of Torah are life-saving, then we would never nod off. Sometimes Rabbi speaks, God, right, or whatever. Not everybody is an orator. Okay, it's fair, right? But the nicer, a lot of it is us. It's easy to blame someone else for not being entertaining enough or engaging enough. A lot of it is us and how we relate to Torah. And the truth is, sometimes we think, it's a beautiful part. It's a beautiful insight, a beautiful idea. It's not a beautiful part. It's not a beautiful idea. It's life-saving directions. That's what Chizkiyahu was trying to hide. The sword was there not as a punitive measure, but to show Torah is not something nice. Torah is life-saving. If you have it, it will literally save yourself from making such dramatic bad decisions or mistakes. If you don't have it, then unfortunately, again, constantly I find myself in such a negative trait. So the Gemara goes like, let's finish up this process. The Gemara says, they checked from Dan until Beersheba. There was not an Amaras. There was no one who was ignorant in the words of Torah, all the way from Gvas until Antipris. And everyone was well versed in the laws of Truma and Tara. One more minute. So what's that? So incredible. First of all, just to understand the level of scholarship which existed during the days of Chizkiyahu. Everyone was versed. Everyone was knowledgeable. Everyone, again, what's that? By the way, in what? Not Masechus Brachos, right? Not Hilchos Shabbos. We'll look what they're referring to over here. Right? Halachos of Tumah and Tara. What's that? What happens when we get to us? We give Tumah and Tara. What happens? Come on, what happens? You look ahead and you say, how long is this going on for, right? When is this going to be over? Let's say those halachos. Everyone, men, women, children, were versed in the halachos of Tumah and Tara. And also, again, in the Gemara says, people had very simple material aspirations, right? They had a cow, they had 2 sheep, and they were happy. So listen to this. So they were happy with very small things materially, and furthermore, they had vines that had thousands of dollars worth of grapes, and it just kind of lying waste. Why did the lying waste? People were neglecting their fields. Why were they neglecting their fields? Because they put their full focus on the fields. Now let's say it was the oil which represents the ongoing commitment to spiritual growth during the days of Chizkiyahu and ultimately again allowed them to be successful over the Torah. Let's say, right, much more to say. Let's stop where I was saying. Okay, end of the week, end up pretty much. One incredible week. Everyone.
Every day is a holiday. Every meal is a feast, Tree Jen. If you all weren't aware, we are 116 days exactly on our way to June 5th, the big day when 1 billion trees will be planted. Get your countdowns ready. It's very exciting. Also, you should know that you should do exactly what Block Circle did, and that is follow every single person in this space and make sure that you are following everyone who is following you. I do the same thing in any space that I go to. You'll notice I'm following every single person in here. You should know, though, unfortunately, you can't follow over a certain amount. And if I get to that point where I max out, sometimes I have to unfollow people who aren't following me. So you want to make sure that you're following me so that you don't get unfollowed. That's very important. Nobody wants an unfollow, especially as important as someone who is working for world peace as much as I am. If you weren't aware, I have been 24/7 streaming in X space now for more than 350 straight days, and not just on audio, but also on video as well. So if you ever check in the Twitter space search and you type Rabbi or Shill or Share or any of those keywords, you'll notice that I'm always live in there, and I've been doing that almost for an entire year. You don't know anyone else who 24/7 X spaces for an entire year, especially on video. It's a one of its kind of project. But that being said, is not the most unique thing about what I do. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, the phrase content is king was coined, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream or 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling cam. If you want to view my YouTube links that are available in my profile, additionally, they're in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at that link tree, but I do because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. I'm proud to say that we recently overachieved the amount of 2,800 people in our community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all extremely wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want you to know that I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeStar program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you're a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
So if you need little pieces with the whole loaf, that's what it looks like I've oversold. But just go ahead and leave pieces. That's what you're seeing. I will say. So what's the shot that leaving over bread? Leaving over bread represents a single bracha in one's house. So first of all, this can be a little bit more of almost like a Havdalah type motif of overflowing the cup. Right? The idea is that there's extra. So same way we overflow the cup of Havdalah because again we want it to be that literally our cup runneth over. That's what we want. It's hopefully leaving over extra that indicates that there's surplus in the home. That's one possibility. You know, the other possibility is that if there's leftover bread, that means a person didn't eat everything. If you didn't eat everything, that means I exercised some level of self-control. What's Kiddusha? What's Kiddushim to you? The Ramban says, Kadeshis Atzmecha B'Mashem Torah. Is moderation. Is even not just drawing line between mutter and asur. Even within the world of that which is mutter, I limit myself. I moderate myself. So perhaps that's the shot as well. But if I have a meal and I don't eat everything, but I leave a little bit over, that's ultimately, again, that's a display of moderation. And where there's moderation, ultimately there's Kiddusha. Okay, now, literally translated, Rashi says over here, means a person changes his voice, which makes it sound like a person is trying to conceal his identity. But the truth is, Machlek could also just mean a person doesn't keep his word. So whoever doesn't keep his word is as if he worships idolatry. Interesting So literally translated, whoever looks at an erva, and we'll discuss what this means in just a moment, kashto min eres, his bow is empty. What does that mean? Take a look at Rashi. Kashto min eres. Rashi says over here. So the Gemara says. I'm sorry. Koach kishui ever shalom ninar she'ena moli. So Rashi seems to say over here. Now again, we'll discuss what erva means. But if a person looks at erva, which means some types of something illicit, kashto min eres. Rashi understands this to be a metaphor that literally he becomes impotent. Right? So Koshi Eber Shalom. So here you go, Shana moment. Shneimar. Earlier, Mayor, Kashtaka, area Sha'at and Shadabah, Mamish Brevasa, Kitar Kashtaka, Dava Akar, Hamistakel, Hamachashi, Ba'arayos, the Ish, Kashtan words. So, first approach of Rashi is that literally one looks at something they're not supposed to be looking at. So, if I look at things I'm not supposed to be looking at, or second approach in Rashi is that a person thinks about a married woman. Could be even when he's with his own wife, he thinks about a married woman. Either we're talking about some type of either illicit thoughts or illicit or actually illicit looking at things which are illicit and inappropriate. What's inappropriate? What's the result of it? Kashton in Eretz. His bow is empty. Now again, but actually understand it being almost like a erectile dysfunction. Right? He's just not going to be able to father children. That's on a deeper level. What I'm saying is like this: that the thing about arousal, the thing about immorality, is that it's all consuming. Like when a person has a lust, a person has a desire for arousal, it takes over the individual, and literally it could sap a person of all of this strength. Every single one of us has a reservoir, certain amount of strength, a certain amount of vitality. That's what we got, right? You don't go solo without sleep. You feel that. You feel like this hour in the morning, right? I can only play as much as I want to sing my potential is limitless, which is true. My clock is not. At a certain point in time, when there's no more gas for me to pay. I think this is how I'm telling us is what do you use your energy for? Because there are certain things that are all consuming the realm of energy. And the truth is, alliance, immorality is one of those things. It'll empty your boat, right? It'll empty the tank. It'll go and sack you of all your vitality, and therefore, not only am I engaged in Avera, but at the end of the day, there's nothing left in the tank to be able to do good things as well. Profound Gemara. That's right. The only have the cover of the kind. Person should always be humble. Master says over here, have the honor of the Shifya. Be humble and you will live. Humility is the key to longevity. That's it. There's a concept of media bathroom. This means the home should have saras. And interestingly enough, the only way for a home to have saras is if you get natural light in the house. Ultimately, your home does not have windows. You don't start bringing in candles or lanterns to be able to see whether or not there's saras on the home. So the idea is a home without windows represents humility. A home without windows can't get saras. A person who is humble saves himself from a lot of life's afflictions. Humility is the secret to longevity. I'm going to tell you, I'm going to share my decision. What's the meaning of the passage that says, Sha'ol, V'otzarechem, Eresotzaver Mayim. So the Bima Inyan Sha'ol, Eitzarechem. What's the connection between Sha'ol is the grave, Lechem is the womb. What's the connection between the grave and the womb? I love what the Chadis is fascinating. Ma Lechem Machris Imotzi. Just like the Lechem, just like the womb takes in the semen, and ultimately again emits the baby. Sha'ol, Machris Imotzi. So to the grave. So to the grave takes in, you bury the dead, but mostly, yes, amazing. Shalom, Kavakoman, Uma reference to Machrisim of the Kashai, Motzi, also the Komokonos, so the womb which takes in quietly, yet ultimately emits its great cries towards the baby. So Sha'ol, Machrisim of the Kolos, in addition, Shalotzi and Bakolico, to the grave, which again, when someone's buried, when something comes into the grave, there's much crying. Koliko, right? There's crying. So too in it emits, i.e., Kiyasanation is going to be even greater cries of joy. You can't show the Omer in Kiyasanation in Torah. Ultimately, then the Gemara says this is a conclusive proof that this Kiyasanation. Those are the ones that you see fixated on putting the first of stuff, and they say, the Gemara says, this is a good raya. How do they know? So you can trust that for a lot of people. So in the following Ratzon, those things are fascinating halachah. That you can work for this Baruch Hu is going to go ahead and bring back life. Yes, I mean, really much so will not die. Second, all these questions come up when it comes to Messianic resurrection of the dead. It's incredible. Incredible. So the people died, then afterwards, and one says, Tzadikim don't die. Once the Tzadikim are resurrected, they remain alive. שנאמר והיה נשאר בציון בנות ירושלים קדוש יאמר לו ולכוס לחיים ירושלים מה קדוש לעולם קיים אף אם לא קיים. So the pasuk compares tzaddikim to kadosh to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Just like the Rebbe Shalom is eternal, so should the tzaddikim come back to life, so be an element of eternality as well. Amud Beis V'im Domar Osam Shonim Shasar HaKadosh Baruch Hu B'Hei as Sha'asa HaKadosh Baruch Hu L'Chadesh Baras Olamot Shneimar B'Niska B'Hashem Levado B'Yom Hahu. So this is pretty wild stuff. So we're going to talk about this idea in greater depth, that there is this concept that at a certain point in time, the world will stop. Right? We have this, we're going to see this. The world was created for 6,000 years. After 6,000 years, the world stopped. What happens after it stops? Take 2 or 3, whatever number we're up to, right? The Prophet is going to recreate another world from you, which sounds like everything that exists will be erased, and the Prophet will start again. What happens to the tzaddikim during that like cosmic rebirth stage? Where do they go? And the Gemara says, not so you must mind us. The Prophet also can find into the Sharim, shutting up in their mind. Now, Rothschild makes for the tzaddikim wings like birds, and they fly above the water. What's the water? So the Pashtus of the water will be created. What's the original state of creation? Right? So the world will go back to water, but the tzaddikim will be given wings, and ultimately, again, those wings will propel them over the water. If you look at Shema Kama Yisrael Sad. Maybe you'll say they have Sad, maybe they'll have any difficulty doing Sad. However, they call it Hashem Ya'Yachabifukoa. Ya'Yachabifukoa. So people will be given wings like eagles. Yaritzu V'lo Yigo. Yochu V'lo Yi'afu. Ultimately, again, they will go, they will run, and they will not be tired. They will walk, and they will not be they will not be tired. And then it's the person to ultimately, this is such a beautiful resource. That's the beginning of the meaning of grace. The great advantage of becoming a tzaddik, the great benefit of becoming a tzaddik, sometimes we don't transcend everything that life throws your way. That is what tzaddikim are doing. They have to be able to literally transcend all the difficulties and challenges. So you literally need to check yourself. So what about we were talking about this a little bit. We referenced this already. What about the dead that the Tesla brought back to life? Like the Tesla this generation. Now after the Tesla brought those people back to life, they died again. So they died again. So shouldn't that be a raya that even the tzaddikim who come back to life will ultimately die? Will die. So the Gemara says, "Savalak Iman Damar." The MS Marshall is interesting. He actually holds like the opinion that the story of the Cheskel, right, the Atzamah salvation, the valley of dry bones, that was a Marshall. It didn't actually happen. But rather it was a parable of Sanya. So this thing of itself is a sort of dramatic Marshall of Sanya. And the Rosh Omer makes him check that because I'm going to shoot up and make it. The people who said so brought back to life, they still on their feet, they say Shira and then they die again. Not what do they sing? Hashem Nenes Tzedek U'Mechayev Rachel. Yeshua Omer, Shir Zu Amru, Hashem Nenes U'Mechayev Moshe Obayao. And Yehuda Omer, Yehuda says, Emes, Mashal Haya. Yehuda says, now we'll say, Rothschild is very true. Emes means truth. Mashal Haya, it was a parable. The Moshe doesn't say, oh, in Emes, Lama Mashal, in Mashal Lama Emes. Which one is it? If you tell me it's Emes, Emes means that it really happened. If it really happened, it really happened. Otherwise, if it's a mashal, it's a mashal. What's going on here? So the Gemara says, Ella, the MS mashal high. Rather than in reality, the whole thing was a mashal. Right? So we'll say, by the way, fascinating focus about whether or not the episode of the Cheska with the Asama Sedation didn't happen or not. Did it happen or was it simply a mashal? Fundamental focus. So the last word of the Yotam of the Yotam. Nation Shaki Cheska Allah, Allah, incredible. I'm saying, no, it really happened. And by the way, he didn't die immediately after seeing Shira. That's why what happened. Cheska brought them back to life. They saved Shira. They went parents themselves. They married their kids. So I'm not even going to say, אני נבנה ביניהם, ועלות בצבילו שניח לי אבי אבא I'm a descendant of them. I'm a descendant of one of the people who go back to life from the festival, and ultimately I get a use of the children that I received from my great-grandfather. So beautiful. By the way, who were these people? Who were the people who died in this valley? Right? Who were these individuals who you brought back and listened to? I'm not even applying to one of the things to tell. It's incredible. The Lord is a not so well-known story. But there are a group of Jews who tried to escape from Egypt earlier than the rest of Klal Yisrael. They were members of the tribe of Ephraim. Ephraim's numbers are lower than relatively lower than other tribes. So the group of Ephraim that tried to escape from Egypt early, and they were killed. So we went to what happened with them. They didn't escape. They were good people. They just didn't escape. So they're married. When they find Shusela, Ubara, Benova, Zachas, Benova, Benova, Zachas, Benova, Shusela, Benova, the husband and body. So it's killed by people of God. By Kala time at the end, Yamin Rabbi, by a bow of the Nachamo. And ultimately, again, so here's more. Father, find one to them. What's that? What happened over here? They made a mistake. They made a mistake about the calculation. Remember, by this thing of Sarah, Sunset, Alavino, the children will be enslaved for 430 years. The clock actually started from the birth of Yitzchak. They thought the clock started from the actual brisket had started. So when 430 comes, they think, oh, it's time to go, and they leave. But of course, unfortunately, they were wrong, and they were killed. Those of the Atzamah chose that the Cheska brought back to life. Incredible. They must have told anybody else to cover the Cheska. So again, Shmuel says these were people who denied Chesamesim. Interesting. They denied Chesamesim, and ironically enough, they brought back to life by a Cheska. These are individuals, unfortunately, who had not even no mitzvahs, not lust for the mitzvahs, other things like the moisture of a mitzvah. We didn't have any element of mitzvah moisture associated with it. Now, at some of the events of Shud Barsha, everybody other, people are saying, how cool is touching the muscles. These were people who, unfortunately, celebrated and degraded the nation of Russia. Yeah, now, the upper the era beginning of Kabul services, the English called Rudies. So, the Kukala here Sabbath, Sid Hassan, the United States Sabbath. Says, makes sense to the Bika Dura. These are the people ultimately, again, who died in Bika's Dura. Now, what's Bika's Dura? Now we're getting to a fascinating story. These were Jews who were killed by the Nebuchadnezzar. Right? So remember again, so the Cheska was the next life. What happened in Bika's Dura? Now it's so Ad-Rabas, Bika's Dura. So the Shah Shehima Nebuchadnezzar says the second white line, and the bottom side of the page of the to be were flying. So listen to this. When Nebuchadnezzar went ahead and exiled Klal Yisrael, so what happened? So they were a group of young men who were so exceedingly handsome that literally this is so beautiful. they put the sun to shade with their beauty, right? The sun is considered to be like that, like quintessential, beautiful luminescence. These boys, these young men were so handsome, but ultimately, again, they put the sun to shade. So what happened? And what would happen? So the Kastian women would see them, and literally, again, they would experience a blood flow, a zava flow. Listen, again, there's this concept in halacha called dan chiluf, which means that sometimes, at a point of incredible arousal, a woman could also go ahead and leave. So these Kastian women saw these Jewish boys, and they experienced this flow. I'm with Baaleh, told to his older husband, and the husband told the king, see that for husband. So the king killed them. Apparently they didn't want, right? They didn't want such good-looking Jews to be alive. But still, even as corpses, these young men were very handsome. So what happened? The king had the body trampled so that the boys would be disfigured. Overwhelming story. So the Gemara says these are the bones that the Fesco brought back to life. And all of this happened in Bikas Dura. It happened in the Dura Valley. Turn up on them. The structure for the Bucharest was the center of the Bucharest. The Gemara transitions to some incredible stories regarding Bucharest. So remember again, turn up on the structure, evil Bucharest Russia, as Hanania Musa Ba'azai the Kishrei. So remember context. The Bucharest's primary advisor, actually we're going to see that actually Bucharest deified him, was Daniel. As contemporaries of Daniel were Hanania, Mishael, and Azariah. So the Gemara tells the story that Nebuchadnezzar had erected an idol of himself. He commanded everyone to bow down to it. Hanania, Mishael, and Azariah refused to bow. As a result, they are thrown into a fiery furnace. So the Gemara says, so I'm going to I'm sorry. So the structure of the Bucharest is kind of about Azariah, the Gishra age. I'm going to properly Cheskel. Lit back, and these are the good. So again, at the time the Chaim Shana are thrown into the furnace, this is when Hashem tells the Cheskel's contemporary of Daniel, Hanania, Mishael, Azariah. It's incredible. By the next generation, all of these great men. Said as Chaim Shana is being thrown into the Gishra, Hashem tells the Cheskel, go and bring back the dead in the Dura Valley. So what happened? So after the bones were brought back to life, so apparently it wasn't just the bones that were dying. All the bones of the people who had died were brought back to life. So interestingly enough, apparently, it's crazy as it says that Nebuchadnezzar had fashioned like a goblet out of the bones of some of his victims. So as the bones were brought back to life, he's thinking his wife, one of the bones from his goblet slaps him in the face. So the Amar says, Mati Valshilo. So Nebuchadnezzar said, hey, what's up? What's going on over here? So Amrulo, Kalarin, Kalarin, Makaya, meeting with the Kastura. They said, the friend of these guys being Kalarin, Kalarin, is bringing back the dead in the Dura Valley. Amar Asoli, coming rather than the Tashmon, Kala Tashita, Machisa, Machus, Olam, who shall turn it in Dar Vadar. Also, in this moment, it's incredible. In this moment, so Nebuchadnezzar begins to sing Shira to Hashem. Pretty amazing. And if you look what he said, this God, look how great he is, look how strong he is. His monarchy is a monarchy forever, and his dominion is from generation to generation. So literally again, molten gold should be poured into the mouth of Nebuchadnezzar. In other words, shut him up. Why? The mother of Bama for six often, because the meal of Koshios troubles, tell it better than say for telling. Listen, had the Malach not come and struck him on the face, Nebuchadnezzar would have sang more beautiful songs than God. Right? So I say, as beautiful as everything that God did in heaven, Nebuchadnezzar looked at the kingdom of beautiful. I want you to say to yourself, how can Nebuchadnezzar make greater shira than Allah? So it's a simple question. Remember, the greater the evil, the greater the power for good. Every person has cost. And Nebuchadnezzar, who was so evil that he could destroy the Beit Hamikdash and exile Klal Yisrael and subject our people. all these terrible things. If you were to harness that power, and Jericho stood, there was no telling what he could accomplish. Incredible. These miracles happened that day. We're talking about the day that Hananiah and Azariah were going to the kitchen and trustworthy. Number one, they are Tzapakistan. The cauldron was actually beneath, was underground. It rose above ground so everybody would be able to see the miracle that was happening. That's Nifat kitchen. Part of the wall of the kitchen is crack broken, so that people could see into the kitchen what was happening. Humak Sodo, the foundation crack. Nefat Selam Alpha, the big island of Nebuchadnezzar fell on his face. The newspaper ultimately 4 other kings who were allies of Nebuchadnezzar were incinerated that day. The half-year Teshkal as a mission Bethesda, and Teshkal brought back the dead in the Jura Valley. The Kulikima, ultimately again, all of these are tradition, all these miracles we have are traditions. But Abramel's corruption. We know about the death of the 14th from the Pasuk. What does the Pasuk say? Sabina Pakusa Adar Zina Nibat Nishar Gad Daria Yukadaria Tafasio the whole Shaltuni Medinasa Oxid DC Guven Yudon Oxid Muskanchi Ashtamana Sabania Pakusa that didn't matter Kazagavea. What this means in the first process is for something like a century, right? So in the first process there's 4 more names, in the second process there's less names, which indicates that they're trying to ultimately again some of his allies were killed. So even in a time of danger, a person should not go ahead and change his dignified ways. Gabra Ela Kapsu Sabalayan Kashina Kalason. Can I even try to refer to the kitchen Aish? They wore their distinguished clothing. Now, what does this mean? Take a look at that. Let's say that's after that. I turn that first. Shalom. Shahadakan, Shadazai, the Hadadushim, dignity pattern, which was to the kitchen. So the Kayan Shadazai was going to the kitchen, and still wearing their royal clothing, dignified clothing. So you know what it says? So are you search for you and the Buhar and the Fukhad and the Spation son of Nipana? That's an incredible Gemara. What is Rozman Yaakov saying? Rozman Yaakov saying? A person must always remain dignified, even in the face of adversity. Sometimes when we are overwhelmed by our circumstances, so ultimately again we become understanding or confused, and we lose it. And as a result, we ourselves act in an undignified manner. Gemara says the power of the youth is always to maintain dignity and level-headedness, even in the midst of overwhelming circumstances. So Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah, you know what did they do for when they were going to the kitchen Aish? You know, they fixed the bekashas, you know, with the egg, and they went ahead, right, and they straightened themselves out, and they were ready. They were ready. And also, by the way, this is the story of the Jew throughout the ages. That is the ability to maintain a dignity and a refinement. Because deep down, I know it's not my enemy who controls my fate. It's HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And because I'm always in the hands of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, I can keep to be level-headed, I cannot use my wits, and I can maintain my dignified posture even in the face of overwhelming circumstances. Incredible. I'm going to be open. I won't say time for study. All right. Like 93A. So if you don't have a video, so okay, sure, it's a beautiful Gemara. So Tzadikim are even greater than Malachim. Shnei Amar. On a positive divine, I brought Shali in the house in the Bonura, the couple of issues, the whole, the Rabbi, the advice, double the power of this. So the Tzadikim is mentioned in Pasuk before the Malach, that one side, which means that it's not a Kiddush. Of course, the Tzadikim are greater than Malachim. It's not even a Shaila. This is why, because Malachim don't have the ability to grow. Malachim don't have the ability to change. Malachim don't have the ability to transcend adversity or overcome adversity. So it's never passionate. And of course, Tzadikim are greater than Malachim. It's incredible. I'm not trying to come back on the guard. The Shashi has a kind of Shalaz, I make it an age. Bob, Sa'ullah, the tough, the Sa'in, Salah, and was incredible. When Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah came out of the kitchen, when they came out of the furnace, so what happened? All the nations of the world came along. The top for the Sa'in, a little bit again, they struck they struck the enemies of Klal Yisrael, ultimately again on their face. On their face. In other words, they gave them a patch. The Gemara says, so it says this was a Muslim to Klal Yisrael. In other words, when Kanan Yisrael Azariel came out of the Kivshan, the nations of the world says to the Jews, what is the matter with you guys? You have a God like this who saves people from the fiery furnace, and you're worshiping our gods. Incredible, right? I'll say sometimes the greatest Muslim that we receive is the Muslim from the nations of the world. Yeah, possible. Amru, L'chashem, Atztaka, Shalanu, both the Panim, Kiyamazah. Amru, Pshola, Mani, Alina. So it might be what's meaning of us. Amarti is beautiful. Amarti Ella B'Tamar Ochzeh B'Sansana. So say, what's the meaning of the pasuk that says in Shir Shir? Literally, again, I said I will go up on the palm tree, but I only take hold of branches. Only take hold of branches. What's the pshat? So the Gemara says, Amarti Ella B'Tamar Eli Yisrael. So again, the Tamar, the palm tree represents Christ. So Rothschild essentially says, my goal, my desire is to hold on to the palm tree in totality. Like what I want more than anything is to be able to hold on to the palm tree. And unfortunately, I can't wrap my hands around the palm. Why? Because Klal Yisrael rejected me. Instead, all I have are a couple of branches. Who are my branches? Ultimately, I get a Kanan Yisrael and Azariah. So, by the way, I just want to tell you, moments like this are very funny. Because sometimes we find ourselves very disillusioned by relationships and feeling so let down that people who we count on don't come through. There's all these different feelings. And it's important to understand such a nature of relationships. That's kind of the Lord. There's false expectations. And expectations ultimately, again, I'll hold on to the entire palm. But yet again, he didn't get the whole palm. Even if his father didn't get the whole palm. What does he get? He gets a couple of branches. Just no branches, beautiful branches, wonderful branches, but just branches. Sometimes, again, not getting exactly what you want, what you had anticipated in relationships, part of the course. The Margot like it. What's the meaning of this story? Like this Nebuah, obviously, this is from Zechariah. I saw in my dream a man riding on a red horse. He was standing between the myrtles that were in the swamp. Now, the truth is, it then goes on, right? It then goes on to say that afterwards I saw other red horses and white horses. But the married Israelite, what does that mean? First thing I saw, now, Jesus was ready, was disenchanted with how mankind was behaving, and he was ready to go ahead and turn the entire world into that, destroy the world. The man was riding on the horse. Who's the man? He's got a first off the Shneimar. Hashem Ishmael Chama Hashem Shemo. How Siska, the way you know, red horse. He is the Shroff of Abba Hashem Olam Kulo Lidam. First by line. Hashem is ready to turn the entire world into blood. Kulish Nishaka B'chaim Mishal Azariah is Kara Daito. And as soon as he saw Chaim Mishal Azariah, ultimately then he calmed down Shneimar, who only been Hadasim Hashem Mitzvah. Still amongst the middle branches in the swamp. What's the middle branches? The middle branches, those are Tzadikim Shneimar, by the Omer as Hadassah. The Mitzvah Elababa, what's the swamp? The swamp is Baba Shneimar. Omer Mitzvah, Rabbi Ben Arasecha Obish Miyad Milim, Rogez Nasim, Shotim Bazumi. So now, I'm sorry, Bazumi Nasal Abalim, Amrapapa, Shmanino, Susya, Ibra, Mari Lachalma. By the way, so the red horses represent destruction, the white horses represent salvation. So good to know, if you see white horses in your dreams, that is a good sign. Let's say, just a tremendous person has spoken here. The Rothschild is ready to go and destroy the world. So what changed his mind? What changed his mind was, can I wish on Three people changed his mind about the entire world. I say sometimes we think to ourselves that what we do as individuals doesn't matter. It's matter, just one person. How much do I really matter? Let's say we matter more than we could ever imagine. We did. Can I wish on By the way, I want to point out who for saying this, they weren't even the greatest people of their generation, right? there was Daniel, there was Cheskel, there were other people. But yet, again, they saved the world. I would say there is no telling what our actions could do for the world as a whole. Tremendous. That's what I did. So, Rabbanon, Lehekos, and much Rabbanon Lehekos was great. After Shanaim Mishal Azariah came out of the kids' room, which should go. Like, what do you do after that? You know, so what do you do? Where do you, what the words of the asking is pretty fascinating. After that event, we never hear about them again. So where did they go? The Gemara says, Amara, the Ayin Hara, they died. They died as a result of Ayin Hara. The Ayin Hara, what does this mean? They were the subject of so much attention, and their piety became the subject of so much attention. At that level of attention is not healthy. They died as a result of Ayin Hara. So the Gemara says, the Shmuel says, Berok Tavu, they drowned in spit and saliva. Now, what is that? It's an incredible marshal over here. So the marshal says, this doesn't make any sense. He says, listen to this. The Safari should get a marshal. The idea that Tika Shayalov, probably so by Revision also. So this is a place outside very, very, very quickly. Remember the Gemara just said before, after Chaim Azariah came out. So the nations of the world, literally verbally beat up on the Jewish people. They said, what is the matter with you people? Why are you worshiping other gods when your God is so great? So the Marshal says, what does it mean that Chaim Azariah drowned in saliva? It meant that, so to speak, that the Jews were subject to the verbal abuse, theological verbal abuse of the Goyim. So when people talk, so they spit a little bit. So the idea is that the Jews were being beaten up by the Umos Ha'olam, and they were being embarrassed. So what does it mean that Chaim Azariah died in the spit and the saliva? It means that even though Chaim Azariah did something so beautiful and so spiritually heroic, what they did caused the embarrassment of Klal Yisrael. And because it caused the embarrassment, that's the saliva, right? It was all spitting at Klal Yisrael, not spitting, but talking, giving them musar, that embarrassment caused them to die. So they see what's happening over here? What do they do? All they did was a willingness to give their life at Kiddush Hashem. But what they did ended up resulting in an embarrassment for Klal Yisrael. And when you embarrass Klal Yisrael, your culpability, even if it's fundamentally and wholly, totally unintended. So let's see, what do you see from here? How careful we have to be with each other's feelings. How careful we have to be with how we talk to each other, how we relate to one another, how even against unintended embarrassment and hurt of another Jew has such dramatic consequences, overwhelming. So the Gemara said, okay, such dramatically different narratives over here, right? The first opinion said they died. Second opinion says, no, what are you talking about? They went there to Israel, like they retired to Israel, and they had children. But keep telling me, my focus tonight, the Rothschild says, the Ayin Haramesu, that Yeshua Mebarok, Allah, it's not enough, Shibuna Yoshua Kohen Agadol, Ata Ve'afa Yoshu Hashem, the Anshem Mofesim. So you might talk about Yoshua Kohen Agadol, who lived at the time, Akira Chaim Azariah, in just a moment, and the Pasuk relates that Yoshua Kohen Agadol is sitting there with his friends who did miracles. Who are his friends who did miracles? Ezo Himanashu Shnasan Nofes, Haromer, Sechananya, Mishal Azariah. So what do you see from here? The Chaim Azariah, after his son with the kid's son, moved to Eretz. So got married and had families. Okay, so Daniel and Hechana also. By the way, where was Daniel? Where was Daniel in all of this, right? Daniel was the most trusted advisor of Nebuchadnezzar. He was the senior prophet of the time. Where was he when Chaim and Azariah were being thrown into the kitchen? So Nebuchadnezzar actually dispatched him to go and create a big river, like a big body of water in Tiberia. Okay, he was on a civil engineering project. Which was about Sweden Bizarre gas pasta, but he was there to begin to work out an import contract. Right? For asbestos. Asbestos is like a type of animal food. to bring in a spasta kebab. He was there to bring chazir, to bring pigs from Alexandria. So apparently, again, Alexandria, like Egypt, had the best chazir, had the best pigs, and he had to negotiate the contract to bring those animals into Baba. Is that true? But Hanya, the Torah Sarote, I'm an part of the chazir yet to know of Sancho times in Chotinaim Shalot, which is fertility. No, I was going to say it's fascinating. Alexandria, they would only sell livestock after removing the uterus of the animal. Why? Because they did not want people to, they did not want their animals to reproduce outside of Alexandria. They cornered the market. They cornered the market on a certain type of robust livestock. So as you put into, they would sterilize the animal before they would try to take the animal out. So how was Daniel able to import these animals? So again, a good reader took up. So what did he do? So it says, Zutri IC below that higher. He brought very young ones, so no one had to have them that he was mating them and trying to reproduce them. Okay, point is, he wasn't in Baba when all of this occurred. Turn up on it. There are three people involved to ensure that Daniel was not present when this first time Mishan Isaiah happened. We'll see why in just a moment. Who were they? How the Sparkle Daniel book on this. Sparkle, Nizo Daniel Alpha, the Lorraine group is Nasa. So say again. Daniel couldn't be there. If Daniel was there, Daniel also would have been thrown into the fiery furnace. Why? Because he too would not have bowed. The issue is then when they would have been saved, people would have attributed the salvation to the merit of Daniel and not the kind of Isaiah. And this was Hananiah, Mishael, and Isaiah. This was their moment to shine. This was their moment to shine, and therefore again Daniel couldn't be there. Next, so the Gemara says, but Daniel Daniel also said, you know what, I gotta get out of here. Because he also apparently had a combination that he too would have gotten thrown into the furnace and did not want the downfall of Nebuchadnezzar's theological downfall to come to him. He also wanted it to come to Hananiah and Isaiah. So it's interesting enough, Nebuchadnezzar also sent Daniel away. Why? Nebuchadnezzar had a sense that this was coming to a head. He was going to ask Daniel to bow. Daniel wasn't going to bow, and then he would have to throw Daniel into the kitchen age. He didn't want to do that. Why? Because he looked at Daniel as a god, and he did not want to throw his open God into the furnace. Now, how do you know the Gemara says? How do you know that Nebuchadnezzar was Daniel as a god? Find out Daniel. Come after Tzvat himself. Ben Puyo. So now, this will happen. At the same time as Chaim Mishan Azariah. Moses, obviously, again, so there are other people who also wanted to be of prophetic stature. So these two guys, Achab ben Kuya and Sitkia ben Masya. And they also posed as prophets, although they were a Bia Sheker. Say, and the camp went called Baba Suda, Hashem of the Lord. So Hashem said, so we're going to see in just a moment. These two false prophets, Achab and Sitkia, were also thrown into the furnace. So interestingly enough, they were singed. They weren't totally burned, but they were singed in furnace. So you must see what happened over here. I'm going to be they're made like roasted grain. Roasted grain, not totally incinerated, but singed. So what's the so what they do, my oven. What they do that was so bad, it caused them to be thrown into the furnace. Listen to this, my oven. Also got me back into the book. They went to the door of Nebuchadnezzar. Achab Amarla, Komer Hashem Hashmiel Tzidkiah. Tzidkiah Amar, Komer Hashem Hashmiel Achab. Interesting. So these two guys told me prophets go to the door of Nebuchadnezzar. So Achab says, listen, door of Nebuchadnezzar, I'm a prophet of God. I come speaking the word of God. God has told me to instruct you that when Tzidkiah propositions you, you should give yourself to him. Give yourself to him. And Tzidkiah goes over to her, I come to the word of God. When Achab petitions you, right, you should give yourself over to him. Okay? So the Gemara says, so Azra Ba'amar La Lavia. So by the way, I feel like that's something amazing, which is interesting that you see the regard in which they hold the Jewish prophets, right? It doesn't say, like, get out of here. Like, right again, it says, okay, she takes this to her father. Takes to her father. So Amar Elohim Shal Ehu, Sunny Zemo. Nebuchadnezzar says something doesn't sound right over there because the God of these people, he hates morality. So the notion that he will instruct you, right, to give yourself over to these men doesn't make that much sense. So what happens? So Nebuchadnezzar says, next time they come your way, send them to me. Send them to me. So sure enough again, when they come back, so during Nebuchadnezzar sends them to Nebuchadnezzar. So man Nebuchadnezzar said, tell me, who gave you this message? Listen guys, I do a little fact checking. I asked Nebuchadnezzar, I asked Nebuchadnezzar about your supposed prophecy, and they told me fake news. They told me totally fake news, right? Never happened. So what's going on over here? I'm not this is great. So Sitkia and Achab say, well, one second. Why are Hananiah's work any more important than ours? They're prophets and we're prophets. Okay, we're all coming here. So again, just because my Hananiah is saying it's not true, doesn't mean it's not true. We're prophets also. So God didn't speak to them, God spoke to us. So we kind of say, you know what, I have a good idea. So when I checked out Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah's prophetic credentials, was just a little fiery furnace test. So if you guys don't mind, I'm going to subject you to the same test. If you come out okay, so you're good, of course, then your word is gold. So Achab and Sitkia say, hold up there. I'm going to raise two slots of Habu, but I'm going to say it's not fair. They were saved because there were three of them. There's only two of us, Achab and Sitkia. So I'm going to says, no problem. Phone a friend. No worries. You know what? Get your guy. You can choose anyone you want. Whoever you want for your furnace museums. Go ahead. You know, absolutely no problem. Choose whoever you want to go with you to the fiery furnace. So this is crazy. I'm literally said, you know what? You choose Yeshua Kohen Gadol. Sabi Leisi Yeshua. Not this Yisai. Was not Aaron. So they said, okay, we're going to choose Yeshua Kohen Gadol. We'll say, remember again. We just heard of Yeshua Kohen Gadol. One different Gadol at the time. Remember again. He was friends. He became friends with Azariah. So Sitkia and Achab say, okay, we choose Yeshua Kohen Gadol. Let him come into the furnace with us. Fine. So so what happens? They flew into the furnace. Achab and Sitkia were burned. And Yeshua remained unscathed, except his clothing became singed. Okay? So again, so now Nebuchadnezzar speaks with Yeshua. This is Yeshua. Obviously, I know. Understand why Achab and Sitkia were burned, because obviously again they're false prophets. So my question is, my time Yeshua, you're obviously righteous. But why is it that your clothing got a little bit stained? In other words, Nebuchadnezzar's mind, if you are righteous, then what? You switch the flames in totality. So why is it that you totally survived the fact that your clothing was singed? So the Gemara says, Nebuchadnezzar says, you know, I was going to tell you, their clothing wasn't even singed. You know, I was like, can you imagine, like that moment, like, stop talking about Nebuchadnezzar, right? I got it. They're great. They're fine. Right? So, Nebuchadnezzar prepared everyone to Hananiah, Mishael, right? Their clothing wasn't singed at all. So, Yeshua Kohen Gadol, obviously you're a great guy, you survived the furnace, but the clothing was singed. What happened over here? What's the Havu Ba'anachad? So Yeshua says pretty simple. They had the combined merits of three people. I'm only one guy. I'm going to go Avram, Yachitava. But Avram was only one. So Nebuchadnezzar knew this Torah. Right? He said, but Avram didn't go to the fire furnace. There was only one of him. And yet he emerged totally unscathed. Hasam Havar Shem Bahadei, although it's young at the Shus Salinura. Havar Shem Bahadjav is Sabbath Shus Salinura. So it's ultimately again, so Scripture says, here's the difference, that ultimately Adam was thrown to the furnace by himself. Therefore, the fire had no rishus at all. I was shown to the furnace with Rothschild. The fire had rishus. You have an impact on them. Once the fire was given some level of treatment, some level of control, it impacted his knee as well. Straight Udi Yidishi, the tribe of Kiva, also Yidishi. That's what people say, the famous adage. If your feet dry sticks or one wet one, the dry ones could ignite the wet one. In other words, even though normally a wet stick is impervious to fire, but put enough fire around it, and ultimately, again, the wet stick ignites as well. A person will be very righteous will say, so the wet stick is the tzaddik. So the wet stick will be very righteous. And surround the wet stick by enough Rishayim, and unfortunately, again, the Rishayim have an impact on the tzaddik as well. Incredible. The impact of our surroundings. So listen, by the way, my timing on it, what's the real reason? You must feel that that's not the real reason. Right? If you're sure calling your adult is really a big tzaddik, then at the end of the day, the fire should not impact him at all. Why did the fire impact him? Incredible. Because his sons behaved inappropriately. You look on him, I've seen the married women where they were not really allowed to marry. And you're sure the father said nothing. Failure to exercise parental rights, paternal prerogative, failure to exercise parental control, ultimately is profound perish. Remember, you're sure I love it to them inside. You're sure we're very swept for you. You got to show sure about the other side. I'm not saying that father knows some message in a good, so who knows? But I'm I'm going to talk from Dark back out, but this is wrong. My text was in the passage. She has only my even not sonning, was on the Ruth goes to use the bars, and Ruth in the passage says the bar gave her 6 barleys. 6 barleys. So what is my church has only 106 barleys. The other church from non-particularly in Liberty gave her 6 barley kernels. So we must say, if you got Shabbat Litin, Matana Sheikh Shoulder, with Boaz just give us per person 6 barley kernels, that doesn't make any sense. It looks like Tzaddik Gimel on the days 93D. Ella, Sheikh Sid, rather he gave her 6 saw. Now that's a lot of barley. So listen, if you got this at Isha Vita Sheikh Sid, this woman's going to be able to carry back 6 saw. That's a lot of barley. So in fact, interesting that the Gemara says, in fact, he gave her 6 barley kernels. Why? It was a remez. It was a metaphor, a reason that she was going to have 6 sons who would each be benched with 6 brachas. So it wasn't meant to be a sustaining gift, but rather it was meant to be a symbolic gift. So the Gemara says, listen to this, who are the 6 sons? Anyway, in this example, who are the 6 descendants? Who again, each of them blesses across the line. David, Mashiach, Daniel, Hananiah, Mishal, and Azariah. And I'll say, by the way, this is Ruth's pedigree. Ruth's pedigree. And I'll say, by the way, you know what you trace it all to? A pivotal moment when Naomi was going back to Canaan, right? And Naomi said, don't come with me. And Arpa goes back to Moab, and Ruth goes to Canaan. Sometimes in life, we stand at a crossroads, and the decision we make at that crossroads impacts not just us, but impacts us for generations. Sometimes we're aware we're at a crossroads, sometimes we're unaware that we're at a crossroads. But this is the importance of living life with incredible mindfulness, so that when you stand at a crossroads, you know that you're in the moment of a pivotal decision, and you choose wisely. Incredible. So let's go through this. Here we go. David, it's it. Dayan, I saw this like the son of Ishai, Yodea Nadi, the Giva Kayo, the Ishmachama, the Nabon, right? The Nabon Davar, the Ishtar. So it's about Shem Imo. So 6 brachas, so we'll define what each of these are in just a moment. These are the 6 actually 6 brachas. Ba'ara Yuda, Ola Kalapasa Kazak, no other Doeg Elab Loshnara. We'll say now this was said from Doeg, who was one of the advisors. This is one of the advisors of Shaul to Shaul. And we'll say now Doeg meant it. You know, sometimes when somebody compliments someone, it's really disparaging. So this was a compliment that was meant to be disparaging. And meant to really, not even disparaging, but meant to create animosity. Here we go. Yodea Nadi, knows how to play music. Yodea Rishol, he knows how to ask you questions in Torah. Givar, Yodea Rashi, he knows how to answer questions in Torah. Ishmachama, Yodea Lisa Rikin in Mocham Teshal Torah. He knows how to give and take in the battle of Torah. Ishtar, Shemara Panabalaha. He's a beautiful appearance, and he knows how to assert himself in halacha. The Naval, knowledge means done himself, and he's a Naval, and then he understands how to extrapolate knowledge from one area to apply to another. Hashem Imar, God is with him. Shalach is the most of the Makom. Ultimately, whenever David says the halacha always follows him. The Kula in all of these areas, Saul said this is beautiful. And son has these same attributes. The Amr Back Shanks, most of the beginners in Nami Lahala, but ultimately, when the said about Shem Emo, they would be in the AFC South. The AFC
That's the show between jealous. And then, of course, sets forth this entire dynamic with shows. He's done it as a threat, and nobody tries to tell him. He shocks it. Bakasha Yifna Yashia. Wherever he said is.
The Miami Dolphins are going to be in the AFC East because the AFC South is going to have other teams that are far north,
So again,
like the Tennessee Titans, the Indianapolis Colts. Also, you should never bet on Miami winning it.
Next. So therefore, I will say, the point over here is, Russ's descendants, remember, Boaz gives Russ six pearls of barley to highlight. We're going to have 6 descendants, where each benched themselves with 6 brothers. Now we just had David enough, one of those descendants, and the 6 brothers of David. Mashiach, that's it. So it says, what's the bracha of Mashiach? So beautiful. Incredible. The bracha, I love Ruach Hashem. Right? Ultimately, again, the Ruach Hashem will literally rest upon him. Ruach Chokmah, Ruach Chokmah, Ruach Itza, Ruach Das, Viras Hashem. So these are the brachas of Mashiach. These are the brachas of Mashiach. I want to say these are the qualities of Mashiach. Ultimately, again, I'll be inspiring us. This also teaches us ultimately again that Mashiach, I want to say, is someone Mashiach is someone who's going to be loaded with mitzvahs and yisurim and suffering. And we always say, what do you mean what? What is the primary quality of Mashiach? The primary quality of Mashiach is the ability to maintain spiritual fidelity despite overwhelmingly difficult life circumstances. This goes back to what we saw yesterday about ultimately, okay, if you don't learn Torah at night, your house is consumed by fire. At the end of the day, right, the most important aspect we have in our Yiddishkeit is the ability to maintain fidelity and allegiance to our Kadosh Baruch Hu, even in times of overwhelming adversity. That's the quality of Mashiach. Mashiach is someone who is loaded with mitzvahs, loaded with spirituality, but also loaded with incredible suffering. Rabbi says, the more about God, Mashiach, it's very interesting. All right, well, so you know what? We're going to stop over here for today. Right. No, sorry. I just want to point out. All right. Good. I got it. We didn't finish the doc. We didn't finish all the way. But let's say, but now at least, we look normal. We look normal. I feel last time we looked abnormal. Let's say we're much more enraged. Guys, I want tremendous.
Again, bro, so grateful for all the things that you're doing. Guys, make sure you're following Treasons. Make sure that you are locked in with what they're doing. This is replanting. Everybody can do it.
All right, so
everybody can get involved. Everybody can plant some trees. Everybody can do just a little bit good. So big shout out to you. Thank you again so much. Guys, I forgot. I got so wrapped up in the conversation with Peanut that I totally forgot to announce the giveaway of this winner for the emojis. That is Mr. Comfy, Jimmy Hartley at Mr. Comfy. Shout out to you. You are the winner of this emoji dance contest.
All right, so we'll say good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning to thank our annual and the Torah sponsor. The Johnson Misbach of Eretz Yisrael for dedicating all the student instructions this year as a zuchus for the Solos Tomos for Am Yisrael. Our Torah sponsors for the month of Adar, Bali, Rakova, Terry and Steve Zinn, the loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, C. Hirsch, Ben Yosef Akin, Ziv, Levin, and Berman families in memory of William Ziv, Zev, Shmuel, Ben Yisrael. Our week of learning sponsors, Misha and Beth Adler, in memory of Judy Goldman, Yehudis, Esther, Bas Elazar, Zikon of Rafa, and our learning sponsors, Ruben Rakovsky, in memory of Ida Kazowski and Lillian Waxton, Zikon of Rafa. We hope that in merit of our Talmud Torah. All of them are showing something out here. The families are showing. All of those who need us, wish I was able to call each other. We spoke with Shemir to Shemir. All of our hostages and all the soldiers should be successful. Let's do that. Let's go. Today's daf is Sadiq Gimel 93. We are starting on Sadiq Days Amud Aleph 92a, 14 lines up from the bottom, but we got this. Rabbi Lazar Omer. Rabbi Lazar. Anyone who does not, literally again, allow Talmidei Chachamim to benefit from his possessions will not see bracha forever. Meaning, which is another way of saying that a person is supposed to share his possessions with Talmidei Chachamim, meaning support Torah. And if a person does not use his possessions to support Torah, he'll never go ahead and see blessing from those possessions. In other words, what's the logic over here? We're talking about someone who does not want to utilize his resources to help Talmidei Chachamim, help Torah, thinking that by not giving them, he'll have more for himself. So therefore, the halacha says it doesn't work that way. If you don't use your resources to go and help Torah, at the end, ultimately, you'll just have less for yourself. Shneimar, ein tzvi li'achlo akim lo yachol tuvo, ve'ein tzvi elot Talmidei Chachamim shneimar tzvi ma'asher Hashem korei. Rabbi Lazar says as follows. Interesting halacha. If at the end of the meal you don't leave over bread on your table, you will not see blessing. Which means, in other words, make sure to always leave over some bread on your table. Okay. So the Gemara says, on the other hand, the Gemara says, the Gemara but Rabbi Lazar said, whoever leaves over bread, literally pieces of bread on his table, ultimately it's as if he worships idolatry. So it sounds like, obviously, leaving over bread is not a good thing. So the Gemara says, so apparently, the way of Avodah Zarah, God, is the way you worshipped it was little pieces of bread together with the whole loaf. So if you leave little pieces with the whole loaf, that's what it looks like Avodah Zarah. But just go ahead and leave pieces, that's what it's Shemir Bracha. I will say. So what's the pshat that leaving over bread represents a Shemir Bracha in one's house? So first of all, this could be a little bit more of like almost like a Havdalah type motif of overflowing the cup. Right? The idea is that there's extra. So similarly, we overflow the cup of Havdalah because again we want it to be that literally our cup runneth over. That's what we want. So something leaving over extra bread indicates that there's surplus in the home. That's one possibility. The other possibility is that halacha l'maisa, if there's leftover bread, that means a person didn't eat everything. If you didn't eat everything, that means I exercised some level of self-control. What's kedusha? What's kedoshim to you? The Ramban says, kadesh is atzmecha b'mashem mutarah. Is moderation. Is even not just drawing line between mutter and asur, even within the world of that which is mutter, I limit myself. I moderate myself. So perhaps that's the shot as well. That if I have a meal and I don't eat everything, but I leave a little bit over, that's ultimately again that's a display of moderation. And where there's moderation, ultimately there's kedusha. Okay. Now, literally translated, Rashi says over here, means a person changes his voice, which makes it sound like a person is trying to conceal his identity. But the truth is, Machlik could also just mean a person doesn't keep his word. So whoever doesn't keep his word, it's as if he worships idolatry. Interesting So literally translated, whoever looks at an erva, and we'll discuss what this means in just a moment, kashto nin eres, his bow is emptied. What does that mean? Take a look at Rashi. Kashto nin eres. Rashi says over here, so the Gemara says, koach kishui eva shalo ninar she'ena modi. The Rashi says something over here, and again we'll discuss what erva means. But if a person looks at erva, which means something illicit, kashton in eres. Now Rashi understands this to be a metaphor that literally he becomes impotent. right? So Koshi Iber Shalom, so getting over Shem, you're not sharing a moment. Shneimar, area Mer, Kashtaka, area Shaatim, Sadaba, Mamish Bevasa, Hitar Kashtaka, Dava Akar, Hamistakel, Hamachashi, Ba'arayos, the Ishis Ish, Kashto yours. So, first approach of Rashi is that literally one looks at something they're not supposed to be looking at. So, right, if I look at things I'm not supposed to be looking at, or second approach in Rashi is that a person thinks about a married woman. It could be even when he's with his own wife, he thinks about a married woman. Either we're talking about some type of either illicit thoughts or illicit or actually illicit looking at things which are illicit and inappropriate. What's inappropriate? What's the result of it? Kashton in Eres, his bow is empty. Now again, so Rashi says it's almost like literally like a erectile dysfunction. Like he's just not going to be able to father children. Perhaps also on a deeper level, what it's saying is like this: that the thing about arayos, the thing about immorality, is that it's all consuming. Right? When a person has a lust, a person has a desire for arayos, it takes over the individual and literally it can sap a person of all of their strength. Every single one of us has a reservoir, a certain amount of strength, a certain amount of vitality. That's what we got, right? In other words, you can only go so long without sleep, right? We feel that this hour in the morning, right? Because I can only put in other words, there, as much as I want to say my potential is limitless, which is true, my koach is not. Right? In other words, it does come a certain point in time where there's no more gas in the tank. I think what Chazal is telling us is, be careful what you use your energy for, because there are certain things that are all consuming the realm of energy. And the truth is, arayos, immorality, is one of those things. It'll empty your bow, right? It'll empty the tank. It'll go ahead and sap you of all your vitality, and therefore, not only am I engaged in avera, but at the end of the day, there's nothing left in the tank to be able to do good things as well. Profound Gemara. Let's go. Person should always be humble. Rashi says over here, be humble and you will live. Humility is the key to longevity. Fascinating. Proof to this is because there's a concept of nige batu, which means a home could have tzaras. But interestingly enough, the only way for a home to have tzaras is if you can get natural light in the house. If ultimately a home does not have windows, you don't start bringing in candles or lanterns to be able to see whether or not there's tzaras on the home. So the idea is a home without windows represents humility. A home without windows can't get tzaras. A person who is humble saves himself from a lot of life's afflictions. Humility is the secret to longevity. What's the meaning of the pasuk that says Sha'ol v'otzerechem eretz lo tzaveh mayim? So the ima inyan Sha'ol eitzachem. What's the connection to Sha'ol is the grave, Rechem is the womb. What's the connection between the grave and the womb? Ma Rechem machnis umotzi. Right, just like the Rechem, just like the womb takes in, right? The womb takes in the semen and ultimately again emits the baby. So to the grave. So to the grave takes in, you carry the dead, the motzi, yes, I may say. So the womb which takes in quietly, yet ultimately emits with great cries, first the baby. So Sha'ol Shemachlisim Babakolos, in addition, Shematim so the grave, which again when someone's buried, when something comes into the grave, it must crying, right? It is crying. So too when it emits, i.e. there's going to be even greater cries of joy. Ultimately, the Gemara says this is a conclusive proof that just Tchias HaMesim. So I'll say once again, you see, we're fixated on proving this notion of Tchias HaMesim. So the Gemara says this is a good raya. Tzadikim Shazrech Baruch Hu in the Chozun Yafra. So this is fascinating halacha. Tzadikim who are Kodesh Baruch Hu is going to go ahead and bring back to life Tchias HaMesim during Yemos Mashiach Messianic era will not die. Which is fascinating. Right? All these questions come up when it comes to Messianic era. So we need Tchias HaMesim, resurrection of the dead. Okay, which is going to be incredible. So do people die again afterwards? The Gemara says Tzadikim don't die. Once the Tzadikim are resurrected, they remain alive. Shneimar Baya Nishar B'Tzim Banos Yerushalayim Kadosh Yomer Lo. So the pasuk compares tzaddikim to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Just like the Rebbe Shalom is eternal, so too when the tzaddikim come back to life, there'll be an element of eternality as well. Amud Beis. V'em Tomar, Osam Shanim Shasar HaKadosh Baruch Hu Bahen, as Elsa Shanim Shasar HaKadosh Baruch Hu, L'chadesh Banas Olamo, Shneimar, V'niskav Hashem Levado Bayomahu. I shall say, so this is pretty wild stuff. So we're going to talk about this idea in greater depth, that there is this concept that at a certain point in time, the world will stop, right? We have this, we're going to see this. The world was created for 6,000 years. After 6,000 years, the world stops. What happens after it stops? 10 or 3, whatever number we're up to, right? So this prophet is going to recreate another world from new, which sounds like everything that exists will be erased, and the prophet will start again. What happens to the tzaddikim during that like cosmic rebirth stage? Where do they go? So the Gemara says, wow. The Rothschild makes for the tzaddikim wings like birds, and they fly above the water. What's the water? So the Pashto says the world is going to be recreated. What's the original state of creation, right? So the world will go back to water, but the tzaddikim will be given wings, and ultimately, again, those wings will propel them over the water. Which will say, by the way, it's such a shneimar, akilo mira b'hamir eretz k'mot charim b'lev yamim b'shema kamar yishlan tzar. Maybe you'll say they have tsar, maybe they'll have pain and difficulty during this time. Talmud Omar, v'kol v'Hashem yachalifu koach ya'aver ever kin sharim. So people will be given wings like eagles. Yarutzu v'lo yigo, yilchu v'lo yi'afu. Ultimately, again, they will go, they will run, and they will not be tired. They will walk, and they will not be right. They will not be tired. And the other thing is, so ultimately, this is such a beautiful so tzaddikim will be given wings. Truth is, that's what tzaddikim have wings. The great avodah of becoming a tzaddik, or the great benefit of becoming a tzaddik, is sometimes the ability to transcend everything that life throws your way. Regardless of tzaddikim, is the wings they have to be able to literally transcend all of the difficulties and challenges. So the Gemara says as follows. So what about we were talking about this a little bit. We've referenced this already. What about the dead that Yechezkel brought back to life? Right? Yechezkel did Chesed. Now, after Yechezkel brought those people back to life, they died again. So right, they died again. So shouldn't that be a raya that even the tzaddikim who come back to life will ultimately die? Will die. So the Gemara says, "Savala Command Amar the MS Mashal Haya." This is interesting. He actually holds up the opinion that the story of Yechezkel, right, the Atzama Sayaveshos, the Valley of Dry Bones, that was a mashal. It didn't actually happen, but rather again, it's a parable, the Sanya. So this in of itself is a dramatic machlok. It's the Sanya. And we also Omer Mesim Shechia Yechezkel Amdor Aglayim Amdu Shira Umesu. The people Yechezkel brought back to life, they stood on their feet, they sang Shira, and then they died again. Mashira Amru, what did they sing? Mashira Amru, Hashem Nemes Pesadik Umechaye Barachim. Yeshua Omer, Shira Zu Amru, Hashem Nemes Umechaye Morid Sha'al Bayal. Yeshua Omer, Yehuda says, MS, Mashal Haya. Now Yehuda says, now we'll say, Lashon is very interesting. MS means truth. Mashal Haya, it was a parable. So Mercer doesn't make sense. All over the Khandia. MS, Lama Mashal. Then Mashal Lama MS. Which one is it? In other words, if you tell me it's MS means that it really happened. So if it really happened, it really happened. Otherwise, if it's a Mashal, it's a Mashal. What's going on up here? So the Gemara says, Ella the MS Mashal Haya. Rather, again, what he means is in reality, the whole thing was a Mashal. Right? So we'll say, by the way, a fascinating machlokes about whether or not the episode of Cheskel with the Atzama Sedation did it happen or not. Did it happen, or was it simply a mashal? Fundamental machlokes. Rabbi Lazarino Shavio said to the Omer, "Meisim shehaki Cheskel Allah anu la'aretz Eretz Yisrael v'nasu nashim v'alidu panim u'banos." Incredible. So others saying, no, it really happened. And by the way, they didn't die immediately after singing Shira. Right? What happened? Cheskel brought them back to life. They sang Shira. They went to Eretz Yisrael. They married. They had kids. So the Gemara says, "Amar Yehuda ben Mesira Arangal v'Amar Ani mipnei b'neihem So Rabbi stands up and says, I'm a descendant of them. I'm a descendant of one of those people who was brought back to life from Yecheskel, and ultimately, again, these are the tefillin that I received from my great grandfather. So beautiful. So by the way, who are these people? Who are these people who died in this valley? Right? Who are these individuals who Yecheskel brought back that was in the wild? This is incredible. I will say there is a not so well-known story that there are a group of Jews who tried to escape from Egypt earlier than the rest of Klal Yisrael. They were members of the tribe of Ephraim. That's why also Ephraim's numbers are lower than relatively lower than other tribes. There was a group of Ephraim that tried to escape from Egypt early, and they were killed. They were killed. So the said, what happened with them? They made a mistake. They were good people. They just made a mistake. Shneimar. When Ephraim, Shusela, Ubara Beno, Besachas Beno, Balada Beno, Besachas Beno, Uzbada Beno, Shusela Beno, Beizir Elazar Elad, the husband answered that to Elad Baris. They were killed by people of God. Sid, by Salah Ephraim at the end, Yamin Rabin, by Abo Echad Lemechalo. And ultimately, again, so they were mourned. Father Ephraim mourned for them. What's what happened over here? They made a mistake. They made a mistake like the calculation. Remember, by this day of Son, Hashem says, the children will be enslaved for 430 years. The clock actually started from the birth of Yitzchak. They thought the clock started from the actual brisket house. So when year 430 comes, they think, oh, it's time to go. It's time to go and leave. But of course, unfortunately, they were wrong, and they were killed. Those are the Examasive shows that Yecheskel brought back to life. Incredible. So Shmuel says, so again, Shmuel says, these were people who denied Chesemesim. Interesting. They denied Chesemesim, and ironically enough, they brought back to life by Yecheskel. These are individuals, unfortunately, who had not even they had no mitzvahs. Not like the moisture of the mitzvah. They didn't have any element of mitzvah moisture associated. Shneimar, Hatzamos Haydeshos, Shulu Dvar Hashem. Yisroch says, everybody Adam, Shechipu Asahekal Shulum Shkatzim B'Rambasi. These were people who unfortunately denigrated and degraded the mitzvah. Shneimar, Va'aval Be'era B'Hine Kaltav Nisveris B'Hine Shekel Kal Yudis. So, the Chukal Akir Sabbath, Siv Hassan, and he ran out of Sabbath. Yochar says, Elu, Mesa, Vika, Dula. These are the people ultimately, again, who died in Bikas Dura. Now, what's Bikas Dura? Now we're going to get into a fascinating story. These were Jews who were killed by Nebuchadnezzar. Nebuchadnezzar, right? So remember again, so and Yecheskel brought them back. What happened in Bikas Dura? Now Esha Adrabas, Bikas Dura. Shebishar Shehiga Nebuchadnezzar Ashas. So it's a second wide line. The bottom of Tzadik Bezos, his name TV were flying. So listen to this. When Nebuchadnezzar went ahead and exiled Klal Yisrael, so what happened? There are a group of young men who were so exceedingly handsome that literally was so beautiful. They put the sun to shame with their beauty. Right? The sun is considered to be like that, like quintessential, beautiful luminescence. These boys, these young men were so handsome, but ultimately, again, they put the sun to shame. So what happened? And what would happen? So the Caspian women would see them, and literally again they would experience a blood flow, a zava flow. And listen, again, there's this concept in halacha called dan kinut, which means that sometimes at a point of incredible arousal, a woman could also go ahead and leave. So these Caspian women saw these Jewish boys, and they had experienced this flow. I'm going to bow there, and something they told their husbands, and their sons, their husbands told them, Shiva Melech husband. So the king killed them. Apparently they didn't want such good-looking Jews to be alive. But still, even as corpses, these young men were very handsome. So what happened? Siva Hamelech Halamsu. The king had the bodies trampled so that the boys would be disfigured. Overwhelming story. So you know, it says these are the bones that Yecheskel brought back to life. And all of this happened in Bikas Dura. that happened in the Dura Valley. The Gemara transitions to some incredible stories regarding Nebuchadnezzar. So remember again, so remember context. Nebuchadnezzar's primary advisor, and actually we're going to see that actually Nebuchadnezzar deified him, was Daniel. Like contemporaries of Daniel were Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah. So the Gemara tells the story that Nebuchadnezzar had erected an idol of himself. He commanded everyone to bow down to it. Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah refused to bow. As a result, they are thrown into a fiery furnace. So the Gemara says, so again, at the time the fire was thrown into the furnace, this is when Hashem tells Yecheskel's contemporary of Daniel, Hananiah, Mishael, Azariah, and it's incredible how they could have all of these great men. Says that as Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah being thrown into the Kivshon, Hashem tells Yecheskel, go and bring back the dead in the Dura Valley. We don't check the son. So what happened? So after the bones were brought back to life, so apparently it wasn't just the bones that were in the valley. All the bones of the people who had died were brought back to life. So interestingly enough, apparently, as crazy as this sounds, Nebuchadnezzar had fashioned like a goblet out of the bones of some of his victims. So as the bones were brought back to life, he's thinking his wife, one of the bones from his goblet slaps him in the face. So the Amar, so the Gemara says, Amar Mati Van Sha'ilu. So I'm saying something, the Nebuchadnezzar said, hey, what's up? What's going on over here? So Amru Lo, because so he said, the friend of these guys being Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah, is bringing back the dead in the Dura Valley. Pasak Amar As come and rap with him because Moik Kana Takifin Makusim Makus Olam Ishaltani in Garvadar. In this moment, it's incredible. In this moment, so Nebuchadnezzar begins to sing Shira to Hashem. It's pretty amazing. And if you look what he says, this God, look how great he is, look how strong he is. His monarchy is a monarchy forever. And his dominion is from generation to generation. Already stuck. Yutzat Zav or Sech was so So literally again, molten gold should be poured into the mouth of Nebuchadnezzar. In other words, shut him up. Why? So Mali lo ba mara pisitrapid, bikesh linos koshnos shpachos, shaman daven sefer. Was this incredible? Had the Malach not come and struck him on the face, Nebuchadnezzar would have sang more beautiful songs than David HaMelech. Right? He would have discovered. So it says that's the passage. As beautiful as everything that David HaMelech did in Tehillim, Nebuchadnezzar's shira could have been even more beautiful. Now, let's say to yourself, how could a Nebuchadnezzar make a greater shira than David HaMelech? So it's a simple question. Remember, the greater the evil, the greater the powerful. Every person has thought so. Nebuchadnezzar, he was so evil that he could destroy the base of Mikdash and exile Klal Yisrael and get the people. All these terrible things. If you were to harness that power, and challenge towards good, there was no telling what he could accomplish. Incredible. 6 miracles happened that day. We're talking about the day that Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah were thrown into the Kivshon. Number one, it was normally the cauldron was actually beneath, it was underground. It rose above ground so everybody would be able to see the miracle that was happening. That's Nifas HaKivshon, part of the wall of the Kivshon cracked open, so people could see into the Kivshon what was happening. Homak Sodo, the foundation crack. Nefach Selam Alpar, the big idol of Nebuchadnezzar, fell on its face. The Nisrifu Aramachos, ultimately 4 other kings who were allies of Nebuchadnezzar were incinerated that day. The Hefti and Yecheskel as an Isam Bekazura, and Yecheskel brought back the dead in the Dura Valley. The Kula Gemara, ultimately again, all of these are tradition. All these miracles we have are tradition. But Abramalchios Cruxit. We know about the death of the 4 kings when the Prophet say, and the Nebuchadnezzar Melchizedek from Michnash, Ulach Shaparnio, Sakina Befusag, Adar, Gizilya, Nikar. Gad Varya, Ditavarya, Tafasya, the whole Shalkuni Medina. So, Sid, Isi, Kuvin, Yudon, Sid, Miskanchi, Ashtamania, Saganya, Kusa, Dadiri Malka, Cousin Gabriela. So, what's interesting is in the first pasuk, this of course sounds like a Sasmayama, right? So, again, so in the first pasuk, there's 4 more names. In the second pasuk, there's less names, which indicates to us that ultimately, again, some of his allies were killed. Incredible. Time data also. Tana data also. In Yaakov, Afilu b'Shas Sakara is incredible. So Tana data also. Ben Yaakov, Afilu b'Shas Sakara, lo yishana adnas atzma min ha'abaros shalom. This is incredible. Even in a time of danger, a person should not go ahead and change his dignified ways. Shneimar, Ba'adim Gavra Elach Kafsu b'Savaleon Hashtem Kavason. Kanayim Yishar Azari, according to the Kivshon Aish, they wore their distinguished clothing. Now, what does this mean? Take a look at that. Shalom say last fraction of that. Aishar Min HaBaros. Shalom. Shachari Kanayim Yishar Azari L'Haludushim B'Dei Kifarton. Yishushim L'Kivshon. So Kanayim Yishar Azari, according to the Kivshon, they were still wearing their royal clothing, dignified clothing. So the word says, so Al Yishar Shlo Yira Mevuah L'Mefuchad. This is incredible Gemara. What is Rosh Yaakov saying? What is Yaakov saying? A person must always remain dignified, even in the face of adversity. Sometimes when we are overwhelmed by our circumstances, so ultimately again we become understanding, all confused, and we lose it. And as a result, we ourselves act in an undignified manner. The Gemara says the power of the youth is always to maintain dignity and level-headedness, even in the midst of overwhelming circumstances. So now you and Azariah, what did they do before they were thrown to the Kivshon Aish? They fixed their bekashos, and they went ahead, right, and they straightened themselves out, and they were ready. They were ready. They both said, by the way, this is the story of the Jew throughout the ages. Throughout the ages, the ability to maintain a dignity and refinement. Because deep down, I know it's not my enemy who controls my fate. It's HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And because I'm always in the hands of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, I can keep level-headed, I cannot lose my wits, and I can maintain my dignified posture even in the face of overwhelming circumstances. Incredible. I'm going to be open. I want to say, all right. Right now, he's zero. So he don't say, this is beautiful Gemara. People so tzadikim are even greater than Malachim. Shneimar, on a chazak divine Abba Shani Mahalkim the Gomura, the Chamo Ibu the Home, the Rabbi Diri, right, Gom the Baruch. So the tzaddik is mentioned in the pasuk before the Malach. I will say, the truth is that it's not a kiddush. Of course, the tzaddikim are greater than Malachim. It's not even a shayla. Right? Why? Because Malachim don't have the ability to grow. Malachim don't have the ability to change. Malachim don't have the ability to transcend adversity or overcome adversity. So it's nothing cautious that, of course, tzaddikim are greater than Malachim. Incredible. I'm not time to come back on anybody. The Shashi has to find Yishal Azar Nikishon Aish. Help Masa'ula Mutafku Misarein Shahi Sabah Ne'edim. This is incredible. When Chanayim Yishal Azariah came out of the Kivshon and they came out of the furnace, so what happened? All of the nations of the world came along. The Tafku Misarein Shahi Sabah Ne'edim. And literally again, they struck the enemies of Klal Yisrael, ultimately again on their face. In other words, they gave him a patch. The Gemara says, Yesh lachem alokak hazeh v'atem mishtachlim mitzalim. So this was a Muslim Klal Yisrael. In other words, when Chanayim Yishal Azariah came out of the Kivshon, the nations of the world said to the Jews, what is the matter with you guys? You have a God like this who saves people from a fiery furnace, and you're worshiping our gods. Incredible, right? I'll say sometimes the greatest mercy that we receive is the mercy from the nations of the world. Yeah, possible. Amru, Hashem at Taka, Salami Bosh, Kohen Kiyomas. Amru Shorat, Mariam Dor. So, night to see what's in your house. Amarti is a beautiful one. Amarti Elevet Amar, Zeb Sansana. So, say, what's the meaning of the pasuk that says, then Shir? Literally, again, I said I will go up on the palm tree, but I only take hold of branches. What's the pshat? So the Gemara says, Amarti ela b'tamar eli Yisrael. So again, the tamar, the palm tree, represents Klal. So the Pasuk essentially says, my goal, my desire, is to hold on to the palm tree in totality. Right? What I want more than anything is to be able to hold on to the palm tree. Unfortunately, I can't wrap my hands around the palm. Why? Because Kalisar is rejecting me. Instead, all I have are a couple of branches. Where are my branches? Ultimately, I get Shanai Nishan as area. It's a better way. I can't tell you. Moments like this are very affirming because sometimes we find ourselves very disillusioned by relationships and feeling so let down that people who count on don't come through. And all these different feelings. And it's important to understand such is the nature of relationships. That's kind of the way it works. There's always had expectations. Get expectations ultimately again of holding on to the entire palm. Yet again, he didn't get the whole palm. Even if he didn't get the whole palm. What does he get? He gets a couple of branches. It's no branches, beautiful branches, wonderful branches, but just branches. Sometimes again, not getting exactly what you want or what you had anticipated in relationships are for the course. Margot's like it. I'm going to be open. I might have said. Raisi Alayla Dine Ish talking about Sus Adam, who only been Hadassah Shalom Mitzvah. So that's the meaning of this story, right? This is Nebuah, obviously. This is from Zechariah. I saw in my dream a man riding on a red horse. He was standing between the myrtles that were in the swamp. Now, the truth is, it then goes on, right? It then goes on to say that afterwards I saw other red horses and white horses. So, Raisi Alayla, what does that mean? What does that mean? I saw it. I did get the problem was ready, was disenchanted with how mankind was behaving, and he was ready to go ahead and turn the entire world into life, destroy the world. The man was riding on the horse. Who's the man? Hashem Ish Milchama Hashem Shemo. Asus Adam, what is he on a red horse? First line. Hashem is ready to turn the entire world into blood. Is and as soon as he saw Chaim Shalom Azariah, ultimately again he calmed down. Shneimar to Omer Ben Hadassah Shalom Mitzvah. Still amongst the middle branches in the swamp. What's the middle branches? Ben Hadassah Shalom Tzadikim. The middle branches, those are Tzadikim Shneimar by the Omer Es Hadassah. The Mitzvah Elababa. What's the swamp? The swamp is Baba. Shneimar Omer Mitzvah. Can't be Ben Arasecha Ovish Miyad Mulim. Rogez Nasim talking about Dunim. So now, Vadum Nasa Rabbanim, Arababa, Shmamina, Susya, Kibra, Malilachama. By the way, so the red horses represent destruction, the white horses represent salvation. So good to know, if you see white horses in your dreams, that is a good sign. So let's say, just a tremendous lesson from here. We both know he's ready to destroy the world. Destroy the world. So what changed his mind? What changed his mind was, Three people changed HaKadosh Baruch Hu's mind about the entire world. I say sometimes we think to ourselves that what we do as individuals doesn't matter. Come on, I'm just one person. How much do I really matter? Let's say we matter more than we should ever. More than we could ever imagine. Three men, Shanai, Mishan, and Zayah. By the way, I want to point out, excuse me for saying this, they weren't even the greatest people of their generation. Right? There was Daniel, there was Yecheskel, there were other people. But yet, again, they saved the world. There is no telling what our actions do for the world as a whole. Tremendous. Let's go like this. So, Rabbanon Lehechaz, this is great. After Chanai Mishan Azariah came out of the Kibshan, where did they go? Kind of like, what do you do after that? So where do you, after that event, we never hear about them again. So where did they go? So the Gemara says, Amarav, the Ayin Hara, they died. They died as a result of Ayin Hara. Ayin Hara, what does this mean? They were the subject of so much attention, and their piety became the subject of so much attention. That level of attention is not healthy. They died as a result of Ayin Hara. So the Gemara says, the Shmuel says, Barok Tavu. They drowned in spit and saliva. Now what is that? It's also an incredible Marshal here. So the Marshal says this doesn't make any sense. He says, listen to this. The fire should get a Marshal that got to keep the shell on because somebody installed biomotivation also. So this is outside very, very, very quickly. Remember the Gemara just said that after Chaim Mishan Azariah came out. So the nations of the world literally verbally beat up on the Jewish people. They said, what is the matter with you people? Why are you worshiping other gods when your God is so great? So the Marshal says, What does it mean that Chanai Mishan Azariah drowned in the saliva? It meant that, so to speak, that the Jews were subject to the verbal abuse, theological verbal abuse of the Ummahs of the Goyim. So, like, like when people talk, so they spit a little bit. So the idea is that the Jews were being beaten up by the Ummahs Ha'olam, and they were being embarrassed. So what does it mean that Chanai Mishan Azariah died in the state of the saliva? It means that even Chanai Mishan Azariah did something so beautiful and so spiritually heroic. What they did caused the embarrassment of Klal Yisrael. And because it caused the embarrassment, that's the saliva, right? The Ummahs Ha'olam spitting at Klal Yisrael, not spitting, but talking, giving them mussar, that embarrassment caused them to die. Let's see what's happening over here. Chanai Mishan Azariah, what did they do? All they did was a willingness to give their lives up to Hashem. But what they did ended up resulting in an embarrassment for Klal Yisrael. And when you embarrass Klal Yisrael, there's culpability, even if it's fundamentally and wholly, totally unintended. So let's see, what do you see from here? How careful we have to be with each other's feelings. How careful we have to be with how we talk to each other, how we relate to one another, how even again unintended embarrassment and hurt of another Jew has such dramatic consequences, overwhelming. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Yochanan says, no, all the artists stop and us and Hashem, let's say such dramatically different narratives over here, right? So first opinion said they died. Second opinion said, no, what are you talking about? They went there to Israel, like they retired to Israel, and they had children. Rabbi Rothschild says, Rabbi Yeshua Rabbi Shimona Yoshua Kohen Agadol Ata V'Re'acha Yoshua B'Fnei Hashem Ki Anshe Mofes Hima. So Moses the Gemara talks about Yoshua Kohen Agadol, who lived at the time again of Chanai Mishan Azariah. I'll talk about in just a moment. And the pasuk relates that Yoshua Kohen Agadol is sitting there with his friends who did miracles. Who are his friends who did miracles? Sechananya, Mishal Azariah. So what do you see from here? Mishal Azariah, after the story with the Kivshan, moved to Eretz Yisrael, got married and had families. Okay, but Daniel also. By the way, where was Daniel? Where was Daniel at all this? Right? Daniel was the most trusted advisor of Nebuchadnezzar. He was the senior prophet of the time. Where was he when Chanai Mishan Azariah were being thrown into the Kivshan Aish? So Nebuchadnezzar actually dispatched him to go and create a big river, like a big body of water in Tiberia. Okay, he was on a civil engineering project. He was there to begin to work out an import contract, right? For asbestos. Asbestos is like a type of animal food. To bring in asbestos to Baba. He was there to bring chazirim, to bring pigs from Alexandria. So apparently, again, Alexandria, right, of Egypt had the best chazirim, had the best pigs, and you had to negotiate the contract to bring those animals into Baba. Is that true? But Tanya, in part of the chazir yotzim elachsan shaloshaim she'in chol tchinaim shala v'shal shlateli. I will say it's fascinating. Alexandria, they would only sell livestock after removing the uterus of the animal. Why? Because they did not want their animals to reproduce outside Alexandria. They cornered the market. On a certain type of robust livestock. So in other words, they would sterilize the animal before they would go to take the animal out. So how was Daniel able to import these animals? So again, a good Yiddish account. So what did he do? So says, Zutri Isi below that time. He brought very young, so no one had to have a meaning that he was mating them and trying to reproduce them. Okay, point is, he wasn't involved when all of this occurred. There were three people involved to ensure that Daniel was not present when the story of Chanai Mishan Azariah happened. We'll see why in just a moment. Who were they? So remember again, Daniel couldn't be there. Why? Because if Daniel was there, Daniel also would have been thrown into the fiery furnace. Why? Because he too would not have bowed. The issue is then when they would have been saved, people would have attributed the salvation to the merit of Daniel, and that's the Chanai Mishan Azariah. And this was Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah. This was their moment to shine. And therefore again Daniel couldn't be there. Next, so the Gemara says, but Daniel is so the Chayin deep Silei Elohim to Shulchan Vaish. Daniel also said, you know what, I gotta get out of here. Because he also apparently had a premonition that he too would have gotten thrown into the furnace and did not want the downfall of Nebuchadnezzar's theological downfall to come to him. He also wanted it to come to him from Azariah. Nebuchadnezzar Amar Yezel Daniel Mehacha to Lolenu Kalye Velakabinua. So it's interesting enough, Nebuchadnezzar also sent Daniel away. Why? Nebuchadnezzar had a sense that this was coming to a head. He was going to ask Daniel to bow. Daniel wasn't going to bow, and then he would have to throw Daniel into the Gitshon Aish. He didn't want to do that. Why? Because he looked at Daniel as a god, and he did not want to throw his own god into the furnace. Now, how do you know the Gemara says? How do we know that Nebuchadnezzar looked at Daniel as a god? It said, why he bowed to Daniel. Now, this is all happening at the same time. At the same time as Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah. So it's obviously again. So there were other people who also wanted to be of prophetic stature. So these two guys, Achav ben Puya and Sidkia ben Maasiyah, and they also posed as prophets. Although they were the Shekel. Said the Lokech ben Kval, the Kol Kol Sidok, Hashem Omar, Yisimcha Hashem Kitzidyo Ka'achal Shakol from. So I'm sure Safam. So you're going to see in just a moment. These two false prophets, Achav and Sidkia, were also thrown into the furnace. Interestingly enough, they were singed. They weren't totally burned, but they were singed in the furnace. So the Gemara says, what happened over here? They were made like roasted grain. Roasted grain, not totally incinerated, but singed, burnt. So what did they do? What did they do that was so bad? They caused them to be burned in the furnace. Listen to this. They went to the door of the Nebuchadnezzar. Achav Amarla, Kamar Hashem, Hashmiyat Sidkia. Sidkia Amar, Kamar Hashem, Hashmiyat Achav. Interesting. So these two guys closing his prophets go to the daughter of Nebuchadnezzar. So Achav says, listen, daughter of Nebuchadnezzar, I'm a prophet of God. I come speaking the word of God. God has told me to instruct you that when Sidkia propositions you, you should give yourself to him. Give yourself to him. And Sidkia goes over to her and comes to you with the word of God. When Achav petitions you, right, you should give yourself over to him. Okay? So the Gemara says, so Azla v'Amra la lavua. So by the way, I just want to point out something amazing, which is interesting, that you see the regard in which they held the Jewish prophets, right? She doesn't say, like, get out of here. My brother again, she says, okay, and she takes this to her father. This to her father. So Amra la Elohim shal Ehu, Elu son and Zimu. Nebuchadnezzar says, something doesn't sound right over here, because the God of this people, he hates immorality. So the notion that he would instruct you, right, to give yourself over to these men doesn't make that much sense. So what happens? So Nebuchadnezzar says, do me a favor. Next time they come your way, send them to me. Send them to me. So sure enough, again, when they come back, so Nebuchadnezzar sends them to Nebuchadnezzar. So Nebuchadnezzar says to them, tell me, Sidkia Achav, who gave you this message? God. Listen, guys, I do a little fact checking. I asked the Nebuchadnezzar. I asked the man about your supposed prophecy, and they told me fake news. They told me totally fake news, right? Never happened. So what's going on over here? Nami Nevikla said, this is great. So Sidkia and Achav say, well, 1 second. Why are Hananiah and Azariah's words any more important than ours? They're prophets and we're prophets. Okay, we're all Chavirim. So again, just because Hananiah and Azariah say it's not true, doesn't mean it's not true. We're prophets also. So God didn't speak to them, God spoke to us. So Nebuchadnezzar says, you know what? I have a good idea. Where I checked out Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah's prophetic credentials was just a little fiery furnace test. So if you guys don't know, I'm going to subject you to the same test. If you come out okay, great. The first thing, your word is gold. So Achav and Sidkia say, hold up there. It's not fair. They were in because there were three of them. Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah. There's only two of us, Achad and Tzidkiah. So Amalu says, no problem. Phone a friend, right? Phone a friend, like no worries. You know what? Get your guy. You can choose anyone you want, whoever you want for your furnace museum. Go ahead. Absolutely no problem. Choose whoever you want to go into the fire furnace. So this is crazy. I was like, so they said, we choose Yoshua ben Gadol. Sabi Lacey Yoshua, Nefesh Yisai. So they said, okay, we're going to choose Yoshua ben Gadol. Listen, remember again, we just heard Yoshua ben Gadol. Wasn't ben Gadol at the time. Remember again, he was friends. He became friends with Chaim Azariah. So Tzidkiah and Achab said, okay, we choose Yoshua ben Gadol. Let him come into the furnace with us. Fine. So the Gemara says, Yoshua Gadol Echrichu Mane. So what happened? So they threw him into the furnace. Achab and Tzidkiah were burned, and Yoshua remained unscathed except his clothing became singed. Okay, only the female Hashem. Remember Hashem Allah Satan, Yigar Hashem B'chas, Yigar Hashem B'chas, Ba'amalei Yedanet Tzidkiah, At Alamai Time Ahangin B'chas Porta Nura. So again, so now Nebuchadnezzar seeks with Yoshua. He says, Yoshua, obviously, I know. I'm sorry. Nebuchadnezzar says, I understand why Achab and Tzidkiah were burned, because obviously, again, you're false prophets. But my question is, my time Ahangin B'chas Porta Nura. Yoshua, you're obviously righteous. But why is it that your clothing got a little bit stained? In other words, Nebuchadnezzar is not. If you are righteous, then what? You should escape the flames in totality. So why is it that you totally survived the fact that your clothing was singed? So the Gemara says, Nebuchadnezzar says, I was going to tell you, their clothing wasn't even singed. It was like, can you imagine, like, it's like that old, like, stop talking about Kanai Mishal Azariah, right? I got it. They're great. They're tzaddikim. They're fine, right? So, Nebuchadnezzar compares everyone to Kanai Mishal Azariah. Their clothing wasn't singed at all. So, Yoshua ben Gadol, obviously you're a great guy. You survived the furnace, but your clothing was singed. What happened over here? So Yoshua says it's pretty simple. They had the combined merits of three people. I'm only one guy. I'm really Avram, Yochidava. So I bet Avram was only one. So that's how he was thrown. Right? He says, but Avram was also thrown to the fire furnace. There was only one of him. And yet he emerged, totally unscathed. Hasam lahar sham bahadei. V'lo isyah reshus l'nura. Hach av resham bahadjav isyah reshus l'nura. So ultimately again, so Yoshua ben Gadol says, here's the difference that ultimately Adam was thrown to the furnace by himself. Therefore, the fire had no rishus at all. I was thrown to the furnace with Rothschild. The fire had rishus to have an impact on them. Once the fire was given some level of shlitta, some level of control, it impacted his view as well. That's what people say. The famous adage that if you have two dry sticks and one wet one, the dry ones can ignite the wet one. In other words, normally a wet stick is impervious to fire, but put in the fire around it, and ultimately again, the wet stick ignites as well. A person can be very righteous. Also, the wet stick is the tzaddik. So the wet stick can be very righteous. But surround the wet stick by enough rishayim, and unfortunately, again, the rishayim has an impact on the tzaddik as well. Incredible, the impact of our surroundings. So, by the way, my time Yanish, what's the real reason? So the Gemara feels that that's not the real reason, right? If you have Yoshua ben Gadol is really a big tzaddik, then at the end of the day, the fire should not impact him at all. Why did the fire impact him? One of those incredible, because his sons behaved inappropriately. They were obviously married women where they were not really allowed to marry, and Yoshua the father said nothing. Failure to exercise parental right, paternal prerogative, failure to have comprehensive parental control, ultimately is profound failure. Shneimar Yoshua had lovers begun themselves. Yoshua was wearing short clothing. If you got the short clothes begun themselves, I want to say, but one of them knows not to I'm going to tell you about Darius Barkafra. It's important. Mike is what's the meaning of the passage. Sheesh has Orima even not suddenly. So what's the Megillas Rus? Rus goes to the field of Boaz, and literally again the passage says that Boaz gave her 6 barleys. 6 barleys. So what is it? My sheesh has what does it mean 6 barleys? Even if she's son man, literally gave her 6 barley kernels. So they must say Hidaka Shabbat Lite Matana Sheesh Shalom. If Boaz just give a per person 6 barley kernels, that doesn't make any sense. It looks like Tzadik Gimel Amad Days 93b. Ella, she said, rather he gave her 6 saws. Now that's a lot of barley. Listen, if we got this from Esau, she said, is women going to be able to carry back 6 saws? That's a lot of barley. Ella Ramaz Shasidim Shisha Banam Lattes from the back of the Sheikh Brachas. In fact, interesting the Gemara says, in fact, he gave her 6 barley kernels. Why? It was a remez, it was a metaphor, an illusion that she was going to have 6 sons who would each be benched with 6 brachas. So it wasn't meant to be a sustaining gift, but rather it was meant to be a symbolic gift. So the Gemara says, into this, who are the 6 sons? Who are the 6 descendants? We're getting each of them blessed with 6 brachas. David, Mashiach, Daniel, Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah. By the way, this is Russ's pedigree. Now let's say, by the way, you know what you trace it all to? That pivotal moment when the Ami was going back to Quran, right? And the Ami said, don't come with me. And Arpa goes back to Moab, and let's go seek him. Sometimes in life we stand at a crossroads, and the decision we make at that crossroads impacts not just us, but impacts us for generations. Sometimes we're aware we're at a crossroads, sometimes we're unaware that we're at a crossroads. So this is a living life in kind of a mindfulness, that when you stand at a crossroads, you know that you're in the moment of a pivotal decision, and you choose wisely. Incredible. So let's go through this. Here we go. David, they said, I saw this right, this son of Yishai, Yodea Nagin, the Gibor Chayo, the Ishnochama, the Navon, right, the Navon Dabar, the Ishkar, so it's about Shem Imo. So 6 brachas again with the final equal these aren't remember. These are 6 brachas. Now this was said from Doeg, who was one of the advisors. This is one of the advisors of Shaul to Shaul. They will say now Doeg meant it. Your sons will say when somebody compliments someone, it's really disparaging. So this was a compliment that was meant to be disparaging. It meant to really not even disparaging, but meant to treat animosity. Here we go. Yodea Nag, you always mean to knows how to play music. Shiodea Lishol, he knows how to ask questions in Torah. Gibar, Shiodea Lahashim, knows how to answer questions in Torah. Ishnochama, Shiodea Lisa Bikim in Lokam Toshal Torah. He knows how to do the give and take in the battle of Torah. Ishtar, Shemara Panabalacha. He's a beautiful appearance, but he knows how to assert himself in Halachot. Navon, he's a Navon that understands how to extrapolate knowledge from one area to a another. Hashem, God is with him. Ultimately, whenever David says a halacha, the halacha always follows. In all of these areas, Shaul said, this is beautiful, but my son Jonathan has these same attributes. No such a busy day, Nami Lochaladay, Kalash Night to make Kanye Day. But ultimately, again, when Doeg said by Hashem, Hashem is doesn't mean that the halacha always follows David. David always has like the impeccable sense of truth. Shaul didn't have that, and neither did Jonathan. That's when Shaul became jealous, and that, of course, sets off this entire dynamic where Shaul sees David as a threat and literally tries to kill him. So the Shaul said, by Shaul it says, wherever he was set, he was eyes are going to decimate. Talking about his enemies. The David said, wherever David would turn, ultimately again to be successful. So again, both are the shoulders of success. The David HaMelech has an elevated form of success over Shaul. Incredible. We know the Doeg. How do you know that it was Doeg who said these things? Because it says, good. Next, you know, it's Mashiach. Next. So therefore, I will say, the point over here is, Rus' descendants, remember, Boaz gives Rus 6 bowls of barley. Highlight, going to have 6 descendants who are each benched themselves with 6 brothers. Now, this is one of those descendants, and the 6 brothers are David. Mashiach, Yosef. So I say, what's the bracha of Mashiach? So beautiful. Incredible. Right? Ultimately, again, the Ruach Hashem will literally rest upon him. Ruach Chachma, Ruach Chachma, Ruach Itza, Ruach Das, Viras Hashem. So these are the brachas of Mashiach. These are the brachas of Mashiach. I will say these are the qualities of Mashiach. There is the Viras Hashem. Ultimately, again, the inspiring that the country, mitzvahs be soon purified. This also teaches us ultimately again But Mashiach, I will say, someone, Mashiach is someone who's going to be loaded with mitzvos and yisurim and suffering. And you always say, what do you mean what? What is the primary quality of Mashiach? The primary quality of Mashiach is the ability to maintain spiritual fidelity despite overwhelmingly difficult life circumstances. This goes back to what we saw yesterday about ultimately, again, if you learn Torah, if you don't learn Torah at night, your house is consumed by fire. At the end of the day, that's the most important aspect we have in our Yiddishkeit, is the ability to maintain fidelity and allegiance to our even in terms of overwhelming adversity. That's the quality of Mashiach. Mashiach is someone who is loaded with mitzvahs, loaded with spirituality, but also loaded with incredible suffering. Rabbi says, the Morach Vagoy, Mashiach is very interesting. All right, well, so you know what we're going to stop over here for today. Right. I'm going to say, I just want to point out, good, I got it. We didn't finish the back. We didn't finish all the way. But I will say, but now at least, we look normal. We look normal. I feel last time we looked a little abnormal. That was we were much more in range. Tremendous.
There we go. Sorry. Like a PTSD flashback. Flashback.
All right, have a great day, everyone.
So much fun. Your new special too soon is out. Go watch it. There you go. Or if they find it, it's on YouTube. It's on YouTube. Look up Too Soon. It's on our Solid Show podcast channel. Check it out. There you go.
All right, so we'll say good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning cheer to thank our annual Commissar sponsors. Those who talk about society dedicating all the film workers this year as a host for the soul for us on Israel. Our Commissar sponsors for the month of Adar Karimi Steve Jim and one another and Sovereign Dr. Harry Khan, Shivani Rafa, C. Hirsch, Ben Yosef, Coin, and Ziv, Yudin, and Dominic Damis, and memory of William Ziv, Ziv, Shmuel, Ben Israel, the American all of the show is having the families in the baseball will bring all of our hostages home, and our Holy soldiers will be successful. The whole Maaseh Eager. So with that, let us begin. We have a lot to do today. Today's daf is Sabbath Day 92. We are picking up on Sabbath Amud Aleph, 3 lines up from the bottom. Another Adonai is ready. Again, the incredible, still more incredible, beautiful Gemara ahead of us. This year we got the cycle, like 8 years. It gives us an extra 6 months to kind of go through what we're going to like this. Listen, so if you want to look at the bottom, Sabbath Aleph from 91, Rabbi around to 100 year Antoninus the Rabbi. In essence, we're going to have a number of different conversations like this between Rabbi and Antoninus. One of the Antoninus was a Roman official. A little bit of a spark of the big exactly who Antoninus was. Was he a Caesar? Was he someone else? We'll just go with the idea that he was one of the Caesars. So fascinatingly enough, he developed a relationship with Rabbi Udanos and Rabbi. And so the Gemara records multiple conversations between the two men who had tremendous respect for one another. And Antoninus actually helped out Rabbi on a number of different occasions. So Antoninus says to the following: "We're going to show up. According to the Ashram and Hadith, this is incredible. The body and the soul have the ability to kind of exempt each other from judgment. Meaning, essentially, another way of saying, body and soul have the ability to blame each other for failure. I'm so pleased. Look at that. The body can say it's clearly the Neshama's fault that I've sinned. How so? It's very easy to especially. Shirim Shapir Shemei, how you look at it, go together. Because the body can say, look, I'll show you the Naya. From the time that the Neshama left me, I have not gotten myself into any trouble. Right? The moment that the Neshama is laying here in the grave. So clearly, again, here is the instigator of all of my life's problems. It clearly was the Neshama. And the Neshama can say, no, it's the body that's saying, what's the proof? Shirim Shepirash Kivimenu, Harini Koras Ba'adir Kitzipah. There's a Neshama that said, look at me. From the day that I left that Fashtunk in the body, look what happened. I'm flying the heavens like a bird. I'm free like a bird. Right? So the body says it's clearly the Neshama's fault. The Neshama says it's clearly the body's fault. So it's the Neshama. So Antoninus was asking, what's the question here? Antoninus is questioning, so what is the mechanism of divine judgment? we're talking hold the person accountable, but essentially a person is composed of these two opposing forces, and it's not clear who has responsibility, ultimately for the failure of man. So this is beautiful. So let me give you a mashal. Let me give you a mashal.
It's a crazy trick. One more time for Tony Scar, ladies and gentlemen.
I'll give you a little mashal. Listen to this. This is great. The king had a beautiful orchard. The Hayabah on the base, you get out for it already. The in the orchard or in the field, the king had very nice dates. The very nice dates. Very nice figs. Now the king put there two watchmen to watch over the field. One of them was crippled, and one of them was blind. So I'm going to say, okay, so I guess you got to discount. So these were the watchmen over the field. So I'm going to let you go see that. So the crippled one said to the sumo, to the lion, the fellows knows, I see that there's some really nice things in this field. So the crippled watchman says to the blind watchman, let's do this. Put me on your back. We'll use your legs and my eyes, and together we'll be able to partake of the cake. So sure enough, sure enough again, the crippled one got on the back of the blind one, and they went together and they consumed the cake. None of Bob Harvey, so sometime later, the owner of the field comes along, and he says, oh, the fellas now say, we're the pigs. So apparently they did a pretty good job consuming the pigs, and they eat a lot of pigs in a relatively small amount of time, or whatever, for a long amount of time. So the owner comes back to better, where are my pigs? So I don't know, Sumo, who do you see 90 years? Also, sorry, I don't know, who do you see like Ryan Mahalik, but I don't know, Sumo, who do you see 90 meters? So again, what happened? So the watchman denied liability. How do they liability? So the blind guy said, how are you up in here? I have sight. The crippled guy said, when you're up in here, I have legs. Clearly couldn't be me. So what does the Bala Saba do? If you figure I got this over done also Jaffa. So the owner of the field literally again put the crippled one on the back of the blind one and judged them as one entity. So yeah, as individuals, there's no liability. But as a joint unit, you actually have culpability. Making the Shema, the Zerka, the book, the gun, and some cattle. Rabbi essentially says, you're right. The body by itself and the soul by itself, they both potentially deny liability. So what does Hashem do? He brings the Shema and literally throws it into the book. The gun owns some cattle. And ultimately, again, he goes ahead and he judges them as well as they. Shneimar, Yikra al-Shamayim me'ar, ve'al ha'aretz lo din ha'ameh. Yikra al-Shamayim me'ar, we call for the heavens above it, is Shema, ve'al ha'aretz lo din ilo, and he causes the coast of the earth and judgment together with it, is a hybrid. So that's a really fascinating. So I'll tell you something amazing. It really is such a big issue. It's a key soul you're doing over there. The guy says, it's not fair. Why should the Shema be held liable for the sins of everybody? And it's like, it's not the Shema that sins. It's the gift that sins. So why would the Shema be held accountable for the sins of the body? This is what Rabbi says. This is classic of Rabbi Yitzchak. Rabbi says, because the Shema didn't try harder. This is because sometimes what happens is when the body gets all revved up to commit the sin, then the Shema's like, I'm out. That's not a good approach for the Shema. It's never saying, I'm not doing this. I'm not. I don't want to be a part of this. I want to be involved in this. And when the Shema defends itself, that maybe you say to the Shema, how dare you? How dare you? You have sunk yourself and the body is struggling. That's when the gift is struggling. That's when you need to do that even more. That's when the fire is a desire of burning. That's when you have to do that even more. That you decide to walk away because now it's a little bit too difficult. That's the Rabbi is why the Shema is held accountable in the sins of the body as well. You shouldn't try harder to stop, and Dafka, when the struggle is most acute, that's when you don't walk away. Also, there's such a profound yesod. Such a profound yesod. Human nature is I'm willing to be present, forever present in a relationship. Relationship with other people, relationship with things powerful. I'm ready to work on myself, whatever it might be. Until when? As long as it's okay. As long as it's manageable. But how often in life do we walk away from things because they get too difficult? Now again, obviously there are times in life when you have to walk away from difficult circumstances. Of course. But more often than not, says the Rabbi, doctor when it gets hardest is doctor when you have to be most present and you have to try hardest. When the Shema is hard, because your body is struggling most, that's when the Shema really needed to be there. But instead the Shema is incredible. All right, let's go back there. I'm going to do this Rabbi. I'm doing this like Rabbi. Should me not kind of get this yeah. This is awesome. This is, I'm not sure for me, this is like with you guys. So, what is it? This is what I'm doing. This is what I'm saying. I think, getting in session, well, we'll pick up the rest of the party. So, I'm going to say, I'm going to do this Rabbi. If they're not coming up with a Shakasa Rabbi, listen to this. I'm doing this last Rabbi. I want to bet you see from the questions. These are not, sometimes in the Gemara report questions between Jews and non-Jews and Jews. Questions are often dating questions meant to somehow, poke holes in theology. If you notice that, that's not the nature of these questions. And the newness as asking a real theological curiosity, or just like a real curiosity, which is why, by the way, Rabbi takes the time to answer so many of these questions. Because he recognizes this is not a communication, it's a cultural question. This is legitimately curious. See, Agnius is actually telling us to do this. Why does the sun rise in the east and set in the west? Set in the west. They'll say, I have to have real appreciation for the last couple of days I was talking about God. So if you ever hear me say that God knows that the sun is glaring through those windows. Those windows. It happens to be it's the most beautiful thing in the world. So you really don't appreciate when we're busy the whole day off, they can burn the whole day. If you sit on the air, a little while, you'll see the sun coming up over there. My God, you see it coming over there. Anyways, Agnius asked, why is it that the sun comes up in the east and sets in the west? So it's evenly. So Rabbi says, what's your question? Everything is reverse. I'm going to let you have it with that. Now you have the alphabet. So in other words, it's the reverse. What if it was reverse? Why does the sun rise in the west and set in the east? Rabbi was asking, what's your question? I'm going to help you turn this. No, here's my question. No, just asking, why not just have the sun rise in the east and set in the east? Why does it have to rise in the east and set in the west? That's my question. Why does the sun reverse to the other direction? It's so beautiful. In order that the sun should give shalom aleichem, should give shalom to the Ribono Shalom. Now, what does that mean? If you look at Rashi, Rashi's on both sides. By the way, I also feel a lot of common operation with that, because even Rashi couldn't get it together on one side of it. Right? Rashi took over both sides. So Rashi reads both sides of the page to make sense that this case is going to go on there as well. So look at Rashi, Rashi on the right hand side, the Elisir Shalom Kono, Rashi Sharafu, Shashir Barayim, Rakid Shemadas, Agarai, the left hand is Shachal Avelish Baruch. Listen, it wasn't the Shekhinah is in the west. Remember again, using the base of Mikdash Ma'al, so remember, the Kodesh HaKadosh and the Holy of Holies is situated in the westernmost part of the base of Mikdash. So that's when it says that the Shekhinah is in the west. So therefore, the sun Kiviyachol comes and bows down before Kodesh Baruch Hu in the west. And it's because when it says it goes down representing balance. So the Shekhinah itself, so the sun itself bows to Kodesh Baruch Hu at the end of every day. So beautiful. So now, alright, the CC Alpalda, the CC Alpalda is here, the people of some of the tail. So I would say, ask Agnius, once again, why not allow the sun to come like mid-sky, so rise in the east, come to mid-sky, bow there, bow there, and then just set. I think it's asking why does this have to make this way always from east to west? I understand it needs to make its way from east towards west. Why does it have to go down all the way in the west? Let it just come to the sky, so to speak, God out of himself. There's set right there. That's what this Gemara says. We should call them the over direction. Because of workers and travelers, that was always on the Dina Didashi, we should call them, we will cut how your matches to own. Shekishachama the Ensar Akia Mubina Yosef, who says Shadai is Shaw's Bill, but it's always shown the Rasta, at Shekashet of other drop, and none of the Hayyotis, Masai Yakshak, Rakish, here's the problem. If the sun is set in the sky, so let's say this what happens. The way the sun currently works is the sun goes down rapidly. People know, right? The workers know that the workers there is coming to an end. Travelers know that they only have a certain amount of daylight left. If the sun were to set while it's mid-sky, this would curtail the workday. This would create a problem for the workday. This would create a problem for travelers. Therefore, for the smartphone, in order to allow people to work, and in order to allow people to travel, allows the sun to continue across the sky and set more gradually in the west. So the sun setting in the west really serves a twofold purpose. Number one, it guides traffic and powerful, and number two, it allows the next amount to touch the travelers and the workers. So that's what a tremendous missile has to go. What does the first part we want to maximize time for? What does it maximize the time for? Working and travel. But the first part we want more than anything for us is to work hard and to work for as long as possible and to maximize our hours of productivity. Otherwise, it could have caused the sun just to set in the middle of the sky. So the reason why the sun travels from east to west and sets gradually, the whole reason is to give us more hours in the day to work. To give us more hours in the day to travel. What do you mean to travel? I'm at location A, I want to get to location B. Life is all about the travel. Life is all about the journey. Life is all about moving myself forward. And if the Torah can maximize the time because what he wants more than anything from us is to work. Yes, he wants us operating at our cylinders. He wants us maximizing work day. I feel like your career, like it could be your career and your spiritual career. He wants us to journey. He doesn't want us to stay in place. So he maximizes the way that the sun works. Incredible. The show is like never questions.
I was like, that's weird way to check if I have a dick.
When does the neshama come into the body?
My new boyfriend, he's really nice. He likes the Muppets.
When the soul. She asks, when does a person receive the neshama?
And he seems wicked with me in the car.
So that's like
So my mom really likes him.
literally again.
But he's a little racist, so my dad likes him too.
Now she's going to talk about again the beautiful Gemara Sefas Minda.
He does comedy as well.
When a woman becomes pregnant,
And he's been doing it for way less than I have. And he gets booked more than I do.
What do you call it?
Which means not only is he funnier than me, it means he sucks better dick than I do.
A blast. Okay, good. Fantastic. So the mother takes the glass and he brings it before after the bar.
I love us, I really do, but man, half the people
What is it? That's called
here look like the roof on the other half of look like they're like, actually it's called broken.
So Anthony's asked Rabbi, when does the baby go to the shower? Is it at that moment that goes to blast? Or maybe when it kicks on, seeing this literally again is more of like a form of a human being. Like the baby looks like a fetus, looks like a baby.
Congratulations.
So you're in it. So Rabbi says, the time that the baby is more like one. So I think this doesn't make any sense. Actually, I think Shabbat are mega social women below Mela. They are not Sachas. So again, he says, it can't be. For example, he can't be that piece of meat out.
I produce shows, but also I do a bunch of gig work. I work at the Renaissance Festival. I'm like a bartender at different theaters and stuff like that.
What do you do at the Renaissance? Everything that exists needs a
sometimes comedy, but mostly I just talk in a British accent, serve people alcohol.
How does the fetus exist at any point in time without a neshama? It must be instead. It must be Allah Mishas B'Kiba. So Antonina says to Rabbi, it must be that the neshama comes into the fetus already from the time of the Shabbat, so from the moment of inception. So Rabbi said, Rabbi said,
Time like this, fuck, you know, come, why don't you go start the car? Go start the car.
Second, there's a pasuk that backs up onto this. What's the pasuk? So the Gemara says, so literally again, so the dash is from Shas Pekida,
That is incredible. Is it true that you guys really sing Wicked in the car together?
the people that drop upon HaKadosh Baruch Hu,
Really?
Shana Yusi, Mayua,
Let's hear you get that crazy note up here. No, come on,
that the Shana is given to the piece, to the entity, in its initial blast form. Incredible. Let me ask you this, Rabbi. Let me tell you, talk about that though, because now that we talk about Neshama, as about Neshama, so when does a person get the Yitzhara? So Mishas Yitzira or Mishas Yitzira? So interestingly enough, so here the question is it in the kind of that and we know that the previous one, so that the seed, the flesh, or the kind of baby comes out of its mother, exits its mother. I'm sorry, it says, I'm sorry, I'm going to Mishas Yitzira. So he says, I responded, and the time that the fetus is formed through your love, then that's when it's Yitzhara. So I don't think that's what it says. I'm going to include both of my email the answer.
What's the
If that's
craziest
the
thing
case,
about your
the
life?
fetus
You
will
ever see
kick its
anything
way out of its mother.
traumatizing or been
Which
through
also, so
anything
the
wild?
if the baby had Yitzhara, it would kick its way out of its mother. Which tells you something
Why
amazing.
don't you let her decide what the fucking
does
funniest
the
option
Yitzhara
is right
do?
now,
What
Colin?
does the
I don't
Yitzhara
know,
do?
the most
The Yitzhara
traumatic thing.
causes us to kick.
My trans sister said she witnessed a
The
stabbing.
entire essence of the Yitzhara is to break down boundaries. Like, in other words, so the Yitzhara says, okay, I know that this is us, so I don't care. I know that I'm not allowed to do this, I don't care. That's what's happening to the Yitzhara. And here's an interesting idea. The Yitzhara has a very profound use as well. Because if I somehow am able to take that energy of the Yitzhara and channel it in the right way, then suddenly now I have what? I have a caution inside of me that breaks down boundaries, which, by the way, could be the most incredible engine of the world. Like, everything is about how you harness that power. So again, Antonina says it can't be the baby has the Yitzhara to really kick its way out of the room. It must be that it treats the Yitzhara when it comes into this world. Every Rabbi says, never go down with the list. So Rabbi once again is used by the list. He's right. So you're absolutely right. Right, it must be that the baby receives it when exiting. So look for Messiah, and then again, there is an essence that supports this as well. The pasuk says that literally again, sin awaits you at the entrance. Now, of course, again, this is talking about kindness, because by kindness, but it's a metaphor. The opening, at the entrance to the world, sin crouches. The Yitzhara is there. And as I said, this needs to be back to the Rabbi to think that the Yitzhara comes about ultimately again when we enter into this world. So most of it is soul. That the first of all, it's interesting to see. We know this because of our own lives. Now, what does the Yitzhara do? Yitzhara gets me to kick down boundaries. But again, if I could understand, if I could channel that, then what is the found engine for personality to grow? Alex Nelson, it's not the sonic sick. It's not the podcast of Kitsugan. I want you to say that it's like, so Ben, either if you say, I'll have you right, that's the sick. As you damage higher, say, this so much of feeling. So let's go with by mind and not only by Rabbi. So as I said, interestingly enough, people think this is in our person that say, so you might go to translation. One person seems to indicate that people come back with all of their physical blemishes. The other person seems to indicate that people come back healed. Which is one of the questions that we have. We started writing yesterday is that, like, how do people come back to transformation? Clothed, unclothed? Do they come back with their injuries, with their blemishes, with their disabilities? Like, how do people come back? Which the Gemara says, you're like, okay, it's not only the movement in this reality, we come back again with our movement, but then we are healed by our Kadosh Baruch Hu. Incredible. And let's say now, why not just come back healed? Because again, there's a greater appreciation when you come back with all of your injuries. Right? I come back with all of my broken kites. I come back with all of it. And then there's some Yitzhak Kadosh Baruch Hu goes down and heals me. That's tremendous. Let's go back to Ula brings down to what's his second white line on top of the coming place. Ula Mixit. Ila Hamovas like Netzach and Moshash and Deli Akopani. So literally again, that will be swallowed up forever. And Hashem will erase every tear and every face.
just jokes, I think that works for them.
So here's another question. In Messianic era, is there death or is there not
I know
death?
exactly what it's
One
like.
passage seems to indicate there's no more death. Other passages seem to indicate that no, there will be death. But when a person dies at 100, it'll be like the death of a young person. It sounds like we're living much longer, but there was some death. So which one is it? No kasha, can be sought on the all big go. So it's about Jews going on Jews. Apparently again by Jews there will be death. By non-Jews there will be death. I have all the Rabbi map what are non-Jews doing in the Muslim Mashiach? Or what so this is interesting, like is there translation for non-Jews? Like what is that? The Gemara says, so the Gemara says, my God, Hassan, Hana Ksibu,
I love it. Maybe remind us how long you've been on stand-up.
so because again, apparently they're looking at this, first of all, there's a whole discussion in terms of like righteous Gentiles, what they have, both in Olam Haba and in Muslim Mashiach. And interestingly enough, this Gemara seems to reflect the idea that the Muslim Mashiach is much more of like a spiritual experience in which we will have others who tend to our material needs. So there'll be a Gentile population to attend to the material needs of Am Yisrael, to be fully focused ultimately again on the spiritual growth. And also interestingly enough, this is embedded in the whole subject, which is what is Messianic era? Right? What is it? Is it like this supernatural world, or is it pretty much Olam Kinu Hagonohe, the regular world? So again, that's the backdrop to these discussions. That's the backdrop to like what happens with sickness, what happens with death, right? Clothes, unclothed, all of these things are really embedded in that backdrop as to what exactly does the Messianic era look like. Because whenever the Gemara has these machlokes, the Gemara always quotes the same passage. It says, and I never saw except in Yeshua. In other words, we have these machlokes, these questions are fascinating, but at the end of the day, what's the answer? We'll know when we know. Okay.
That sweater does
kind
of look like the trans flag. I
gotta
warn you,
also contrast it
the
to
colors
the
on it.
both
So that's what it looks like. It's
Kimona Hashem Tzivakos. Sid,
Vahaya Ora Havana Kora Chama, Kora Chama,
you Shiva Sankor, Shiva
I
Sayal.
love it. Maybe when you have the kid, how old's this?
There's two different signals. First person says
Okay,
indicate
where's she
that
at?
the luminary, the sun of the moon, will actually be
And I got a
darkened
babysitter
in
and
the
it was
Messianic
so
era.
perfect.
The second person
Everything
seems
just
to
worked
indicate
out.
that will shine even brighter, that even the moon will shine as bright as the sun. So which one is it? Which one is it?
She's
The
very
Gemara
normal.
says,
She's quite funny.
the Gemara says,
Very
it's
funny.
called Lokasha, Kama
Something
Moshe Kama Olam Haba.
Okay,
As
well,
well, this is
recently,
interesting. One is
I
talking about the
reverted to
Messianic era,
Catholicism,
and one is
I was
talking
raised
about
Catholic, and
ultimately
now I'm
again,
and I've been teaching
you know,
my daughter to do the sign of the
so
cross
what
when we
does
go
this
past the
mean?
Catholic
So
Church.
apparently,
And we were
you know so much in
so one day I was
Olam Haba,
telling her
there's
to
the light
do
of
the sign of the
Hashem.
cross. And
So
so
there is only
then
the
the
light
other
of
day,
Hashem, the light of the luminary
another
in the
day,
city.
we went
You know,
past
so
Bella School,
Mashiach,
and I
that's
said, oh,
when
look,
all
coming past
the
Bella School.
luminaries
She
will
said,
shine
do
even
I have to
brighter.
spin?
With Shmuel, the Amar Ein Olam Hazeh, you know, so Mashiach, the Shibud Baruch Bilvat, and according to Shmuel, he says that there is no distinction between this world and the Messianic era, except Shibud Baruch. Because the Shibud Baruch literally means we're not enslaved by any other nation, but more than that, it means everyone leaves us the head alone. Right? Everyone leaves us alone. Which, by the way, would be the greatest miracle of all time. Right? We don't need your help, we don't need your love, we don't need this, just leave us alone. That Shibud Malchus, plus, of course, is a recognition ultimately again of the oneness of our. So how do you understand this whole thing about the luminaries? Kama Machane Tzadikim, Kama Machane Shechina. This is beautiful. So speaking of Rothschild, in the camp of the Shechina, so you don't need the luminaries because the Rebbe Shalom sun shines bright. In the camp of Tzadikim, that's where the luminaries shine even brighter. Incredible. Level on the seat. So other contrast with Tzikim, Ani Amista'afi al Tzid, Machatzi Ba'ani Ercha. So this is interesting. When the Pasuk says, literally Hashem says, I brought death and I will bring back to life. Machatzi, I broke and I will heal. So the words are very powerful. Mashi Nemus Ani Mechayes, the other Mashi Machatzi Ani Ercha. The Prophet says, that which I took life from, I will give life to, and that which I broke, I will heal. This goes back to what the man said before. That how does T.S. Nissen work? The way T.S. Nissen works is first, they get brought back to life. Like they're brought back to life with all of their health issues, handicaps, problems, challenges, and then what happens? Then HaKadosh Baruch Hu goes in with them. Almost like to amplify the miracle of yes and Mason. But again, we come back how we were, and then ultimately again we're going to process. Because listen, the one part of the Gemara doesn't discuss every year, which is interesting. If I can learn that question is how old are we? Like when we come back, like what is it? And I come back a little younger. You know, like I said, remember, as many of these questions, so to speak, as we're addressing, there's a million other ones, right? You know, say like there are shadows that ask like a person was married more than once, right? Who do they come back with? Right? That's a little awkward. You know, like the voice, like how does that work? Like, so there's like a lot of stuff. Once you learn that the first time around, you know, like again, like do you get a second chance? You know, you can go different. There's a lot of discussions with this. So like I said, the Gemara is not going to attempt to give us insight and give us a window, but at the end of the day, remember, it's always going to be, the picture is always going to be incomplete. The Gemara is it's not about it. Hey, I'm the stock, yeah? So ultimately, Hashem says, I quite definitely bring back to life. Your question to me, Sab, Achar, Bechaim, the Achar, but maybe it means Hashem causes some people to die, other people to live. He knows in that Shalom, Hashem says, literally, I wrote to the field. Mama people for the effort, just like breaking and healing is talking about the same person. After so the fighting the effort. So to again, life and death is also in the same person. You can't show the only ATS and it's in the Torah. And I will say the same as the truth since yes and it's incredible. I'm already there. No ATS and it's in the Torah. How do we know about the resurrection of the death in the Torah? So I will say this is fascinating because here we are now putting a passage from the Torah. Like up until now, most of the truth, except that I sometimes think that most of the videos you can see are from Rabbi. How do we know it's from Rabbi? How do we know? Because you have no idea what they're talking about, right? So that's the first Raya. The first Raya that is from Rabbi. Okay, so the Gemara says as follows. So now I have a passage from the Torah. As Yashua Moshe V'Yisrael Shira Hazos. So then it says, then Moshe and Klal Yisrael will sing. Shalom Amar. It doesn't say they sung, right? It doesn't say as Shar Moshe and Yisrael. Moshe and Yisrael sung the song, rather Yashir. Future tense. What's the future tense? Because the Kriyas Anisim in the Torah. This is a proof of Kriyas Anisim. Proof of Kriyas Anisim. Right? Future tense, that there will be a time in the future when Moshe and Klal Yisrael will sing. He don't say the devil, singing again after all that. As Yivneh Yoshua Mizbeach Hashem, Yoshua will build a Mizbeach Hashem. Balanem, our doesn't say he goes rather every Yivneh. We come with Kriyas Anisim in the Torah. So we'll say what this represents to be something in the future when these great people will do these things. There'll be a time in the future where Moshe Rabbeinu will sing. What's the name of that? So how much is going to sing? Elamai, Kriyas Anisim. Yoshua will build. Yoshua is God. How can Yoshua build? Kriyas Anisim. Elamiata. As Yivneh so interestingly enough, that the pasuk says that Shlomo is actually crazy pasuk. Shlomo built a mizbeach for Chemosh, who was one of the deities, one of the idolatries of Noah. How can I be does that mean that Shlomo will build an actual mizbeach for Avodah Zarah? Ella ma'ala ala kasas k'yibana. What's that different pasuk? Shlomo never had to build a mizbeach for Avodah Zarah. I said, why did it say that he did? And Shlomo Melech did not curb the Avodah Zarah appetites of his wives. And as a result, his wives worshipped idolatry in his home, and he did nothing to stop it. Because he did nothing to stop his errant behavior in his home, he's held accountable as if he did it himself. Incredible. From where do we know about Kesser? It's in the Torah. So the Shlema, Ashrei, Yoshrei, Sefer, Odi Alalu Chasela, Yisatelim. So literally, praiseworthy are those who dwell in your home. Odi Alalu Chasela, right? They will go ahead and praise you. So the Lord says, it doesn't say they praise you present, rather what does it say? And then you have future tense. They will praise you. They will praise you. You come because it's in the Torah. So what is this future praising? Future praising is the remedy to Kesser. So beautiful. Said to my very short lady, beautiful. Whoever says Shira, whoever sees reference powerful in this world, will be privileged ultimately again to see Shira in the world to come. Shne'emar, Ashrei Yoshe V'Secha Od Yavukasa. So there's so much to say about this Gemara. What does it mean? If you see Shira in this world, you see praise God and Father in this world. Ultimately, again, you'll see the transformation on this piece of Olam Haba. On this piece of Olam Haba, the Olam Haba you have is a direct reflection of the Olam Hazeh you create for yourself. There's another piece of this as well. Let's say, what is Olam Haba? What is Olam Haba? The Rambam writes, Olam Haba is Tzadikim Yoshvim V'Atzara Singim V'Rashem V'Neren V'Zivashkina. So ultimately, again, the righteous sit, right? They sit there like a statue, like the deeds of the crown of the good deeds is on their head, and they derive benefit from the Shekhinah. That's Olam Haba. And let's say, sometimes the person is like, is there like a team, is there like a shlepi coming, is a phone, is that it? Is that it? So a lot of times you see that sounds really good, right? Olam Haba is only meaningful if at the end of the day, you value a relationship with Hashem and Olam Haba. If a relationship with Hashem is not my priority in this world, then Olam Haba doesn't look all that appealing. Because all Olam Haba is connection to Hashem. So if that's something that I value in this world, and I strive for in this world, then Olam Haba is something amazing. But if Olam Haba really is much more about, all about the material, and all about the enjoyment, and all about the stuff, and all about the acquisitions, which are beautiful and important, but if that's pretty much what life is all about, Olam Haba is a completely left out. A tremendous left out. So let's say, so it's interesting, if you want to enjoy Olam Haba, the Olam Haba has to look a certain way. And that's what you might say over here as well. If you see Shiva in this world, like if your world, if this life is about connecting yourself with the powerful, then at the end of the day, Olam Haba will be great. But if not, Olam Haba really is just about the material, it's just about the mundane, Olam Haba doesn't sound all that exciting to you. I'm going to keep out of it. I'm going to open up. So now the case I need to get out of it. So once again, the voices of those of your sons and of those who see you, right? They will go out and call out to you, they will trace you future tense. Once again, future tense, not present. So we came about Abba, and open up. Being Omen, Shiva Bakalaka. This is so beautiful. In the future, Omen will say Shiva with one voice. It's the Shne'emar. That's how beautiful is that. All the Nevi'im speaking in one voice, right? All the leaders of God speaking in one voice. How incredible is that? How overwhelming is that? How beautiful. That's the most interesting. As we saw, remember, every Nevi'im was different. We saw something before. There's never been speaking in one unified voice. I'm going to use our He goes when we not for us ourselves. Those are the fun. If a person is killing over teaching Torah, but withhold their Torah from their Talmud, withhold stuff from the Talmud. Like I said, this could be a Rebbe, this could be a parent, this could be anyone, right? I have the ability to impart Torah upon someone, but I don't do it. I withhold it, it's as if you're stealing that person's inheritance. Isn't that incredible? So we'll say, so again, I have the ability to convey Torah to someone, I don't convey it. It's as if I'm stealing your inheritance. Shne'emar Torah Tziva Lanu Moshe Morosha K'Hivas Yaakov. Morosha here, the calling from Shish Nevi'im. So listen, you have the passage of the first Torah. So Morosha, Morosha is the inheritance. It's our inheritance from the beginning of time. From Sheshes Yimei Bereshis. Rashi comes out there rising in the Sheshes Bereshis. So you're not knowing that the Sid Bereshis Barak is Shiatar Shnit Bereshis. Remember Rashi, first Rashi in Torah. Bereshis Barak, when the beginning of created, the Shvit Bereshis is a contraction. The Shvil Bereshis. Because of that which was created first, after the particle created the world. Torah was created for Torah. Torah was given to God Himself. And therefore, again, if I withhold the Torah from someone who I can give it to, it's as if I'm taking their inheritance. I'm not going back to this now. I'm going to show Hasidah. Talmudei Halacha be Talmud. If a Rabbi withholds Halacha from a Talmud, no, a Rabbi has an ability to teach a Talmud, and he doesn't do so, I feel it's good to remind you of a Talmud also. Such a Rebbe is cursed even by fetuses in utero. Thanks. Shia Amar, Monea Bar Kappa Tzadikes, Monea Bar, Yikavor La'om. Ve'en La'om al Ivrin, La'om Yikavor fetuses, Shia Amar, La'om La'om Yamas, Ve'en Kavor al Aklava, Kavor Nutrition, Shia Amar, Na'achol, Le'kavor Kel, by the way. Ve'en Bar Elikor, Bar Nutrition, Shia Amar, Nush Bar El Iyana. So what's that? What does this mean? What does this mean? Someone who doesn't hurt, doesn't see that like someone who's Mechal Shabbos is cursed even by fetuses. What does it mean? So the Rebbe didn't teach the Talmud Torah, and therefore what? And therefore is cursed even by the fetuses. And what's the pshat with that? There's a sinful and worst thing that a person could do is use all the growth opportunity to someone else. They'll say, we make a mistake that sometimes the greatest things we accomplish are the things we do for ourselves. And that's not true. Sometimes the greatest things you do in life is the relationships you enable in each other. But you just sort of so maybe we're talking about here. Already has an opportunity to teach a comment. Already has an opportunity to give up our life to a comment. Which means you have the ability to be the enabler of someone else's growth. And I don't do that. That's an abdication of the highest level of person is to responsibility. That's my avoda. Our avoda life is not going to enable our own growth, but it's to enable the growth of others. And failure to do so, the world is incredible. So in other words, you're not going to also be kafra. If you don't recognize one color from the student, literally again, so it means that you kiss you like a seed. Okay, I don't say that. That's Rashi points out. It doesn't mean kiss like a seed. It means you forget your learning. Just like that, if you put someone into a seed, a Rebbe who doesn't share his Torah with other people loses his word. If he doesn't share it, what does that show? It shows that he thinks that his Torah is his. Torah is not yours. Listen, who else can write? Nothing gets lost. Everything goes across. Everything that Hashem gives you, whether it's my money that he gives me ultimately to do good for others, or again, it's my Torah that he gives me to do good for others. That's the whole of it. And therefore, if I don't share my Torah with others, ultimately, I lose it. People that show on the afterwards, like, see how you can move on, see how so, that you go for the doctor. The other Abaye, he offered the seed. Literally something like a long drink, alright? Didn't run though, or what happens if you teach someone Torah? Let's say, this is all the punishment if you hold Torah. What happens if a Rebbe fulfills his obligation and teaches his family in Torah? What's his reward? I'm going to say, Zerka and the Birchas Yosef. Incredible. So such a Rebbe, we still Rebbe, it's sort of points out. A Rebbe doesn't have to be a rabbi. Doesn't have to be a Rebbe, right? A Rebbe is anyone who has the ability to give over Torah to someone. So you take your Torah and you say, "Listen, I can't get it for you." So one of the most incredible things that sometimes you don't realize that you have the ability to do is to have a chavrusa with someone. And especially sometimes getting other different types of chavusas. Sometimes there's a chavrusa and both of you are on the same level. Sometimes you have a chavrusa with someone and you have the opportunity to really help someone grow in their learning. You become a Rebbe. It's a Rebbe chavrusa. It's a Rebbe chavrusa partnership. And I will say that is the most profound thing. You think whenever we see these Gemara, you like automatically shit. Oh, he's talking about a Rebbe, a rabbi, a Rebbe. No, this is every single one of us. If you take all of us our Torah, and all of us can convey it, and if you convey that Torah, what happens? Zoka leberchas kiyosef. You are privileged to have brachos like Yosef, Shene Emar, and brachos on the rosh mashpir. Many mashpir, and lo Yosef. That's the Shene Emar. Yosef Rothschild ala aretz. Who are mashpir lechol am haaretz. So we say, brother, so what's the pshat? What's the pshat if someone says their Torah? They get brachos like Yosef. Why not bracha like Avram? Why bracha like Yosef? What's the entire hold of Yosef? Yosef took his brachos, and what did Yosef do with his brachos? What did he do with it? He shared it with someone else. That was the entire essence of Yosef. Right? Yosef, after everything that he had been through and every right to say, forget about the rest of you. I'm not going to take revenge. I'm not helping you. I'm not doing anything for you. But instead, every single bracha that comes Yosef takes away. What does he do? He takes it and he uses it to help the other. That was Yosef. That was Yosef outside. Congratulations. Kalamalani is beautiful. Kalamalani Torah Lazar, Zoka Umulam Deli Olam Haba. Wow. So let's say whoever teaches Torah in this world is Zoka to teach it in the world to come. Yeah, by the way, what does that mean? Well, again, once you remember, we always come back to our question of what's Olam Haba? What does it all mean? Is Olam Haba where you go when you die? Is Olam Haba the Messianic era? Either way, it's really good. Either way, it's really good. Right? So let's say that if you teach Torah in this world, these other times you teach Torah Olam Haba as well. So let's say, hopefully you also that the people you learn Torah with, or people you learn Torah with, and then Hashem will be zocher to learn this world the next one. Can you imagine if you have a Kabbalah, if you have a Shem in Olam Haba, I feel like we're going to move faster, right? I don't know if move faster. But I mean, that's let's say, how incredible would that be? You remember that Shnei Mar? But it says, so it's a mountain outside. There's no time at all. At least in the afterlife of death, right? That'll be better. You want to Shnei Mar, that man who you're there. But so once you see this fixation, by the way, right? I don't know if there's any other Gemara that tries to make so many layers for us, right? This is now only 3 block. Just because I said about like 1.5 block. Right? So 1.5 block, right? You gotta get 4 So first of all, because again, the notion of destination is such an incredibly important episode that the Gemara wants to find as many truths for it as it can. More specifically, like our Shnei Mar. If you read the Al-Yamos, reading will not die. If you read the Al-Mazah, no, not Parasite. Sorry. It's not the Brachos of Yaakov. It's the Brachos of Moshe Rabbeinu. If you read the Al-Yamos, if you read the Al-Mazah, Reuben will live in this world. The Al-Yamos the Olam Haba, and he will not die in the world to come.
Emmanuel, anything crazy about your life that will find interesting? Let's see.
So it's incredibly well. A number of these statements from Daniel are actually quite explicit, right? So many of those who sleep in the earth will wake back up, some for the world to come and some for degradation. The act of mirth against the Tanakh, the Talmud, and now ultimately again,
what are you going to do?
Go to your place and rest, but stand by literally again, return to God, return for your destiny at the end of the day. Well, it's actually interesting because remember we actually say the Kabbalah. This is actually the person that we say after the Kabbalah is complete. Before we even leave the Keva and walk back to the shul, walk back to the line, we actually, it's not a halacha, but many of the minutes actually recite this pasuk of blessing it to the neshama. Any leader who leads his flock, leads his tzibur, the nafas. Now, what is nafas? Nafas means with a gentle kind. A gentle kind, not yelling, he's not screaming, he's not fighting brimstone, not mean, they're not. The nafas is not a person like this, is not that to lead the tzibur Olam Haba as well. I will say, these Gemaras seem to indicate that Olam Haba is a reference to Messianic era, as post Mason era. Shnei Amar, Kimratum Minhagim Va'amabui Ma'imah. This is incredible. Shenifta Ben Shneasim. Wisdom. Now we're going to define what wisdom is in a little bit. Wisdom is great. Why? Because it was given between, not really means between 2 letters. What it actually means is between 2 names of Hashem. Shnei Amar, Kel Deos Hashem. So what you see that? Deos is mentioned with Kel and Hashem. So the Gemara says that's incredible if something is given over between 2 names of the Rebbe. Allah says, go to Mikdash. And this Mikdash is Geshnitan Ben Shneosim. Because it was given over between 2 names of Hashem. Shnei Amar, Alta Hashem Mikdash Hashem. So it's the Mikdash is sandwiched between 2 names of Hashem. Masita Yavada, Masita Yavada, Kafira, Alam, after you go in the Tanakh, Shenifta Ben Shneosim. Oh, use that model. And it's son of vengeance. Vengeance is also good. Because vengeance is given between 2 names of Hashem. The Sid, Kel, Nikamos, Hashem. Like the pasuk says, like Kel, Nikamos, Hashem, Kel, Nikamos, Sophia. Vengeance has its place. Absolutely. Vengeance, as much as we always think of vengeance as a negative thing, vengeance is not a negative thing. Sometimes vengeance is very powerful and very appropriate. Stay on false, hello, so why do I need two revelations? So far, right means like a revelation. Like revelations. That doesn't say revelation twice. That just says Sophia words. But it says in the comma twice. So it's like two revelatory the comma moments. So what does that mean? So the Gemara says, so one ultimately are able to be like the vengeance for good and the vengeance for bad. So vengeance for good to be like the God will repay is good. Right? To take revenge for good. Also, it also means that sometimes, like we said before, sometimes vengeance is good. Sometimes vengeance is in our favor, especially when it's taken out on those who have oppressed us. And sometimes vengeance has a charm should be punitive in nature. So in other words, they're called them sheesh for there, but it's good for the love. Every person who has there, who has right understanding, it's as if the Beis Hamikdash was broken in days. Shazet is why. Shazet anything makes the ourselves. Shazet anything makes the ourselves. Because ultimately, again, we said before, there is between feelings of Hashem and weakness of feelings of Hashem. Now, what that means, what exactly that means? Every person who has Deah and wisdom, it's as if the Beis Hamikdash was rebuilt, and we come back to that tomorrow. So you underline it, come back to it after we get a written definition of really what Deah means.
You don't remember the joke? Sure. Yeah, it was like conversational.
Actually, no. Otherwise, Adam Shish Bodea, the Sopnis Ashton. Any person who is there will become wealthy. Shinemar, will be danced, Khalidi, your mother will call her, your carbon, your mother, call Adam Shein Bodea, Asimulachim Allah. Any person who doesn't have Dea, ultimately, again, you can't have Rachmanas on him. Shinemar, Kilo Ambinasu, Akimo Yachamel, Osir, Biotra, Kol Hanosin, people in Mishain Bodea, you still buy a lot. Where is bread? Someone who doesn't have Dea, ultimately, again, bad things will happen. So we'll say, it's very interesting. So you see, you can't have compassion upon someone who doesn't have Dea. You can't go ahead and give your bread to someone who doesn't have Dea. And let's say, what's the shot with this? What's the shot with this? What's like, what's the Dea? What this? You turn it as wisdom. But let's say, but what is the proof that it's just from it's just from a perspective? What is the core teaching of wisdom? Like, what is like the most basic aspect of wisdom? What's wisdom? So it's interesting. Remember again, Hazal, like notice that his office. It speaks about Havdalah Shmona Esrei. Hazal, so where did Hazal put Havdalah? Where does Havdalah go? After calling La'adam Das. The most basic concept of Das is the ability to be mapped, the ability to distinguish between Kodesh and Hol. Das is most before you get into all of the deeper layers of what wisdom actually means, what wisdom means on its most core level is I can distinguish between right and wrong. I can distinguish between Kodesh and Hol. I can distinguish between Tamar and Tar. And I will say that is something that every single person has the ability to do. You know, to be a Chacham, like, remember again, there's Chachma, there's Bina, there's okay, so Chachma, Bina, those are the higher levels, and maybe not every person has the ability to access it. But to have Das, to be the kind of person who knows what's right and what's wrong, and to make the right decisions in life, every single person has the ability to meet that threshold. And failure to do so is only one person's fault, and that's mine. And that's what Chazal said, if somebody doesn't have Dea, don't have Rachmanas on them. Don't have Rachmanas on them. Why? Because they're hurting themselves. You're not a victim of anything. They're hurting themselves. If someone doesn't have Dea, they give them bread. Right? Why? Because you are enabling an errant lifestyle. I will say a person has to have a basic moral compass through which they know what's right and what's wrong. Have that? If you have that, you're enabling them to continue on that broken path. And that's what the Gemara says over here. As I said, any person who has Dea can remove the Beis Hamikdash to Yama. Right? Ultimately, again, because at the end of the day, there's only really one thing I need in this world to be successful. Dea. I have to know what's kosher, what's trade, what's tamei, what's tahar, what's kodesh, what's hol, what's mutter, what's aseh, what's tov, what's not. And as long as I have that, I'm good. I'm good. The rest, I will acquire what I want. But as long as I have Dea, I will will be successful. But conversely, if I don't have Dale, number one, if I don't have Dale, it's my fault. Don't blame on anyone else. If I don't have Dale, it's my fault. And for you to acquire it is the highest level of personal culpability. The point is that we didn't help out a person like that. Such an overwhelming and incredible demand. And that's how we work society. We like to that. I'm not going to say, how much people you say about Dale? You should know about. That's right, again. If you give your blood to someone that doesn't have Dale, you suffer. Why? Because you are enabling someone. You are enabling someone to continue down the road path in life. שנאמר, רק לפי עשינו בזאת הככה, ויתבון במזל על יישום שנאמר, היה אחד הספריו, וביקש לעזור לבנו למזל. However, she can get so for Boga, person doesn't have Dale, or it to be exiled. It's a lot of sense. Why? You know what I'm saying? If I don't have Dale, chances are I won't be able to build a solid life. I won't be able to build a relationship. Because if you don't know what's right and what's wrong, you can't build a relationship. It's as simple as that. But it's like there are people who don't, who refuse, not that they can't, they refuse to see life from real. And they make every single excuse why what they do is okay, even though it's clearly not, can't build relationships, can't build a home, can't build a life. That's the name of self-builder. Self-builder, if you want to share, man, look, we brother, I mean, we got some of us, but for my shit, in the little girl, which one better I love, it's a boss, and that's another brother, that's there. What's this is a ridiculous deal. Any home in which words of Torah are not heard in at night, or any home in which there's not Torah in at night, each of us, a fire will consume it. Shreemar, ככל שכמה תפילה כלפי האיש מלכי סביב העולם. ואם סביב העולם ככה, וזכר שנאמר, וסביב שהשם קורא בפעם. Because what does that mean? Any home in which Torah is not learned in at night, fire will consume it. It's a pretty, something else like, it tells us, very important to me, in addition to coming to shore for night service, and the beautiful inspiration, which is everybody has an obligation for night service, even if it's for 15 minutes. Everybody has an obligation for night service. Instead of trying to stuff like that, I'm dabbling in this. So you have to have night service, but it's like I'm not joking around. Like, a youth has to come to this service for a little bit at night, even if it's just for a couple of minutes. And start remembering the Torah service, in addition to that, the person also has to learn at home. The person has to have Torah in their house. Like, and it's so important for so many different reasons. A wife should see her husband learning Torah. Children should see their father learning Torah. The walls of my home should see me learning Torah. So let's take shots when the Gemara says every year that any home in which Torah is not studied at night, fire consumes it. Perhaps it means like this. Night is always a metaphor for difficulties. Like that, that's like light is always a metaphor for difficulties. That's when light is like this. Both bodies. Sha'u Givre Torah Nishma and both are light, right? So any home in which Torah is not heard of, like whether it's any home where things become difficult, the Torah stops. Like as soon as it becomes light, as soon as life becomes difficult, the first thing that kind of goes away is Torah. To understand, Eish Ochlaso. Fire, not literal fire. Fire is also destructive. Destructive forces will consume it. If during difficult periods in life, the first thing that gets stopped is spirituality, just understand the fire of the negative circumstances will consume that home. The staying power of a home, the staying power of anything in life is rooted in its connection to this. So even during the lighter periods of life, there is Torah in my home. There is Torah in my life, then I will be safe from the ravaging effects of even the most difficult of life circumstances. Conversely, if in the moment that difficulty set in, the first thing that begins is Torah, the first thing that stops is Torah, then the fire of every single difficult circumstance will ultimately consume me, consume my home, will consume all the circumstances. Once I have to stop over here, I have to stop over here. Fantastic. One block, that's a detail. I think tomorrow's going to be our catch-up day, because we're going to touch a much shorter Gemara. Everyone. Such a stress, everyone.
I just got a job. I'm a stripper.
It's not a bad idea.
I work at a wire factory. Stripping wires and fabricating cables and stuff.
Very nice. Yes. Very nice. What did you do before that?
I was into welding. I actually parked cars for a long time with the PMC company out here as a valet. Then they made me a bellhop, and the tips are really shitty, but I love working there. And I got
all right, come on, say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning show. To thank our annual commentator.
And he couldn't understand why I wanted to quit. And, I like that guy a lot. I don't
Our sponsor. Tells Mishpacha Rothschild Israel to dedicate all the Shunim Drushos this year as a zis for the Soros Tavos Sha'am Yisrael. Our commentator sponsors for the month of Adar, Tari and Steve Zinn, and loving memory of Tari's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Zichron L'Bracha, Steve Hirsch, Ben Yosef Cohen, and the Ziv, Levin, and Berman families in memory of William Ziv Shmuel Ben Yisrael, Zichron L'Bracha, Yotam, the Merit Torah, all of the Neshama Sabin Aviv, the families in the Kodesh will bring all of our hostages home, and our holy soldiers will be successful. The whole Maaseh Yidayim. So with that, let us begin. We have a lot to do today. Today's daf is Tzadik Days 92. We are picking up on Tzadik Aleph, Amud Aleph, 3 lines up from the bottom. I'm really Antoninus Levi. Again, but incredible, still more incredible, beautiful Gemara ahead of us. They should have made the daf in this cycle like 8 years. But if given like an extra 6 months to kind of work through Gemara like this, but all right. Okay. Good. So let's say, since we want to go from the bottom, Tzadik Aleph from Aleph 91a. Amalei Rabbi Lante. Amalei Antoninus the Rabbi. I will say, so we're going to have a number of different conversations like this between Rabbi and Antoninus. So again, Antoninus was a Roman official. There's a little bit of a sparkle debate exactly who Antoninus was. Was he a Caesar? Was he someone else? So we'll just go with the idea that he was one of the Caesars. So fascinating, he developed a relationship with Rabbi. And so the Gemara records multiple conversations between the two men who had tremendous respect for one another. And Antoninus actually helped out Rabbi on a number of different occasions. So Antoninus says the following: go for the Shalom, you hold them with the Atzman and Happy. This is incredible. The body and the soul have the ability to kind of exempt each other from judgments. Meaning, essentially, is another way of saying, body and soul have the ability to blame each other for failure. How so? So, with Omer, the body can say it's clearly the Neshama's fault that I've sinned. How so? Better listen to this question. Shem Shapir Shenani, how are you moving for Kevin? Go in together. Because the body can say, look, I'll show you what I am. From the time that the Neshama left me, I have not gotten myself into any trouble. Right? The moment that the Neshama left, what am I doing? Just laying here in the grave. So clearly, again, who was the instigator of all of my life's problems? It clearly was the Neshama. When the Neshama could say, Guf Chata. No, it's the body that sinned. What's the Guf? Shemim Shepirashti Minenu, Harini Kolachas Ba'avir Kitsita. Because the Neshama could say, look at me. From the day that I left that frustrating body, look what happened. I'm flying in the heavens like a bird. I'm free like a bird. Right? So the body says it's clearly the Neshama's fault. The Neshama says it's clearly the body's fault. So listen to this. So Antoninus was asking, what's the question here? Antoninus is questioning, so what is the mechanism of divine judgment? So how does the responsible hold the person accountable? When essentially a person is composed of these two opposing forces, and it's not clear who has responsibility ultimately for the failure of man. So this is beautiful. So let me give you a mashal. Let me give you a little mashal.
Move it up to a slightly medium joke buck. There he goes. Daniel Shepard. Thank you, Tony. You're welcome, buddy.
I'll give you a little mashal. Come on, listen to this. This is great. The Melech Pasam Dam Shaylo Pardishna. The king had a beautiful orchard. The Hayabal on the base. Look at our fire already. Hayabal, the Choros Nos, and in the orchard or in the field, the king had very nice dates. The Choros Nos, very nice dates. Right, very nice dates. The Hoshit Shomer. Now the king put there 2 watchmen to watch over the field. After figure the Echad Suma, one of them was crippled, and one of them was blind. So I'm gonna so if you got it discount. So again, so these were the watchmen over the field. So I'm gonna if you go to Suma. So the crippled one said to the Suma, to the blind one. The Cholos knows Anila. I see that there's some really nice pigs in this field. So the crippled watchman says to the blind watchman, let's do this. Put me on your back. We'll use your legs and my eyes, and together we'll be able to partake of the figs. So sure enough, again, the crippled one got on the back of the blind one, and they went together and they consumed the figs. The Yomim Baal Paidos, so sometime later, the owner of the field comes along, and he says, where are my figs? Apparently they did a pretty good job consuming the figs, and they eat a lot of figs in a relatively small amount of time, or whatever, a long amount of time. So the owner comes back to tell them, where are my figs? So I'm sorry, so again, what happened? So the watchman denied liability. How deny liability? So the blind guy said, what do you want from me? I don't have sight. It couldn't have been me. The crippled guy says, what do you want from me? I don't have legs. Clearly couldn't be me. So what does the Baba Sadr do? Here, so the owner of the field literally again put the crippled one on the back of the blind one and judged them as one entity. So you're right, as individuals, there's no liability. But as a joint unit, you actually have culpability. After making the Shema, the Zarka Baguf, the Gun Osam Kafat. So Rabbi essentially says, you're right. The body by itself and the soul by itself, they both potentially deny liability. So what does Hashem do? He brings the Shema and literally he throws it into the book. The Gun Osam Kafat. And ultimately, again, he goes ahead and he judges them as one entity. Shnemar, Yikra al Shamayim Me'al, Ve'al Ha'aretz Modin Amo. Yikra al Shamayim Me'al, he calls to the heavens above, Zun Shama, Ve'al Ha'aretz Modin Amo, and he calls to the earth for judgment together with it, Zehadov. So it's really fascinating. So I'll tell you something amazing. It really is such a big issue. It's so yogi rather than it never says. But still, it's not fair. Why should the neshama be held liable for the sins of the body? And at the end of the day, let's be honest, it's not the neshama that sins, it's the book that sins. So why would the neshama be held accountable for the sins of the body? Listen to what Rabbi says. This is classic of Levi Yitzchak. Rabbi says, because the neshama didn't try hard enough to stop the body. It's because sometimes what happens is when the body gets all revved up to commit the sin, the neshama's like, I'm out. That's not a dark question, neshama, but you understand, right? In other words, like I'm out. I'm not doing this. I just like, I don't want to be a part of this. I don't want to be involved in this. And the neshama upsets itself. The lady says, neshama, how dare you? How dare you? A chutzpah. You upset yourself when the body is struggling. Dafka, when the good is struggling, that's when you need to be there even more. Dafka, when the fires of desire are burning, that's when you have to be there even more. A chutzpah that you decide to walk away because now it's a little bit too difficult. That, says the Rebbe, is why the neshama is held accountable in the sins of the body as well. You should have tried harder to stop, and dafka, when the struggle is most acute, that's dafka when you don't walk away. Listen, and it's such a profound yesod. Human nature is, I'm willing to be present, forever present in relationship with other people, relationship with the country powerful. I'm ready to work on myself, whatever it might be. Until when? As long as it's okay, as long as it's manageable. But how often in life do we walk away from things because they get too difficult? Now again, obviously, there are times in life when you have to walk away from difficult circumstances. Of course. But more often than not, says the Rebbe, dafka when it gets hardest is dafka when you have to be most present and you have to try hardest. The neshama is held culpable because when the body was struggling most, that's when the neshama really needed to be there. But instead, the neshama upset itself. Incredible. All right, let's go back there. I'm gonna do this Rabbi. I'm doing this Rabbi. With me, Mach, I'm gonna use crazy. These Gemara's like, yeah, it's impossible. This is, I mean, like, seriously, for me, this is like with me. It's like, we're switching to Amud Yomi until the end of Sanhedrin. Then I'm here to Hashem. We'll pick up with the rest of the Kali. So I'm going to Anthony Rabbi. If they Mach, I'm going to use Rabbi Shukasa around. Listen to this. Anthony asks Rabbi. I will say, by the way, you see from the questions. These are not, sometimes when the Gemara records questions between Jews and non-Jews and Jews, the questions are often debating questions meant to somehow, point holes in our theology. If you notice that, that's not the nature of these questions. Antoninus has actually like a real theological curiosity, and just like a real world curiosity, which is why, by the way, Rabbi takes the time to answer so many of these questions. Because he recognizes this is not Antoninus being difficult or trying to dispute us. This is Antoninus legitimately curious. So Antoninus actually referring to us. Listen to this. Why does the sun rise in the east and set in the west? Set in the west. I say that I have a real appreciation for this Gemara. The last couple of days I was traveling in Quad. So if you're ever here in Yishua by 5 minutes up, the sun is glaring through those windows. Those windows. It's the most beautiful thing in the world. Something we don't appreciate. We're busy the whole day, often indoors the whole day. If you sit over there a little while, you'll see the sun coming up over here. By 5, you'll see it setting over there. Anyway, Zacharias asks, why is it that the sun comes up in the east and sets in the west? Alright, so it's Tuesday. So Rabbi says, what's your question? And if it was the reverse, I'm going to have it. Now you have the apology. So in other words, and it's the reverse, right? If it was the rest of the reverse, why does the sun rise in the west and set in the east? In other words, Rabbi was asking, what's your question? I'm going to help you come here. No, here's my question. If they mash up class, no, I'm just asking, why not just have the sun rise in the east and set in the east? Why does it have to rise in the east and set in the west? That's my question. Why does the sun need to traverse to the other direction? Amalei, this is so beautiful. Shalom Lakona. In order that the sun should give shalom aleichem, should give shalom to the Ribono Shalom. Now, what does that mean? If you look at Rashi, Rashi is on both sides. By the way, I also feel a lot of Nechama finishing the daf, because even Rashi couldn't get it together on one side of the page, right? Rashi took over both sides. So Rashi needs both sides of the page in the sense that the page is over longer as well. So look at Rashi. Rashi on the right hand side, Shalom Lakona, Lakodesh Baruch Hu, Shashkina B'Rayro. What does it mean the Shechina is in the west? So remember again, using the Beis Hamikdash model, so remember the Kodesh HaKadosh and the Holy of Holies was situated in the westernmost part of the Beis Hamikdash. So that's what it means when it says that the Shechina is in the west. So therefore the sun Kiviyachol comes and bows down before HaKadosh Baruch Hu in the west. And it sets, because when it sets, it goes down, representing down. So the Shechina itself, so the sun itself bounds to HaKadosh Baruch Hu at the end of every day. So beautiful. Alright, the CC Atalga, the TK Shama the tail. So I understand. So ask Antoninus once again, why not allow the sun to come like mid-sky? So rise in the east, come to mid-sky, bow there, right? So not bow there. In other words, bow there, and then just set. In other words, Antoninus is asking why does the sun make its way all the way from east to west? I understand it needs to make its way from east towards west. Why does it have to go down all the way in the west? Let it just come to mid-sky, so to speak, bow down to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and set right there. The question which the Gemara says, we should call them the old great Rabbi, because of workers and travelers. I will say, what is that? If you look at Rashi, we should call them the Lukan Chayim Makshik Pitzon. שכשחמה באמצע הרקיע מאיר ביוסר, וסור שעדיין ישהות היום, ויפולן שלום מלאכתו, עד שחשב אבל ידרפן, נגד להרי יודעים, מסע יחשוב, מבקש. Here's the problem. If the sun was set in the sky, so most of it's spectacular. The way the sun carving works is the sun goes down gradually. People know, right? The workers know that the work is very coming to an end. Travelers know that they only have a certain amount of daylight left. If the sun were to set while it's mid-sky, this would curtail the workday. This would create a problem for the workday. This would create a problem for travelers. Therefore, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, in order to allow people to work, and in order to allow people to travel, allows the sun to continue across the sky and set more gradually in the west. So the sun setting in terms of twofold purpose. Number one, it allows to and number two, it allows the maximum amount of time for the travelers and the workers. So also, what a tremendous Musa Haskell. What does that maximum want to maximize time for? What is that maximizing time for? Working and traveling. But if one thing wants more than anything else is to work hard and to work for as long as possible and to maximize our hours of productivity. Baharaya, otherwise he could have caused the sun to set in the middle of the sky. The whole reason why the sun travels from east to west and sets gradually, the whole reason is to give us more hours in the day to work, to give us more hours in the day to travel. What does it mean to travel? I'm at location A, I want to get to location B. Life is all about the travel. Life is all about the journey. Life is all about moving myself forward. And if the Torah can maximize the time because he wants more than anything from us, is to work. Yes, he wants us operating on all cylinders. He wants us maximizing the workday. I'm talking about your career, like career, material career, and the spiritual career. He wants us to journey, doesn't want us to stay in place. So he maximizes the way that the sun goes. Incredible. I'm going to have to miss Rabbi. The Shana Amos I need to know. Profound questions. And then it says, by the way, when does the neshama come into the body? Which, by the way, interestingly enough, indicates to us that Antoninus believes in the neshama. He believes in the soul. He asks, when does a person receive their neshama? Mishas Pekida or Mishas Isira? So let's say, so Pekida means humility again at the beginning of the pregnancy. Now, Rashi points out once again the beautiful Gemara in Sefer Smiga, the Gemara says that when a woman becomes pregnant, so the malach takes the tipa. So the tipa sounds like literally again, what do you call it? To be in a pregnancy, what is it? A fetus, an embryo, a blast. Okay, good. Fantastic. So the malach takes the blast, and he goes ahead and he brings it before HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And he says, what is this? That's called Pekida. Pekida means, remember, that's what the malach is saying to Hashem, what is this baby going to be? So Antoninus asks Rabbi, when does the baby get his neshama? Is it at that moment, like when it's the blast, or maybe no, when it takes on serum ability again, is more of like a form of a human being. Like if the baby lips on the fetus looks like a baby. So the Gemara says, so Rabbi says it's from the time that the baby is more well formed. Okay, so Antoninus says it doesn't make any sense. So again, he says it can't be. Just for example, a piece of meat, right? You can't leave a piece of meat out for 3 days and it won't go bad. In other words, it needs salt, it needs a preservative in order to keep it. So Antoninus was saying was, everything that exists needs a preservative. So just like meat needs salt, so how does the blast, like how does the fetus exist at any point in time without a neshama? It must be instead, it must be Elo Mishas Pekida. So Antoninus says to Rabbi, it must be that the neshama comes into the fetus already from the time that it's about, so from the moment of inception. So Rabbi said, Davar Zelam Dani Antoninus. Look at this. So what's this incredible? Rabbi said, Antoninus, you ready? Right. Saying good. Right. And furthermore, there's a pasuk that backs up Antoninus. What's the pasuk? So the Gemara says, so literally again, so they're dashing from Shas Pekida, from the moment the malach brings the teeth of the drop before HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Shamra Yuki, my ruach preserves you. My ruach keeps you, which of also seems to indicate that the neshama is given to the fetus, to the entity in its initial last form. Incredible. Let me say it's hard about that because now that we spoke about neshama, so when does a person get the Sahara? So Mishas Yitzira or Mishas Yitzira. So interestingly enough, so here the question is it from the time maybe that the embryo, that the fetus is formed, the baby is formed, or is that there's sinews, there's flesh, or the time that the baby comes out of its mother, exits its mother. I'm sorry, Gemara says, Mishas Yitzira. So he says, I responded, from the time that the fetus is formed in your own, ultimately again, that's when there's Yitzhak. So I don't think it doesn't make sense. I'm going to intim boy from my If that's the case, the fetus will kick its way out of its mother. Which will say, so we hear this? So if the baby really had a Yitzhahara, the fetus had a Yitzhahara, it would kick its way out of its mother. Which tells you something amazing. What does the Yitzhahara do? What does the Yitzhahara do? The Yitzhahara causes us to kick. Causes us to kick. The entire essence of Yitzhahara is to break down boundaries. Right? In other words, so the Yitzhahara says, okay, I know that this is us, so I don't care. I don't care. I know that I'm not allowed to do this, I don't care. That's called the Yitzhahara. But here's the interesting idea. The Yitzhahara has a very profound use as well. Because if I somehow am able to take that energy of the Yitzhahara and channel it in the right way, then suddenly now I have what? I have a cause inside of me that breaks down boundaries, which, by the way, could be the most incredible engine of growth. Right? Everything is about how you harness that power. So again, Antonina says it can't be the baby has the Yitzhahara because literally it will keep its way out of the womb. It must be that it receives the Yitzhahara when it comes into this world. Rabbi says the covers on Daniel Kaninas. So Rabbi once again agrees with Antonina. He says, you're right. He says, you're absolutely right. Right? It must be that the baby receives it when exiting. And ultimately, again, there is a pasuk that supports this as well. The pasuk says that literally, again, sin awaits you at the entrance. Of course, again, this is talking about Cain. It's by Cain, but it's a metaphor. The pasuk always at the opening, at the entry to the world, sin crouches. The Yitzhahara is there. And also, this seems to be Dr. Horton. That's very interesting. That the Yitzhahara comes about ultimately again when we enter into this world. But also that this is soul, but the first of all, we know from our own lives. Now what does the Yitzhahara do? Yitzhahara gets me to kick down boundaries. But again, if I could harness that, if I could channel that, then what a profound and interpersonalistic world. All right, so Moses, it's like comic strip. It's like a fantastic picture. I want to say it was like, so bomb, Iber, Upisea, all of you, that's yeah. As you Dalek, I observe the ritual Russian healing, Nifko Midbar Mind, and Afternoon Baraba. So, as I said, interestingly enough, people focus on that first and so the Gemara says, yes, and one pasuk seems to indicate that people come back with all of their physical blemishes. The other pasuk seems to indicate that people come back healed. Which of us is one of the questions that we have. We saw it right from yesterday's that. Like, how do people come back to the and clothed, unclothed? Do they come back with their injuries, with their blemishes, with their disabilities? Like, how do people come back? Which the Gemara says, you're right, Hucky, it's like only the woman in this in reality, we come back again with our women, but then we are healed back in this part. Incredible. I will say now, why not just come back healed? Because again, there's a greater appreciation when you come back with all of your injuries. Right? I come back with all of my broken kites. I come back with all of it. And then it's yes, and listen, like the Prophet goes there and heals me. That's tremendous. Let's go back to Ula Ramixit. Ula brings down to Tzil's second wide line. And Tzadik Allah on the face. Ula Ramixit. Ila Hamaras like Nashak Umatz Hashem Dili Alpha. So literally again, death will be swallowed up forever. And Hashem will erase every tear from every face. Tzid, Kiana, Ben Meashana, Namos. Lo Yen Shim O Double. So here's another question. In Messianic era, is there death or is there not death? One pasuk seems to indicate there's no more death. Other pasuk seems to indicate that no, there will be death. But when a person dies at 100, it'll be like the death of a young person. You sound like will live much longer, but there will still be death. So which one is it? Okashio, can be shot on the object of heaven. One is not Jews or non-Jews. So apparently again by Jews there won't be death. By non-Jews there won't be death. I have an object of heaven, Mabao Hashem. What are non-Jews doing in Moshe Mashiach? Or what? Which is interesting, like, is there transmission for non-Jews? Like, what is that? So the Gemara says, my Baal Hashem, Hanach Tiksibalu, the Angus Yarim, the Usan Acham, the Necha, and Karnacham. Also, because again, apparently, there will be non-Jews. First of all, there's a whole discussion of things like righteous Gentiles, what they have, both in Olam Haba and in Moshe Mashiach. But interestingly enough, this Gemara seems to reflect the idea that the Moshe Mashiach is much more of like a spiritual experience in which we will have others to tend to our material needs. So there'll be a Gentile population to attend to the material needs of Am Yisrael. We'll be fully focused ultimately again on the spiritual growth. Now, this is interestingly enough, this is embedded in a whole sublevel of this, which is what is Messianic era? What is it? Is it like this supernatural world, or is it pretty much all them the regular world? So again, that's the backdrop to these discussions. That's the backdrop to like what happens with sickness, what happens with death, right? Clothes, unclothes, all of these things are really embedded in that backdrop as to what exactly does the Messianic era look like. Because whenever the Gemara has these machlokes, the Gemara always quotes the same passage, which is I am the Rothschild and I never saw it except for you, Hashem. In other words, we have these machlokes, these questions are fascinating, but at the end of the day, what's the answer? What's the answer? We'll know when we know. We'll know when we know. Okay. The Kisra Mitzvah, the Kisra Bara, also contrasts with Tzidkin. The Chachma Bara, Ubo Shach Hama, Kimara Hashem Tzidakos. Sid, the Hayahar Hama Bara, Kora Hama, Kora Hama, Yi Shiva Sayin, Kora Shiva Sayin. So it's interestingly enough. There's two different speakings. First person seems to indicate that the luminaries, the sun and the moon, will actually be darkened in the Messianic era. And second person seems to indicate that they'll shine even brighter. Even the moon will shine as bright as the sun. So which one is it? Which one is it? The Gemara says as follows. Lokasha, Kalimos Mashiach, Kalo Olam Haba. I suppose this is interesting. One is talking about the Messianic era, and one is talking about ultimately again Yemos HaMashiach. So what does this mean? So apparently Yemos HaMashiach in Olam Haba, there's the light of Hashem. Where there is only the light of Hashem, the light of the luminaries is dimmed. In Yemos HaMashiach, that's when all the luminaries will shine even brighter. With Shmuel, the Amar Ein Bein Olam Hazeh Yemos HaMashiach Avashiva Goyos Gilbad. But according to Shmuel, he says that there is no distinction between this world and the Messianic era, except Shiva Goyos. Because Shiva Goyos literally means we're not enslaved by any other nation. But more than that, it means everyone leaves us the heck alone. Right? Everyone leaves us alone. Which, by the way, would be the greatest miracle of all time. Right? We don't need help, we don't need your love, we don't need this, just leave us alone. That's Shiva Goyos. Plus, of course, there's a recognition ultimately again of the oneness of HaKadosh. So how do you understand this whole thing about the luminaries? Lokasha, Kamamach, Tzadikim, Kamamach, Shechina. This is beautiful. So let's speak in the world to come. When we can't have the Shechina, so you don't even realize it. Because we both have shines bright. When we can't have Tzadikim, that's when the luminaries shine even brighter. Incredible. Rabbi Rabbi Sid. So Rabbi contrasts with Tzadikim. Ani Amista'at like Sid, Machatzti, Ba'ani Erba. So those are the things. So the Pasuk says, literally Hashem says, I brought death and I will bring back to life. Machatzti, I broke and I will heal. And he writes, Mashi name is Ani Mechayev. The other, Mashi Machatzti, Ani Erba. He says, that which I took life from, I will give life to, and that which I broke, I will heal. This goes back to what the Gemara said before. That how does Tchias HaNisim work? The way Tchias HaNisim works is first to get our brought back to life. But they're brought back to life with all of their health issues, handicaps, problems, challenges, and then what happens? Then HaKadosh Baruch Hu goes in and heals them. Almost like to amplify the miracle of Tchias HaNisim. That again, we come back how we were, and then ultimately again the healing process. Of course, the one part of the Gemara doesn't discuss every year, which is interesting. The $5 million question is, how old are we? Like, when we come back? Like, why is it? Not to come back another year. It would be nice. It'd be nice. So that, again, so I was like I said, remember, as many of these questions, so to speak, as we're addressing, there's a million other ones, right? You also like I'm trying to ask, like, a person was married more than once, right? Who do they come back with? Right? Get a little awkward, how does that? So there's like a lot of stuff. What if you weren't happy the first time around? Again, like the second chance, they did things a little differently. There's a lot of discussions with this. So like I said, the Gemara is attempting to give us insight and give us a window, but at the end of the day, remember, it's always going to be, the picture is always going to be interesting. So the Gemara goes back, I'm the stock, yeah? So ultimately Hashem says, I caused death and I bring back to life. Sorry, maybe it means Hashem causes some people to die, other people to live. Nachasti ba'ani erfas. Therefore, the end of the pasuk comes along. It says, Hashem says, literally, I broke and I will heal. Just like breaking and healing is talking about the same person. So too again, life and death is also in the same person. And I don't say this serves as a proof to incredible. Tanya Amrabi Meir, how do we know about resurrection of the dead in the Torah? Also, this is fascinating because here the Gemara is now quoting a passage from the Torah. Right up until now, most of the psukim, except for most of the psukim, as you can see, are from nothing. How do we know that they're from Rabbi? How do we know? Because we have no idea what they're talking about, right? So that's Mefurish Raya that it's from nothing, right? So the Gemara says as follows. So now I have a pasuk from the Torah. Az Yashir Moshe B'nei Yisrael Sashira Hazos. So then, right? Then it says, then Moshe and Klal Yisrael will sing. Sharlo Ne'amar. It doesn't say they sung, right? It doesn't say as Shar Moshe and B'nei Yisrael. Moshe and B'nei Yisrael sung the song, rather Yashir, future tense. What's the future tense? Mikan l'tchias hanisim in Torah. This is a proof to tchias hanisim. Proof to tchias hanisim. Right? Future tense that there will be a time in the future that Moshe and Klal Yisrael will sing. You don't say the better, singing again, right? As Yifneh Yoshua Mizbeach LaHashem. Yoshua will build a Mizbeach Hashem. It doesn't say we built, rather every Yivneh. Mikan l'tchias hanisim in Torah. So let's say what this represents is there'll be sometime in the future when these great people will do these things. There'll be a time in the future when Moshe Rabbeinu will sing. Moshe Rabbeinu was dead. Now Moshe Rabbeinu will sing. Elamai, Yoshua will build. Yoshua is dead. So after Yoshua build, Elamai, as Yivneh Shlomo Bana L'Kmosh, Shakot Tzmorah. Also, it's interesting enough that the pasuk says that Shlomo Melech is actually a crazy pasuk. Shlomo Melech built a Mizbeach for Kamosh, who was one of the deities, one of the idolatries of Moab. Does that mean that Shlomo will build an actual Mizbeach for Avodah Zarah? That's a different passage. Shlomo never had to build a Mizbeach for Avodah Zarah. I said, why does it say that he did? That Shlomo Melech did not curb the Avodah Zarah appetites of his wives. And as a result, his wives worshipped idolatry in his home, and he did nothing to stop it. Because he did nothing to stop his errant behavior in his home, he's held accountable as if he did it himself. Incredible. From where do we know about Tchias hanisim in Torah? So Ne'emar Ashrei Yoshua Leisecha Od Ya'ala Lichasela. It's a beautiful killing. So literally, praiseworthy are those who dwell in your home. Right? They will go ahead and praise you. So the Gemara says, it doesn't say they praise you present, rather what does it say? Future tense. They will praise you. They will praise you. What is this future praising? Future praising is a remnant to Tchias hanisim. Beautiful. Says the Madonna lady, beautiful. Whoever says Shira, whoever sings to HaKadosh in this world, will be privileged ultimately again to sing Shira in the world to come. Shne'emar Ashrei Yoshua Leisecha Od Ya'ala Lichasela. So there's so much to say about this Gemara. What does it mean if you say Shira in this world? You sing praise to HaKadosh in this world. Ultimately, again, you'll sing the Tchias hanisim on the most basic Olam Haba. On the most basic level, what it means to say the Olam Haba you have is a direct reflection of the Olam Hazeh you create for yourself. There's another piece to this as well. Let's say, what is Olam Haba? What is Olam Haba? The Rambam writes, Olam Haba is Tzadikim Yoshvim V'Asharaseyim B'Roshem V'Ne'enem Mizid HaShechina. So ultimately, again, the righteous sit, right? They sit around the Kadosh Baruch Hu, the deeds of the crown of their good deeds is upon their head, and they derive benefit from the Shechina. That's Olam Haba. I will say, if sometimes the person is down, is there like a tea room? Is there like a Shreki coming? Is it full of micro? Is that it? Is that it? And also, a lot of times we see, that sounds really good, right? Olam Haba is only meaningful if at the end of the day, you value a relationship with Hashem and Olam Haba. If a relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu is not my priority in this world, then Olam Haba doesn't look all that appealing. Because all Olam Haba is is connection to Hashem. So that is something that I value in this world and I strive for in this world. Olam Haba is something amazing. But if Olam Haza really is much more about all about the material, and all about the enjoyment, and all about the stuff, and all about the acquisitions, which are beautiful and important, and if that's pretty much what life is all about, Olam Haba is a big letdown. Tremendous letdown. So let's say, so it's interesting. If you want to enjoy Olam Haba, but Olam Haza has to look a certain way. And that's the Gemara saying over here as well. If you see Shira in this world, like if your world, if this life is about connecting to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and at the end of the day, Olam Haba will be great. But if not, if Olam Haba really is just about the material, it's just about the mundane, Olam Haba doesn't sound all that exciting to you. אומר לי באבא, אומר לי אופן, מנהל את כס הניסים מן התורה, שנאמר, בדיוק כנס מסופר התורה, שנאמר, כל צפף הנס וכל יחד ירעננו. רינינו לו נאמר אל ירעננו. כאן את כס הניסים מן התורה. So once again, the voices of Tzofach, of those of the Nevi'im, of those who see, right? They will go ahead and call out Yira'nenu. They will praise you, future tense. Once again, future tense, not present. So we hear Abba, Amar Yochanan, Asidim called Nevi'im, Kubar, Omen, Shira B'Cholech, which is so beautiful. In the future, all of the Nevi'im will say Shira with one voice. Shene Amar, Kol Tzofech HaNasu Kol Yachtav Yira'nenu. We'll say how beautiful is that. All the Nevi'im speaking in one voice, right? All of the leaders of Israel speaking in one voice. How incredible is that? How overwhelming is that? How beautiful. That's the most of Mashiach. As now, again, as we saw, remember, every Nebuah was different. We saw this already before. It's nevertheless speaking in one unified voice. Amar Yehuda Amar Rav. Kol Moreh Halacha L'Zikamer. He who goes home in Nachlas Avosa. So I'll say this is profound. If a person is capable of teaching Torah, but withholds their Torah from their Talmud, withholds Torah from the Talmud, I will say, this could be a Rabbi, this could be a parent, this could be anyone. Whereas I have the ability to impart Torah upon someone, but I don't do it. I withhold it. It's as if you're stealing that person's inheritance. Isn't that incredible? So we'll say, so again, I have the ability to convey Torah to someone, I don't convey it, it's as if I'm stealing their inheritance. Shne'emar Torah Tzivalan Moshe, Morasha Kihilas Yaakov. Morasha Ki, L'chol Yisrael M'Shesh Shnei Rosh. So we'll say, you have the possibility of Torah, so Morasha. Morasha is an inheritance. It's our inheritance from the beginning of time, from Sheshes Shnei Rosh. Rashi points out there, what is it in Sheshes Shnei Rosh? So again, Rashi points out the Sid, Bereshis Bara, Yishilakar Shnei Bereshis. Remember, first Rashi in Torah. Bereshis Bara, what is the Bereshis? In the beginning, I located, Bereshis is a contraction. Yishvil Bereshis. Because of that which was created first, HaKadosh Baruch Hu created the world. The world was created for Torah. Torah was given to Klal Yisrael, and therefore, again, if I withhold Torah from someone who I can give it to, it's as if I'm taking their inheritance. I'm not familiar about Bizna. I'm not sure if I see that. Talmudei Halacha V'Talmud. If a Rebbe withholds Halacha from a Talmud, in other words, a Rebbe has an ability to teach a Talmud, and he doesn't show either this. Such a Rebbe is cursed even by fetuses in utero. Shne'emar Monei Abar Tapel Tzadik Beis. Monei Abar Yikavol La'om. Ve'ein La'om El Ubrin La'om Ubrin fetuses Shne'emar Ula'om La'om Yamatz. Ve'ein Chavo El Chlala Chavo who is cursing Shne'emar Ma'akov Lo Chavo Kel by Bilam. Ve'ein Bar El Torah. Ve'ein Bar Mitzvah Shne'emar Nosh Ibar Pen Yamatz. So we'll say, what does this mean? What does this mean? Someone who doesn't sit there like someone who's Michal Shabbos, is cursed even by fetuses. You know, what does it mean? So the Rebbe didn't teach. The Rebbe didn't teach the Talmud Torah, and therefore what? And therefore he's cursed even by the fetuses. Like what's the shot with that? What's like sometimes the worst thing that a person could do is withhold the growth opportunity from someone else. You'll say we make the mistake that sometimes the greatest things we accomplish are the things we do for ourselves. And that's not true. Sometimes the greatest things you do in life is the growth that you enable in the other. When you do something for someone else first, what is it talking about here? A Rebbe has an opportunity to teach a Talmud. A Rebbe has an opportunity to give over halacha to a Talmud, which means you have the ability to be the enabler of someone else's growth. And I don't do that. That's an abdication of the highest level of personalistic responsibility. That's my avoda. Our avoda in life is not going to enable our own growth, but it's to enable the growth of others. And failure to do so, the world curses you for that. Incredible. So Ula Bar Yishmael Omer, If you don't get, if you withhold Torah from a student, so literally again, so they pierce you like a sieve. Okay, I was saying now, what Rashi points out, what does it mean pierce like a sieve? It means you forget your learning. Just like right, if you put something into a sieve, the contents close the food. A Rebbe who doesn't share his Torah with other people loses his learning. Because if he doesn't share it, what does that show? It shows that he thinks that his Torah is his. Torah is not yours, nothing is his. So, nothing is mine. Right? Nothing belongs to us. Everything that Hashem gives me, whether it's my money that He gives me ultimately to do good for others, or again, it's my Torah that He gives me to convey to others. That's the whole of life. And therefore, if I don't share my Torah with others, ultimately, I lose it. Va'amar Abaye ki ochla diktsiru. Literally perforated like a long delivery. All right. In Lamdo. And what happens if you teach someone Torah? This is all the punishment if you withhold Torah. What happens if a Rebbe fulfills his obligation and teaches his Talmid in Torah? What's his reward? Amar Rabbi says, Zocha lebichas Yosef. Incredible. So such a Rebbe, and when we say a Rebbe, I just want to point out, a Rebbe doesn't have to be a rabbi. Doesn't have to be a Rebbe, right? A Rebbe is anyone who has the ability to give over Torah to someone. So you take your Torah and you share Torah. I can't tell you how important this is. One of the most incredible things that sometimes we don't realize that we have the ability to do is to have a chavrusa with someone. And especially sometimes getting there are different types of chavrusas. Sometimes there was some chavrusa and both of them are on the same level. When you're close with someone and you have the opportunity to really help someone grow in your learning, you become a Rebbe. It's a Rebbe chavrusa. It's a Rebbe chavrusa partnership. And I want to say that is the most profound thing. We think whenever we see these Gemaras, we like automatically shift. Oh, he's talking about a Rebbe, a rabbi, a Rebbe. No, this is every single one of us. If you take all of us have Torah, and all of us can convey it, and if you convey that Torah, what happens? You are privileged to have brachos like Yosef. Shene Emar, bracha lerosh mashpir. Ve'im mashpir elo Yosef. Shene Emar, Yosef var shalit ala aretz. Hu mashpir l'chol am haaretz. So we'll say, by the way, so what's the pshat? What's the pshat if someone shares their Torah? They get brachas like Yosef. Why not bracha like Avram? Why bracha like Yosef? It wasn't always the entire about of Yosef. Yosef took his brachas, and what did Yosef do with his brachas? What did he do with it? He shared it with everyone else. That was the entire essence of Yosef. Right? Yosef, after everything that he had been through, had every right to say, forget about the rest of you. If I'm not going to take revenge, I'm not helping you, I'm not doing anything for you. But instead, every single bracha that comes Yosef's way, what does he do? He takes it and he uses it to help the other. That was Yosef. That was Yosef at Tzaddik. This is beautiful. Wow. Let's say whoever teaches Torah in this world is Zochar to teach it in the world to come. Now, by the way, what does that mean? Remember, we always come back to our question of what's Olam Haba? What does it mean? Is Olam Haba where you go when you die? Is Olam Haba the Messianic era? Either way, it's really good. Either way, it's really good. Right? I will say that if you teach Torah in this world, it is looking at time to teach Torah Olam Haba as well. So I will say, hopefully means also that the people you learn Torah with, and we have to show you the Zohar to learn in this world the next one. Can you imagine? We have our Chabura, we have our share in Olam Haba. I feel like we'll be able to move faster, right? I thought we'll be able to move faster. But in the next section, I'll say, how incredible would that be? So the Gemara goes like, Shemei Amar, Pasuk says, so it's a malam and there's no time at all. At least in the afterlife of death. That'll be better. So once you see this fixation, by the way, with Kessemes, right? I don't know if there's any other Gemara that tries to bring so many rayas for a cuss. Right? This is now only 3 block. Feels like 7 block, but that's only 1.5 block. Right, so 1.5 block, right? That again, Minai. So first of all, because again, the notion of Kessemes is such an incredibly important episode that the Gemara wants to find as many proofs for it as we can. So Kessemes in the Torah, Shneimar, Yechi Ruvain va'al Yamos. Ruvain will live and he will not die. Yechi Ruvain ba'olam hazeh. No, not Parshas. Sorry. It's not the bracha. It's not the brachas of Yaakov. It's the brachas of Moshe. Yichi Ruven Al Yomos. Yichi Ruven Ba'ol Mazeh. Ruven will live in this world. Al Yomos L'Olam Haba. He will not die in the world. You know, Amar Alpha. Adina says here. The Rabbi Mishri Ad Masafar Yakitsu. Elu L'Chai Olam. Be'elu L'Char Fulsul. So say incredibly enough, a number of these forgiveness from Daniel are actually quite explicit, right? So many of those who sleep in the earth will wake back up, some to the world to come and some for degradation. Rashi says from here, and now ultimately again, you go to your place and rest. But stand right, literally again, return the Goralecha, he will return for your destiny at the end of days. Well, it's actually interesting because a number of these psukim, we actually say the Kavura. This is actually the pasuk that we say after the Kavura is completed. Before the Adelim leave the Kever and walk back through the shur, walk back through the line, we actually, it's not a halacha, but it's a minhag. Many have the minhag to actually recite this pasuk, blessing it to the neshama. Any leader who leads his flock, who leads his tzibur, benachas. Now, what does benachas mean? Benachas means with a gentle kite. A gentle kite. Not yelling, it's not screaming, it's not fire and brimstone, not being mean, they're not. Benachas, so such a person like this is zocher to lead that tzibur of Olam Haba as well. I will say these demands seem to indicate that Olam Haba here is a reference to Messianic era, right? Post Nasim era. Shene Amar Kimrasim Yinhagim Va'amagui Mayrina. Remember Lazar? You don't know Dale. This is incredible. You don't know Dale. Shenita Ben Sheos. Dale. Wisdom. Now we're going to define what wisdom is a little bit. Wisdom is great. Why? Because it was given between. It literally means between two letters. What it actually means is between the two names of Hashem. Shene Amar. Kel Deos Hashem. So you see that? Deos is mentioned in the middle of Kel and Hashem. So the Gemara says that's incredible if something is given over between the two names of the Rebbeinu Shalom. Allah says Gadol Mikdash. The Beis Hamikdash is great. Shnitan Ben Shnei Osios because it was given over between two names of Hashem. Shnei Mar Ha'alta Hashem Mikdash Hashem. So it's a mikdash sandwich between two names of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Maski Ravada, Masada Ravada, Karchino Elomeata Gidol and the Kama, Shinita Ben Sheosios. Oh, you're going to use that model. And the Kama, vengeance. Vengeance is also great because vengeance is given between two names of Hashem, the Sid, Kel, and the Kamos Hashem. Right? The pasuk says, like, Kel, the Kamos Hashem, Kel, the Kamos Sophia. Amalei, the Milse Hakinam, right? By the way, vengeance has its place. Absolutely. Vengeance, as much as we always think about vengeance as a negative thing, vengeance is not a negative thing. Sometimes vengeance is very powerful and very appropriate. So why do I need two revelations? Far right means like a revelation. So why two revelations? That doesn't say revelation twice. That just says it here once. But it says Nakama twice. So it's like two revelatory Nakama moments. So what does that mean? So the Gemara says, Achas lamida tova, Achas lamida parolis. So one ultimately to be like a vengeance for good and a vengeance for bad. So vengeance for good could be like if a God who repays good, like to take revenge against you, or also mean that sometimes, like we said before, sometimes vengeance is good. Sometimes vengeance is in our favor, especially when it's taken out on those who have oppressed us. And sometimes vengeance has to show to be punitive in nature. So I'm Rabbi Lazar, call Adam Sheish L'Deah, which is beautiful Gemara. For any person who has Deah, who has understanding, Kilinivna Beis Hamikdash B'Yamav. It's as if the Beis Hamikdash was built in his days. Why? Because ultimately, again, as we just said before, Deah is between two names of Hashem and Mikdash is between Hashem. Now, what that means, what exactly that means? Any person who has Deah, has wisdom, if this Beis Hamikdash was rebuilt, we're going to come back to that tomorrow. So we're underlining, we're going to come back to it after we get a written definition of really what Deah means. Fine. Okay, yeah, we'll give it a few more minutes. Rabbi Lazar, actually, right now. Rabbi Lazar, for Adam Sheish for Deah, the self Misasha. Any person who has Deah will become wealthy. Shnei Amar, will be das Haridim Yimadu Kovod, Yakar Vinam. Rabbi Lazar, for Adam Shein Bo Deah, also Lachim Alav. Any person who doesn't have Deah, ultimately, again, you can't have Rachmanas on you. Shnei Amar, Kilo ambinasu atin lo yirachamenu al seil biyot shelo yiferenu. Rabbi Elazar, Kol Hanosim Kita L'Mishaim Baldo. You swim by Allah. Whoever gives bread to someone who doesn't have dayah, ultimately again, bad things will happen. So we'll say it's very interesting. So you see this tomorrow. You can't have compassion upon someone who doesn't have dayah. You can't go ahead and give your bread to someone who doesn't have dayah. And let's say, what's the shot with this? What's the shot with this? Let's say, what's dayah? What is we translate it as wisdom. I will say, but what if you think about this just from an interesting, from just from a basic perspective, what is the core component of wisdom? Right? What is like the most basic aspect of wisdom? What's wisdom? So it's interesting. Remember again, Chazal, right? Remember Sachs Brachos. It speaks about Havdalah Shalom. Chazal said, where did Chazal quote Havdalah? Where does Havdalah go? Atachonin la'adam das. The most basic concept of das is the ability to map, the ability to distinguish between Kodesh and Chol. Das is most big. Before you get into all the deeper layers of what wisdom actually means, what wisdom means on its most core level is I can distinguish between right and wrong. I can distinguish between Kodesh and Chol. I can distinguish between Tameh and Kar. And I will say that is something that every single person has the ability to do. You know, to be a chacham, because remember again, there's chachma, there's bina, there's okay. So chachma, bina, those might be higher levels, and maybe not every person has the ability to access it. But to have das, to be the kind of person who knows what's right and what's wrong, and to make the right decisions in life, every single person has the ability to meet that threshold. And failure to do so is only one person's fault, and that's mine. And that's like Chazal say, if somebody doesn't have dayah, don't have Rachmanas on them. Don't have Rachmanas on them. Why? Because they're hurting themselves. They're not a victim of anything. They're hurting themselves. If someone doesn't have dayah, don't give them bread. Right? Why? Because you are enabling an early lifestyle. You want to say a person has to have a basic moral compass through which they know what's right and what's wrong. And if they don't have that, if you help them, you're enabling them to continue on that broken path. And that's what the Gemara says over here. As I would says, any person who has dayah, he will live in the base of Mikdash. Right? Ultimately, again, because at the end of the day, there's only really one thing I need in this world to be successful. Dayah. I have to know what's kosher, what's trade, what's tameh, what's tahar, what's kodesh, what's chol, what's mutter, what's asr, what's tov, what's ra. And as long as I have that, I'm good. The rest, I'll acquire or I won't. And as long as I have dayah, I will be successful. I go to sleep. If I don't have dayah, number one, if I don't have dayah, it's my fault. Don't blame it on anyone else. If I don't have dayah, it's my fault. As long as you acquire it, is the highest level of personalistic competence. To the point, you can't even help out a person like that. It's such an overwhelming and incredible Gemara. And that's why the Gemara says, all right, this is good luck, right? I'm going to realize that. Let's say people in the same boat, that's why, again, if you give your bread to someone who doesn't have dayah, you, the giver, will suffer. Why? Because you are enabling someone. You are enabling someone to continue down the wrong path in life. Person who doesn't have dayah will ultimately be exiled. Makes a lot of sense. Why? You're going to say, if I don't have dayah, chances are I won't be able to build a solid life. I won't be able to build a relationship because you don't know what's right and what's wrong. You build a relationship. It's as simple as that. It's like there are people who refuse, not that they can't, they refuse to see right from wrong. They'll make every single excuse why what you're doing is okay, even though it's clearly not. Can't build relationships, can't build a home, can't build a life. As soon as the self-gola will be a longer Shneimar, looking Gola Amin Nibida, some of those are Kabai Shein Bodivate or Lishman Babalai Love, Ishak was most another incredible That's dayah. We'll say this is a ridiculous Gemara. Any home in which words of Torah are not heard in at night, so there's any home in which there's not Torah learning at night, Ish Oklasa, fire will consume it. Shneimar, Kalfoshech Tamal Tzfunav, Tohleo Ish, Monofeach Yara, Surid Ba'ohalo. The Ein Surid Al Tam Chacham, says on Kal Shneimar, Ubi Surid Masher Hashem Korei. But fine, listen, so what does that mean? Any home in which Torah is not learned in at night, fire will consume it. It's a pretty strong thing. First of all, it's like, it tells us, very important, we need, in addition to coming to shul for night seder, and your beautiful inspiration, which again, everybody has an obligation on night seder, even if it's for 15 minutes. Everybody has an obligation for night seder. Trying to shine, it's not like, oh, I'm dabbling. It's a weird, you guys, so you are about Yamar, or you know, Chamuros, right? So you have to have night seder. But it's really, it's actually not something like that. A youth has to come to this service to learn a little bit at night, even if it's just for a couple of minutes. Start my morning with this service. But in addition to that, the person also has to learn at home. The person has to have Torah in their house. Right? And it's so important for so many different reasons. A wife should see her husband learning Torah. Children should see their father learning Torah. The walls of my home should see me learning Torah. So what's the pshat when the Gemara says over here that any home in which Torah is not heard at night, fire consumes it? Perhaps it means like this: night is always a metaphor for difficulties. Like that's like Laila is always a metaphor for difficult times. The rest of the Gemara means like this: bias, she'ein divrei Torah nishma'in bo b'layla. Right. So any home in which Torah is not heard at night, in other words, any home where things become difficult, the Torah stops. The Torah stops. Like in other words, as soon as it becomes Laila, as soon as life becomes difficult, the first thing that kind of goes away is Torah. Just understand, Eish Aklasa. Fire, not literal fire. Fire is also destructive. Destructive forces will consume it. If during difficult periods of life, the first thing that gets stopped is spirituality, just understand the fire of the negative circumstances, along the circumstances, will consume that home. The staying power of a home, the staying power of anything in life, is rooted in its connection to the force. So if even during the Laila periods of life, there is Torah in my home, there is Torah in my life, then I will be safe from the ravaging effects of even most difficult of life circumstances. Conversely, if in the moment difficulties set in, the first thing that goes is Torah, the first thing that stops is Torah, then Isha Plasa. Then the fire of every single difficult circumstance will ultimately consume me, consume my home, and consume all the circumstances. So we'll have to stop over this incredible Gemara. We'll have to stop over here. Shkoya. By the way, we did more than a block today. Fantastic. Right, wrong block, but that's the detail. Listen, look, I think tomorrow's going to be a catch-up day, because the next session much shorter Gemara. The next session, Shkoya, everyone. Such a crack, everyone.
Do we have a decimal meter here?
It's not a bad idea.
Alright, so here we go. On the camera, on the decimal meter, how many of you have Floyd Jones winning this Mexican drum off?
Alright.
How many of you have Michael Gonzalez winning? Thank God. I may have affected this election, wouldn't be the first time, but Floyd, you gave it a hell of a run. It was very good. Good interview, good set. I guess you get to keep those drumsticks. There's a big joke, but there he goes, Floyd Jones, ladies and gentlemen. There goes Floyd saying goodbye to Shane and Lord Charizard or whatever he said. There's another Bud Light brought to you by Bud Light. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a special time in the show's history because we have a brand new regular who has absolutely taken the show over by storm. This is a brand new set. They get to do a little bit longer than a minute if they want. And this is the Dark Storm of Atlanta, ladies and gentlemen. He is here. Make some fucking noise for Kendrick. What you know about being the only black dude in a country with the best volunteers on Georgia car taking the fence. And nowadays, when I walked into the venue, random Tiana Griffin was like, hey, my nigga, you know you got a uniform, right? And I was like, no, I'm here for the festival. I love Blake Shelton. I love Kenny Chesney. And he was like, nigga, stop lying. I got an extra vest in my car. And I was like, no, I'm here for the festival. And I showed up my ID. And I showed up my badge. Hey, look at my ID. Look at my ID.
You shall give truma to Aaron. I remember once it's very interesting. Aaron received many things in life. The one thing he never ever received was truma. Why? Because truma only bears into effect when you go into Eretz Yisrael, and Aaron never made it into Eretz Yisrael. So at the end of the day, what can this mean? But ultimately, again, you give truma to Aaron. You do it again, and once you have to constantly, that's cancellation. So it says the ability to measure like raise for her, Aaron. What does it mean? You have to give truma to someone like Aaron. Meaning what? Not Aaron cover, Afon or Alir. Just like Aaron is a prophet, or just like Aaron here to come prophet, and therefore knows how to go ahead and use truma in the appropriate way. So to again, in general, you have to give Tabak Adir. I already saw last money on the other side. Now you're saying that this one is calling Allah, how do you can't give truma to a congregate in the the army also July nurses months will come and reveal them on Yaksiku because again the word the possibilities it is you give them the Quran but they should be stored in the Torah of the Rebbe so I'm called a massive God Hashem whoever is holding the ability again the Torah of the Rebbe Shalom each one of us has a portion of Tumah to say in the massive God Hashem and whoever is not holding strong in the Torah of the Rebbe nonetheless does not have a portion. And I say, this, as you're going to see, this is not as much primitive as it is just very important because Shema has a lot of details, Shema has a lot of obligations, and this is Shema is very much like that was the long location. So those people who are let's see, I think this Shema, so we're calling this let's see, no story to me, I read. Because this gets to our knowledge. Ma'ari suffix goes for suffix in the verse, but when you just read it like a line, there's a suffix. Really tear it apart to read it for now. After I'm all suffix, the parallel suffix of the so to again, you give something, you give too much of point on the a suffix. Really easy to mistake the purity, really easy to mistake the and you'll come over the says, as going on Musa, the point is too much of a point on the earth, is causing the death of that point. How is that? That's where I'm out. The Mason, all here calling it, the Lord is mentioned before, that misuse of Truma is also that penalty. You give Truma to a cause that doesn't know how to figure with the appropriate sentence. It's as if the upper one is causing death to that particular cause. Because they are the one who is going to Ashma Sil Ava Ashma. You can concentrate about having a Shema, and you see also Ava Ashma Acharas Kachere. So it's really fascinating by all of this is, and just a very interesting how, again, these instances you would think that giving too much of the brain approach is an objective itself. So giving too much of the brain is only a facet, it's only something that the brain knows how to do. If he doesn't know how to handle the gift, then not only is it not a facet, but in fact it's a liability. That tremendously so in life as well. About when you it could be sort of parenting, about giving children things, it's a beautiful rough of our parents to give children something, as long as you want, the child knows how to handle it. Give a child something else, so it's a sort of technology. Because in many areas, give a child something like the acceptance of life, but they don't know what to do with it. It's not the parental gift, but instead it's creating tremendous liability. It's never like this. Kind of, what you saw, Absalom says, you're not a position of health. Where do you find, again, a biblical relationship to destination? The God has mercy as species, very interesting. Eton Wasis Lahem Ascaris Kiran. The Pasuk says, and I will establish, I will uphold my covenant with them to give to them Lahem, to them, but Dutch Lahem in them are Allah Lahem. The Pasuk doesn't say, I'm upholding my covenant to give you Lahem, rather it says Lahem, to them. Who is the them? If you look at Rashi, it's Rashi on the right side, but I'll halfway down, Allah, if you would have made it halfway down, Allah Lahem, the Mashal Shekiah HaKadosh Baruch Hu Avram Yitzchak Yaakov Sheyitiv Lahem Eretz Yisrael.
delivery is a little bit floppy tonight.
I would rather what you see. Ultimately, I guess Adam needs spot and that will receive energy cell. What does that show you? Yes, that makes sense. Yes, that makes sense. So the Gemara says, you get fine. I can't catch this one. Show me what's over there. What's this? And then if I cannot be told, it's in the visibility down to these. You're going to see the terms what we're going to see is that they really refer to different levels of energy. Show me what's over there. So when you're going to you know something is not your financing. The maybe of the less than being back again. All of that.
Especially the ride back in.
Real says, I'm going to proof. From John reviewing super.
Actually,
We'll see what happens. So number one, what's the right in that target? Says, I want to show them, okay? Here's all shifting in my Masechah, become. Please, listen. Every time someone says to us, you are going to literally again die. You are always become. And you are going to arise. Wow, pretty explicit. Yes, so they said, so how do we disprove it? No. They said it's real. You're putting the comma in the wrong place. The Gima, the comma on Hazet,
I've seen the dark storm in the land where our thoughts jump rather than back in this
when you die, the people also like actually has a come is not going on Moshe, but rather the come is going on who? On people. Incredible. You know, it's humanity of this rejected of person. Yes, humanity. What's the proof from Rabbi? It says you say about results in the world. It's a very short way apart. You have always the areas will find people. So what's it say? Because of when you see this phrase, you see those who sleep in the dust will once again wake up. It's wonderful when you see things to outside. That's a pretty clear statement. The Gemara makes some secular test up. Maybe that's referring to the thing that the Hesed goes back to life. Maybe the Hesed goes back to life. That's the motivation, right? That's the drive, the value of dry bones. Maybe that's the specific episode it's referring to. That's Minaksuvin from Suvin. It says, if you can't have the IFO, hold it to the dog even in short. Go over there, 6 around your neck, and everybody would know you were lying, and they would be able to hear you pronounce your S's correctly.
Maybe right now, Tony, I'm from the South. We don't pronounce no S or T's the whole time I've been talking. But sometimes they don't understand on the internet, so I can talk how I want to. I agree. I got to sit in
The criminal mutual elections for say the Alma. So the meaning says,
Dead Drake, you've done it again. We love you.
the meaning says, we have to face the fact that sometimes the lips of the dead move in the grave. Now, when do the lips of the dead move in the grave?
This person has to pull the Dead Drake, makes a noise 60 seconds under a triple what appears to be a new name. Tyler Cole. Everybody here knows Tyler Cole.
Whenever when a person dies, if someone says over halacha, now by the way, halacha doesn't just have to mean halacha. What that means is when a person dies and someone says over a piece of their Torah in this world, the deceased lips move in the grave.
So I went on a first date the other day and told the girl I was a comic, and she said, no way, I'd love to see you perform sometime. And I said, well, we should probably have sex first, so you can appreciate just how long 5 minutes really is. It's a long time, I swear.
And the person needs it.
Do you have any fans of Jersey Shore in here? Yeah, some told me the other day I look like a cast member on the upcoming spin-off Gaza Shore. It's just 5 Jews and 5 Palestinians arguing for an hour.
Someone says over the toilet, someone says over the sink, someone says over the stove, the lips moving.
Someone also told me I look like the situation.
So the meaning is that means anything that everybody has said, until it was a real
Look
big
at this. It
over
looks like my
the
forehead
following
can bench press 225 pounds. That was really good. I've been Tyler Cole.
Hashem
Thank you guys.
Lavosechem, Masis Lahem. So the record that Hashem has spoken over to that's I should say to them. Machem Olem, I doesn't say Hashem is giving over to you, rather what does it say Elah, Lahem, to them. You come across and listen to Torah. But when you see a reference to cross and listen, you know Torah. Once again, we give it over to them, please to them. In some churches, this is Abraham, Yitzchak, and Yaakov. So when you see it specifically to this idea, that Hashem people that again the carry will come back to us. Because you show me the look like that. Others say, but when we come in different parts of the church, so beautiful. You have to have taken that show up here, right? I use full-time I know. Others say,
I guess.
that from the top, I'm going to translate what does it mean? And you cling to Hashem, your God, like I mean full-time I know. So the thing is what translate is, you will live a heavy today, or you're free a lot of days. It says, no, Pshuta, the kind of full-time I know, but that is, I'm so very happy today. Of course, for a life today. Ella, even the Yom Shekol HaOlam, Kulam Nisim, Hashem Chayim. Even at a time when everyone else is dead, you will be alive. So the idea that we must do this constantly, I thought I was going to say, ultimately, again, you use this interaction policy, how you full-time I know, and you will come back to life. And even on a day where everyone else is dead, you will come back to life. Such a beautiful and incredible soul. So you know, like, the story of it is much to say about that passage. It's not going to be a time now. I'll come back to it. So, Rabbi asked that you should have done this. So ultimately, the Romans, I think should have done what they were asking. The answer was from the Chinese, and the Agamas Asadia. So the answer you should have done on 2 fine questions. Number one, how do you know this resurrection of the dead? And number two, how do you know that Hashem knows what's going to happen? 2 fine questions. Some of them will have an answer. So ultimately, again, you should have done it and said that you answered both of those questions. Come on, Pastor. And you also Moshe, things like shopping around the I'm on a second. Come on, so again, in some kind of the other Pastor, Moshe is going to die, become, and you're going to come back to life. So from here you sleep, from here you see, and Rabbi has 2 clear explanations. So you want to say back to him, the Grandma, the Kama Amazah, the Dana. Okay, Moshe, it's not really possible. When you possibly, so ultimately Moshe is going to die, the become doesn't turn Moshe's resurrection. Rather, what does become on? Come goes on ultimately again, the price of us rebel. So then, so that's why you said, fine, even if you see that, at least we're keeping your help of your thankful, you're again not a shas of yours. So again, even if you're not going to use this concept as a relative translation, you can at least use it for what? As a knowledge, as a scriptural book that Hashem knows what's going to happen. Right? Because again, here Hashem is saying to Moshe, Moshe, you're going to die. And when you die, one of these souls is going to die. Okay, we're going to go. You know, it's like, okay, I'm going to get home from the shimmy of the night. The night is all going to the kind of reason you're going to have to leave us. So it's just,
It was in October, but I have a closing coming up
tomorrow.
tomorrow.
How do I know? What is going to bring back the dead? And how do I know that Hashem knows what is going to happen? Incha shochet b'mavosecha v'kam. Ultimately, again, Hashem says to Moshe, you are going to die, but you will come back. Incredible. So he goes like to Tanya, Amra Rabbi Yossi, the devil is that, Zinaki Sifroni. Rabbi Yossi says like this, in this matter, the books of the heretics have really been, forgeries also. Shehan Olin, ain't is any sin in the Torah. Remember again, because the books of heresy said, there is no resurrection. There's a resurrection. Once I said to them, Siyatan Torastan, but no Hadis and Biyat control. So the one who forged the Torah, that didn't work. So what's going on here? Shatan only in case of the Torah, from the claim, there is no case of the and yet it says, all right. Karis, and Efashayim, Avonaba. So what's it? It's a double Russian of Karis. Why the double Russian? Because it says, I'm sorry. Karis, Avonaba. Karis, Ba'olam Hazeh. Avona Bala Eva. So what's it? He means
What's your love
it's a
life
single
like?
cut off from this scroll. Avona Bala, it's single name. It's
Single currents.
La Viola Rabbi
Single, when's
does
the
not
last time you
refer
had a
to a
girlfriend?
friend. So when you see ultimately again,
Okay.
Raya for Raya Sports Resolution. So we want to see first because I got the good. It's like I know we have to talk about value. And then we look at value. Make our value because that is saying why can't you support that because in all of that because the other Haba, which we must have only learned Hebrew Torah Colossus and the other because it's always about the meaning when it's said no, that's just a colloquial expression. Okay, keep your eye. Colossus is much like this story. Because for my dad, because all my brothers in Rabbi Kiva. Rabbi Kiva understands the double action because he cut off in this world, because he wants to come. Rabbi Kiva, I don't small. But Neymar, as Hashem, who made that for yourself, the passage says, these blasphemy Hashem will be cut off. But he shows the Olam and Yish as the three worlds, or then that means that there's three.
So this relationship that ended a few
So
years ago, how did it
so
end?
versus the Nipah rather, the Nipah is all of us, right? So we cut off in this world. He carries the other one, so it's like he cuts it, like he cuts the properly want to come, and he carries the colors. He's not telling us about something like that. This is the first thing he
Exactly. How did you find out that she was married? How long were you looking up under
on my
part
idea, but both
It was
person
like
to
9
the small.
months in that she
What
told
to
me
do
she
with
was
the
9
space
months in and she
of
just told me.
look at
Yeah, when we first started dating, she
You
said that you weren't even dating.
You might have thought that this would be cut off even if you did shit off. So you might have said, come on,
She said she was divorced.
when the sin is cut off,
And then 9
only
months
when
later, she was like,
when
well,
it's
actually, I'm not.
when the sin
Okay,
remains
where were you
within
exactly
him.
when she told you this? Were you
However,
at
you
a
might say, well, Amarti, Ella is not
bartending
Shabbat.
together
Not
at
when the
a
sin
club
is
on
cut off,
6th Street.
then the
She
sin
told me while I
remains
was at
within.
work.
But if the sin does Shabbat, and ultimately again, he is not cut off. Incredible. I will say. So really casting. So again, the point that you begin to see is, as you mentioned yesterday, there's no one concept that says this. Yes, I mean, that's amazing. And what we have is a series of biblical, actually say, biblical allusions, trying to read the two different allusions, different hints, different ideas.
Can you give us an example of a fun sexual experience that you had with her? You guys ever bang at the bar or outside?
You
You banged at the bar. Diggy diggy diggy. Said the boogie said
asked the following question of Rabbi Meir. I'm not just a buddy of the CCO, but some places have. Cleopatra is the king,
Take us through this. How do you
what
bang at the
Pharaoh
bar?
is the king. So this is not like a,
Various locations.
yes, it's not really, but Cleopatra is a particular person, but this was more of a
She grabbed you by your chain and said, "Come over here."
This is not Milwaukee, title,
That's
but
what it
anything
sounded
else.
like. It
But
sounded.
anyway,
That's Tom Segura
so
after breaking his arm.
Cleopatra asks Rabbi Meir, you've done it with how you shit. Listen to this. She said, I know that the dead will come back to life. Sorry, I know that the living die.
So let me ask you this.
I'm sorry. I know that the living will come back to life. So Cleopatra said, I see what you're right? It's Cleopatra. I didn't even guess amazing. I know that the dead will come back to life. First of all, we have Sitsu here. Because again, the passage says that literally they will sprout forth from the sea, that's Yerushalayim, like the grass comes out of the earth. So once again, it's interesting, this passage was actually not quoted in our previous conversations, but Cleopatra quotes this passage. Right? So I know that the day will come back to life. So what's the Shiloh? Ella, Kishen, Omdi, Arunim, Obenabu Sheher. Fascinating. When the dead come back to life, when they come back unclothed, or do they come back in their clothing? Incredible. So I'm about, so the narration back to Cleopatra. Kavakoma Mekita, make a Kavakoma from a grain of wheat. Also, so we do myself. Uma, Kita Shimukura Aguma. So we can eat that, right? The grain is very uncooked. What does that mean? Wheat kernels, we find the seed, it's just the seed. There's nothing else but the seed. And yet, Yotza, the Kamalavusha, when it comes out with many layers of clothing. Now, what does that mean, many layers of clothing? It means is, again, the kernel itself has many layers. It has a husk, it has different things on top of it. So you see, from there, just like the seed goes into the earth like clothes, ultimately, again, it comes out with many layers. So you might just, that big thing is shake, bottom, but it's from the shame. but Sadiq together, she told me who are buried with their clothing, Allah has come and come. Sadiq ultimately again is buried now. Not that clothing, but actually from the ground. So it's actually very clothing, all the more so he will come out clothed as well. There's such a first of all, you just say stand and pick up a fascination question. And then again, I believe in the resurrection of the dead, and how exactly does this work? When the dead come out of the grave, what is it? Unclothed, clothed. So also, it's interesting also, it's very well be clothing, used specifically for also in metaphor also for purpose. Like with the blood, like the Holy Spirit that definitely the Shema says in the Shema. And all times that your clothing be white. That your clothing be white. Clothing represents accomplishments. So could that be that the apostle be asking us the following? When did this transformation? How do you come back? How are you born? Are you born like Pablo Rasa? Like naked, unclothed? Like we had a person not like the week maybe you work with others who know like that? Or is your resurrected life somehow a continuity of your previous life? Are you born with the clothing? Or did you come back? And again, I have my nice and clothing. I have my nice. So again, it's a fascinating question. This is resurrection, a continuation of my previous life. Do I come back with my clothing? Or again, am I born unclothed? Is it a brand new life? Which for me responds, resurrected life is a continuity of previous life. It's so fascinating because what that does is it encourages us to maximize the life we have here in this world. Because the way I live here, not only impacts me in this world, not only impacts me with Olam Haba, which is a place where I go after I die, but it even impacts me in resurrected life as well. Everything I do in this world follows me in the multiple stages and iterations of my life. Such a profound Gemara. I'm going to teach you a little bit on that. So Caesar the Nero. I'm used to Yusuf Mikhail. I heard that you guys say that the dead come back to life. Okay, so it's interesting. There's a book for your pastor who believes yes and listen, but just had some detailed questions about it. So you see where the Caesar doesn't believe it. Caesar isn't real. I don't understand. You guys say, I'm used to you guys say Yusuf Mikhail, then we'll come back to life. I don't think how that works. The dead ultimately again becomes us, right? And thus can come back to life. Thus can come back to life. So the Gemara says, top 91. Again, these things are fascinating. So the daughter of the Caesar said to Gamliel, I got this. Right? She wanted to answer this particular question. Okay? So she says, second line, Alpha, rate 91, any second line. Show you to which people, whether to customers.
Your first time on the show, I would remember you.
Right? She says,
So I get overlooked a lot. This is my culture. No fucking way.
And then you guys was fun to play. So he's in the Shiva. He's better. Which is the of course, I'm away. That's just what I like. Of course, he has a much greater heat to create potentials from water than with place. I'm only in my mind. So you are says, so isn't he Shiva? I'm going to say, I'm going to just say, with a mind inside, you don't think I constantly. So I show you sanctions people from water. Now, what does that mean? It's a reference to the drop of sewage, which creates a baby. So before we create human life from really mining from water, then a lot of time over time, it's a greater piece of skin potential from water than when it's from clay. They have one of these skin potentials from clay. After this chemical goes ahead and creates life, ultimately again from water, so we go ahead and create life from clay and dirt as well. So here you start to have a whole mixed with this. Is beautiful. then you can recover from the creation of glass. This the glass. Yes, and
How long you been on stand up?
not please sign up.
I started in 7 years ago.
How is glass
And
made? You
right
break
the same
glass.
month that I
You blow
started
glass.
it,
Glass is
I
made
got run over.
through the breath
I
of
got
man.
my
And
wheelchair
you
is
spend time
crash
and
test
even
approved
if glass
by
breaks,
the
you can go
DOT,
down and you can
the
retract it.
Tesla in me.
Bus said that
It
I'm
was
sure
going
you
45 miles an hour.
Man, you live in the breath of Hashem. Sayita Ta'ata, right? Hashem blew
Elon
life
Musk had
into
been
us.
driving all day,
Allah
okay,
has
but
come
the
with us.
Dennis was
All
driving. I
the
never
more
heard
so,
of a Tesla in the trash can.
that if it breaks, so to speak, and dies,
Hold on a
it can
second.
be put back together.
You were in your wheelchair and you got hit
How
by
many
a
of you?
Tesla.
Going 45 miles an hour across the street in my neighborhood.
Also, just
And that Tesla got messed up like
there's so much to say each of these words, because each of
my chair was laying
statements
on the ground
are
and I was
tremendous
standing up.
metaphors for different aspects of our lives. But again, I underline this, so let's go come back to it sometime in this session. First, I thought,
It's odd that we do have the right to go outside.
unbeliever. I mean, it's a thing on you. And you say destruction chayim. You guys say that the dead come back to life. Yes, but how after that? How the dead
No,
come
honey, I
to
got socks on.
and how can does person be come back to life?
Damn right. Red fans like 55, so that's crazy. How old are you, Diamond Debbie?
I'm 67 years
Remember,
old.
Pastor Madam,
On 1/11,
111
sign up. I'll be
there was
68.
what's a human being,
Wow.
and the human being such a service. The
In
thing
fact,
is, we believe we
111,
together,
68,
the
112, the new Netflix special, Kill Tony, Once Upon a Time in Texas, streaming live on Netflix.
There's no water, there's no dirt,
The day
there's
after
no
your
burning
birthday,
things
how
like
excited
palace.
is that?
I need you to figure
If
it
you
out.
make it there.
Hopefully, one of us, about Hashem, the subject for it,
I
we
think
have
my
to go to
daughter's
the
phone
palace.
numbers.
The young enough of but we know sometime later, the palace fell down. On the
She
line,
hasn't
so
talked to
King
me
says to
in
herself,
like 9 years.
you also the
Okay.
Mecca
Yeah.
I want you to rebuild the palace, but this time I want you to build in the place
Very
near the
excited.
water
Are we
and
gonna
the
phone
east.
locker?
On your low and on your phone. And the
Very
subject, so we can't do
exciting,
it.
Diamond Debbie.
We can't do it. I'm going to do it. So call us on it. King got very angry at them. Rather than the Muslims say my Ba'afa, they listen. Actually, she's my Ba'afa, Allah has come on us. In case I understand, you were able to build the palace when there was no water
She
and
picks up her
dirt.
name, Debbie.
You were able to pull it off. Now that I'm giving you water
Debbie,
and
let's
dirt,
talk
you
about
can't
it. What
pull
the
off.
fuck have you been doing the last 6 to 7 years?
Well, my favorite thing is, see, I grew up in a day when women could make car loans to buy houses.
So
I
that's why
wasn't
you
allowed
came
to
from
take
nothing, but even a man
and
goes
some
back
shop.
into dirt.
So
Dirt
my
is still
favorite
something.
hobby
So
right now
if
is
you
taking
came from
them on
nothing,
wheelchair
you started to
repair
came from something.
and
That was the
fixing
answer
them
back
up
to the
and
essay.
giving them to people and helping them
The
learn how to drive
EFM,
and go outside.
the EFM,
You know, we've
if
been
you don't
locked up
believe
too
that
long
this
on the
idea
end
of something turning into something else, say with it, but go out into the valley, or a Akbar, see this particular type of loading. Shayom
I get around, I got 6.5 miles an hour.
So most of the man is just exactly about what they're talking about, what Chazal talking about here is really, that apparently is half flesh and half earth. The Mokar is shoots, the Nasa Kulabasa. The next day, ultimately, again, it comes completely flesh. So you see the evoking of things is transformed from earth into flesh. Shemakana is number, but maybe I think it's 12 times for this motor track this transformation. Allah Boffer is announcing just like now, the Shayom in Bofiloso. Other Filoso that part. I see a particular note that on this stage is only one of the Filoso is that future from which the Tchelas is
What made you want to start
so you
stand-up
know,
comedy?
going to
Well,
Filoso.
it's funny,
I'm
I
not
was
going to
doing
determine the next
Toastmasters,
thing
and I
away.
like to
And
give
it's not
alcohol
too much
speeches.
Lolos.
The guy that
Hold on.
Ultimately, and the answer will be killed with
What's
Filoso.
Toastmasters?
So again,
It's
the
an
idea over here is,
organization
the idea
that
over
helps you
here
learn
is,
how to give
number one,
speeches
that
professionally.
first return to
And so
flesh,
I signed up
right?
with them.
Something
It's
returns to
online,
nothing.
and
It's from the
a friend
earth.
told me
Again,
that he
things could
taught for
sprout
an
as
hour,
evidenced
and
by
all
the Filos. It's incredible. The Lord said, there is a tremendous profundity in that much as well about the king. I remember the much on the king, what happened was he said to his subjects, bring me a palace. And he said, build a house where there is nothing. There's no dirt, there's no water. There's no dirt, there's no water. And the subjects do it. I was spent by some time later, and then he says again, build me a palace. Build me a palace where there is dirt and water. And the subjects say, we can't do it, impossible. Okay, so what are you talking about? You built the palace with nothing, you're like 20 times build the palace with dirt and water. I think the metaphor is that's fathers. Listen, all of us have turns in life. where we are pushed to accomplish things when we do not.
Where'd you get your name, Diamond Debbie? Were you
I
like
back
a
this up against the
stripper
wall.
at the Black
We
and
would
White
explain
Rose or something?
circumstances, difficult circumstances, and literally again, we pulled the proverbial rabbit out of the hat. Okay, Baruch Hashem. Really difficult circumstances, really potentially positive circumstances, and I think I did it. And yet, then there are times day to day when the circumstances are not possible, and I look over it, and I tell myself, I can't.
How did you get the name Diamond Debbie?
Well, a diamond lasts forever. Remember times that you can feel impossible circumstances? Remember that incredibly stressful circumstance where it doesn't work if you succeed or not? And
just signed up 111 times. If anybody can take it to concern, not you fucking pussies.
So I started writing my second book, which is David S. Austin by Wiltshire. And the star of it was Jerry Diamond. So I'm day to day. And the circumstances are not difficult. You certainly can But listen, you all have situations like this. They're really difficult situations. You don't have to do things like this. I think almost all of us have situations like this. Really difficult circumstances. Where I said to myself, I don't know if I can do this. And I got through it. And I got through it. And I got through it, but I succeeded. And I grew. And if I could do that in extenuating circumstances in life, there are so much to perform in day-to-day life. If I could make things happen where there was no dirt, there was no water, the more so I could build a personalistic house where there is dirt and there is no water. Incredible resource for life. You are those like that. I'm only letting you know, but you know about this. Let's say this is a great series of stories. Here's a particular name. We said to the VFNBC, so that's his name. The VFNBC, so that's the point out that we have half slow, the high summer, a curious to be Rabbi. And interestingly enough, in the fact that VFNBC, so we said that the stripper comes from, he was a hunchback. So you're going to see that part of the story just a little bit. Rashi points out that, yeah, he was a hunchback. Okay, so what happened? So there was a man who came over to him. And this man said that he's buying the phone private. And he's on Missy Chayim. The Chayim Missy, the Missy Chayim, he wrote this appetite to the community. So he says, what's the matter with you guys? Speaking about the Jews. Very positive and shy. You're shy. Why are you shy? Because you spell false ideology. You say that the dead come back to life. It's very possible. It's possible that which is alive dies. You possibly say that which is dead comes back to life. Anyway, so the real tendency to respond by the phone Friday. Never shown. Yeah, I mean, so they see what Friday. So the Rabbi Chaya, the Rabbi Chaya, the Rothschild. So the real tendency says back to the mirror, things like Russia. I'll tell you why. That which is not allowed to come back to life. Every birth, how does every birth start? There was a life, and then life occurs. So you see by definition, the simple propagation of the species requires no life to life. So in paradise, what are you talking about? You're the Russia. Before every single life starts with no life, then goes to life. So that's crazy to think that the dead will go back to life. So the year that the Esau, he called this apicurus a Russia. Oh no, wait. How do you tell us me? The apicurus is the year of Esau. You're calling me a Russia? Camino, if I would be over there, you're lucky someone calling you that, right? If I would come over to you. But if not, the Pharaoh passed you like yourself. I would kick you so hard that I would kick out your hunchback. Right? That's what I was. I don't think this is right. People are people, nothing to do with right? You're lucky if I was holding you back. I would kick you so kick you straight, right there. If you do that right there, so the way to do something right, and also it's the thing, you thought one thing, woman, you grow, you start having people. Do it, man. Right? Do it. Absolutely. If you could do that, I would give you a shaya. Not only would I give you a shaya, but I would pay you a handsome amount of money. Handsome copay. Handsome copay for that visit to the doctor. Incredible. Well, they're not about it. That's our introduction to the Via del Pesisa. The next number of stories we're going to be doing is the Via del Pesisa as well. And also, we're going to see something fascinating just about his personality. It's not about us. That's about Rabbi, son. On the 25th of Nisan, it's the So again, those are oppressors left Yehuda and Yerushalayim. Now again, what oppressors? What are you talking about? So watch this. Africa, when the people of Africa into the Romans with a legal claim against the Jewish people. What was their claim? Anyway, so before Alexander's most votes. So again, actually, before Alexander the Great, Alexander the Macedonian, right? So really not Rome. Like the king before Alexander the Macedonian, for the king was Party. So I don't know. Eretz Canaan, so listen, by the way, Jews like Alexander. Like anyone that Jews like Alexander, because that's like, Jews do like Alexander, because it's the strangest thing in the world. I don't mean an English thing. I mean like a Hebrew name, Alexander. That is very strange, considering that it's Alexander Yiddish name, and right because it's not very Hebrew name. But again, because Al-Qatar, that Jews had as well as Alexander the Great, the name stuck. So the people of Africa come with a big power against the Jews. I don't know. Eretz Canaan Shalom. What's the claim? The land of Canaan goes as we'll say, it's going to break out. There is nothing new under the sun. In other parts, right? So before there was a haze, right, the Machshava was it, right? Before there was any of these other mechanisms, the Jews of the world were always bringing their legal claims against the Jewish people to say we don't own the land. By the way, Africa is a pretty big place. Africa is a pretty big place. And which is so not so big. Right? You wonder again, what does Africa need with Israel? What do they need another desert? Like, so again, this is the Derek of humanity. The Derek of humanity is they cannot leave from Israel alone. They cannot get a world can't bear that Jews have to, again, it puts us to say because we'd like to think that the world has changed and we all love each other and they send it together and they love us and still again that illusion has been broken smoothly. Like we see that that's what we're and again, it's actually very funny. It's the world can't for some reason can't be so well that Jews have something. All the more so that Jews can defend themselves, that Jews can stand up for themselves. Right? So yes, the Bible Alexander the Great, Canaan is ours, but what's the sin, anything that we realize we tell us, these are philosophies. The sin, and that's going to be what's that. It says that the land of Canaan is including all of the boundaries, all the boundaries. Canaan, so therefore we look at Canaan as part of essentially Africa. The old Africa. Canaan is included in this as well. Canaan means that I know Israel. Canaan is my father. Right? Remember again, Canaan becomes the father of Kish, of Ham, so the Africans say this is our father. So because again it's our father, we own this land. So as I said again, so this was the Canaan again. This was a king brought for Alexander the Great. The Jews have to now defend their claim to Canaan. Alexander Israel. I'm going to read the Sisa. So read the Sisa one. He says, I'm going to basic the performance. So maybe you should see it in the problem. Let me argue this case on behalf of the Jewish people. Now watch this.
I lost my job.
In the next week, I'm going to
Well, my husband suggested volunteering.
If I lose,
But I feel like I've given enough back to society.
Because
I'm married a redhead.
apparently will say, if you see from these stories,
I used to be a radio DJ.
was not recognized as one of the
Not to
right
brag,
sages.
but I
That's
got
not that was his identity. Therefore, it says, if I lose the case, not a big deal, because whatever. You could just say, he wasn't really representing
prisoners
us.
must not have access to high quality
The
paper.
African, they
The
defeated
pages
the regular
were
guy. Me and I say I told someone, if I win the case, I'm
I'm passionate fans.
say,
There's one inmate who had a clearly expressed crush on me. My husband asked me why I was saving all his letters.
The Torah. The Torah said, by the way, you begin to see
My husband's
the beauty
retired
and the
Air
power of
Force.
the personality
The
of
hardest
the
job I ever had was
that all of
being
this
a
was
military
literally about
spouse.
Torah. This is
Just
about a Kodesh Baruch Hu. The deep emphasis is so himself as an ambassador of
hanging out your
the
partner's
Holy If I lose, the loss is mine.
And does the
But if I
military
win,
recognize
the win
us?
is the Ribono Shalom.
No.
That's
It
incredibly
has to
selfless.
be after being that
So
long
that's the
in
reason
my
for all
heart.
of the Animal.
I'm
Okay, so
Kathleen Quaid
explanation
reminding you
from
to be a
Rabbi.
patriot and service those who
He
serve our
represents
country.
tribes of funded Alexander the Great. Go ahead. No one's going to ask him to be a Raya. So he says to the Africans, where are you bringing your people from? I will never have to Torah. We just said it. Anyway, I'm finding you all the left on my island. I want to see what you're asking for. What's the positive? But no matter. All you Canaan, Canaan is first, and Canaan should be a slave to his
In the very
brothers.
27 years, I've actually never seen an uncircumcised penis.
So
So
again,
this is what it is.
Hebron is here. You said you're the children of Canaan.
literally, it's been good
Canaan was
enough getting
cursed.
worse.
Canaan
It is the
Abadi.
worst half of all
Evad
time.
Shekana Abadi
That's
Nechasim.
the saying right
Evad
there.
meaning
It's
Nechasim. If an Evad acquires property, who does the property belong to? For that matter, who does the Evad himself belong
that is
to?
the
The
bear.
law. Not only that, so furthermore, again, you guys owe us back service. Why? Because we're the states that call
Kelly, you
Israel,
were on a
and
year
what?
and a half
You
ago.
have
How
not
long have you
been
been on
working for
stand-up?
years.
3
So
years.
not only
3
do you
years
not
old
own
and you're in
land,
Austin.
right, but we
I
owe
am
you,
actually,
and you
I
owe us
live in
back
DFW.
payment for all of your delinquent
Yeah.
service. Okay? So
Okay.
what
What do you
happened?
do for work?
Alexandra Malka,
So
Axiola
I
Chila.
own
So
a small
Alexandra, we have
business.
to do.
So when I lost my job in radio, I just switched
What's your
throttle to
response?
that.
I'm going to
So the question remains,
They said,
what can you do
Alexandra,
for
give
work?
us 3 days.
I own a
Give us 3
website
days
called
to come back to the website.
ChristmasCockpit.com.
No, so
I run it
it's
off of
not.
Shopify. We love Shopify. We absolutely love Shopify. In fact, you can go to Shopify and start your own business. Not a lot of people know this, but Mattel and Gymshark and a lot of other companies all started with Shopify.
You left
So
finance, and here's this
and on
interesting. So
Shopify,
apparently,
you
again,
can browse your entire business.
right there, it's something. Right there, they had this thing. They left everything on the face of the left. They ran away, and they left behind reading fields and reading vineyards. And you know what it says? The old says, Shana, Shani Haisa. Or the Sweetia. So not only did Cotton Soul succeed, but ultimately, and while we sell, went ahead and Baruch Hashem had some way to sustain themselves even during the Shemitah year. So let's say, so again, what's the we said
I love Shopify. That's right.
fascinating story.
Shopify.com/Shopify.com/Kiltony. This year,
Or apologetic
by your
about
side.
what is ours.
Kelly,
What is
tell
ours?
us the
We have
craziest
very
thing
little in this
about
world,
your life.
but the little bit that we have is ours. And we should not be
I've lived in
ashamed
4
to retain
countries.
it, and we should not be ashamed to assert
More
our
than
ownership
4
over it.
countries.
Nor should we be
Japan,
apologetic about the
America,
fact that His Baruch Hu gave it
England,
to
and
us
Italy.
and did not
Okay.
give it
Which
to
one do you like the
others.
most?
So when Jews
America.
are apologetic,
That
so
is the
ultimately
correct
again,
answer.
that weakness is
How long
exploited
were you in
and
Italy for?
counts the
3 years.
When Jews are
3
proud,
years. And
when
yet you
Jews
don't
are
have a
direct,
pinky ring, a
and
necklace,
when
or a
Jews
goblet
assert
full
their
of
sovereignty over
Absolutely
that which
incredible.
is ours. That is when
Where in
things come
Italy did you
together.
live?
Number 2, when
Emilia
you do
Romagna.
things not for self-serving, egotistic, or
Si,
egocentric
señorita.
purposes,
Very good.
but you do things for our Hakadosh Baruch Hu,
Kelly,
that's
you're
what things work.
you really have a
Review
redhead
of the
husband.
I want to put something out, by the way. If you think about it, it's interesting to know.
When I married him, he was redheaded, but as a Christian woman, I believe I could pray away.
Welcome to my like this is my parents for this. The segment that I'm sometimes biscuit.
Oh no, his hair just got dark. He just turned into a
It's
brunette.
not a complicated drasha. It's not a complicated drasha. Why didn't other people come up with this? I don't know what the answer is. But on a very simple level,
I make
the
stockings like
decision made a
extra
very
oil
simple
bags.
It's not about you. This is not about you. This is about
Some of
the
them are.
when you do
I did
things for the right
make special
purposes,
Kiltony
specifically
versions that
for the
I
cover of
brought for
Hakadosh
you
Baruch Hu,
and Red Band
things
gimmicks.
come
That was like a
together.
month ago.
Be
Apparently, they
unapologetic
didn't
about
make
what
it yet.
is ours,
We do
and
have
number 2,
those.
do
Yeah, no, we
things
have
for the right purposes,
hanging
and
by the
things come
chimney
together.
over there.
Slip on that house.
Yeah,
Another
totally.
detail is considering what we do in the side metals in Israel with Alexander Mokum. So once again, now the Egyptians,
We really do.
listen, this is literally again, you think of new things
Yes,
that like
absolutely.
nations of the
They are
world
hung by the chimney
bring
with care
illegal
that hopes would sing
proceedings
that
against
Christ
the
will soon be
Jewish
there.
people. It's not true. It's not true. The
Kelly,
Africans
have you ever
did it.
thought
The
about making
Africans did
yourself
it.
a better
And I
hat?
say again, like we let the things of general. This passage
My
can see
husband picked
how
this
the
out
world
for
is so
me.
circular, right? Who was at the forefront of the things of genocide
He definitely doesn't want you
against
another dude.
South Africa?
Very
And
exciting.
just the way you see
That hat is
certain
an
things,
instant
they
mover.
just are the way that they
You know
are.
what? If I'm ever
And
gonna
while it's
finish with
nice
a
to
girl too
think that
fast,
the
I'm gonna
world
picture that hat.
changes,
Just be
it
like,
really
oh, that
does.
lasts
The only thing that
forever.
changes is us. The
That
world
hat
very much
makes me
stays
want
the
to
same,
not
especially in
come.
its future performance. So, taking on the next country. Who wants to talk about Alexander the Great?
I thought that was funny.
Egypt.
It's just a
Egypt.
picture
Oh
of
no.
that.
Hallelujah,
Some people
Omer.
picture the
Sorry,
grandma.
Omer.
I will
Hashem
picture
Nassan
that
Esfina
hat.
Amadei
Kelly Quinn, you gave us a little stopping. You're leaving here with a little joke. Congratulations. Merry
Right,
Christmas.
so the pasuk says when we left Mitzrayim, the pasuk says, "We never be not coming up to Pesach." The pasuk success, Hashem gave the favor of Kari salt in the eyes of the Egyptians by Yashilum. Now, by Yashilum really means they borrow. They borrow. Now, there's different ways to interpret that word. Some say with ask, but others say it means borrow. Now, the Jews are still coming with that idea that it means borrow. This means Kari salt borrowed a whole lot of silver and gold from the Egyptians. What the Egyptians say, so happy to have like this to you, right? We'd like our stuff back. We'd like our stuff back. Okay. So the Gemara says, I'm going to give them Pesisa. So the Rebbe Pesisa says, the Kaharim truly rituals made up for other than the Grand Zender. So the Rebbe Pesisa says, do me a favor, says to the rabbis, I'll deal with this. Give me your rituals, I'll deal with it. And you're not speaking once again, so if I'm successful, I'm sorry, if they win the case over me, so the next again, it's not a big deal, because people will just say, I was tagged in with Sisa, he's a head deal. He's just a regular guy. Like, in a new era, say, from some, but if I am successful, I'll move on. Tonas Moshe Rabbeinu Nitzachon. But ultimately, again, the glory will be given not to me, but the glory will be given ultimately against the other party. Not so much as Halach and Dynamite, but basically given Sisa, shows up the nation, and he adjudicates the case with the Egyptians. Okay, Amaran, may I come out to the Alaya? Egyptians, what's your eye? What's your case? Amaran, as I think we should have told you by actually more. You borrowed stuff from us. Okay, Shkrat had to come back with you. Now you want to step back? So you give him 6 years. Amaran, I need no, I'll be left from my eye. I want to give him the Torah. Shlomo, Moshe Rabbeinu Yisrael, Asher Yoshem Yisrael, Shloshim Shalom Ba'adam Yisrael. The Jews were in Egypt for 430 years. And 430 years when they were not the spot. But they got They never 430 years. תנו לנו שכר עבודה של 60 ליבות, ששיבת המצרים 34 שנה. So, if you have a have no problem. If you want to make an accounting, how do you make an accounting? You say we owe you the golden sword that we borrowed, okay? You also owe us back wages for 600,000 men who worked for 430 years. Let's just do some plans to come over here. Right, let's settle up. Let's settle up. Back wages for 430 years for 500,000 people, and we're happy to go ahead and settle up with you. So what happens? So Zalamerko has zero shul. So I say, what do you have to say? To use all this much Hoshianu. So give us 3 days, we'll come back. So that's on Hoshianu. And that's on Allaham and Sman. That's the little much of Shiva. So ultimately, again, they said for 3 days, they put it by an answer. Miyad, Yerichu, Sabo, saying, Sishin Zeros, Mikameh, Sishin Zeros, Ubarku. They left behind the fields, like the laden fields, laden vineyards, the old Shosh, Yisaisa, and it was the paralysis. The Jews have done it because what's the lesson there? Why is it that both the Africans and the Egyptians were doing in Hollywood? Come back, be nice. Be nice. Right? And say, you know what? We don't have an answer. I will say, here's the difference. At the end of the day, when you're arguing for MS, if you don't have an answer, you come back and you can say, right, I'm sorry, I don't have an answer. When you recognize that what you're doing is smoking mirrors, and only an attempt to rob people of what it's like to be right, you don't even have the backbone to show back up. And that's what people are saying. You want your hands. Because if you're real, in every court case, someone wins, someone loses. That's the way it works. Again, all you want is just a fair shake. Recognizing you might win, you might lose. But you can't even show back up, and you can't even show your face again, and you can't even follow back up. That shows the emptiness of your claims to begin with. So profound. You want to like a Shulman, Akas, Folding the Shema. It's incredible. Okay, so let's say this is good. Everybody is jumping on the bandwagon over here. So who comes? I'm going to be Shema. And look to that. Muslim in Israel, if they have time to smoke. So what's the Shema, friends? What's that? Hello. All right. Shema. Okay. Yeah, let's do this. Right? So the name Shema says, Eretz Canaan is ours. So what happens? Well, that's it. Here's what's interesting. Yeshua comes with a different grade. Right? So it's interesting. Yishmael in this context says, we're not saying it's solely ours, we're saying it's also ours. So this is very different, right? Africans claimed all ours, right? Iran claimed that Islam is very more backwards, very good money. Right? At the end of the day, so it's interesting, Yishmael was this my trust thing. So Yishmael says, we're not claiming it's all ours, we're just claiming the partners in it. The partners in it is why, so Yishmael says, Yixid Eotov is Yishmael ben Avram. Yixid Eotov was Yitzhak ben Avram. So again, what's Yishmael's claim? By the way, Yishmael's claim is not a bad claim. Right? What's Yishmael's claim? You're also talking about Avram. You're also talking about Avram. The land was given to Avram, and you're talking about Avram. So why should we not actually share in Eretz Canaan? So once again, I want to give it this is a fun. To me, it's just going to put everything about it. So once again, we give it to Sisa. Carol, let me do this. I'll adjudicate this. I'll argue it. إني نتكوني أمي هذا الشباب النساء دين عن أباني دين عن أنا تأخذ أما ما هم ترى مش رابين نساء نساء so ultimately again so again if I lose they defeat the camera if I win it's Torah that has won the victory so what happened I'm right now come after the real Maya so he says to me small what's your what's your proof I'm not Torah so again we just quoted it you are also children of Rabbi I was being a Shemar, first everybody tries out, by eating Avram as Klash among Yitzchak, Avram gives everything over Yitzchak. And if Me'ati Rashina Shari Avram the son, Avram Matanas, and Avram gives, it's like the children of the concubines, the naked Torah, he gave them Matanas. And then it says, by Yishamakim, Me'al Yitzchak Beno. He sent them away. He sent them away. So the Gemara says, Nosan Avram, so the Gemara says, Nosan Avram, Avram Shenasan, Agatim, the bottom of the Chayim, she gets on the Alzeh. If a father gives gifts to a son and then sends that son away, does the sent away son have any influence on the primary son? Of course not. That's what really is saying. What is talking about? If I have a baby Shmuel and the other sons of the concubines, gifts, and then what can he do? Send them away. Hey, what does that mean? He said, this is yours. I love you. I love you. I do love you. Right? I've told you so before. In the Gemara, I'm going to say, I have two sons. I love them both. Shmuel, I love you. And that's I'm giving you stuff that I'm sending you away. You have a different destiny than this fuck. So the Gemara says as follows. My matter, by the way, one of my matters, Elohim Shemash Elohim Shem Tumah. Right? Ultimately, again, he gave them something. Even so, so he likes this. And therefore, again, interesting reference I want to point out. What's fascinating about that story is if you notice, the conversation ends there. Right? It's not like the Egyptians say, I'm sorry, Yishmael says, we need 3 days in order to come back. The Judea Ben Basisa's Raya was so compelling, it was like a mic drop. You know, that was it. That was the end of the story right then and there. Yes, your father is the son of Avram Avinu. And Avram loved your father as well. But Avram gave your father gifts, he gave him stuff, and then he sent them away. When a father sends a son away, that means he doesn't want the second son to have anything to do with the first son. Hashem did not want Yitzchak, Avram did not want Yitzchak and Yishmael. Actually, remember, Avram did want Yitzchak and Yishmael to go up together. Sarah didn't. The Bible is written there. Hashem said to Avram, listen to Sarah. So therefore, again, the year because Jesus said, you have no inheritance. Yishmael. You have Yishmael. You have no Caleb in Eretz Yisrael. That's the end of the story. If you notice how it's this version of the story, Yishmael accepts it. There's no let us get back to you, and the story is over. Absolutely incredible. Okay, so we also have to it's not going to be a new record. Okay, we're fine. We're going to start the record today. Again, can we possibly go any faster? We can't go any faster. There's too much to start over here. Okay, we'll stop over here for today. We'll pick up with the Hashem on the bottom of Tzaddik Aleph tomorrow. More incredible, dramatic, and overwhelming Gemara. Shmeh, everyone.
I was giving you credit for it, really. All right, you want money. You got some merch.
I got some merch.
I see a Deadpool on your fucking shirt.
This is my breast cancer charity. I have a Deadpool for the charity.
Very good. something substantive to respond. But what I know, you have to pick.
You're a wild boy, Tadpole. You live here in Austin now? No, I'm about 300 miles away. Okay, where are you? I'm near the Oklahoma border.
All right, so it's like, good morning. Let us begin. We invite you to all of our sponsors for this morning church. I thank our sponsors for Production Day. Hey, the Wilson Schmuck of Rothschild is dedicating all the Sherman instructions this year. It's exclusive for the Solar Troubles and the Solar. And the Torah sponsors for the month of Hadar. I bond in with Loa Tari and Steve Zinn, loving memory of Tari's father, Dr. Harry Khan, C. Hirsch, Ben Yosef Akoni, and the Ziv, Levin, and Berman families in memory of Mr. William Ziv, Ziv, Ben Shmuel, Yisrael, Shekhan, Zachriot, and American Talmud Torah. All of the Nisham Savin of the families in the Torah, all those leaders, Wush, Rabbi, from Israel. Hashem Shemesh, Hashem brings home all of our hostages and allow our holy soldiers to be successful and call Maaseh. First, with that, let us begin. Today's daf is Tzaddik Aleph 91. We have a fifth point here. But we're going to make it. Yes, it's not on Tzaddik on days 93. I got to count down from the top. So we are 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, about 12 lines down from the top. So again, Yeshiva B'Shol De'Shvat following. Let's just remember again, we're in the figure of trying to find some type of scriptural allusion to Tchias HaMesim. Right, so maybe we'll let this in the Torah. So when we ended up yesterday, is a passage that says, "In the Satan Mimenu as Trumas Hashem Aaron HaKohen." You shall give Truma to Aaron. Now, one of us says, very interesting. Aaron received many things away. The one thing he never ever received was Truma. Why? Because Truma only goes into effect when he goes to Eretz Yisrael, and Aaron never made it into Eretz Yisrael. So at the end of the day, what could this mean? That ultimately, again, you give Truma to Aaron. So remember again, it must be like the pasuk means that Tchias HaMesim. So the Gemara says, today we should see where it goes like, very short term, Aaron. What does it mean? You have to give Truma to someone like Aaron. Meaning what? Aaron, father, Achon of Charir. Just like Aaron is a father, right? Just like Aaron has a father, and therefore knows how to go ahead and deal with Truma in the appropriate way. So again, in general, you have to give to other Charir. I'm going to be sure I'm going to be able to say, nice shame that since you're on the coin on our arts, how do you know that you can't give Truma to a coin who is ignorant? So, Ne'emar, the Am, the Yoshi, Yishalayim, no says, Manas will turn and reveal them, and Yachziku, V'taras Hashem. Because again, the way the Pasuk phrases it is, you give the Bahanim Tzivah, that they should be strong in the Torah of the Ribono Shel Olam. Whoever is holding literally again the Torah of the Ribono Shel Olam, Yech Shlo Manas has a portion in Truma, the She'ina Maksiv B'Taras Hashem, whoever is not holding strong in the Torah of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, in Lo Manas, does not have a portion. And I will say, this, as we're going to see, this is not as much punitive as it is just very important because Truma has a lot of details, Truma has a lot of obligations, and misuse of Truma to bring it with us. That's how it's all over. Well, listen to the Queen I think it's Truma. So a claim is an Amaretz to no story Ari. It's as if he gives it to a lion. Ma'ari suffix jolly swallow for suffix in the very swallow. When you put food in front of a lion, there's a suffix. Will it tear it apart and eat it or not? Ask Queen Amaretz suffix over the Karo, suffix over the Karo. So to again, when you give something, you give Truma to a Queen Amaretz, a suffix. Will he eat it in a state of ritual purity? Will he eat it in a state of ritual impurity? And Yochanan says, Afkoin no Misa. If one gives Truma to a Queen Amaretz, he's causing the death of that coin. How is that? So Shneimar, Mesu, both here coming here. He also mentioned before that misuse of Truma results in death penalty. You give Truma to a coin who doesn't know how to treat it with the appropriate assembly. One is causing death to that particular coin. You even cause the coin to violate another Shneimar. See also of an Ashba of Ofanos Kachem. So what's really fascinating about all of this is and just a very interesting motif how, again, in these cases, you would think that giving Truma to the Kohen, of course, is an objective chesed. So giving Truma to the Kohen is only a chesed, is only something good if the Kohen knows what to do with it. If he doesn't know how to handle the gift, then not only is it not a chesed, but in fact it's a liability for him. Tremendously so delight as well about him giving up the sort of parenting, about giving children things. It's a beautiful bracha for a parent to give children something as long as the child knows how to handle it. To give a child something, it's a big deal to technology, because of many areas. To give a child something like the effective life, they don't know what to do with it. It's not the parental gift, but instead of creating tremendous liability. No, thank you. Kind of. But you see, somebody says, United Christmas in that house. Where do we find, again, a biblical allusion to transformation? The Gamma mostly as species is very interesting. Eton Lasis Lohem as Eretz Canaan. The Pasuk says, and I will establish, I will uphold my bris, my covenant with them, to give to them, Lohem, to them, right? Does Lohem learn that? Lohem. It's very interesting. The Pasuk doesn't say it. The Prophet doesn't say, I'm upholding my covenant to give you Lohem. Rather, it says Lohem, to them. Who is for them? Look at Rashi. If you got to be on the right side, about halfway down, Elolah, I think we're going to halfway down. Elolah, the Mashal Shekiach, I think, tells you that I've seen it. Avram, you talk to Yaakov, so you can Lahem, Eretz Yisrael. If you Lahem Nifna, Alo with Mehem Nifna. The Chassid in society has such an interesting way to read the Chassid. That again, if HaKadosh Baruch Hu was talking to Am Yisrael who was alive at the time, it would use lashon of what? Of lachem. Lachem means to them. Give the them. Did you know the same referring to Avram, Yitzchak, and Yaakov? Give birth to Am Yisrael, Yaakov, they're dead. They were long dead by the time HaKadosh Baruch Hu into Egypt. God came to the king's Eretz Yisrael. Rather, what do you see? But ultimately, again, Avram, Yitzchak, and Yaakov will receive Eretz Yisrael. What does that show you? Yes, amazing. Yes, amazing. So the Gemara says, fine. Beautiful. Shalom the meaning of who's the meaning. I mean, it's like you have to call it similar to people believe. Now, Jews, see, we use the terms min, apikores, very interesting. What we're going to see is that we really refer to different levels of heretics, like say, people who don't believe in certain things. So we'll see the same thing. Shalom means for the Rabbi. The meaning of the Rabbi. The United States is called the Chinese thing. From where do you want to bring back the dead? All of them, the Torah. We are here, we are incredible. Ramil says, I'm going to read your proof. I'm trying to read Sufin. Now, all of the Ramil's proofs, they rejected. We'll see what happens. Torah. So, number one, what's the guy in the Torah? Say, I never show Moshe. In the Quran, show faith in Mabusachah, they come. This is very explicit. I say, Hashem to Moshe, you are going to literally again die. You're going to leave your forefathers to come. And you are going to arise. Wow. Pretty explicit. Yes, so how do they disprove it? No. They said, Ramiro, you're putting the comma in the wrong place. Amaro, the Dilma, the comma ha'am hazeh, zana. No. We read the pasuk is as follows. Moshe, you're going to die. And after you die, the comma ha'am hazeh, zana. The people are going to rebel. When you die, the people will try out to the come is not going on Moshe, but rather the come is going on who? On the people. Incredible. You know, you're not a deal. Next, you're not a deal. What's the proof from Rabbi? Let's say you Nesecha Muvasi Komus, Akitu Vanu Shokne Afar. You call Oros Talaka, the Arabs will find you. So what's it say? In this concept, what do you see this phrase? The phrase you see, Akitu Vanu Shokne Afar. Those who sleep in the dust will once again wake up. Akitu, the Vanu. Same place to Hashem. That's a pretty clear statement. The Vilma doesn't check the Yecheska. He has referring to the extent that Yecheska brought back to life. We think Yecheska bring back to life. That's the Atzamos, right? That's the value of dry bones. So that's a specific episode. Next, from Ksurim, it says, if you catch up Yaakov, only if we go even in Shurim, Dovabay Sifsei Yishim.
Like this, William Montgomery is already up on
The
Christmas.
possible reference to Yeshua. Literally again that phrase. Dovabay Sifsei Yishim. The lips of those who sleep will move. Sleep a reference to death. Lips they will move, meaning a reference to that once again they speak. Yes, and listen. The Gemara Hushim Rakshas Vasei Ba'alma. Yes, so the meaning said, the Yochanan, the meaning said to the meaning of the meal, the meaning is referring to the fact that sometimes the lips of the dead move in the grave. Now, when do the lips of the dead move in the grave? The Gemara says, well, Gemara Yochanan is so beautiful. We should be showing that other. Chomish Neme Halacha B'Shmo Ba'olam Hazeh. So so beautiful. Whenever when a person dies, if someone says over a halacha, now by the way, halacha doesn't just have to mean a halacha. What that means is when a person dies and someone says over a piece of their Torah in this world, the deceased lips move in the grave. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry. This is a really beautiful idea. First of all, this idea that when a person needs all the Torah, a person needs all the lessons for their families, a person needs all these symbols that are said over even after they are no longer.
Hey, Brandon, can you mute your other device?
Continued eternality in this world. So a person dies, someone says over the Torah, someone says over the things.
Brandon.
Incredible. I show that. So the meaning.
Can you mute your other device?
And Torah Gamliel gave them over the following idea. Always the following idea. Hashem Lavosechem Vaseis Lahem. So I get a reference to that again. But Hashem has sworn to
Brandon.
you. Now to actually say to them, Lachem Lahem. I doesn't say Hashem is being ready to you. Rather, what does it say?
Brandon.
Lahem.
Can you mute your other device?
So from here you see ultimately again a reference to Knesset Mason, Min, incredible, because once again, the giving over to them, who's to them? The assumption is this is Abraham, Yitzchak, and Yaakov. So from here you see an explicit allusion to this idea that Hashem give that again the dead will come back to us. Others say, and the one from different parts of the this is so beautiful. Others say that's from this passage. Now, literally translated, what does it mean? And you who turn to Hashem, your God, like Chayim Kulchem Hayom. So it seems to translate this. You will live fully today, or you are fully alive today. So from the Gemara, Shita, Chayim Kulchem Hayom. Exactly, it's actually talking to them. So of course they're alive today. Allah, even beyond Shekol HaOlam Kulam Nesim. Even at a time where everyone else is dead, you will be alive. So the idea that we might be responsible, ultimately, again, using introduction to Hayom means you will come back to life. But even on the day where everyone else is dead, you will come back to life. Such a beautiful and incredible result. So we like to show you. There's much to say about that passage as well, but if we have time, I'll come back to it later. Shalu, Roman asked Rabbi Yoshua ben Chananya. So ultimately, the Romans asked Rabbi Yoshua ben Chananya, what were they asking? So they asked Rabbi Yoshua ben Chananya a two-pronged question. Number one, how do we know there's resurrection of the dead? And number two, how do we know that Hashem knows what's going to happen? Two-pronged question. So ultimately, again, Rabbi Rothschild says I can answer both of those questions from one pasuk. So again, Rabbi read the pasuk. Moshe, you're going to die. You come, and you're going to come back to life. So from here you see a remez to Kriyas HaMesim. So the Gemara says, he said back to him, the Kama Amazeh Besana. Okay, Moshe, it's not how you read the pasuk. When you read the pasuk is that ultimately Moshe is going to die. The Vakam doesn't go on Moshe's resurrection. Rather, what does Vakam go on? Vakam goes on ultimately again. The Klais are going to rebel. So Rabbi Shimon always said, fine, even if you say that, at least the people in the Palka, the Adefu, Yodema Asha Asarios. So again, even if you're not going to use this concept as a lens of translation, you can at least use it for what? As a lens of the scripture that actually knows what's going to happen. Right? Because again, you have anything to most you're going to die. And when you die, Rabbi Shimon is going to die. Okay, incredible. You know, it's Israel, I'm going to look into the Shimon of the guy. The next is also the Kai Nisim, the Gerash Asarios. Was it look around? How do I know what we're supposed to bring back to dead? And how do I know that I should know what's going to happen? We're not in front, showcase in my Sefa, ultimately, again, as Jim says to Moshe, you are going to die, but you will come back. Incredible. So the Gemara goes like this. I'm not really as a Rabbi Yossi, who covers that. Ziyati Sifreni. Rabbi Yossi says like this. In this matter, the books of the heretics have really been, they're forgeries. They're forgeries. Also, Shehayu Omen, Ace is anything like that. Remember again, because these books of heresy said, there is no resurrection. There's no resurrection. Right, when I said to them, Siyat Shem Torah, the Lord already sent the Yat from Torah. The Lord already forged the Torah, and it didn't work. So what's going on? Sha'atam Omen is just anything in the Torah, and this claim, there is no stress on this. And then it should tell you, Omer, Karis, and Nefesh Avonaba. So what's it? It's a double washing of Karis. Why is it double washing? Because it says, I'm sorry. Karis is Avonaba. Karis Ba'olamazai. Avonaba La'ina. So what's it? Karis means that the sin will be cut off from this world. Avonaba is sin will remain with it. When is that? Lahi Olamaba does not refer to what's to come. So when there you see ultimately again, Raya for stressing this. So the Karis, and after, let me start that one. I'm going to talk about Hayi. So let me look at the Hayi. They Karis. I understand why can't you both get out from the Karis? The Karis, in order like that, the Karis, the other Haba, which the Haba Amrilay, Gibra Torah, Kulasa, I would have said that, and the medium would have said, no, that's just a colloquial expression. Okay, different on. So that's what not going to say. The Karis, Rabbi Akiva. The Akiva understands what I'm watching. The Karis, be cut off in this world. The Karis will go to down. The Rabbi Akiva, I want to small. I look by them, as Hashem, whom we got they finish for stuff. Once it says, the last sinning Hashem will be cut off. But if Shlosha Olam and Yish, are there three worlds, or is there 10 dynamics that there's three special that we cut off? What's going on with that? So once the Nipah guy, the Nipah all of us, will be cut off in this world. He carries the all of us, he carries the right, he carries the off in the world to come, and he carries the people tell us about somebody else. This is the first thing he carries speaks. Okay, Beno the Shua Ben Rabbi Akiva, Avona Ba my Akiva. The whole person is really small. What do you do with the phrase of Avona Ba? Let's get this out of this is beautiful. Yaakov Akiva after Tshuva, you might have thought that this word would be cut off even if you did Tshuva. The Gemara says, Tamiloma Avona Ba. When is the sinner cut off? Only when it's Avona Ba. When the sin remains within him. However, the Gemara says, Lo Amarti, Ella Bisman Avona Ba. Like when the sinner is cut off, is when the sin remains within him. And if the sinner does Tshuva, then ultimately again he is not. Incredible. That's like, so really fascinating. So again, what the point that you begin to see is, like we mentioned yesterday, there's no concept that says there's, yes, an Ace. Rather, what we have is a series of biblical, I should say, right, biblical allusions, correlating to different allusions, different hints, different ideas. Beautiful. That's right. That's what it's called. Shala, Cleopatra, Malchus, Rabbi. Queen Cleopatra. Queen Cleopatra asked the following question of Rabbi. I'm not listening to this, you should know. No such place as that. Cleopatra is queens, what Pharaoh is the kings. So this is not like this is particular person, but this is more of a monarchical. I'm not something to see it in different shots. This is more a monarchical title than anything else. But anyway, it's pretty cool. So Cleopatra asks Rabbi Meir, Amra, Yagana Chakai Shifti. Listen to this. He said, I know that the dead will come back to life. I'm sorry, I know that the living die. That's it. They are teaching America is the I'm sorry. I know that the living will come back to life. So Cleopatra says, I see you this, right? It's Cleopatra. I believe in predestination. Incredible. I know that the dead will come back to life. Cleopatra, we are keeping the year to each of Allah. Because again, the Prophet says that literally they will sprout forth from the city, which represents Hawaii, like the grass comes out of the earth. So once again, it's interesting. This prophet is actually not quoted in our previous conversation. But the Prophet says this prophet, I know that the dead will come back to life. So what's the title? Ella, Hushain Onge, Agumin, Obama Hushain. Fascinating. So when the dead come back to life, do they come back unclothed or do they come back in their clothing? Incredible. So I'm not that. So the Lord comes back to Cleopatra. So Kavachoma Mechita, Mika Kavachoma from the grain of peace. Also, what the Gemara says, the Machita Shmukura Aguma. So the Kita, right? The grain is buried unclothed. What does that mean? When you plant wheat kernels, you plant the seed, it's just the seed. There's nothing else but the seed. And yet, Yotza, become a Levush. When it comes out with many layers of clothing. Now, what does that mean? Many layers of clothing? It means that again, the kernel itself has many layers. A husk has different things on top of it. So you can again, just like the seed goes into the earth unclothed, ultimately again it comes out with many layers. So you might say, but Sadiqim ultimately again were buried with their clothing. Allah has kind of a cover. Sadiq ultimately again is buried not that clothing, but Tahrikim, the trams. So the Sadiq is buried with clothing, all the more so he will come out clothed as well. So this is such a fascination. First of all, you can just say stam, it's just like a fascination question. Right then again, I believe in resurrection of the dead. How exactly does this work? What is it? Unclothed, clothed. So it's interesting also to put that at the clothing, also in medical, also for accomplishments. Like the garden, like the Holy Seed of Adekhamazani, which someone says in the show. And all times let your clothing be white. Let your clothing be white. So clothing represents accomplishments. So put that all together. Cleopatra is really asking us the following. When is Thomas a Mason? How do you come back? How are you reborn? Are you reborn like tabla rasa, like naked, unclothed, like new life, new person, not just like a new baby being born with that? Or is your resurrected life somehow a continuity of your previous life? Are you born with your clothing? In other words, do you come back? And again, I have my nice clothing. I have my nice. So again, it's fascinating. Is resurrection a continuation of my previous life? Do I come back with my clothing? Or again, am I born unclothed? Is it a brand new life? Which I mean, your response, resurrected life is a continuity of previous life. So I say it's so fascinating because what that does is it really urges us to maximize the life we have here in this world. Because the way I live here not only impacts me in this world, not only impacts me what we'll call Olam Haba, which is the place where I go after I die, but it even impacts me in resurrected life as well. Everything I do in this world follows you in the multiple stages and iterations of my life. Such a profound Gemara. So the Caesar says Caesar I'm listening to Yishak Michael. I heard that you guys say that the dead come back to life. Okay, so it's interesting. So you're supposed to Cleopatra, who believed in resurrection, but just has some detailed questions about it. So you see already that the Caesar doesn't believe it. Caesar says, well, I don't understand. You guys say, Yishak Michael, the dead will come back to life. I don't understand how that works. The dead ultimately again become dust, right? And dust can't come back to life. Dust can't come back to life. So the Gemara says, top of Tzadik Alf 91a. Amru Darte, Shaskei Ba'anim Hagel. Again, these schools are fascinating. So the daughter of the Caesar said to Romeo, I got this, right? She wanted to answer this particular question. Okay, so she says, so Ba'anim Hagel. This is second line, Tzadik Alf, days 91a, second line. There are two people, two fashionists, creators of stuff, right? Pottery people. Like Rashi says, they create utensils. Two people create utensils. One creates utensils from water, and one creates utensils from clay. So Isa Mehem he's better. Which is either of course, on the right, let's look to the right. Of course, you're going to much greater feat to eat utensils from water than you create from clay. On the right, in the mind, you have some. I'm the right, this is the mind. I'm the right, with a mind side, you have people fashion. Hashem fashions people from water. Now, what does that mean, water? It's a reference to Zerah, to the drop of sin, which creates the doesn't speak to the light and literally light it in water, then Allah has kind of a camera which is beautifully built. In other words, right, it's a greater feat to create utensils from water than it is from clay. Then I'm going to create utensils from clay. And so the poetry goes ahead and creates life. Ultimately, I go from water, so we go ahead and create life from clay, from dirt as well. The way that you show it, California creates this is beautiful. You can make California from the creation of glass. Glass, it's gas and listen. Much these fruitless, Sha'amalon, the Ruach, Basaragan. How is glass made? You blow glass. Glass is made through the breath of man. And Mishpuru, Yishlan Takara. And even if glass break, you can melt it down and you can refashion it. Basaragan, Shalut, the Shalach, man who is made with the breath of Hashem. Right? Hashem blew light into us. Allah has come with us. All the more so, when it breaks, so to speak, and dies, it can be put back together. Which is the fun to know. Amar Yahu, meaning Rabbi Ani. So it's like, okay, just God, there's so much to say in each of these words, because each of these statements are tremendous metaphors for different aspects of our life. But again, I underline this, so we'll come back to this sometime. So there was a particular unbeliever, who said to Rabbi Ani, you say destruction side, you guys say that the dead come back to life. Was the Havu Afro, the Afro Mikatayim, was the dead come to dust. And how can dust should we come back to life? Oh, I'm sure if I'm muscle, I'm not done. Let me give you a muscle. The Melech Pastor of Adam, Shaman Abba, I'll give you a muscle. There was one human king, and the human king said to his servants, we can be powerful, we can go them, and not going to in mind Baba. God built in the palace, there's only one problem. There's no water, there's no dirt, in place for any Jew, no palace, or any Jew to get out. Palace was one also. The Baal Hashem, the subject to get out the good king of the palace. Remember nothing. Sometime later, the palace fell down. On the line, so the king said to himself, because of the new also, the nothing to use upon us. I want you to rebuild the palace, because I want you to build in the place where there is water and there is dirt. On the low and on your phone. The subject said, we can't do it. We're unable to do it. So come and sell it. The king got very angry at them. On the other hand, the nothing to remind the offer, they listen, access to remind the offer, Allah has come and sell it. The king said, I understand. You were able to build the palace when there was no water and dirt. You were able to pull it off. Now that I'm giving you water and dirt, you can't pull it off. So it's like, what's the result? As God creates man from nothing. Creates man. It's not going to be rolled from nothing. So if Hashem wouldn't create from nothing, then even a man comes back into dirt. Dirt is something. So if you create from nothing, you're going to create from something. That was the answer about the person. And if you don't believe that, there's idea of something turning into something else. Say the bit, go out into the valley, and you're going to say, כל type of rodent, שהיום פצ'ה בחקירתם. זה לא שבזמן אנחנו exactly about what we're talking about, what Chazal talking about rodents. That flesh and have earth. The mother who eats and not sexual busser. The next thing with the agenda comes completely flesh. You see the things transform from earth into flesh.
What'd you say?
But maybe you'll say things like transformation.
Who will play in the NBA? A dude? Adults will play in the NBA? Oh, dogs? That's what you're so fucking excited to tell me?
So again, the idea over here is
Good, baby.
Like something is close to the earth, and from the earth, again, things could sprout as evidenced by the
Dude, watch the Super Bowl, big man. All right, well, I'm too. They're about to do the coin flip. All right, I mean, what do you want me to do about it, dog? No, I'm not looking up anything. It's the Super Bowl, dude. Dude, just turn on the game. Brandon's streaming it. You can watch it. You can watch it with Brandon. Yeah, nobody gives a shit about it. We want to see this game, baby. It's a big deal.
And yet, then, there are times day to day, when my circumstances are not possible, and I tell myself, I can't do it. I can't do it. Remember that time that you've been thrown in impossible circumstances? Remember that incredibly stressful circumstance where, again, it wasn't clear if you would succeed or not, and you did, and you came through? If you could succeed in difficult, virtually impossible circumstances, if you could build a pessimistic palace with no water and no dirt, then Allah has come of a day to day, when the circumstances are not difficult, you certainly can come through. Now listen, we all have situations like this, where really difficult situations, we don't have situations like this is a piece of, I think almost all of us have situations like this, of really difficult circumstances. I say to myself, I don't know where to get through this. And I got through it. How did I get through it? But I succeeded, and I grew. And if I could do that thing in extenuating circumstances in life, then I certainly could perform in day-to-day life. If I can make things happen where there was no good, there was no war, the more happens when the culturalistic house, where there is dirt and there is no water, incredibly useful for life. More was vital. However, but you hear that this is a great series of stories. There's a particular man who said to Rabbi fantasy, so that's his name. Rabbi fantasy, so that's the point out over here. Hakshmo, Bahaisamo, Akmumius, Bigabo. Interestingly enough, so this guy, Rabbi fantasy, who himself was a shtickle and he was a hunchback. We're going to see that part of the story.
Is it going to be heads or tails, Zoot?
He was a hunchback. Okay, so what happened? So there was a man who came over to him.
Heads or tails? He
said to him, find the phone, Chayde, and me so Messi Chayim. The Chayim, the Messi Chayim.
Dude, choose heads or tails.
He says, what's the matter with you guys? Speaking about the right? He calls the Jews shut. You're shut. Why are you shut? Because you espouse false ideology. You say that the dead come back to life. It's not possible. It's not possible. That which is alive dies. Can you possibly say that which is dead comes back to life? Oh no, so the Rebbe says, by the phone Friday, you're going to shut. The army so Messi will play it. The Rabbi Chaya. The Rabbi Chaya look like she couldn't. So let's say, so the Rebbe says back to that man. He says, I'll tell you why. That which is not alive does come back to life. Every birth, how does every birth start? There wasn't life, and then life occurs. So you see, by definition, the simple propagation of the species requires no life to life. So we have a paradigm for this. What are you talking about? You're the Rothschild. Let's talk about every single
Yo, baby.
No life brings us to life. It's crazy to think that could go back to life. So the year that this is so he called this at the police a Russia. I'm not like, I did honestly, yeah, the police of the so you're calling me a Russia? You can, if I would be over there, you must be that, right? If I would come over
Dude, you talk during the Super Bowl more than anyone ever. What did you say?
He's so hard that I would kick out your hunchback. This is like this is incredible, right? Keep that people.
Have you ever left the TV on and burned it?
I would so straight, right?
No, I get phones that get like that though if I don't mess around with them. How about you?
Absolutely. If you could do that, I would give you a shaya.
Okay, what was burned into the screen?
Handsome copay for that visit to the doctor.
Okay, what was it? The Pornhub homepage?
That's our introduction to the vehicle. The next number of
It was The Simpsons?
as well. And also the VC is something fascinating about a personality.
Interesting.
That's about Nisan. On the 24th of Nisan, it's Nakilu Dimusunoi Yudan. So again, those are oppressors. The oppressors left Yehuda and Yisrael. Now again, what oppressors? What are we talking about? So watch this. To Shabbat B'nai Africa, Magna and Israel. When the people of Africa came to the Romans, it's a legal claim against the Jewish people. Always I'm saying. Otherwise, today Alexander's Moscow. So again, actually, before Alexander, right? So they're giving that not Rome. Right, but they came before Alexander the Macedonian for a din Torah with Claudius. No. Eretz Canaan, Jews like Alexander. Right? I don't know that Jews like Alexander. Because also there are Jews named Alexander, which is the strangest thing in the world. I don't mean an English name. I mean like a Hebrew name, Alexander, which is very strange. It's not exactly a Jewish name.
Dude. What makes you so want to talk about everything not Super Bowl related?
Come with a din Torah against the Jews. I don't know.
That's a good question. I don't know the number, but probably when the Patriots came back, it was like in 2019. They came back from like down like 26 points or something. Okay. That was not the first halftime show. They had halftime shows before then, but they were just by like school marching bands.
Not so big. Like you wonder again, what does Africa need with Israel? What do you need? But again, listen, this is the planet.
How was it on live TV?
Humanity is they cannot leave cloud Israel alone. They cannot get a worship there that Jews have. So again, it puts us to see because we like to think that the world is changed and we love each other and anti-Semitism and
what up, baby?
And again, it's actually very informative. It's similar. The world can't, for some reason, can't be so well.
Dude, just focus on the game. It just kicked off.
So I guess we come up Alexander the Great. So now it's ours. What's great? It's safe. Again, if you're actually so it's safe. Eretz Canaan Yivosah. It says that the land of Canaan including all of the boundaries. Canaan, so therefore they looked at Canaan as part of essentially Africa. They owned Africa. Canaan is included in this as well. Canaan, Abun Dahano, Ishmael. Canaan is our father. Right? Remember again, Canaan becomes the father of
Seattle.
So the Africans say this is our father. So because again it's our father, we own this land. Almost as I saw again. So this
That's
is
correct, big dog.
This was a king brought before Alexander the Great. The Jews also know how to defend their home too, as Israel. I'm going to give him Sisa. So the Jim of the Sisa goes and he says, I'm going to say to know the Rishos, let me argue this case on behalf of the Jewish people. Now watch this. Right? In me that's for me. I'm going to show him this after. So if I lose, the good thing is.
All right, well, just go to streamies.sk.
Was not recognized as one of the ranking stages. That wasn't like ranking. Therefore, it says if I lose the case, it's not a big deal. Whatever. You can just say he wasn't really representing us, right? Just and the Africans they defeated just a regular guy. You know, me and I say after something, I win the case. Amru Bahem say Torah's emotion itself. The victory will not be attributed to me, that what will the victory be attributed to Torah. The Torah said, by the way, just you begin to see the beauty and the power of the personality of the vehicle of the Sisa, that all of this was literally about Torah. This is about his quality. The vehicle of the Sisa saw himself as the ambassador of the Rebbe. If I lose, I lost his mind. But if I win, the win is the Rebbe. Incredibly selfless. Okay, so that's the Rosh Hashanah. Okay, so he gets permission from the Rabbanim. He represents Christ of Francis Alexander. Go ahead. He says to the Africans, where are you getting this from? I will go to the Torah. In the Torah, we just said it. I'm alive. I knew I'll be left from my element. I also knew I from the Torah. What's the position there, Mark? But you're there. Our Lord Sinan, and then Abba Yelachov. Sinan is cursed, and Sinan should be a slave to his brothers. If that's the case, Evan should so again, Hebron is here. He said he was children of Sinan. Sinan is cursed. Sinan are Avadim. Evan Shekona Avadim Nefasim. Evan will be Nefasim. If an Evan acquires property, who does the property belong to? For that matter, who does the Evan himself belong to? Below, not only that, and furthermore, again, you guys owe us back wages, back service. Why? Because the states declare Israel, and what? You have not been working for years. So not only do you not own us, right? But we owe you, and you owe us back wages, back payments. For all of your delinquent service. Okay? So what happened? I mean, I am Zanga Malta. This is your lecture. So Alexander is the African group. Well, what say you? You know what? Let's your response. I mean, what response was the other? Let's say Alexander, give us 3 days. Give us 3 days to come back with the answer. Now, so when it's not gave them the time, but over the month of children. So ultimately, in the search, but they could not find the answer. We had doctors, we had to give them away. And what happened? They need to start the same to change to us. They can't to change to us. The last time I wasn't here, the simplest thing, so apparently, again, they were living in Canada. Right now, they were living there. But again, they had no train. They left no train. They ran away. And they left behind leading fields and leading vineyards. And the Gemara says, Shana, she is Isaac. Was a Shemitah. So not only did Klal Yisrael succeed, but ultimately again, Klal Yisrael went ahead and Baruch Hashem had from which to sustain themselves even during the Shemitah. So let's say, so again, what's the said with this? Like, it's a fascinating story. What's the big message? What's the 2 messages? Number one, that Jews should not be bashful or apologetic about what is ours. What is ours? We have very little in this world. And the little bit that we have is ours. And we should not be ashamed to defend it, and we should not be ashamed to assert our ownership over it. Nor should we be apologetic about the fact that when God could give it to us and did not give it to others. Remember, you are apologetic, so ultimately a very important is exploited and counts the point. When Jews are proud, when Jews are direct, and when Jews assert their sovereignty over that which is ours, that is when things come together. Number 2, when you do things not for self-serving, egotistic, or egocentric purposes, but you're giving stuff and following, that's when things go. You'll be able to see, so let's say, I want to play something out, by the way. If you think about it, it's interesting to know, not like the real that this is a thing like a whole shovel. Right? Welcome to my group. I'd like to take my credit for this. It says that I'm from this square. See that he doesn't know. He goes a puzzle. He's also puzzle. It's not just being why couldn't other people come up with this? I don't know what the answer is. on a very simple level, the new brother sees made a very simple idea. It's not about me. This is not about me. This is about what we call when you do things for the right purposes, specifically for the cover up of the powerful things come together. Be unapologetic about what is ours, and number two, do things for the right purposes, and things come together. Next, Shofar another thing told us, fascinating. What we've been able to find about them in Israel with the Alexander Mocha. So once again, now the Egyptians brought a court case. Let's say this is literally again, we think it's new things that like nations of the world bring legal proceedings against the Jewish people. It's not true. It's not true. The Africans did it. The Africans did it. So let's say again, like who let the claims of genocide. This passage can see how the world is so like who was at the forefront of the claims of genocide against the state of Israel, South Africa. In other words, just pointing out that you see certain things, they just are the way that they are. And while it's nice to think that the world changes, it really doesn't. The only thing that changes is us. The world is very much stays the same, especially in its roots of the party. So it's overwhelming. Next court case. Who else now comes up? Alexander the Great. Egypt. Unless Hari Omer, Hashem Nasana Spina Amabene, and actually to move on the case of the so the Egyptians come, oh, it was like, it's actually pretty good thing. Right? So the Pasuk says, when you left the sign, the Pasuk says, maybe you're not coming up to this, the Pasuk says, Hashem gave the favor of Kali salt in the eyes of the Egyptians by Yashirim. Now, by Yashirim literally means they borrow. They borrow. Now, there's different ways to interpret that word. Some say they ask, right? Others say it means borrow. Now, the Egyptians are clearly coming with that again. What it means borrow, which means Kali salt borrowed a whole lot of silver and gold from the Egyptians, which the Egyptians say, so happy to like this money, right? We'd like our stuff back. We like our stuff back. Okay? So the Gemara says, I'm going to give them to Sisa. So the give them to Sisa says that I'm truly interested in the other anymore. The Gemara says, so the give them to Sisa says, do me a favor. It says to the rabbis, I'll deal with this. Give me your shows, I'll deal with it. I mean, that's when once again, Amru Lahem, had great shema from the section. So if I'm successful, I'm sorry, if they are the people of the players. If they win the case over you, so once again, it's not a big deal because people would just say, this guy can be Seesaw, he's a head joke. He's just a regular guy. Like in our new RSF and somebody I'm successful, Amru Lahem told us to make sure I've been in this section. And ultimately, again, the glory will be given not to me, but the glory will be given ultimately again to us. That's what it shows. Okay, so the Seesaw shows up the nation and he adjudicates the case with the Egyptians. Okay, Amru Lahem. Egyptians, what's your lie? What's your I'm going to Torah. So again, we told you, by Ashimon, you borrowed stuff from us. Okay, you should buy a bunch of you know, stuff back. So the UMC says, on the line, I want to bring you this in the Torah. שנאמר, ומשה בני ישראל, אשר יצאו ממצרים, 30 שנה ו400 שנה. The Jews were in Egypt for 430 years. And 430 years in America, that's the clock for my best mitzvah. So they're for 430 years. תנו לנו שכר עבודה של 60 בגלל ששיברת במצרים 30 ו400 שנה. So the emphasis of having no problem. If you want to make an accounting, I'm going to make an accounting. You say we owe you the gold and silver that we borrowed. Okay, you also owe us back wages for 600,000 men who worked for 430 years. Let's do some friends with right? Let's go that like that. Let's settle up. Back wages for 430 years for 500,000 people, and we're happy to go ahead and settle up with you. So what happens? Nobody has to say. Right, give us my first money. Give us 3 days, we'll come back. So that's one social. That's on Abraham Isman. But we have much to do. So ultimately, again, they should create a clear financial. We got the legal side of saying, he says rules, the Hamed, he says the rules, we bought it. We left behind the fields, like the lady fields, lady vineyards, but also Shamash Yisai, and it was a Shmiti, the Carol, these are benefits. Let's have fun of things and what you can say. Why is it that both the Africans and the Egyptians are there? Right? Come back, be a man, right? And say, you know what, we don't have an answer. I will say, because here's the difference. At the end of the day, when you're arguing for us, if you don't have an answer, you can come back and you can say, you're right, I'm sorry, I don't have an answer. When you recognize that what you're doing is smoking mirrors, and only an attempt to rob people of what is rightfully theirs, you don't even have the platform to show back up in front. And that's the message was right here. He's what you're paying. Right? Because if you look, but again, listen, in every court case, someone wins, someone loses. That's the way it works. Again, all you want is just a fair shake, recognizing that you might win, you might lose. When you can't even show back up, when you can't even show your case again, when you can't even follow back up, that shows the emptiness of your hands to begin with. So profound. You know what I mean? Shulpan, Afas, Golden Yishmael. That was incredible. Okay, so let's say this is great. So everybody is jumping on the bandwagon over here. So who comes? Sons of Yishmael, Mukira, larger in Yisrael. So what's Yishmael's name? What's that? I don't know. Eretz Kinaan Shalom. Okay. Yeah, let's do this. Let's do this. Right? So the Yishmael say, Eretz Kinaan is ours. So what happened? Here's what's interesting. Yishmael comes with a different way. They say Eretz Yisrael Shalanu, the Shalachem. Right? So it's interesting. Yishmael in this context says, we're not saying it's solely ours, we're saying it's also ours. But this is very different, right? Africans claim all ours. Right? Now claim that Yishmael trying to want the backwards, because I really want the money. Right? At the end of the day, so it's interesting, Yishmael, we're going to see why Yishmael's claiming. So Yishmael says, we're not claiming it's all ours, we're just claiming the partners in it. The partners in it, why? So the Gemara says, so again, what's the Shlo's claim? By the way, Shlo's claim is not a bad claim. Right? What's the Shlo's claim? We also told Rabbi. The land was given to Abraham. We told Abraham. So why do you not have a share in Eretz Canaan? So once again, I don't know if you give this instruction. To know the Rishon is the Elef and Ezra. If the outside is locked up, so once again, you give to the Sisa. Carol, let me do this. I'll agree to you. I'll argue. Any that's for me, I'm going to head out to the Sakhan. Then I'm going to answer. I'm on my hand for us, no Shirabi, no Sakhan. This custom, right? So ultimately, again, so he says, if I lose, they defeated the Torah. If I win, it's Torah that has won the victory. So what happened? So he says to me, Shmuel, what's your ayah? What's your proof? So again, we just quoted it. We are also children of Adonai. I was going to say, Abram gave everything to Yitzchak. So if Abraham, my son, Abraham Matanos. And Abram gave, like the children of the concubines, the naked Torah, he gave them matanos. And then it says, Vayishalachim me'al Yitzchak Eno. He sent them away. So the Gemara says, Nasan Adram, so the Gemara says, Nasan Adram, Nasan Agatim, the Bala Bachayim, the Shigas and the Alzeh, Rum Yish, Lazeh Alzeh, if a father gives gifts to a son, and then sends that son away. Does the sent away son have any clues on the primary son? Of course not. Essentially what Bleeding is the same. What are you guys talking about? If Avram gave Yishmael and the other sons of the concubines gifts, and then what did he do? Sent them away. And what does that mean? He said, Hebra, this is yours. I love you. I do love you. Right? I told you so before. And he's the man with Yaakov. I'm going to say, I have two sons. I love them both. Yishmael, I love you. And that's I'm giving you stuff. And I'm sending you away. You have a different destiny than Yitzchak. So the Gemara says as follows. My matanos, by the way, one of the matanos that he gave them, right? Ultimately, again, he gave them sorcery. So he wants this, and therefore, again, interestingly enough, I also want to point out what's fascinating about that story is that you notice the conversation ends there. Right? It's not like the Egyptians say, Yishmael says, we need 3 days in order to come back. The deal that he says, Raya is so compelling, it's like a mic drop. That was it. That was the end of the story right then and there. Yes, your father is the son of Avram. And Avram loved your father as well. And Avram gave your father gifts. He gave them stuff, and then he sent them away. When a father sends a son away, that means he doesn't want the second son to have anything to do with the first son. Hashem did not want these stuff. Avram did not want these stuff to go. Actually, whatever. Avram did want these stuff to go together. Sarah didn't. Sarah intervened, and Hashem said to Avram, listen to Sarah. So therefore, again, to be able to see, it says, you have no faith in Israel. You have Israel. You have no faith in Israel. That's the end of the story. If you notice, when this was the story, that's it. There's no, let us get back to you, and the story is over. Absolutely incredible. I thought we also have to, this might be a new okay, we're fine. I'm going to start over here for today. I say, listen, can you possibly go any faster? You can't go any faster. There's too much to discuss over here. Listen, I'll stop over here for today. We'll pick up in here session on the bottom of Tzaddik House tomorrow. More incredible, dramatic, and overwhelming tomorrow. Right.
Tonight's 4K Skycast coverage is brought to you by Michelob Ultra. Settle in here at Levi's Stadium.
So like it. So you just can't
Good morning. Let us begin. Updating all of our characters for this major to change. I need to come to some projects. What's up, Tuesday? We start to talk about yourself and dedicating all the single objectives this year, and it's also the sales coverage for all about yourself, and the greatest conference for the month of April. I thought we were the kindness to drink, 11 million, and it's probably that's the highest price, to hurt, then endorsing our home, the zoo that we were doing, and burning families and many of this community together, we are going to start to go with Rabbi for America, California, all of the shows having on the families and the all these leaders to have it with the home for these guys and stuff, to be able to do that to this home, and all these soldiers should be successful as well, in my city. Because with that, let us begin. We have an incredible and overwhelming and beautiful day ahead of us today. Today's day is Sabbath, 90 up with your faith test on the days, 89 14 months up from the rise. Snap the little of the story of each Puja. Then we're going to respond to says that I'm going to do as Puja. Sacrifice your son, which I'm going to respond to it, but then for you, two sons. Execute father, your only son. This one is a single son for his mother, and this one is a single son for his mother. Each of my children are going to have their unique singularity. After how best the ones who you love, how badly you know you. I love them both. But it's not about God, you know, I like that. I think it's really said, you think I don't love you small? You think I don't love you small? The father likes his son, you know, the son doesn't do exactly what the father wants. That's his passion. So he said, okay, Yitzchak, I asked the Gemara, the Kompass Rama, so why don't you just say from the beginning of Yitzchak? Why the whole game over here? Why not just say from the beginning, go ahead and sacrifice Yitzchak? He didn't say, put your guys right up. And one of the, I'm not even not be overwhelmed by all of this. It's not enough to know the idea that Allah can answer this was an overwhelming test. Obviously, wasn't an overwhelming test on the reading. It's not the one color on the reading to sort of be into this and intellectually ingest it. When it does this, brings it out slowly. If you get some fascinating idea about sometimes how to convey difficult information, sometimes not to put out, blowing it out. But again, sometimes the person has to be able to ease into a brand new reality. Incredible. Give yourself all that. That's just like that. Some of you are going to go see what the relationship shows, by the way. How people have not been able to see this one before. Again, I'm going to do this to be able to get into the mindset of being willing and ready and able to do the Akiva. There's also a process. There's a process, and because I'm not really want, not like you flip the switch and say, okay, I'm ready to do the Akiva. It takes time to be able to do it. You know, there's like a shooting something like that. So the suffering tries to sabotage Agmavina and the way to the Akiva. However, when you said that I left my killer, you know, you start to that, so I got enough of sex, not mostly cool, knowledge, the author So there was the part of the end of the process is every part of the section of the and said double Rothschild. So if the second says to Amarini is Average, does this make sense to you that a God who loves you allows you to do this? So the second is trying to theologically sabotage Amarini. And essentially get Amarini to give sacrifice to it. And it's not the direction I say, show what God really wants, show what God really desires. Actually, how can the people of God who loves you and seek to go ahead and offer up something so much like that? And you said that already, right? If you have a lot of that, it's law is not here, God. Could it be that if God loved you so much, He has tested something, in which you are incarnate, future hers, future hers in the balance of this one boy, of this son? Does it make sense to say that the Father will test you in this way? On the Lord, I need to commit with it. Listen, this is such a beautiful, beautiful demand. If I'm in response, I walk in my simplicity. Like coming to understand what God simplicity, the features, without looking at things, what a mirror represents is the ability to give oneself over into entire future when you don't understand it. I'm the back myself question. I'm back myself getting spoken. So therefore, God really says this something. It's not about that. It's about giving myself over to God. I need to be clean in this. I walk with completion throughout the powerful. Whatever the Rothschild tells me to do, that's what I'm going to do. That's my avoda. Incredible. I will let's talk to us. So the Satan is that already know. But maybe your Yura, maybe your Shemai, maybe your fear of heaven is making you foolish. Maybe your Yura ultimately again is blinding you. Amalov, Zachar Na, Nibu Nakiyahat. Is there anyone who has put their faith in that Kaddish Baruch Hu and has been lost? What I really says is, you know what? Sometimes you can't explain Amuna. You just can't explain Amuna. But there's one interesting thing about Amuna, which is people who have it are never put at a disadvantage. Might be strange, might be unexplainable, but at the end of the day, those who have it, Zachar Na, Nibu Nakiyahat. Is anyone who put their Amuna in the spot have they ever been lost? Has there ever been a person who put disadvantage? Feels like this conversation is probably the essence that every person in Amuna goes through at some point in time. Just the difference is now whether it's something that's really not living with, or whether I'm going to go through this conversation in his mind. Right? On one hand, could it be that a guy who loves you is this to you? What's the answer to that? The answer to that is, I don't want to say what it is about. I know if I go, I just give myself over to the result. This thought, that's what it means. I give myself over to that. But then the voice comes back and says, what does that mean? Maybe a misunderstanding, God wants you, to which again, I'm not even responding. The end is great. Those who put themselves in embrace that responsibility, those who give themselves over in their minute responsibility, they'll never be lost. It may hurt, it may be difficult, it may be overwhelming, but they'll never be lost. Keeping the cause up, so no kashamiya, right? So when somebody says that Hamarini is not listening to him, Hamalei, the Eli is not very useful. This is the person of a liar. Shafiru over MS is so enough. Somebody lies and not the truth. No one listens. So interesting. So what's this last one? This last is the second is trying to convince. You're trying to convince Amarini not to do this. The last section is you have to talk about this stuff. It's really fun. What's the check? The check was he was trying to take away the smell And he's trying to think, I'm very bad. That's the test. He's not going to do it anyway. So he tends to please start him. So he's going to take away the reward for the to take away the amount of the phone. To tell you what he said, essentially, suffer. I don't listen to you. I don't listen to you. So whatever you say has absolutely zero meaning to me. Because at the end of the day, again, listen to the person that a lawyer is going to understand. It's incredible. Incredible. He never does it. I'm going to let you shred this stuff. And as I said, I'm with you again, but as I have discussing, all this suffering is how you can be social out of you. So you shred is how you're going to do this stuff. And you go in and go, you shred up this stuff. You think it's so great. You think it's so great. I'm going to do after all again. I'm going to come with this. The outcome of this going to do it. That we will focus this show. So again, you process this stuff, you know, you gotta do it. I gotta do the work. You gotta do the consent, you have your memory of the tool, and I have to do it for as much as I can go. Until you go, I'm gonna let you stuff say, if the Ava acts on the gallery, you're starting off with me with one body part, in all of you that can be cut up in cover, you gotta actually find a fun line, and you get it out. Right? I was going to with the young I used to really get something coming to do my entire time to him. I would be like, and really that's what I got from this life, but it's you just out there. The answer to that, yes, we got things. And that's what what's all of this? That's all this. So first of all, that I think one of the things that comes up with this is where it's a bit cliché, it's never changed, something that is into your health, that you cannot handle. Something moving was part of that here, actually, you just know. But what happens over here? So the conversation between Yitzchak and Yishmael. And Yitzchak says, if Hashem was telling me to sacrifice my entire son, I would be ready to do so. And right after that, that was Kim Yitzchak, Hashem tested Yitzchak. It's almost as if after that moment, when Yitzchak himself demonstrated his ability to be ready for such an overwhelming test, the aftermath of that statement, that's when Yitzchak is tested. Only after the benefit so that Yitzchak is ready for something silent, that the response is teaching that is silent. This is saying, Hashem never puts us in a situation we can't handle. It doesn't mean it's easy. It doesn't mean it's pleasant. What it means is, if I'm there, I can handle it. If I'm there, I can deal with it. It's also interesting to point out that whenever you want to do something really right, just be prepared for the forces of opposition to spring up against you on every single level. In fact, those make the argument that the earlier the endeavor, the more intense the resistance, right? When you're doing something, that doesn't really matter. So the forces of nature, those that like to do suffering, those that like to do these those that like to do because they will be torched. What it is you're doing. When you want to do something holy, and you want to do something that really just get ready for the resistance to occur. You see what's happening over there, right? The activity is starting, the suffering starting up at the outcome. Each more starting up with each step. So there's resistance every single step of the way. That's when you know you're on the cusp of this. So I'm listening to one of my favorite podcasts of all time. Actually, that is that. You actually that. That's what the idea is. Actually, says I'm not doing it. I think that's what I'm telling you. Don't get into the work. Don't check these stuff. And then what happens? Once it says, do it, I don't know. I'm not this stuff. I'm not going to receive it. It doesn't go receive. This is a ram. That's in the 50 curls. And then you go over. And the extra drop of the problem. And I asked the customer, how do I know to go out and definitely get up with the problem? After all, I said, this isn't the problem. But you don't have it at all. How do I know to offer the carpet? That's just something amazing. He says, because I'm not even so that I'm stuck in the forest. So it's customer says like this. If the arrow will run up to Adam Avinu's feet and then down his seats, Adam wouldn't have offered it. Because something that easy, that's from the suffering. But when he saw that it was stuck in the listen, you ever try to get a ram out of a thicket? That's not action. Somebody told me this happened to before. So okay, I'm trying to get a rat out of a thicket, but you can imagine, right? There's the thorns, the animal's struggling. What happens when you try to get a rat out of a thicket? You get caught. degree, there's a struggle. I'm going to saw where there is struggle, there is kedusha. Where there's easiness, there's no kedusha. Where there's struggle, if you are going to get cut, you are going to get beaten, you are going to get battered, you are going to get bruised, that's where there is kedusha. So where there's ease, there's comfort, but no kedusha. Where there's struggle, there's absolute freedom. And I want to watch this story. Something starting up with Avnavim. Yishmael starting up with Yitzchak. Sometimes we undertake all the levels, and then we get difficult. And we need to mistake the thinking that if Hashem really wanted this to happen, it would have been easy. The fact that there's difficulties true, but it's not what I think is not there. That's just the opposite. It's just the opposite. The holier the endeavor, the more intense the resistance. Sometimes the greater ease, like you said in one way, a lot back to the holy. Incredible. So Rabbi, back to Rabbi Shaka for a little bit. Rabbi, so what we try to get other people to go ahead and look for the Holy Zara. You see, I'm sure you know, so you get the simulation. So you might take some people or us, and then again. So when you see the scene of Rabbi should be that things that the Rabbi tries to go and get, because when you get there, next, my people are with the stage. Remember, those who try to heal, those who try to get an entire city to worship idolatry. So let's start off. The Shira, and show them the correct, and show them the correct. Navi should be up to speed at my time, Rabbi. So Navi tries to get rid of most of the Holy God. He gets to the why is that? What's up for Rabbi? So you know, the answer, Hadach HaMimesis. So I think the Shara HaMimesis, not allowed on the Shira, on the Shira, Nisa Ksivade, and it's really like that. And what it says, Nisa. And what's that? But the Nisa, I'm going to tell you, Scan Eir Elachai. You know, any Nisa that is mentioned in the Torah, says Scan. Now, you can really got this Shira, my time, so why do you think that you really got this? So that's what you like for that, right? Some Hadach only Moses, only Rabbi Shira. So if you're into a Shabbat, Hadach from Moses, or from the Rabbi Shira. When Shimon, from Hadach from Rabbi, and Shimon is Hadach from Rabbi. The Ligma Moses, why don't you consider Shabbat from Moses? And you know, it says, Zabino Moses, then he makes it happen, he makes it happen. Yeah, and then he makes it happen, he makes it happen, he makes it happen. Because again, you got to go ahead and learn how to get it Shabbat from him, or makes it happen, get it Shabbat. And remember, that's what these types of there's two types of insiders. That's where those things like individuals and where those things like groups. Therefore, they would rather go ahead and make the Jewish Shabbat to the right type of insider. I rather study how to learn how to get nothing about groups the opposite. I rather learn out again what we call this common insider than a common insider. And that's the common insider from what we do insights. Yeah, we should have it's like what they should be on. And I have your stuff in the job. It's just in the way. Even though it's a lovely maybe excited. So once he's excited at the end of the day, he becomes a head like he's no longer in how he does for this stuff. Not really loving his eyes. If I'm a first step, the Christian says, I wasn't Catholic side with no year. My closeness was very serious. So we tell them, now we're back a little bit. We're back a little bit to this, right? False prophet. This false prophet, right? So now he's telling us what exactly is it that he has to do in order to go ahead and be considered a false prophet. Now, obviously, or racist. Now, obviously, if you're saying people to worship Allah, you don't find, but listen to this. My closest to the הגוף תעוד וסוחרים, וכאילו מצד עדות המקות העוד וסוחרים. אבל כאלה נכון כספוס conduct in conversations. If you go ahead and really again athletes, some kind of halacha that goes together, but in the other respects, maintain certain aspects of the tradition of Allah together. I think we can actually do this in a moment. First, actually, talking about it. Not this was, yeah, that's what we should do. And that's what obviously, if we're about to should do, I'm not going to Mesa, I'm just going to Mesa, that's the type of Mesa. That's going to focus. Type of Mesa. Is it schema, is it correct? That's not a focus. But look what else he says over here. He says, Nachon B'Shabi, Rabbi Shimon, the Nabi Ba'odet, Kol HaGut Ba'odet Kochanim, Amar, Nishtagisi B'Achadol B'Yavua, Nishtagisi B'Achadol Kol Mitzvah Avodah Kochanim Me'Torah. So it is obviously classic case of this Navi Shekeri. He prophesies and he says, I have received the word from God, I've been commanded by God to have respect to totally uproot. There's no prohibition of Avodah Zarah. No such thing as Avodah Zarah. Okay, all the tiny mitzvahs to the back on mitzvahs, behind it is only Avodah Skila. You think it's going to say, what the possibility of this? What the possibility is? He's maintaining part of Avodah Zarah, but uprooting part of Avodah Zarah. So for example, a good example this would be, let's see example of this. Let's say he says, you know what, you're not allowed to offer a carbon cover with Allah, but you are allowed to bow down to Allah. That would be an example that he's maintaining part of the prohibition, but uprooting part of the prohibition. So that's what this is important. So again, obviously both of our Bomer and Rabbi Shimon are both going to be said to that. Now, focus about the type of thing. Watch this. So you got one of them, one of them. You know, because the Torah says that the Rebbe will try to bring you from the Derech, Min HaDerech. Min HaDerech means even if he just tries to get you a part of the Derech. In other words, that he's upholding part of the prohibition of Avodah Zarah and neglecting another part of it. This is what it is. About Oprah, which the Son is, you'll be like Avodah Zarah. This is interesting. But let's say someone goes and Rebbe comes along and says, nothing to do with Avodah Zarah. The Rebbe comes along and says, you know what? I got a prophecy from God. The prohibition of shackles no longer applies. You know, Zarah, he just uprooting another mitzvah. Uprooting another mitzvah. Everyone agrees. Put to death. Because he's a false prophet. Or corrupting the word of God. But everyone agrees in that situation. He said that sentence. The two mitzvahs, the different mitzvahs, which are to do that prophet. But by other mitzvahs, he goes ahead and let's say uproots parts, but then goes ahead and maintains the part by other mitzvahs. Everyone agrees, Pata. Or an example of that, he says that on Pesach, you only have to keep 6 days instead of 7 days. So something like that. So it's Shabbos, it's Sunday, so it's two categories. Category one is Avodah Zarah. Whenever an false prophet comes along and either uproots the entire prohibition of Avodah Zarah, or even if he maintains part of it, that's when I focus on the Shimon and the Rabbanon. Because Skila is in Torah. That's category one. Category two, uprooting another mitzvah, not Avodah Zarah entirely. So another mitzvah, another Avodah Zarah, everyone agrees, Kala. Category three, which is the category three, is another mitzvah, he uproots part of it, maintains part of it, this is what got left over there, Pata. Pata doesn't mean that it's fine. Pata just means that David is not coming into death. So you might say, Nasir Hamura, for 1 second. Now that has, now you must say, the possibility you must say is the person. And the person, my Nabi, I also not Halamahu. You must keep better. Sarah, Allah Shabbat, and I will say, it's the same. This is kind of the Nabi Shaka, the first part. The most dissecting that possibility. Like that's because you're going to remember, he's going to have, like, he's really from the past that I sometimes do the father. Like that's really such I say. This is like, if I was to know you, he's in your stuff, it's not safe. What does it say? It says that even if the Nabi messes with other parts of the Torah, he's suspended to do that. What's going on here? He's not like some other stuff that we might say, I've always been coming away from this stuff, and everything else is talking about idolatry. And it's like, is there any positive commandment associated with idolatry? Which you know is that? But in the there is. There's no other stuff in the past stuff. There is a positive commandment. What's the positive word that I say? Because it's supposed to break apart the opens of our results. That I'm doing over. So it's a familiar reference to another thing. It's a familiar thing like this. No, that's tremendous football, tremendous amount of stuff that I really underneath the machine. So it's not the best like let's out with it. Not the button of good stuff. Some most continue to touch the words I stand follow the maybe rapid side of the Lisa. But I would actually really it's an opportunity to see how I was second this year. And on the job, I was about to thank you very much. I was here to do for us. I'm really else. Tremendous. I could not start this thing. 5:41 this morning. Which is true. It's what we say. It's the thing you saw about some information. And we just the same. We make it really for all these things. For the rest, we already know. the coffee is delicious. Thank you very much. I was going to say, I'm going to make a round of applause. Wow, okay, I'll take making a coffee. Funny, you're going to say something. But the meter says as follows. The meter says like this. Ahora los fuertes de Oklahoma brinda por los comentaristas. Every time it's off, it's never a meter comes along, and there's a meter, here's the difference. So like this. Any time enough your first pocket comes along, or upbeats some cryptocurrency, something to the whether that is operated zero or any other mitzvah. So in this case again, when every shot is coming along and you say this mitzvah or this other, whatever it is, no will work out. There is a really full psychology. Any time that happens, you know, it says, maybe I get to it else, but I'm going to come and see the appearances, the gentle mitzvah that was the heaven, the honor and the mitzvah that the mitzvah that. This is so good. So I'm not saying it, and you're so good. You all know this kind of thing. This one consolidates two cycles like this. But looking at the mitzvah, maybe it's like idolatry, and the other mitzvah, so how shall I get? Furthermore, what is idolatry? Where you go ahead and you have to cover idolatry or idolatry, how shall I get? How about two mitzvahs, the different mitzvahs, some mitzvahs, figure out that part. So when you operate, if you uproot and transform some parts of other mitzvahs, like you said before, you go shopping and there are two things and groceries and not the last of it. So that would be an example of a business life and controlling that. And that's like that, you pop it. Para las células, amistad y la cadena toda, Kai. So listen to this.
Fun times.
So what we prophesize is in order to go up some element of the Torah. And we're going to say, let's say the dice over here, what the species is called the Torah, and it's not. And that becomes what it says, a particular mitzvah, a particular idea, no longer applies. Okay? Or, actually, open the Bible, I'm studying the Torah, Kai. Fine. Let's only discuss the Bible. Let's say they prophesize to uphold all the mitzvah as to a good part of the mitzvah. We shouldn't say that. And we shouldn't say that to public. We have always considered to see the only ayur to do it in the not of the Torah, to that for high. By a body desire, even if you partially uphold it, partially do it, ultimately again you're going to be high. Like we high. We can do an example of that is, let's say says, on Mondays you're out working on desire, the rest of the week is good, it's still right there, keep it up. A buyer is selling us that piece, so you guys are going to do this. Look at what's around you, essentially two different or three different places about how it's in a focus, open to be okay. So I might hold it up this, it's also so cool. So I hold it up this stuff, and we try to check it up this time. We get from the purpose of entire discussion, we like what this down, so we have what there is some of the and we also have a new some of the family, and I think we are going to go up on the subject of the family. About each other, this for the guys that this stuff, so I hold it up this stuff, and we take this as a guy stuff with this stuff, and it's not real, and it's not real, like I don't know, I give you after the fire. Again, if another comes along, and uproots the mitzvah from the Torah. Now, what the definition of rooting? It's mentality. You say a particular mitzvah doesn't apply to the other, it doesn't apply. Now you're talking about a desire or time mitzvahs. Now, what there is, do that for the thing. Everyone agrees, talk like Shabbat Torah. The time you trust and the back in the trust. What happens if another comes along by mitzvah and says, you hold part of it, you give part of it. Maybe Shimon called there, maybe Shimon said that's a partner. That's by Sham mitzvahs. Sham mitzvahs. What do you know about it? Let's talk about all of this. Is that when it's the problem that it comes idolatry, I feel that I know the idea in your mouth. But if you want to when it comes to idolatry, even if the first topic is partially upholding and partially redeeming, everyone agrees that it's like a lot of it. When you mess up on desire, whether it's full negation, partial negation, or it's going to be a free of Nisa. And what could be Nisa? What could Nisa not be? That's not good, yes. I don't know if this is Stephen. Go and check that out. You have a son like that, and you know, you guys are going to know. You have a son like that, and you know, and tell me, somebody like that, and you know, and it's not the last one, but in the chaos. I always love radio services. Might be the love of the place, but they all have something in it. It's crazy. Something in the show, right? Full of these things. Why is that a result of something else? How do you start? What's the result? What's the result? There's the thing you support, not business. Kind of versus zero. So it's when you trust in the work and the trust. says, what happens if Rabbi comes along? That other mitzvah, the Rabbi Zara, and you look at this part of the mitzvah, he's telling mitzvah, what the Simon tells you, she says it's a kafir, every Rabbi, if I've understood how you come to that, after the Omer Hayom is the other Makar Bekiluar, fine, I got it to the responsibility for the Kodesh liability, what the liability, nice to be Israel, and not to be Israel, that's not what that. Okay, so let's say, so what's interesting to look at is that, so really what it comes down to is, in a sense, it's really about the nature of the station, not as much about the nature of the halakha. Essentially, here's what everyone is agreeing on. If another comes along and tries to go out and uproot idolatry, whether he's going and uprooting idolatry as a husband is not about desire, or just partially using partial holdings, Sorry, what is it called? Okay, that's not progress. That's not progress. Next case. Another thing we try to uproot, which is the endless in totality, what's halacha? Next case, and then another comes along and tries to uproot partially uproot or partially negate another mitzvah in the Torah. What's halacha? Another comes and tries to uproot and partially uproot and partially declare about the Torah. And you want to do value. In the great thing, these cases is what's the definition. But again, for the reference, I don't see it. That's what we put. I'm going to go and look at it. The call, you want to look on Rabbi, as you can tell, no, what's the other one still coming? So also, this is actually halacha. But you also need to look at it. If a Rabbi tells you to violate the Torah, you have to listen. You have to listen. No exception, that's what we do. Even if the butterfly never tells you to worship at the Zohar, you don't listen. Shafir Manilo come about inside us. No, Afishmalo. You hear the Rabbi really able to perform the tremendous miracle. And he tells the sun to stop and know this guy. The sun does the second. He goes, look, I'm preventing the sun from setting. Go worship at the Zohar, you don't listen to him. Now that's like, let me see if I can tell you what is this? What is this? So the typical question for this is yes, it's actually not enough. Like how come the enemy is such a prize of these only trying to be recorded. I need to worship to also cover outside of Israel. So it's a question. We really do. See, so that a Rabbi has certain power, and a Rabbi has certain license even to instruct the crowd to serve less. Hold on, stop. You see yourself. See concept. You set it to the line that you go by idolatry. Under no circumstances do you ever listen to a Rabbi to worship idolatry, which means I listen to a Rabbi to do other stuff, but not have no desire. Not have no desire for the Gemara from the Shabbos. I'm not accepting that even if the Rabbi performs the Gemara miracle. See, he's performing the miracle, obviously, it's like, who does the passion from miracles come from? And it's like, obviously, by coming to Rabbi to do it, that's the more this person. No, that's not it. That's not it. However, what he's telling what the miracle is, one thing is clear to say, do not worship idolatry under any circumstances. Tell you, but you have to really know, to do it on the subject of Shabbat, it's so covered. I don't know, this is an interesting idea. The Torah understands, even if you're when the launch of Rabbi was having Shiva, Nishna Kolam and Shabbat, Shafir Mandu Lafa, Amada and Sarafia, Al-Kishmalo. So interesting, that if you look at last week, Nishna Kolam and Shabbat, Kolam, Shila Osen Rabbi, non Shabbat Osen Kotor, but said, the Mosso Elaha Els Umotis. So it's interesting enough, like the Mosso used to say like this. This creates a difficult aspect of memory. And why? Because the Christ do not just personal sin, and this Rabbi is putting up a tremendous miracle. So what is that? I'm just so further a guy. I'm trying to do the right thing, and here I'm talking about this best thing is Rabbi, with this incredible amount of power. So how am I, as an individual, supposed to understand the circumstances that are unfolding right in front of me? To which the Muslim says that I thought we should have tests in our spiritual fidelity to him. And if our son will be power to certain things, to do certain things, even though again, it's against the will of the Congress, so to speak. And therefore, again, even if the Rebbe proposed a tremendous miracle, don't listen to him to worship idolatry. So he talking about? How could you imagine for a moment that Hashem would give power over nature to someone who is defiant? How would that even work? What are you talking about? Hashem's going to give the ability to give power to another shepherd? It doesn't make any sense. I don't know, because I know you're going to show us in the Kulaso Navi, Amos, and the Rasek Navi Shepherd. And the Kula says, no, we just the Navi Shepherd scenario, right? What's originally right? But fortunately, good Navi went back. Good Navi went back. So it happens. And it happens, right? Sometimes good Navi go back. Or it's just that Ramai said, no, someone who answers to Boches as they go and fight Navi, right? And what happened? Of course, they give you this is yes. And that's what you do. Says, I'm coming back to my stuff. You're not leaving yourself into the way that you died. You can do it Navi. Because you're one doesn't mean that you can't lose your way. But if you look at that's the case of a Navi Shepherd. So the Navi Shepherd is somebody that everyone knows. He's proven himself through miracles. And once upon a time, he was on TV. And then what happens? He loses his way. He's not performing any miracles now. But he's got credibility. He doesn't know the Navi. Even if Rothschild comes in and tells his brother, he knows what's going to be out of the world, and he says, oh, let's worship idolatry. What is it? And even if this is the kind of Navi who, when he was a good Navi, kept the sun from setting, he still going to see sun. He doesn't see this. And I mean, people say, there's no way about topic, but everything I can afford any miracles. Okay, last time, last point. You remind me, what's the name of the last place? No. But the last point, that's the very fast point, that you know the last name? Straight up. So the Mishnah said that it's just really not, in general, testified by her, they don't get much justice, there's a lot of other red, they get kind of say this for adultery, right? The way we teach the adultery, what's the way you realize? I'm not asking about this stuff. The sign of mercy and this is not how we are. That's something of passion done on last of the office. The passage says for even going, you have to do to the evil what they can inspire to do to their brother. So you have to lie. If you should call him Zomain or Balling PLC. So in general, there was a little even Zomain wants to what kind of punishment is it? Reciprocal punishment. Whatever the even wanted to visit upon the defendant is exactly the punishment that they themselves get. So listen to this. You are guilty by fast calling you the state of all other state of so what happens? So now we know a fast calling is adultery. She was taken off with state. Now we know that her the man who thinks she is adultery doesn't get straight. Right? You don't get whatever you can that you need to get her. Gentlemen, in your death, in that it's small tree, or that they use it. Okay, so what is now here the history that two people committed the same crime. And yet the punishment are going to be different. The best is going to get straight on. The guy is going to get punished. Right? So, what are they getting? What are they getting? Which could be my sense of Omer, last says, the office of the low office. So, the passage is that the Israel are giving a typical punishment. Whatever they wanted to do the office to get rubber. When you see them wrong, you give them the typical punishment that they were going to visit upon the Boal and not the Isha. And if our local women they get clinic as well. Hajar Allah, Elohim, and the they don't say Mazel Tov. They'll say, get ready now for perhaps the most overwhelmingly incredible and beautiful day of your life. I mean, like, we are back in the was like, next couple of days, it's on the map, everybody's on the map, and these Gemara, the Israelites is so many days. Mishnah, call yourself, Jason, really good on the okay, every year has a really good on the map. The army, who knows that you do, the older years, alright? Maybe they're not, I know, they are that inspired. Those is more than first to pass it. Those from the Shana, they're really getting the issue, are all said to do, they will forever inherit the land. Nature, I really like my 70s, 2019s. Maaseh Yodai Register, and they are the creatures of my hand with through which I become glorified. So the idea of the part of the passage that we know focusing on over here was about like Rashi says like what is this doing? Like what does this have to do with our purpose of our scripture? Right? We are like really deep in depth of this. Right? And that's exactly so look what Rashi says. Look right Rashi on both sides on this. So this is Rashi on the left side. Translate for the Lord Rabbi. So again, so Rashi says over here, the second factor of these, then we're going to talk about Olam Haba. So the truth is, this is what Rashi says, actually, the moment, because they're saying, I think the thing that they go on, they're saying, no one cares on this. And even those who are killed by Nissan's Gizim, ultimately, as long as they do trigger before they die, time so great Olam Haba. You might have thought they would be executed by Gizim. That is the end of the road for you in this world and the next. It's not true. First thing we have to have will be again for their last life. So then we just finish it up strong. Okay, so there's the point. Unfortunately, make sure you do trigger before you die, because if you do so, what's the next line? Holy son, you should come again. Every year has a person in the to come, and if you do be executed by fire, whatever it is, you can still earn your portion of what to come if you die as a master. Incredible. So that's interesting, by the way. Because, you know, if you look at the process, in this recording, Ba'anik Kulos Abidin. Remember, Ba'anik could also be vocalized in a different way, which is how? Info. The info Kulos Abidin. You know, look at the story every year is a big fact. Every year is a big fact. Right? So in other words, what's the means? See, the Rebbe comes sees us on so many different levels. He doesn't just see the outside, he sees where you are. He doesn't just see where you are, he sees where you've been. And he also sees where you can go. So because the devotion is the one entity in this world, he's able to see potential. The influence everything. The rise of the Kabbalah, as you see, it's working with the Sabbath. Because once again, he doesn't just look at us through the prism of what we are right now, he looks at us through the prism of who and what we can become. And every youth has such incredible potential, and therefore, the influence, we are public therapy, influence everything. That's the first line. And then there's the reason that the English is wrong about that. And usually people don't know what about the God. So obviously, there's an inherent characteristic, like, so what's the trap? Every Jew has a person who wants to come. Even sure what they're talking about. And usually when I don't have a person who wants to come. So how do you reconcile that? It's very simple. What's the difference between a first and a second line? Holy small. If you are a member of Club Yisrael, if you identify if you take yourself within the crowd, you have a portion in the world to come. Maybe you use the portion, you know to remove yourself from the crowd. Because it doesn't say, you English, show yourself anything. It says, the English, so you can either be Yisrael, you can be English. If you Yisrael, if you spend your life quoting up signs about this and getting yourself within the crowd, sometimes you know what you do as an individual, you're close to what you do. But if you're English, the balance like this, if you're able to say so, you don't like other things, it's not difficult to ask this, you remove yourself from the crowd, then you can use your Olam Haba. Embed yourself in the crowd, Olam Haba will always be yours. Remove yourself from the crowd, you put yourself in danger of losing this sacred portion. So we do this with the way to come. Homemade business is so. Some of the times, there's no resurrection of the dead. There's no resurrection. It's only sex that is not divine. Rabbi Kodesh. Again, we see Rashi says that in the first one, see Rabbi Kodesh. But if you know, Jesus says, Kodesh is part of the soul. This is very interesting. So that's it. Even when we read Spank the Church, what is that? What is that? Secular knowledge, secular work. What is so good? You have to define exactly what that means. But is a matter of all of the matter of something you find, what's in the lapa, yeah, we have to know that. and some of them whisper some type of incantation over news. Okay, like I said, they're going to define what all of these things are. I was telling what Saul says, yes, I say that's awesome. Some of the pronounces, the name of Hashem will be said. Like that's the usual best thing, right? So it actually says it. First one, open the eyeball, that's anything on level. You have two things, as very regular people, we go down the history as having the lost, and they're fortunate in the world to come. You are, right? So if you listen to these things, you love them, Akov, and the Masha. There's a little Akov in the thing that I wish to read that. You love them, love off, you got the other minute, you mentioned yesterday's down, right? Which both evil things and Manasseh. Talk about Manasseh, with the Gemara. I'm going to say, so there's something ridiculous. I don't know if I mentioned ridiculous Gemaras ahead of us. So each of these Gemaras just overwhelming. And you know, read it, guys. Manasseh took over our way. And you says, no, King Manasseh our way is the longest serving minor, 55 years of war. King Manasseh has a person in the world to come. Shneimar by Yiskala Elot, by Yishmat Yaseh, by Yishmat Yisrael Mashisah. So that's a little trouble. Manasseh got himself in some trouble. Some really significant trouble. He died in Hashem, and Hashem was spoken to in Yerushalayim. So what do you see there? Manasseh died in, and it's you see anything that we have, so this is about today. And we know there's something going on. We're not Kusha Shivu, we're not Kaya, we're not Bohi Shivu. And we're not trying to return again to his monarchy, but he would want to start this portion of the world to come. Our boy had Yokos, two of the four regular guys who lost the portion of the world to come. Bilam, and the Yokos and Shivu, Joy, and discussing with the advisor to King Saul. Koto, one of the advisors to David and Aleph, who goes which side to Absalom, and the Chossi, like the Gabbai of India and Rabbi. We'll go to all of those. Which one says, the Kotak Lama, let's just very quick. Why is it that someone who goes ahead and denies resurrection, like some great pessimism, why is it that he does not have a portion in the world to come? So the Gemara says, yeah, what's the vocabulary? Just as an aside, and then we'll get into this a little bit more, there's been a focus about what the phrase Olam Haba refers to. What is that? Is that like the afterlife? Is that when you die? Like that's where you go? Is that messianic and post-resurrection era? So there's that discussion over there as well. We're just going to go with the idea right now for our purposes today. We're going to get right now. We're going to switch back on this depending on the context. But the nice thing for right now, we'll just go here, give it all about this is how you possibly use it. The portion of comes where you go after you die. This is after you die, right? Eternal impact, we'll call it. Eternal life. Now again, what happens? What's the interface between Olam Haba and Messianic resurrection? Right. Let's see some reason for this in this. But that's why we say, I would say, because if God denies resurrection, it means he's Olam Haba. Which is what we have. But go around, Lama. Trying to pick up the definition. You do the definition. You pick up whatever thing of the definition. But also, like, you see, this thing is up. From the humanity, you see, it's the same as Messianic era. Because the Gemara says, like, there's a thing between the this guy, he rejected the notion of Tchias HaMesir, and therefore, again, he gets no Tchias HaMesir. It's funny, it makes sense. If you don't believe it, you don't get it. If you don't believe in resurrection of the dead, you don't get resurrection of the dead. But when we say for certain, we get to every day. The ways of the work, to be reciprocity. You get to every day. Reciprocity. There is going on. I'm not doing this one. You want to come back to the class and you get to every day. How do you know? But if I'm talking to you, get to every day. Reciprocity. You don't know, but we know you can't listen to this. It's interesting. You're not very happy. Even though there are other particular Torah which seem to indicate this, but you know choosing this day that you can consider. So when you start, Shimon Dvar Hashem, at least that's all service b'shachar, which has same saying b'shachar, the shais from you. Okay. Context. The only of Aram has been to Charlie. Now what happened is famine. Obviously it's famine. So there's no food available at all. And you need to get stuff in the local cities and spread that. You don't need it. This time tomorrow, you'll be able to buy a ton of food for those in the day. So what happens? My line is finished. I try my mission on that day. I just want to do it. So one of the commanding officers of the army essentially says to Elisha, "That's ridiculous. Even if Hashem opened up all of the windows in Shamayim, it's such a thing occurring, but the officer was saying the real food here, the real food here. Carrying got from no food to overabundance of food that doesn't make any sense. But you know, Elisha says to this officer, here's what's going to happen. You're going to see the overabundance, but you're not going to get to eat. And what happens? So it's interesting. I'm talking about the end of the story is that night the army of Aram packed up and just left. They just left. So they told them, and they left behind all of their food, all of their provisions. So the next morning, what happened? They had to stampede out of the city to get the food of the Aramean army. Who was taking the stampede? This officer. This officer, you know, I was going to pull up when he should run away, and maybe it was the person that he should have fought with. I know he didn't have. He left stuff on the left, he didn't dog. Again, the person on the cross from is very powerful. Even if you get up with this and other is called with control. You know, if you look at that, and you say about levels. That's not the case. It's just saying something in the guard. Why does it say by the gate? It's this child, because this conversation that happened between him and himself by the gate. There's a bunch of people I left on myself. Yes, it's a super really good way to go. So we call it operates the game because it is therefore again, if a person doesn't hold his justice, and probably don't believe that, that's up to you. But if you don't believe it, that's not okay. If you don't believe it, you're not to show up. You just make a music about us, listen, about Shaggy about the strikes. This is one of the most important episodes in Kalatara Kula. The Rebbe actually bases it on the concept of Hashem Tzilcha. Hashem Tzilcha. So often we translate Hashem Tzilcha as Hashem is your shade. The Rebbe says, no, that's not what it means. What does it mean? Hashem is your shadow. What does that? What does your shadow do? Your shadow does whatever you do. The Rebbe says, what you get from Hashem is what you are willing to put in. Like, what you invest is what you get out. The way the powerful works now is divine reciprocity. So I go above and beyond for him, he'll go above and beyond for me. I act in supernatural manners for him, he'll act supernaturally for me. I push myself beyond the realm of that which is expected of me, but won't be the same for me. It's very important. Because again, if I'm the kind of person that I check the boxes, I do what I have to do to make sure that they take it. No, I don't do so. And so if I'm going to do what I have to in order to get by, just expect that same type of reaction. So then, if I am embedded in a framework of mediocre Judaism, so then expect the mediocre divine response. That thing is reciprocity. On the other hand, if I want more for myself, if I want supernatural for myself, if I want anything in the close, then I have to become supernatural in my own behavior. Then I have to push myself, and I have to grow. Don't expect more from God than you yourself are willing to invest in a relationship. You get to know the divine reciprocity. Hashem is my shadow. Hashem is incredible. Says in I'm going to God, goodness, and I feel like that's just fascinating. From what you see, the scripture that we think is this begs the general question of like, all of this stuff, yes, I mentioned Mashiach or Haba, why is it not mentioned in this movie? Right, the Rabbi includes it as originally called, right? Mashiach includes as one of the original called in certain principles of faith. Yes, I mentioned one of the principles of faith. Okay, so not everybody agrees. Rambam. So what's the shot? Something that is so core, that is so central, you have not mentioned. It sounds so far, it explains so beautifully. It's very simple. Judaism is a life-centric religion. Judaism does not focus on right. It doesn't see that the afterlife. Why? Because that's not what our focus needs to be. Paul doesn't incredible, by the way. Paul doesn't even speak about Mashiach. Why? It's fascinating. That's not where our focus needs to be. Where does our focus need to be? Maximizing this life. Maximizing this moment right now. Not getting too exclusive. It's like emotion. That's what I'm saying. The first says that if you notice, it's okay. If you have a job five, the fundamental distinction between what you're seeing in virtually every church and every school. Fundamental distinction is cemeteries. churches often have cemeteries attached to it. Shul never had cemeteries. The only places often you'll find shul with cemeteries was in Europe. And that was because of landowners. Like that was just often because Jewish communities was given like a plot of land and you had to do like you have to lease $10 on the same plot of land. Like it's not how you have cemeteries. But you know, it's like no one ever. It's not like we could have had like a nice culture over here, the culture over here, but right here, so we were generating must be refunds, right? But my mind's right. I'm like, what else do you know? Beautiful, right? All together. So the nice side, so why is it that it's very simple. Judaism is a life-affirming religion. It's a life-affirming religion. It's really not about what happens after 120. It's not even about what happens after Mashiach comes. It's about now. It's about Monday. It's Monday. So what am I doing to maximize my Monday? What am I doing to make today something spectacularly amazing? It's not about where I go after I die. It's about what am I doing in this world to maximize the life that I've been doing. That's why again, you'll find it so much. By the way, you at least be with me. Right? Because there's a report, so not, but I'm stuck with you. But I'm stuck with when I turn for something out of home. Pastor says, you give your true to Aaron. You know, to be Aaron the only time, what does that mean? I'm supposed to give my true to Aaron, but Aaron is dead. Aaron is dead. People are going to give to Aaron. Now look, you know, follow, when you say that yourself, what to do? Here's the thing, Aaron dead, so what? Aaron never came to himself. Aaron, when he died, he never came to himself. So what does it mean that giving him a true and allowing us to be with us, we start looking at Shema. So I say, what does it mean? It means that one day all of us come back to life, and therefore say, Christ will be so good that should you claim it your Shema. Because you're going to Torah. And there the youngest two lessons, the most happy with God. Which means that when the days that come, the church will be able to do that kind of thing is going to come back to life, and each of us will have the opportunity to bring our Shema to our home. The fact that the house of praises that way, that is a scripture reason, because there's no sort of stuff for today. You are right on schedule, do not worry, do not get ahead. But today, such a tremendous and self-powerful, incredible week ahead of us, God, everyone.
You just gotta keep
If you have to ask for the fucking
Here, my captain. They flocked the fuck out there to be in the movies, and they couldn't all be in the movies.
All right, guys, like good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning show. To thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor for Topshin KA, the Tilson Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shuman Roshos this year, and the Schluss of Soros Tovos for all of our Yisrael. Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Adar, Abba Lula Tovos, Terry and Steve Zing, Rabbi Yomi of Terry Stavu, Dr. Harry Khan, Steve Hirsch, Ben Yosef Achoin, the Zig of Luzin and Berlin families in memory of Mr. William Zev Shua Ben Yisrael Zechon, the Rabbi Yotam and Merit Bar Thomas Ola, all of the Rishon Savanali, his families in Yisrael, all those who need Refuah should have one together with Kohen for the Yisrael, and 12 Mishmir, for our hostages home, and all these soldiers should be successful for Massey. Because with that, let us begin. We have an incredible and overwhelming and beautiful daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is Sadik 90, we are picking up on K-Test on the days, 89B, 14 line up from the bottom. Smack in the middle of the story of the Akiva. So when we're going to start, he says to Amnavi, a beautiful sacrifice your son, which Amnavi responds to Nick, but he's going to use. You have two sons. Esifitcha, your only son. This one is a single son for his mother, and this one is a single son for his mother. Each of my children again have very unique singularity. Asher Ahavta, the one who you love. I love them both. What an incredible Gemara, right? So Abin says, you think I don't love Yishmael? You think I don't love Yishmael? The father loves his son, even if the son doesn't do exactly what the father wants. As Yitzchak. So finally, the Baruch says to him, okay, Yitzchak, I asked the Gemara, the Kochak Lama, why don't you just say from the beginning as Yitzchak? Why the whole thing over here? Why not just say from the beginning? Go ahead and sacrifice Yitzchak. In order that Avram Avinu not be overwhelmed by all of this. In other words, this powerful recognize the idea that halacha l'maisa, this would have been an overwhelming text. It's also in order for Avram Avinu to sort of see into this and intellectually ingest this, emotionally ingest this, raise it out slowly. Which is also a fascinating idea about sometimes how to convey difficult information. Sometimes it's not just about blurting it out. It's not just it, but again, something that person has to be able to ease into a brand new reality. Incredible. Kid was subtitled that. Once it's not what happened. Some of him was on his way to the idea. It also shows, by the way, how even Avram Avinu, I see this a bit more, again, getting Avram Avinu to be able to get into the mindset of being willing and ready and be able to do the Akidah is also a process. It's also a process, as deep as Avram Avinu was, it's not like we flipped the switch and said, okay, I'm ready to do the Akidah. It took time to be able to ease into it. Remember, like, give me something like that. So the Satan tried to sabotage Avram Avinu on the way to the Akidah. However, and we said, Rabbi, you start to that day. Yeah, I love the text of Ocean King, Mother, right? So there was the part of at the end of the puzzle is I read the part of the structure of the puzzle. And we said, Rabbi, so if the Satan says to Avram Avinu, does this make sense to you? That a God who loves you would actually do this? So the Satan is trying to feel logically sabotage Avram Avinu. And essentially get Rabbi to give second thoughts to this. Maybe this wasn't the resurrection. It's not what God really wants. It's not what God really desires. After all, how can it be that a God who loves you asks you to go ahead and also something so like look at that God saying, you said David Lachot, you hire law that way, so it's going to be better shoot law is so much. Yes, could it be that if God loves you so much, you have to something, in which your entire future hangs, your future hangs in the balance of this one boy, of this son. Because you extend to say that the God will test you in this way. On our own, I need to create it. This is such a beautiful, beautiful demand. Because I'm going to response, I walk in my simplicity. Like coming together from like that. Simplicity, completeness, whatever I'm going to say, he says, the most of what Amina is, what Amina represents is the ability to give oneself over in totality to the Lord. He's about this. I'm about to myself question. I'm about to myself question. So therefore, gambling is just the suffering. It's not about that. It's about giving myself over to God. I need to continue in it and walk with completion throughout the sorrowful. Whatever the people and tells me to do, that's what I'm going to do. That's my ability. Incredible. Hello, you rest like so the suffering is back over you. Well, maybe your Yira, maybe your Shemai, maybe your fear of heaven is making you foolish. Maybe your Yira ultimately again is blinding you. Maybe not the other. Is there anyone who has put their faith in after the spark and never has been lost? What I'm going to say is, you know what? Sometimes you can't explain everything. You just can't explain everything. But there's one interesting thing about Amira, which is people who have it are never put at a disadvantage. Right? Might be strange, might be unexplainable, but at the end of the day, both you have the shock and not moving off the other. Is anyone who took their Amira and shock have they ever been lost? Has there ever been a couple people who have disadvantage? This conversation is probably the essence that every person with Amuna goes through at some point in time. Just the difference is whether the Satan is speaking on the Amuna or whether Amuna is going through this conversation in his mind. Right? On one hand, could it be that a God who loves you is just to you? And what's the answer? I don't understand it as God. And therefore, again, I just give myself over to the Ribono Shalom. His practice is that's what it means. I give myself over to Hashem. But then the voice comes back and says, hold on a second. Maybe you're misunderstanding the will of God. Maybe it's not what God wants you. To which again, I'm not going to respond. At the end of the day, those who put themselves in great stuff is powerful. Those who give themselves over, who are moving to Hashem is powerful, they'll never be lost. It may hurt, it may be difficult, it may be overwhelming, but they'll never be lost. Even because of the low Kashmir. So once the Satan saw that Hamavinu was not listening to him, Amalei, Ve'ilai, Davar Yukinav, כך שמעתי מאחורי הפרגוד, הסל יאולו ויצחק יאולו. Interesting. Then the Satan says to Abram, you know, by the way, Abram, don't worry too much, because I heard from behind the curtain. At the end of the day, God's not even going to ask you to sacrifice yourself. Good news. At the end of the day, they end up offering up a sheep and not Yitzchak. Which was interestingly enough, okay, we know the end of the story. That is indeed what ended up happening. But yet, on the low, I'm going to say to myself, this is the punishment of a liar. Never say again, somebody lies enough, even when they tell the truth, no one listens. So interesting. So what's this last? What is this last? The whole time, the Satan is trying to convince. He's trying to convince Amavinu not to do this, right? And then the last big effort is back. Don't worry about it. You have to sacrifice this part. It's going to be fine. What's the shot? The shot was he was trying to take away the star, not the But he was trying to say, I'm going about it. That's the cast. He's not going to have to do it anyway. So you couldn't stop him. So you people ready for the reward for doing it. So you take away the immune control. You're talking about being essentially Satan. I don't listen to you. So whatever you say has absolutely zero meaning to me. Because at the end of the day, again, this is the person that a liar is working on the trustworthy. Incredible. Remember goes like this. I'm going to Yishmael Yitzchak. So ultimately, again, but as the Satan is having a conversation with Abraham, so Yishmael is having a conversation with Yitzchak, and he goes on and goes. Yishmael says, you think you're so great. I'm greater than you. After all, again, God only in covenants Sha'at Tamata Shmuel Yomit. V'ani B'Shmuel Shesed Shana. So when Yishmael says to Yitzchak, you got a bris. I got a bris when I was 13 years old. You got a bris when you were 8 days old. You're a baby. You have no consent. You have no memory of it. Me, I had to do it when I was possibly like an adult, 13 years old. Amrlo. So Yitzchak says, you're starting up with me with one body part. In Omer, we have to put up with Zoveach. And he's Zoveach me out. Right? And he's Zoveach. Ultimately, again, I used to come in and say, if I need to give my entire body to him, I would do that. And really, after that conversation, that was he needs us out there. If you answer that, he actually becomes. What's the with all of this? So first of all, that I think one of the things that comes up with this is, it's a bit cliche, but you know the phrase, Hashem never gives you a test that you cannot handle. I think maybe the makar for that may actually be this Gemara. Because what happens over there? And the conversation between Yitzchak and Yishmael. And Yitzchak says, if Hashem would tell me to sacrifice my entire self, I would be ready to do so. And right after that, Peroshim Yisras Hashem tested Yitzchak. It's almost as if after that moment, when Yitzchak himself demonstrated his ability to be ready for such an overwhelming test, in the aftermath of that statement, that's when it was tested. Only after, again, it was clear that Yitzchak was ready for such a Nisayon, can the Baruch give him that Nisayon. This is so. Hashem never puts us in a situation we can't handle. It doesn't mean it's easy. It doesn't mean it's pleasant. What it means is if I'm there, I can handle it. If I'm there, I can deal with it. It's also interesting to point out that, whenever you want to do something good in life, just be prepared for the forces of opposition to spring up against you on every single level. In fact, don't make the argument that the holier the endeavor, the more intense the resistance, right? When you're doing something that doesn't really matter, so the forces of nature don't start up, the suffering don't start up, the small don't start up, because no one really cares what it is that you're doing. When you want to do something holy, when you want to do something that's meaning, just get ready for the resistance to occur. So you see what's happening over here, right? The activity is starting, the Satan starting up with Abram, the Shmuel starting up with Yitzchak. So there's resistance every single step of the way. That's when you know you're on the cusp of Kedusha. It's reminiscent of one of my favorite parts of all time. Actually, by the Akedah. What's at the end of the Akedah? That friend says to Amnon, don't say anything to the boy. Don't check Yitzchak. And then what happens? Because it says, "Bini ayol bayar, bini ayol ne'achad b'snach b'tayno." Avram Avinu goes over and he sees that there's a ram that's caught in the thicket, in the forest. Avram Avinu goes over and he offers up as a carbon. I asked the customer, how did Avram Avinu know to go ahead and offer that up as a carbon? After all, Hashem just said he didn't want a carbon. Maybe he didn't want a carbon at all. Right? How did Avram Avinu know to offer the carbon? That's something amazing. He says, because Avram Avinu saw that it was stuck in the thorns. So his customer says like this: if the ayil would have run up to Avram Avinu's feet and lay down in his feet, Avram wouldn't have offered it. He says something that easy, that's from the suffering. And when he saw that it was stuck in his, listen, you ever try to get a ram out of a thicket? Right? It's not possible. It's not right. Somebody told me this out of the court. Right. But the right side. So okay, you ever try to get a ram out of a thicket? No, but you can imagine, right? There's the thorn. The animal's struggling. What happens when you try to get a ram out of a thicket? You get cut. You bleed. There's struggle. As when we saw where there is struggle, there is kedusha. Where there is easiness, there's no kedusha. Where there's struggle, if you are going to get cut, you are going to get beaten, you are going to get battered, you are going to get bruised. That's where there is kedusha. So where there's ease, there's comfort, but no kedusha. Where there's struggle, there's absolute holiness. And I will say that's the story. Sometimes starting up with Avram Avinu, Yitzchak, Yishmael starting up with Yitzchak. Sometimes in life, we undertake holy endeavors and then they get difficult. So we make the mistake of thinking that if Hashem really wanted this to happen, it would have been easy. The fact that there's difficulty shows that it's not the right thing. It's the opposite. It's the opposite. The holier the endeavor, the more intense the resistance. Sometimes the greater ease means it might be something very nice, but not that for that it's incredible. So back to Navi Sheker for a little bit. Navi Shidia. So Navi tried to get other people to go ahead and worship Avodah Zarah. The Rishon says you get close. So the Gemara says, remember again. So when you see the single Navi Shidia, that means that the Navi who tries to go ahead and get either an individual or a group. Next, Magicher and Dachas is, remember, those who try, or those who try to get the entire city to worship idolatry. So let's start off. The Skila, the Shura the Korach, the Shura says correct. Navi Shidiach the Skila, my son Rabbi. So Navi who tries to get people to worship Avodah Zarah gets Skila. Why is that? What's logical for Rabbi? Shut off from Moses. Malahavan the Skila, a kind of Skila. Lisa Ksila, the says, no, by the Navi it says, Isa. What's the Rachel? From Isa Mulabatorah, Stam in the Arachel. The general any Isa that is mentioned in the Torah is Kera. Madich Erni Dachas Skila, my time of Rabbi. So why is it that Madich Erni Dachas? They get still, what's the right point to Rabbi? Coming Hadacha, only Mesis, only Navi Shuvia. So again, they can do a Shabbat of Hadacha, either from Mesis or from the Navi Shuvia. Rabbi Shimon, coming Hadacha, Minavi. The Shimon is that Hadacha from Navi, never connect. The Ligmar Mesis, why doesn't Rabbi Shimon have to exert a Shabbat from Mesis? The Gemara says, Ligmar Mesis, done in Mesis, Shabbat in Mesis, Shabbat. They ain't done in Mesis, Shabbat in Mesis, Shabbat. So again, we'd rather go ahead and learn how to exert a Shabbat from Mesis, Shabbat, in Mesis, Shabbat. In this context, in this discussion, there's two types of insiders. Right? There are those who incite individuals, and there are those who incite groups. So therefore, again, we'd rather go ahead and make the Gzeir Shabbat to a light type of insider. Back to the opposite. I'd rather learn how to again what we call a common insider from a common insider, and that's a common insider from another who incites. That's true. If you will say, even though it's a Navi who may be doing the inciting, but once he's inciting at the end of the day, he becomes a head judge. He no longer really has the exalted position of Navi, rather he's a head judge. Don't Chista. If Chista says, what's the top of Sadik, 98. Machlokes, that's what we'll say. So in general, now we're back a little bit to this, right? False prophet. It's false prophet, right? So now the shaila is, what exactly is it that he has to do in order to go ahead and be considered a false prophet? Now, obviously, or Macy's. Now, obviously, if it's inciting people to worship Avodah Zarah, fine, but let's listen to this. Machlokes ba'oker haguf ka'avodas kochavim, v'kiyum mixas or bittul mixas ta'avodas kochavim. I will say this is interesting. Machlokes case comes up in the following situation. If he goes ahead and literally again uproots some total halacha of Avodah Zarah, but and then in other respects maintains certain aspects of the prohibition of Avodah Zarah. I think we can actually just a moment. First, Rashi started to tell him, Machlokes, Rabbi Shimon. And let's say that obviously, both Rabbi Shimon hold that halacha l'maisa, obviously Rabbi Shaker is going to fight Misa. What's the Machlokes? Type of Misa. That's the Machlokes. But look what Rashi says over here. He says, Machlokes Rabbi Shimon, the Navi Ba'oker Kol HaKuf Ba'avodas Kochavim, She'amar, Mitzkavisi B'rach HaKodesh V'Pi'atura V'His Navos Ra'akor Kol Mitzvahs Avodah Kochavim in HaTorah. So this is actually a classic case of this Rabbi Sheker, where he prophesizes and he says, I have received the word from God as recommended by God to abrogate, totally uproot. There's no prohibition of Avodah Zarah. No such thing as Avodah Zarah. Okay, or all the kind of mitzvahs to the back on mitzvahs, behind the Kamei Rabbanan Sila, which are solicit, or the other possibility is like this. The other possibility is he's maintaining part of Avodah Zarah, but uprooting part of Avodah Zarah. For example, what example this would be? Well, we'll see examples of this. Well, let's say he says, you know what, you're not allowed to offer a carbon to Avodah Zarah, but you are allowed to bow down to Avodah Zarah. So that would be an example of he's maintaining part of the prohibition, but uprooting part of the prohibition. So that's what this is Machlokes. So again, obviously, both Rabbanan and Rabbi Shimon are going to agree that he's pointed out. Machlokes is about the type of death. Watch this. Yeah, one of them, because the Torah says that the Navi will try to bring you from the derech, min haderech. Min haderech means even if he just tries to get you off part of the derech. In other words, that he's upholding part of the prohibition of Avodah Zarah and negating another part of it. Listen to this. About Oker HaGuf B'shar mitzvahs, Divrei HaKol B'cherech. This is interesting. So let's say someone goes and Navi comes along and says, nothing to do with Avodah Zarah. So Navi comes along and says, you know what? I got a prophecy from God. The prohibition of shackles no longer applies. Not doing Avodah Zarah. He just uprooted another mitzvah. Everyone agrees. Put to death because he's a false prophet and corrupting the word of God. But everyone agrees in that situation, he's put to death by Chana. The kiyum mixas, the bitter mixas, the permission to that proper. But by other mitzvahs, he goes ahead and let's say uproots part, but then goes ahead and maintains part by other mitzvahs. Everyone agrees. There'll be an example of that. He says that on Pesach, you only have to keep 6 days instead of 7 days. Something like that. In other words, so it's Shemitz. So again, so it's 2 categories. Category 1 is Avodah Zarah. Whenever a false prophet comes along and either uproots the entire prohibition of Avodah Zarah, or even if he maintains part of it, uproots part of it, that's the Machlokes of the Shimon and the Rabbanan. Tzchayt Misa is a Shkula, is a Chayim. That's category 1. Category 2, uprooting another mitzvah, not Avodah Zarah in its entirety. Saying another mitzvah, another Avera doesn't apply. Everyone agrees, Chana. Category 3, category 3 is in another mitzvah, each part of it maintains part of it, which is the plus halacha over there, pater. Pater doesn't mean that it's fine. Pater just means that the reason is not coming into death. So you must have that I'm going to 1 second. Malachas, now, the pasuk that you must quote is the pasuk. You must keep better Sarah Allah Shalom. So this is about the Navi Sheker, the false prophet. Navi Gemara is dissecting that pasuk a little bit. Malachas, because you can remember, he's going ahead by viewing you from the path that Hashem told you to follow. Malachas, Zum Mitzvah say. This is the first positive commandment. Zum Mitzvahs, Moisas, prohibition. Also, what does it sound like? It sounds like that even if the Navi messes with other parts of the Torah, we should still be put to death. What's going on over here? These are like the Bavalas Kochavim say, Bavalas Kochavim Hechim Mishkach stuff. And if you want to think he's talking about idolatry, the Lord said, is there any positive commandment associated with idolatry? To which the Gemara says, it's funny you should ask. There is. So Gemara Fista, Vinitaxta. There is a positive commandment. What's the positive commandment? Because you're supposed to break apart the altars of Avodah Zarah. Rabbi Amuna Amar. So we said Rabbi Amuna therefore has another version of this. Rabbi Amuna says like this. But I will say, first of all, tremendous Mazel Tov for our learner on the new coffee machine. So Mazel Tov feels like a grandchild. Mazel Tov, Mazel Tov. Shem, let's continue now. Let's Hashem, follow the ways of that, Salah Kadisha. But as I said, really, it's an opportunity. This is not Avi's second machine. On the job. And Rabbi, thank you very much for what you do for us, morning in and morning out. Tremendous. I could not start this year at 5:49 this morning. There wasn't a Zoom during this message, right? Which is strange. But then we saw the Hashem promotion, and it gives us a thank you really for all the late nights, the early mornings, and the coffee is delicious. Thank you very much. I will say. I'm going to go around and get around the applause. Wow, okay, I'll start making the coffee. Fine, Rabbi Amuna says as follows. Rabbi Amuna says like this. Our machlokas ba'okeh haguf. Being Babel is coming in Shah. Once it's different, Rabbi Amuna comes along, and Rabbi Amuna, he has a different approach. He says like this. Anytime another false prophet comes along and uproots in totality something from the Torah, whether that is Avodah Zarah or any other mitzvah. So in this case, again, when Rabbi Sheikh is coming along and he's saying, this mitzvah or this aver or whatever it is, no longer applies. And he's uprooting it in its totality. Anytime that happens, the Gemara says, so let's say so again. There are multiple categories. First of all, he consolidates two categories. It's like this. Uprooting of a mitzvah, whether it's idolatry or any other mitzvah, punishable like that. Furthermore, when it comes to idolatry, whether you go ahead and do a part of idolatry or all of idolatry, punishable like that. How about here, mitzvahs, give you a call potter. So when you touch it, if you uproot and transform some part of other mitzvahs. Like you said before, you learn Chinese on Tuesdays and Thursdays, but not the rest of the week. So that would be an example of uprooting part and transforming part. In that context, you partner. That's what it was. I'm a study like for the Torah. So listen to this. The Navi prophesies in order to go and uproot some element of the Torah. And again, I want to say once again, the Rice over here is not distinguishing between the Torah or anything else. The Navi comes along and says a particular mitzvah or a particular avera no longer applies. Okay, or a few of battle. Fine. The tiny mitzvahs for the battle mitzvahs. Let's say he prophesies to uphold part of the mitzvah and to negate part of the mitzvah. And the Shimon holds that. And the Shimon says that you're perfect. Give that for high. By a whole Zara, even if you partially uphold it, partially negate it, ultimately again you're going to be chayiv. You're going to be chayiv. The other example of that is, let's say it says, on Mondays you're allowed to worship Avodah Zarah, the rest of the week you can't. It's still liability for that. Abai is Salah Krepis. So therefore, I say now we have essentially three different versions about how this focus ultimately unfolds. So Abai holds like a fist, so just go through. So Abai holds like a fist of when we talk like Krepis, and we therefore interpret this entire discussion like this, how so? Rava all seems to say. Rava Salah Krepis, and we talk like Hamuna, Rava holds like Hamuna, and ultimately again goes ahead and interprets it like Hamuna. Here we go. Abai Salah Krepis. So guys like Krista, Sabai holds a good Krista, and interprets this entire discussion like Krista. Here we go. Again, if the Navi comes along and uproots the mitzvah from the Torah. Now, what's the definition of uprooting? In totality. You say a particular mitzvah doesn't apply, a particular aver doesn't apply. Whether we're talking about Avodah Zarah or Shar mitzvahs. Now, look, it is, everyone agrees, how much like by Chana? L'kayim mitzvahs u'levatim mitzvahs. What happens if Rabbi comes along by mitzvah and says he upholds part of it, negates part of it? Rabbi Shimon Poter. Rabbi Shimon says that you're Poter. That's by Shar mitzvahs. Shar mitzvahs. V'lo din rabbanon. And so to rabbanon like this. When it comes to idolatry, I see the Omer Hayom Ikua, but when it comes to idolatry, even if the false prophet is partially upholding it or partially negating it, everyone agrees that is liability, right? When you mess with Avodah Zarah, whether it's full negation, partial negation, there's going to be a Chiyuv Misa. What's the Chiyuv Misa? Market this way, market this way. That's not focus. That's not focus. Chenek versus Skiva. Go, that's Abaye. Rabbi Sarah like Rav Amuna, Mugas like Rav Amuna, Rabbi like Rav Amuna, and interprets the Bryce like Rav Amuna, and the Snavi, Lach, Bar Dalim, and Atorah. They have always called baby shamas. It's kind of market this way. If a false prophet comes along and comes to us with something in the Torah, right? Full negation, whether it's about Mizar or something else, Chayiv Yisa. What's the Mizar? Chenek versus Skiva. Fine. The timing mitzvahs, the Bible mitzvahs, the Shai mitzvahs. What happens if the Rabbi comes along by other mitzvahs, not by Avodah Zarah, and he upholds part of the mitzvah and he's part of the mitzvah? What's that? Rabbi Shimon Poter. Shimon says that the Poter. Or the Rabbi, so the Rabbi, or by others, when it comes to idolatry, after the Omer Hayom Kibdu on the Melcham B'Kuluha, Chayiv, idolatry is a partial negation is still going to be liability. What's the liability? Market this way, or market this way. That's what I say. Okay. So let's say, so what's interesting to note here is this all. So really what it comes down to is the machlokes is really about the nature of the punishment, not as much about the nature of the halacha. So essentially, here's what everyone is agreeing with. If an Rabbi comes along and tries to go ahead and uproot idolatry, whether he's going to end up rooting idolatry as a whole saying there's no Avodah Zarah, or there's partial negation, partial upholding, chayiv. Chayiv. What is it, chayiv? Okay, so that's my focus. That's my focus. Next case. Another comes along and tries to uproot, which is any mitzvah in totality. What's halacha? Chayiv. Next case, another comes along and tries to uproot, partially uproots and partially negates another mitzvah in the Torah. What's halacha? Potter. Another comes and tries to uproot and partially uproots and partially destroys Avodah Zarah. Everyone agrees, chayiv. The machlokes in these cases, what's the definition? But again, but the halachas everyone agrees. It's fascinating. Good. I'm ready to go on Yochanan. The call, Yom HaLachon Navi, over Al-Dibay Torah, Shema. No, what's the Avodah Zarah? So this is fascinating halacha. So the Ozner in general, if a Navi tells you to violate words of Torah, you have to listen. One exception, Avodah Zarah. Avodah Zarah, even if a bona fide Navi tells you to worship Avodah Zarah, you don't listen. Even if the Navi literally again performs a tremendous miracle, and it causes the sun to stop and all the sky, like the sun doesn't set, and it says, look, I'm preventing the sun from setting. Go worship Avodah Zarah, you don't listen to it. I was like, let me see if I can come to what is this? So remember, we have typical questions. So this is yesterday's Dr. Young Navi, right? And Harakana. The Young Navi instructed Christ to do something that is biblically prohibited. I can also offer Kabbalah outside of Israel. So this is the question. And yet he did it. So you see from here that a Navi has certain power and a Navi has certain license even to instruct the crowd to transgress. Right? Hora Shah. You see this concept. You see the sense of the line that he does by idolatry. Under no circumstances will we ever listen to a Navi to worship idolatry, which means I'll listen to a Navi to do a lot of other stuff, but not Avodah Zarah. Not Avodah Zarah. So the Gemara says as follows. And the Gemara backs up to say, even if the Navi performs a dramatic miracle. So you say, he's performing a miracle, obviously, we'll say, who does the power to perform miracles come from? From the Baruch Hu. Obviously, Hashem is going to do it, Hashem knows this case. No, that's not it. However, whatever the story with the miracle is, one thing is clear, which is do not worship idolatry under any circumstance. Time up. But Yosef will be honored. He hears all himself back to Shavuot Kofavim. I must say, then this is an interesting lesson over here. The Torah understands literally again the logic of Avodas Kachava. Mificha nitna Torah memshalava. Shafinu na'amid lecha chama be'emtza rakia al tishmagah. So interestingly enough, that if you look at Rashi, Nisna Torah memshalava Roma afilu tira oso navi Moshlava oso persona b'sev v'nasan elecha os umoses. So what's interestingly enough, or the real thing really saying like this creates an interesting theological conundrum. Like, why? Because if the Torah to do miracles comes from Hashem, and this Navi is pulling off a tremendous miracle, so what is that? I'm just a regular guy. I'm trying to do the right thing, and here God is obviously vesting this Navi with this incredible amount of power. So how am I, as a regular individual, supposed to understand the circumstances that are unfolding right in front of me? To which Rabbi really says that Hashem sometimes tests us in our spiritual fidelity to Him, and therefore Hashem will give power to certain beings to do certain things, even though again it's against the will of Hashem, so to speak. And therefore, again, even if the Navi performs a tremendous miracle, don't listen to him to worship idolatry. Rabbi Akiva. So Rabbi Akiva says, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? How can you imagine for a moment that Hashem would give power over nature to someone who is defying Him? How would that even work? What are you talking about? Hashem is going to give you ability, He's going to give power to a Navi. It doesn't make any sense. Elo, because Hananya ben Azor Hashem Navi MS, or Basov Navi Shaka. And the says, no. Where does the Navi Shaka scenario arise? So where does it arise? But fortunately, good Navi went bad. Good Navi went bad. So what happened? It happens, right? Sometimes good Navi go bad. Otherwise, that reminds you have someone who has his credentials as a bona fide Navi, right? And what happens? Unfortunately, he loses his way. They're going to say, it's like the Mishnah Rabbi says, I'll come in the Asmifai Yomosha. You're not believing yourself until the day that you die. You can be a Navi. Just because you're a Navi doesn't mean that you can't lose your way. But the Kiva says, that's the case of a Navi Sheker. So the Navi Sheker is someone who everyone knows. He's proven himself through real miracles. Because once upon a time, he was on Team God. And then what happens? He loses his way. He's not performing any new miracles now, right? But he's got credibility because he has a good Navi. Even if that guy comes along and tells you, cover up, the Muslim spoke to me, I heard the Lord, and he said, let's worship idolatry. But this is it. And even if this is the kind of Navi, who when he was a good Navi, kept the sun from setting, he still doesn't listen to it. But the Akiva says there's no way a false prophet would ever be able to perform any miracles. Okay, last part, don't worry, last point. What's the number again? Last point. What's your point? Right, last point, what's your punishment? Straight up. So the Mishnah says that interestingly enough, even so many testify about her, they don't get those questions straight. A lot of them they get 10. So does her adultery, right? Remember we finished with the adultery. What's behind the realism? Amrav Achabei Gav Ikal, the sign of Yosef over this is not Halomar, Baptist and Lokasher Zomam, Lasos the Office. The Pasuk says, for Edom Zomam, you have to do to the Edom what they conspire to do to their brother. So you might say, why? The Fishakol HaMizomenim, Shevitorah, Zomain, the following, so in general, listen, the way Edom Zomam works is what kind of punishment is it? It's a couple punishment. Whatever the Edom wants to visit upon the defendant is exactly the punishment that they themselves get. Now listen to this. The words Yotzi Bahem, Bas Kohen, keep it safe, they will have a safe up. So what happens? So now we know a Bas Kohen commits adultery, she is put to death with safe up. Now we know that her Boel, the man with whom she commits adultery, doesn't get straight, right? Because again, the Torah hands down that you punishing her. Zomamin, any Yodea. In Mohokshu, or that they do Zomamin. I think someone says now, two different things. You have two people committing the same crime, and yet their punishments are dramatically different. The Basco is going to get straight, the guy is going to get hurt. Right? So, which Zomamin, what are they getting? What are they getting? To which the Gemara says, Kishu Omer, Lasos, La'achiv, La'lo La'achos. Interestingly enough, the way the pasuk is phrased is that the agents are given a typical punishment, whatever they wanted to do la'achid to their brother. So what do you see from here? Is the general super proportion that they were going to visit upon the Poel and not the Isha. And therefore Allah for the nice and they get Chelik as well. Hadra Allah, Elohim and Here we'll say Mazel Tov. We'll say get ready now for perhaps the most overwhelmingly incredible and beautiful journey of your life. I mean, like what we are about to engage in. I will say the next couple of days. It's Olam Haba every morning. Olam Haba and Olam Hazar. These Gemaras are going to change our lives in so many ways. Mishnah, Kol Yisrael, Yesh Chelik Olam Haba. Okay, every year has the Chelik Olam Haba. Shnei Amar, Va'amech Kulam Tzadikim, the Olam Yershu Aretz, Neitzer Mata'ay Ma'aseh Adal Yisrael. So it says the Margaret quotes the pasuk. Goes on from Yeshaya, that literally again your nation are all tzaddikim, they will forever inherit the land. Neitzer Mata'ay, really again like my seven creations of my plantings, Ma'aseh Yodai Yisrael, and they are the creations of my hand through which I become glorified. So the idea of the part of the puzzle that we must be focusing on over here is, by the way, Rashi says like, what is this doing? Like, right? What does this have to do with our context of our discussion? Right? We were like knee deep in death, right? And now, so that's exactly what. Look what Rashi says. Most of the Rashi's on both sides on here. So this is Rashi on the left side. So again, so Rashi says over here, we're talking about that kind of piece, and now we're going to talk about Olam Haba. So the truth is, I this is not what Rashi is saying, so I'm saying this moment, we get to the next line. But I think that even before we go on, the thing is, no one is beyond salvation. Right? And even those are killed by Nisas Deizim, ultimately, as long as they do tshuva before they die, Holy Spirit will take grown up. You might have felt that you're being executed by Deizim. That is the end of the road for you in this world and the next. It's not true. First idea about tshuva, literally again to the last. So here we just finish about it. Okay, it's subject. Unfortunately, make sure to do tshuva before you die, because if you do so, what's the next line? Holy salvation can go. Every year has a punishment that will come, and therefore even you, Jews being executed by Chanek, by Skila, by Srefa, by Harab, whatever it is, you can still earn your portion in the world to come if you die as about tshuva. Incredible. So let's say it's interesting, by the way, because if you look at the context, the Mishnah quoted the Amish Kulam Tzadikim. Remember, the Amish could also be vocalized in a different way, which is how Imcha. The Imcha Kulam Tzadikim. We talk about this powerful every year is a big tzad. Right? Every year is a big tzad. Right? So in other words, what does that mean? See, the Rothschild sees us on so many different levels. He doesn't just see the outside, he sees the inside. He doesn't just see where we are, he sees where we've been. And he also sees who we can become. So because the Rothschild is the one entity in this world who is able to see potential, the Imcha Tzadikim, in the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, every single person is a tzaddik. Because once again, he doesn't just look at us through the prism of what we are right now, he looks at us through the prism of who and what we can become. And every year has such incredible potential, and therefore, the income through HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Kulam Tzadikim. That's the first line. And then Yeshua the Mishnah says, okay. And these are the people who don't have a portion of wealth to come. So again, I'll say, so obviously, there's an inherent contradiction right here. So what's the shot? Everyone has every pleasure, every Jew has a portion of the world to come. And these are the ones who don't have a portion of the world to come. So I'll say, so how do you reconcile that? It's very simple. What's the difference between the first and the second line? If you are a member of Klal Yisrael, if you identify as part of Christ, in other words, if you embed yourself within the Klal, you have a portion in the world. When do you lose your portion? The moment you remove yourself from the Klal. Because if you notice again, it doesn't say the Elu shall Yisrael Shem. It says the Elu. So you can either be Yisrael or you can be Elu. If you're Yisrael, if you spend your life building up bonds of access and embedding yourself within the cloud, sometimes no matter what you do as an individual, you unfortunately won't become. But if you're an alien, you're balanced like this, you're taking attention, you don't like other Jews, you have difficulties with access, you remove yourself from the cloud, then you can lose your own Haba. Embed yourself in the cloud, Olam Haba will always be yours. Remove yourself from the cloud, you put yourself in danger of losing your sacred portion. So who loses their portion of the time? Someone who says there is no resurrection of the dead. And someone who says Torah is not divine. Zapi Koris. Again, Rashi says in the first one, Zapi Koris. Then Rabbi Kiva says, Afa Kori Bisfar Hachitsoni. This is very interesting. So I was like, even one who reads Sfar Hachitsoni, what is that? Secular knowledge, secular books, what? So again, we'll have to define exactly what that means. Va'alochish alamaka va'omer kalamaka v'esh hashem yitayim v'asim alacha ki'ani Hashem rochacha. Someone who whispers some type of incantation over wounds. Okay, like I said, we're going to define what all of these things are. Avishal says, Akal yes Hashem goes to someone who pronounces the name of Hashem with his letters, like that's the use of the name. Someone who actually says it. There are three kings and four regular people who go down in history as having lost their portion in the world to come. Who are they? Shoshim from the three kings, Yeravam, Achad, and Menashe. We'll say, well, Achad we were just yesterday's back. Yeravam, actually both Yeravam and Achad. You may make the down, right? They both were kings and Menashe. Come on, Menashe, we need Gemara. We're going to say, so basically, I don't know if I mentioned, these secrets Gemara just like each of these Gemara is just overwhelming. And the Rabbi says, Menashe should go wrong. Rabbi says, no, King Menashe, by the way, is the one who's 55 years old. King Menashe has a portion in the world to come. Shneimar by Yisrael Elov, by Yishmat Shinaso, by Yishibu Yerushalayim himself. There's also going to talk about this. Menashe got himself in some trouble, some really significant trouble. He died into Hashem, and Hashem restored Israel in Yerushalayim. So what do you see here? Menashe diving, and it's the most for answers. You see this thing that we have so many people about Shuvah. And we know the second, no. The Mafusa Yeshivu, the Lord of all of our bodies. So Menashe was returned again to his monarchy, but he was not restored to his portion of the come. Our had Yodos, who were the four regular guys who lost their portion of the come. Bilam, the Locust Yeshiva. Doeg, we'll discuss him, he was an advisor to King Shaul. Achitofel, one of the advisors to David HaMelech, who then switched sides to Absalom, and the Chazzi, like the Gabbai of Eliyahu HaNavi. Again, we'll talk about all of those. Which Gemara says, the Kol Kach Lama. Gemara's jumping right into this. Why is it that someone who goes out and denies resurrection, that someone denies the resurrection, why is it that he does not have a portion in the world to come? So the Gemara says, Rabbi said, by the way, just as an aside, and again, we'll get into this a little bit more, there's machlokas about what the phrase Olam Haba refers to. What is that? Is that like the afterlife? Is that when you die? Like that's where you go? Is that messianic and post-resurrection era? So there's a lot of discussion over there as well. We're just going to look at the idea right now for our purposes today, although I'm just saying right now, we're going to switch, we're going to flip that by most depending on the context. But for myself, for right now, we're just going to the idea that Olam Haba, I think, is how to constantly use it. Your portion of what comes where you go after you die. So you go after you die, right? Eternal life. Now again, what happens? What's the interface between Olam Haba and Messianic resurrection? Right. But on my side, again, we'll listen to this but that's all this is. I understand, because a guy denies resurrection, he loses his Olam Haba, to which the Gemara says, yeah, the Gemara says, the Kol Hach Lama, look up the Chesed. He rejects the notion of Chesed. Oh, yeah, no, Caleb, the Chesed. I must say that, interestingly enough, from the Gemara's usage, Olam Haba in this context actually means Messianic era. Because the Gemara says, like, he's like, this guy, he rejected the notion of Tchias HaMesim, and therefore, again, he gets no Tchias HaMesim, which, by the way, makes sense. If you don't believe it, you don't get it. If you don't believe in resurrection of the dead, you don't get resurrection of the dead. Like only goes to Shach Baruch Hu, the way that devotion works is reciprocity. Tit for tat, reciprocity. I'm not drawing a honey. I'm not doing a son. How do you know that the Baruch works with the reciprocity? Listen to this. It's interesting where the Gemara is after. Even though there are other psukim in the Torah, it seems to indicate this. The Gemara chooses this story. It's actually very fascinating. Shimon Dvar Hashem, Cha'ish Mocher, Sa'ar, Solas, Shakel, Usasain, Sa'ar, Shakel, Bashar, Shomyo. Okay. Context. The army of Aram has laid siege to Yerushalayim. Now what happened was famine. Obviously it's famine. So there's no food available. Elisha gets up in the middle of the city and says, do not do it. This time tomorrow, you'll be able to buy a ton of food for better than a month. In other words, you need overabundance of food. So what happens? Vayan HaShalish, Ashar Melech, Mishael Yado, Es Kishel, Vayomer, Kini Hashem Ozen Lubos Bashamayim, Ayili HaDavar Hazeh. So one of the commanding officers of the army essentially says to Elisha, that's ridiculous. Even if Hashem opened up all of the windows in Shamayim, if such a thing occurred, or what the officer was saying is there's no food here. There's no food here. It's not going to go from no food to overabundance of food that doesn't make any sense. Vayomer, so Elisha says to this officer, this is going to happen. You're going to see the overabundance, but you're not going to get to eat. And what happened? By the way, the end of the story is, that night, the army of Aram packed up and just left. They just left for some unexplainable reasons, and they left behind all of their food, all of their food. So the next morning, what happens? There was a stampede out of the city to get the food of the Aramean army. Who was killed in the stampede? This officer. This officer, he was either do not kill us or you should die, right? Or maybe it was the curse of Elisha that caused this death. I'm not using that word. Kill us, fuck us, do that, really bad. Again, the curse of the Chacham is very powerful. Even if you're going to be just any other soldier can do it. If you look so proud, I'm going to serve by others. If that's the case, it's going to step over in his eyes. My Bishar, why does it say by the gate? This is Bishar, because this conversation is happening between Elisha by the gate. Say that Rabbi says, if I love for myself, you must see from here, you can do that. So the Spark will operates again because therefore, again, if a person doesn't believe in predestination, then don't believe that. That's up to you. But if you don't believe it, I'm also not giving it to you. If you don't believe it, you're not getting it. But never needed by the Congress, and Rothschild says this is one of the most important episodes in Kol HaTorah. The Rebbe actually bases it on the Pasuk in Purim, Hashem Tzirka. Hashem Tzirka. So often we translate Hashem Tzirka as Hashem is your shade. The Rebbe says, no, what does it mean? Hashem is your shadow. So what does your shadow do? Your shadow does whatever you do. The Rebbe says, what you get from Hashem is what you are willing to pay. Right? What you invest is what you get out. The way this whole thing works, how it is to find reciprocity. So if I go above and beyond for him, he'll go above and beyond for me. I act in supernatural manner for him, he'll act supernaturally for me. I push myself beyond the realm of that which is expected of me, then he'll do the same for me. Again, it's very important. If again, I'm the kind of person that I'll check the boxes. I'll do what I have to do to maintain the good faith. No, I don't know how to do so. Right? So therefore, I'm going to do what I have to do in order to get by. Just expect that same type of because we're going to react the same way. So again, if I am embedded in a framework of mediocre Judaism, we're going to expect mediocre divine response. That's the way it works. That's the process. On the other hand, if I want more from Hashem, if I want supernatural from Hashem, if I want to in the clothes, then I have to become supernatural and older. Then I have to push myself, and I have to grow. Don't expect more from God than you yourself are willing to invest in your relationship. Listen every day, God. The Bible is constantly. Hashem is my shadow. Hashem's incredible, incredible. Sends him. I'm ready to open. Right? Because when I go up, so I just fascinating. From where do you see the scriptural allusion to Tchias? Very interesting. Okay, by the way, this begs the general question of like all of this stuff. Tchias, Mashiach, Olam Haba. Why is it not mentioned explicitly in the Torah? Right? The Rabbi includes it as Yudin retiring, right? Mashiach includes as one of the Yudin retiring, 30 principles of faith. Tchias Amesim, 40 principles of faith. Okay, so not everybody agrees with Rambam. It's Rambam. So what's the shot? Something that's so close and so simple yet not mentioned. It's so far as it's been so beautifully. It's very simple. Judaism is a life-centric religion. Judaism does not focus on, right? The Torah doesn't speak about the afterlife. Why? Because that's not what our focus needs to be. Torah doesn't, this is incredible by the way, Torah doesn't speak about Mashiach. Why? It's fascinating. That's not where our focus needs to be. Where does our focus need to be? Maximizing this life. Maximizing this moment right there. Now, something that's what makes an amazing observation. The first says, by the way, if you notice, if you have a drive-by, the fundamental distinction between what you're seeing in virtually every church and every shul. Fundamental distinction is cemeteries. Churches often have cemeteries attached to it. Shuls never have cemeteries. The only places often you find shuls with cemeteries like New York. And that was because of land. Like that was just often because you get a lot of land. You have to do like you have to live and die on that same part of land. Right? So that's why you have cemeteries. But if you notice, like no one ever has so you would generate much more refunds, right? But when I say, like, when kids clubs and when parents, like, they're really beautiful, right? They're all together. So the most why that truth for cemetery. It's very simple. Judaism is a life-affirming religion. It's a life-affirming religion. It's even not about what happens after 120. It's not even about what happens after Mashiach comes. It's about now. It's Monday. It's Monday. So what am I doing to maximize my life? What am I doing to make today something spectacularly amazing? It's not about where I go after I die. It's about what am I doing in this world to maximize the life that I've been doing. That's why I go to the final results. When I ask, by the way, at least give me a hint. Right? Because when I told it, this is so beautiful. When I saw to me, plus it says, you will give the tumor to Aaron. You know, if you Aaron the only client, what does that mean? I'm supposed to give my tumor to Aaron, but Aaron's dead. Aaron's dead. So this is give my tumor to Aaron. Here's the bigger problem. Notice Aaron's dead, but what? Aaron never came into Eretz Yisrael. Aaron at 25, but I will vote. He never came into Eretz Yisrael. So what does it mean I'm giving him a shmon? I'm allowing us to lift us and stone those below shmon. So what does it mean? It means that one day Aaron is going to come back to life. And there's some cries will be also to give him the shmon. You can with Tchias in and here's a remnant to Tchias. So much like how beautiful is that? Which means also in the days will come, the Tchias and the business will be without trying to things to come back to life, and each of us will have the opportunity to bring our Tumah to Aaron. The fact that the Muslim phrases is that way, that is a scripture. Because listen, we'll stop over here for today. We are right on schedule. Do not worry. Do not look ahead. For today, let's take tremendous incredible week ahead of us. Good morning, let us begin with the rest. As a good book Hashem, begin. Bring up 3 songs to know for some. I got a ring of the show that we can do not do it for beautiful about really. Actually, I want to read how many questions this week. Ridiculous. It's too good. So good to be in front of that slight of this is what I say. I just say, so we do not say we all about that before this moment is supporting. Power. I know you're going to tell us to pick up, sleep, and heavy. The coaching respect of himself and dedicating everything and just like as is the case. So the soul started to end this story. I found very touching for the night of Agro, Harry Steve G, and Rabbi as Harry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Steve Church, Yosef Hakoy, and the Yud, and the Day, and Burning Families of Memory and of Yishimoni, Zeb, Shmuel, and Yisrael, the Shane of Rafa, the Alpha and America, Tommy Jonah, all the great families out there, the family day from us, all the most needed food cabins of our prayer families, especially to their mission vision, all our hostages, all our holy service to be successful before we must say we did. As we watch, let us be a great application test, speaking on, looking up at the Mishnah on Harry test. The Mishnah says as follows, every day, before you do your homework, you do your homework. And let's go to shine some homework last night at the end of the year. If I don't start on the right path on Sunday, there's absolutely no chance. If you look ahead, we have some incredible ahead of us this week, and some very long path ahead of us as well. So I would give myself a fighting chance. So we're on Texas, 89 years, any Malaysian answers, which is one again, we are still the incredible studio of Executive Monday. Saying this says, never lose this to you, never want to lose this to the other. So never again, you learned already, you have left this concerning when exactly my name is put together, what type of my hits and really need to listen exactly my name, never think the actual execution of exactly my name. So it says, you do not execute him in the base in the city, nor do you execute him in the base in Yahweh. But I know, what's the base in Yahweh? Look at that's about to go over that. Initially, the basis for the Mikvah HaGozus. On the other hand, because we will be Rothschild, actually, that's just a lucky to go to Yahweh. Ba'adayin Abayis Kayim, Yahweh can only be Tefillah, and he says of Yahweh. So, interestingly enough, Yahweh was one of the most teachings of the significant exile. So, the significant thing like this. In order to go ahead and execute the Monday, the Sanhedrin God that actually situated in the Mikvah HaGozus in Timber and Stone, English language compound. So, for instance, if the Sanhedrin is not sitting in its place, right place, even if its English is still standing, you can't execute the Zakin Monday. However, now we also have these Rothschild in Shalayim, to take the Zakin Monday up to this Rothschild to the high court in Shalayim, and the Shalim also at Hayayim, and the Nisi also Berega. So what we do is we incarcerate them, it's like you put them in a whole piece out, until the next upcoming Rega, the next upcoming Rega, take one of the Bali days up to this, there's a thing like that, high court is this. Remember again, this is the first doctor, the first player in this guy. I want to get this message free, so we're going. Everyone's on a journey. Everyone mom is like, always journey is something else. Something like you need to use, right? The use is never taken there. It's never like, okay, let's sit back, reflect, that's it. You're always traveling towards the next thing. The time is now behind us. It's again, that's not the privilege to be residents of the side. So I guess the rest of the time is up and a little bit behind us. But now, it's okay. There's something new like in front of us. Exactly right. So we keep talking, the first thing in Mishnah is we keep this up in memory, and I reach up until the next Rega, up until the next month. And we reach out to you execute it on your day. Because you really, this is fascinating. Now, why should I not? The color on the Mishnah, you ready? And then you use it as you ready to do it. Because the passage is really, the entire should be with fear. We're with fear, and essentially we're not following the footsteps. He knows what we do. So when the second of the king says it like this, we gotta make a step progress. Whereas people have to see it, people have to see this, people have to understand this, there has to be a public part to this. So that again, unfortunately, people see this thing, they see it by circles, or people see certain things in other relations. So the people says, you got to those things that are redundant, but you don't have a spectacle. And even the movie says no. Even the animals do not trust. So when the movie says no, you do not delay judgment. Or there's absolutely no reason to do that. Or in the least thing also in the yard, so if you live in the community, because then you start to sleep by a sleep independent colors. And what do we do? here's the issue. I do agree that you already need some element of publicity with it. The whole from Yakuba, the publicity component essentially is established by what we were talking about in the Mexican again on the level. But he was saying, you don't do that. When I say, even on your side, you do not corrupt. Like if somebody liable to get corrupted, you execute it. You're not going to go ahead and transfer some months at a time. Rather, go ahead and execute it. And what we'll do is we'll send out letters. So we say each thing is kind of celebrated. And again, that's how we'll go ahead and we'll follow the publicity piece. So worry about it, and we will send it out. Instead of those are some of the messages about how we go ahead and when we go ahead and execute the numbers. It's not about that. That's how it was. Any reason also, never reaching to you, was not just a bright star, which pretty much echoes the Mishnah. The right says as follows. In the Eastern also, motivation should be given, so we don't execute something that maybe is local basis. The motivation should be out there. Not even if there's the other. But yeah, they do the itself. Hello, Margaret also raises obviously. Rather, again, what we do is that we remember up to the high court in Shalim. And Shalim is also Adara. And we hold him, try to hold him and hold himself up until Yomtis. And we listen also the level. And we execute him on Yomtis. Never the Chala and Yishivu, we roll the way that we have to do. As the Pastor says, come in with fear, and we will fear. We will fear. These are the words of Rabbi Akiva. So again, remember, Rabbi Akiva, that's when the Chol HaAv. When you have a time with everybody to fear about this, it's probably for the simple Yerushalayim for the right. I'm going to let you know. If you know now, does the Pasuk say that they should fear and we should see? But the Akiva is making us about that people should see the second number executed. As we just said, does the Pasuk say that they should fear and they should see? All it says is that we should fear and we should fear. Lots of Marshall London says that. So essentially, again, the Leader says the way you should fear about it, they don't see it. They don't see it. So they know that it's more than enough. Furthermore, again, why go ahead and delay the judgment? London says that. No one's saying that it's say that what you don't say is to be like an evil do the really the corruption of the day. It's interesting something like, life is, every child has stuff that their parents will always say over and over and over. So much of the day of the joke, like the marriage one, like I say, it's kind of like here, is whatever is going on in life, you need it to. Just need it to, again, we spend so much time getting upset about things that don't go our way, or lamenting things that don't go our way. It's like, just lean into it. Sometimes in our life is so much about taking out of the current circumstances, just lean into it and just go. You're going to be great, you're going to be fine, you're going to figure it out. So it's interesting, sometimes the greatest anxiety in life is when you know that something negative is going to happen, but it's not happening now. I'm like, I'm waiting for this. I know it's going to happen. I know it's going to happen. So there's sometimes when like, you know how things are going to turn out. That's what I want anxiety. But then, I know what is going to happen. So it's always going to be this. Why would you do this to this person? It's not about it. So you do execute exactly my life. So you execute it. You get what you execute it. But now, why would you delay it? What's the purpose? What's the serious motive for that? You have to execute someone. You have to execute this Rahmanis. That might sound like a lot of things. It's really things that things that can be difficult things, but difficult things have to be done with Rahmanis as well. So there's like a memory, okay, if you want to say that's it, it's going to be executed. But why delay? You know, that's it. So after you get out of these skills from the agriculture, you shut the home up on this thing is highly celebrated. Okay, so how do we prepare to get this issue? Like letters, send out the letters, call the different communities. So-and-so acting as a fucking number. So let's say, this is what I remember about this. Let's get and like, you know, how you execute something number. Okay, then let's get about this. I don't see things like that. Now, it's interesting because clearly, as we see this as a memory, it's not just how you execute it, but there is this thing of this publicity to it, that people have to see, people have to know what it is that's happening. You know, by the way, there are four other situations, where in general, it's not just for us to execute, but a public announcement has to be made. Who are they? Number one, This is the one who goes and recites others to worship the Holy God. Then Solar Umola, Zakin Mamre, and Ujin Solomon. Interesting, all of these four new macros that we realize these Rashi says that they are Raza, clearly means the nature of the other ability to be legal as happy. So you realize so-and-so is executed because to make to the Radero, and all of this in front of the other two public example, like this is policy. You know, it's like, who signal the Quran before you swear? So ultimately, again, I'm sorry, the Quran. So all of these situations, because the Quran, the entire nation will see. Interesting enough, the Quran is exalted. The Quran is exalted, so by the Quran, the Lord Quran will cause you to see that. What is Sahab Yusuf? Because it's interesting enough by the Zoning, the lesson is behind the Quran. Those are left over. Like those who are made. Why doesn't the people sing the space of watching the ultimately a village full of ends? What's the reason? The reason is because by English, not everyone is fit for English. English is always more limited for why. But then that's a limitation again, that they can't do English, right? Plus, if you look at it, I can't see that it's can't do English. So because English itself is not open to general public, still under the public administration of its own self, doesn't have to be it's not as sweeping as the other circumstances. Okay, you can't let that beautiful command of God, and you saw that the sun is already going to hold you to a whole tomorrow. Great. Mishnah, Navi Sheker, Navi Yasai, next guy is hiding something. Navi says, okay, so what is he? And it's not a Mashal Shama, the Mashal Na'amalo. So what's the Navi Sheker? So there's a couple of different examples of this. Number one could be a person who prophesied something that he did not hear. Okay, or something that was not said to him. That was an interesting very messaging. So let's say again, I'm standing around with my friend of Kiddush. A lot of stuff's happening at Kiddush, right? So what happens? My friend gets to do at Kiddush. Many people think you're going to do at Kiddush, right? Especially by your third Kiddush. Suddenly again, you're prophesying for down. So again, so what happens? I'm standing next to Ruben. Ruben gets Nebuah. Not just to be, it's a legitimate Nebuah. Like, case number one is, I prophesied something that we thought we did not say. Case number two, we both have been my friend is Nebuah. I heard however that happened. Like, I heard Nebuah, and I say it over. That's not my prophecy to give. That's not my prophecy to give. That also falls under the category, under the umbrella of Navi Sheker. You know, in these cases, stuff to be open. So these individuals, like Navi Sheker, is executed in by force. About a public just with law, so that's what this is passing. Public just with law, so somebody refuses with law and refuses to share it. Like public with like or something. So with law and refuse to share it. By the background of it, he disregards the reality. You know this to other possible aspects, or another to receive the law. The Bible is the only law that we receive. So all of these cases, we suffer this tonight. All these individuals, again, that we do this tonight. Death at the hands of heaven. Death at the hands of heaven. Because for sure now, I know who has no commitment. And the time before all this stuff, I'm going to let you into all these people for a bit. And the time before all this stuff, if somebody prophesies this in the name of an Avodah, and when I was wrong with that, I'm not going to stuff happen. And again, the person says, little bit again, this is what the Avodah says. I see the key in his head, so if I know if I come in, over time, as I thought, Even if what you say is factually correct. Because let's say a person comes along and says, I hereby say in the name of Avodah Zarah that one is supposed to avoid kindling the fire on Shabbos. Okay? Right? So even though he doesn't say anything wrong, and what he's saying is actually aligning with what we believe as well, the fact that he's giving it over in the name of Avodah Zarah by definition makes you relevant. Abba, is the first introduction, even Shinichus on the Shus Abba is the Abba is going to do that. Abba, Allah, how is it a so there's a man that says, well, he's just looking like a lynch. Even if this is married woman has not yet lived with her husband, so she accepts innocent and not received. Or they just come out of innocent, but again, they do not yet live together. By what it is, we better have you therefore, this person punished by Torah. There's someone in the Torah for Allah, so ultimately they're going to receive the remember. A box story commits adultery, what's the game? What's the game? Swear theft. So remember again, that's unique thing for her, because not the fight these are adulterers, nor does it apply to even zoning, like many witnesses to testify falsely about her. Shekol HaMidiyim, Makbilim HaOshim, and so this is all that's part of our Zero again. You're not the Igor, if you don't work with the Igor zoning is what? You're not reciprocal punishment. That's even less accurate on it. The exception to this is, Igor zoning will buy a bass toys, if she gets straightforward, but they, or what is the adulterer, will get it. Okay, together, so much less otherwise. That's the deal. Supposed to be something to be out there. Supposed to be something you should know. So we have these are all categories of false prophecy. Three of them ultimately again are told by a book, and three of them missionaries. Okay, so what are they? And the travel marshal of Shama, who marshal of Ne'emanah. What's the ultimately again? A person goes ahead and prophesies something of prophecy. So it's that a prophecy that was not set. That was essentially a revengeful prophecy. Now again, this is prophecy in the first part. Right? So they can just inventing prophecy, or they go out and make a big prophecy that was set for someone else but not for them. Or when it's not even sure what is the heaven, right? And when you find sure what is the heaven, also to go ahead and prophesize the theory of Avodah Zarah, right? As we said before, even if what you're saying is factually correct, the Sasa do the other. All three of these individuals are executed by a human judge. A couple of the also, and that's the season of war. But there's not so. And the back of the Rabbi, somebody disregards the words of the Rabbi, the Rabbi shot out with the Exmo. So nobody disregards the own prophecies. The Sasa, you do so. Ultimately, again, your death is at the hands of heaven. You know, so it's interesting to know this idea. It's not a master of Shama. I understand why. If somebody prophesies, the person says, I see you are working with me, you never make that the directly see. I understand what the people is saying. It makes sense. When they do prophecy, they don't say, but if I go along and I do a prophecy given to someone else and I do it over, I understand that's not good. Yeah, it's what the people say. And what's I'm not making up the information. The information is factual. The information is correct. But yeah, again, let's see the concept. Let's see why it is. So this is like strategically what's all of this. You know, say, the most idea a person could commit in life is trying to be someone else. If you only do the things you are both in life, you never to be someone else. You are both to become the best version of you. So when a person gives a prophecy that was given to someone else, that prophecy is given to me. It's not mine. When I take that prophecy and I now make it mine, that's me trying to become me. But we are both trying to become someone else like to be. That's such a purpose. That's a purpose. Where it's such a difficult thing because we often spend so much time trying to become other people. We see other people who can represent us at the level of success. And they don't, I want to be that guy. I want to be that guy. You know, again, there's something to be learned from every person. As we talk about what we come on, I'm like, I've got to learn from every person. But my goal is never to become someone else. So this notion when you think that you are, that was given to someone else, to me with your own, that is that fundamental level of personalistic obligation. But again, my objective is to be you, and to be the best version of you. You pick someone else's reward and you make it your own. How do you So, and that's not right. Because what's the matter? Before you get back, you're always trying to become somewhere else. Right? So there's always someone better. There's always someone more successful. There's always someone who's spend your life trying to be like other people. Right? Spend your life trying to become the best version of you. Incredible. All right, let's go back. Let's you know. Yeah, you know what I mean? So you know all this stuff. I'm going to do that on the Alberta country for what it says. After another I said, Yossi, the Dada, Kishmi. So it says, open up your memory. Rabbi, who will intentionally try to system over memory. That he's that. Design is coming up to the trainer. That first could not even invent the prophecy and doing over something that is not to be. Okay, Kaidus. Next. That share no CBC. I do not command it in. I'm a Kadeh CBC, but then first that I did command it to another Rabbi. So that is what I'm referring to. Design is not very much alone in MMO. That refers ultimately against the prophet who did go something that was not said to him. That is very funny. And you go out and see something over there, even on the God. Design is found to others for coming. Therefore, for somebody prophesizes really like that. And you know what the truth of that? The truth of that is even if what? Even if informationally what you are saying is correct, the fact that being given over one of our design makes it liable to that. It's said, and in all of these cases, what does the prophet say? The links are not in happy. It's probably for the rest. On this side, we're going to stand in the elephant. And as they will stand whenever the Torah says about therapy, it doesn't identify which that therapy is default is. Good. Let's say that's our first word. Next, according to this video, so I'm about to give them Rabbi. The Rabbi is about to give us when he says in tonight. Let's look at the next three. This is someone who prophesizes, but again, holds back his prophecy, doesn't share. The doctor disregards the words of the Rabbi. Or number three, a Rabbi who violates his own Mitzvah. So all these people are put to death to the Israel, and living in this. And this is Rabbi, I shall know Yishma. So let's say the Pasuk says the first one up there, the Rabbi may not listen. Holiday, may not shmia. So the third has down, Yishma, but what? May not shmia, may not listen to him. Which means what? He's going to do that to his own prophecy. The holiday, I'm sorry, holiday may not shmia, it's holiday may Yishma. Of the road and of the day. See, I make it a great sleeping on the Israel. Which is not so good. And that one Pasuk is someone who feels it. Disregards it. Like somebody who is a prophecy disregards it. And somebody else who feels the disregards it. And Rabbi ultimately arranges for the to be also shall not share his memory. And it's never not share a now we love this in the service. Also, not to cut. It was a little time a little bit. But I love that summer. The person prophesizes something she do not feel. So you might give an example. It's to go, Sikya Ben Kinana. It's Sikya Ben Kinana. Who's Sikya Ben Kinana? It's Bayan for Sikya Ben Kinana. Tiny concept. This is interesting, by the way. So this is the story in Rabbi of where Aram was attacking Israel. And the interesting alliance, one of them is this sixth kingdom of Malchus Israel, of Malchus Israel, and of Malchus Judah. The king of Malchus Israel is never in the Bible, and the king of Malchus Judah is never in the Bible. The Shabbat is very righteous, and Shabbat is was righteously claimed. But they realized that they had to form an alliance in order to combat that alliance. So Shabbat I'm going to learn some prophecy to back this up. If it was like a super unholy alliance, sometimes you need an unholy alliance to accomplish holy objectives. So I said, something like this, I think we were lucky. But after producers, after getting those stories, you can get enough money. You can find plenty of prophets, right? So one of us, after producing posters of prophets, and still somebody not exactly convinced. So there was this other guy, Sikya Ben Kinana. This is an instance. What is Sikya Ben Kinana? He fashions, he makes iron horns. I was supposed to symbolize the fact that Christ was going to go around. We're really successful. Okay? So the Gemara says as follows. So my habit is, so again, so now, there was what I pointed out. Sikya really received prophecy. He really didn't receive prophecy. But ultimately, I think what the word received was a triple false prophecy. Because again, whatever happening in his style is Achab is killed in his style. All of his hoping was that his heart was raised to lure Achab into battle so that Achab would die in battle. So you know it says, my having on what should Cynthia have done? Rebels actually says this is a wild story. So Cynthia was deceived by a spirit. Whose spirit? The spirit of Rebels. So that name sounds familiar. Remember, Rebels had a beautiful years. But Jacob very much was weak. So essentially bring the Rebels up and execute it. Rebels were executed and ultimately Jacob. So what happened? So the spirit Rebels came back and kind of appeared in Scythia, making it was like sort of fall. In order to get Jacob to go out to battle, so Jacob was falling battle. Okay, that's it. They're not done. You find yourself a Yahweh problem of skill like that. Instead of put out a call, the summer is really to go down and force a new television. So spirit process about a little and passionate. I will go and invite Jacob to go to war. Whenever we got two talks say, but ultimately, or you got Mike say, what is the meaning of his thoughts? He says to the spirit, it turns out to be the spirit of levels. Go, say what you trust me. We have to lose this. Those are these next incredible things. Of course, thanks to the state for the promise. You don't want to be promise because you can go, but after you go, you can't come back to it. Why not? Because the job of this spirit is to deliver false prophecy. The debunker for all of this all on us, and something that is not on us cannot reside inside of the confines of the debunker from all themselves. Yes. Maria, what's the last? And walking on Rebels who is Israeli. So ultimately, what was the spirit of Rebels who was there to avenge his death by misleading Jacob during adding to battle. So that was the spirit that appeared to Cynthia and Kinana. I believe in that. I but so Cynthia should have been a little bit more vigilant. The release of Rothschild signaled over the community, and the ancient understand the signal of heart. There's an interesting enough. You can have many prophets that have the same prophetic message, but each of them get it to a different way. There's an exactly fascinating that prophecy, you can have multiple prophets that use the same message, but many two prophets the seed of that matter again convey the one that's in the in the same way. You know, like a background, Zagon and Bakan Siaka. Yemi Amar, Kifataska and Siaka, Zagon Bakan. The Hasagan examples of Nubian conveying the same general concept, but each of them is sitting and conveying it in a slightly different way. First, it's actually a very beautiful idea, because if you think about it, what's the idea? The war represents almost like the highest level of achievement of those parties. What did you say? No two people can have the same relationship. Two people can receive basically the same message, but the way that message is received and the way that message is conveyed varies from person to person. And each sounds so each person, not just true by the idea, but it's true by every element of our relationship with this party. No two Jews have the same relationship as party, the same kind of distance, the same allotment, the same second other, but at the end of the day, when you look at and if you ask this salvation, you come up with a powerful varies, especially the resurrection of the boundaries between one Jew and the next. Incredible. So the Lord was like that. You know, it says, the honey created by Rabbi, Slami not meant to be common. So ultimately, it's two person of your life. And what's the city of your life? So Abraham envied the prophets that are saying the same things. These hundreds of people saying the same things. That's a red flag. That's exactly the same thing. That's a prophetic red flag. It's just you realize there's something in there of your eye. You know what it says? You don't know how to let love you in the eyes of you. Stuff. So exactly. Maybe Cynthia didn't know this in the release. Maybe Cynthia didn't know that prophets don't have the same prophecy. Maybe you just didn't know this halacha. You know, it's like, yo, Shabbat, Hassan, the Kalabah, it's still a no Shabbat, I ain't Rabbi, your Shabbat was there, and your Shabbat knew this. That's why your Shabbat, even after these pages of revealed, your Shabbat said, there's something wrong over here. There's something wrong over here. Because everyone is saying the same exact thing. So let's say, I feel like how profound this is. Not only is it an incredible lesson in terms of like how it's going to powerful, but all of us interact and relate. And have a relationship with ourselves. It's like sometimes we think it's like just because we get status. Can you imagine if you practically say together saying the same exact thing? That's terrible. That's terrible. I don't know hundreds of Jews saying the same thing. You know what I want? I want hundreds of Jews saying different things. And yet all of them sitting in the same room together and being mad and in love with each other. That's actus. That's actus. So we have this very skewed view of actus. That actus means like being unity. Everyone's on the same page. So never happened, never happened. I said it many times. That's what it's like. I see that. I see over your each hug, the labor hug. When people with one hug, like we always said, it never says each hug the ground. It doesn't say what people sort of feel. When people with one hug, one people with one hug. So it's just prophecy or shop at a Syria, and we turn to the prophets. I just want to point out, these were not the prophets were actually receiving a message. But remember, the whole thing was skewed because they thought if you wanted Ahab to go out to work with Paul and Bella, they were shepherds. That's actually the same exact thing. That doesn't make any sense. So therefore, again, your shepherds need community. Okay? So remember like that. So much like good. I'm saying that's the example of a Rabbi who gives over something that was not said over. Thank you, God. And now you have that also. It's crazy. So he's a fan of Israel. What happened to Israel? Because you know, this is how you really understand up in my defense for God. Come on, take some of those. Can you show her as precious Elon? So really is giving a prophecy. Right? And Yirmiyah says that the Father is going to go out and break the boat Elon. So when there's only Elon, I'm going to break the boat Elon to defeat Elon. Okay, so what happens? Nossa Hananiah by the Lord. So Hananiah hears this prophecy of Yirmiyah and makes these powerful. Might be in Shemot by Elijah and Babel. I'm not going to call him so as Elon. So Elon, they can tell Babel. That's what God was going to say. So he's going to break the bow and he's going to defeat him. Now, after some of the comment, trust me, it's not a lot of some of the comment. Because the response who is coming to is breaking the primary form of God's soul. So he's going to break the secondary forms of God's soul. What is secondary form of God's soul? So can I need to come up over the correspondence who's going to go ahead and defeat Elon? He's going to go to defeat Babel. So what happens? He goes out and he prophesies. He's possibly in the castle. I'm like, Shabbat of all Melech Babel. It's fascinating. So the language gives a prophecy of Yirmiyah. He needs to have a whole different prophecy. And if he expands his new prophecy, only one is true. I thought we didn't say. And then talk about violence. How the hell are they there? What are you talking about? This is not an example of someone with a prophecy given to his friend and gives it over. How do you make this up? You make this up. This demons is Cleveland, it's Yahweh, Capitol, and Legend, demand the Ikmael dummy. So, again, because the Ikmael dummy, we do not go in there my way. Because it ultimately did because we don't have politics, because he's the Capitol, and because the Capitol is going to be executed against voice, it's like a purpose of a prophecy that was not really over to you. Okay, beautiful. And the story turn over to heaven. What's an example of one of the exercises in the name of God? So what's the last one? We do have bow. So what is we do have bow. When we do have bow. So again, bow is not a bow. Like he had his own reveal. And had his own reveal. So again, as we prophesy the name of bow, things that we're not true. That's how God is just giving us the most incredible. That's an example of each holding your own prophecy. If you learn, you don't know what that means. You don't know, right? You don't know if you really get the prophecy, what does it do, what do it? Let's say, just the most thing that are public to you. So many of us are over and not of these single days. Every day there is only shit over this person right here. What does he say? What does he say? It be great. Be great. Be great. Perfect things. So like just like again, you know, it says every day pass from your faith and cells. Hebrews, Bunyan, every day gospel comes out and says, and I hear this prophecy, and I hear this gospel, and what do I do with it? What do I do with it? I suppress it, and I ignore it. That's public living also. Every day prophecy comes fresh. Every day responsibility for us. Every day opportunity comes fresh. Because our time becomes great. And if we suppress it, and we don't utilize it, and we don't actualize it, that's called over-trusting also. You know what I mean, right? From the back of the know. So let's say an example of one where this is out of the way from it. That's on the base. So you know, it's 5 days of the new car. These are the friends of new car. Now, here's the friends of new car. It says cover the new car. So you each have to know you on the other guy. So you can know is that how do you know then you know that. So it's never outside out of these what we are calling. So again, this is also one of the processes with prophesizing that day about Asher. It's so that you just come to reality. And the other area to divide something up. So this never look up. They're going to a Bible and say, God, hit me. So this is prophecy is so short, ultimately again, that parties are going to be successful, ultimately over, but that's actually going to play matter. And the inner prophet says, the man refused to answer his call, and what happens? It's still like, no, Yahweh is the most Shemata, the Nabi Shemata, no, the Shemata, the guy is the Mama. Okay, so, because we're in, then, right, and in this case, we didn't have to be between dialogue. Obviously, what is that story, but on a different guy. The Nabi Shemata, I'll give it a slow. Also, the German, when the Nabi is violating his own words. Everybody his own words. He goes, ego and nothing. There's no ego. What's what happened to ego? It's true. You can see that and see. You really see that. So, ego, he was ultimately again, he was commanded to go ahead. This is the story of the Rabbi as Rabbi was the first king over the split market. When you're Rabbi interesting that Rabbi started out as a good man. He was a quarterback for the Falcons. He started out as a good man. What ends up happening to the people? How are how rich collecting these people? Rabbi understood that if he was going to celebrate religious overnight with his God, he had to prevent Jews from because remember again, even once the monarchy split, the big deal is going to be this. Everybody has to be over like that. And that's the case. You're not going to start people going to this experiment with the good thing and not do it. So let's go for this over. So that's what we do. You know what we do? That's what we want to do now. We go two of us. We go two of them. So in the beginning, we said, it's not what it's about. It's come down to because I'm seeing you a trip. You don't have to go ahead and go over to the base. Just so that can sit here, but what happened? Ultimately, again, it evolved into a baby sorrow. So he confronts the Rabbi when he's offering his Kabbalah's studies in his grandfather, and the Rabbi is out his arm, you know, like in the accusatory way, and his arm shriveled up. Don't shrivel up. So ego went down. Now, when you go, so go do your process. Don't stop. Don't eat. Don't do anything. Nothing. That you need your focus on your mission. Okay? So ego doesn't stop to eat. What happened on the way back? It's I know that goes. Got money, you want to come off. So ultimately, what happens on the way back? Ego comes like a mission market. Somebody invites me to eat. You know, so we're sorry, I said, for the fact that I've done on a mission. You guys just put nothing to eat. You're not on the Bible. Right? Come in, right? We can eat together. So ego goes ahead and makes a mistake, and he goes into his dad's house and eats. But also, by instantly, don't sit, and you're not going to see what I did. What happened? When ego left, after the meal, he was pursued by a lion. He was devoured by a lion, ultimately again, for violating his own word. This also led him also such a display. Display is such a very metaphor. The one perspective is how it is. If you want to accomplish something in life, then what do you have to do? So focus. Let me focus on the Hebrew concept that is in Shana's Jesus. He says, what's Jesus? What is Jesus? Jesus is necessary. There's no one who teaches this because more often than not, the reason they accomplish in life is why? I'll tell you why. You get distracted. Because you get distracted. I'm on task. I'm going to get distracted. Stop working. Everything right. Just get distracted. I'm sorry. So that's how I told you so this useless is when you start something, just get it going. Don't get distracted because when you get distracted, that's usually when you're not going to go and accomplish. So it's really incredible. So what the Nabi saying over here is this story is actually very metaphorical. The record space. But the metaphor has to set up. It has to see that we don't have any food. Don't go to eat. Don't be distracted. Also, you just stay focused on your task. And you get distracted. And what happens when you get distracted? You get this thing by the yeah, and metaphorically, what that means is, once you get distracted, that's it. You lose an amount of, and by the way, you know this, once you get distracted, even if you get back on task, what happens? Not the same. You want the momentum. This is also, for example, even by learning. And by learning, there's this state of learning through sequence. And there's going to be little because the real focus point undistracted. But even 5 minutes of learning with sequence is better than 40 minutes of distraction. happens. Like, I'm learning this. And at the end of the day, you got 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 5 minutes, 5 minutes. And some shit, it's not fun. That whole thing, some healthy life lessons. Be in it. Even if it's only for 5 minutes, be in it. Because the moment you get distracted is the moment you get distracted. That's what I'm going to say. I'm going to go first. That's what this is. I say no thanks. It's different goes out and it's like this prophecy, it's message. It's not just, I know that mine's off of coming, the album of lucky, but that's all this is. Really this. Look at these. One is each out of the basket to this. Now, what's the one thing each out of the answer is? Nothing. There's no questions. It's questions. She's like, one, two, one. Right? That's it. You know what I ask you over here about what a person would know is the prophecy. What we ask you is, how is anyone going to know? Right? They always say, you have nothing, you have another intelligent prophecy. Okay, how exactly does anyone know that he has this prophecy? So you mentioned my master today. He's giving an answer to us. And Rabbi, how do you do? And I'm sorry. And Rabbi, how do you do? And Rabbi, the sick, last time I was in Gavas, so he's giving us 5 times. I'm not saying what he said before. And it's interesting that how these prophecy works is it's often given to more than one person. Again, each person gets it differently, and each person conveys it differently, but it's given to more than one. So because of that, if you have another unique prophecy, apparently other people know about it, and they know if a particular Rabbi do not share. So if you're not Haji Day, so that's the interesting. Well, maybe I can start for which facet, or maybe even if the other things in like certain things in life, it is the Haji Day, we deal with other modules clearly with you. And again, because of the fact that sometimes changes your voice, and if you would have done that for what, we would inform the group of the being as like, the hard Jonah, Haji Day for laws, one second, Yonah said Yonah, after the Sarki changed his mind, and he didn't tell Yonah, like Yonah points out that everybody else was talking about this training day. The Sarki did not go ahead and give any advice for him, since he was as well. Yonah made Kara, you know that happens to me. Those are very important. The what was going on the old and going young, the new that happens. Now what is that happening? Hangover just went, and 50 days from now, something is going to dramatically change in the day. The change could be, they could all become a digital character, but the change could be the same thing we destroyed. So in Noah's words itself, there's the actual possibility for 2 circumstances. And then either Yaga, either Toba, either Ra. Again, it's also into the here. Again, I'm listening to incredible. I can't break out. Part of the reason, ultimately, why do you reach the early in the bus is the part of the United States. It's open on the next day, and then for that, our life is like this open-ended possibility. And not just to me, like, I've gotten one in the office. What do you mean? What do you mean? You need what you make of it. You need what you make of it. As much as well as we know what we're going to do, how we're going to do it, for us. Our lives are this open-ended, future-oriented type of mess. In another 40 days, the city there is going to be overturned. Is it good? Is it bad? It's up to you. What your life is going to be, who you're going to be, what's going to come, it's up to you. Okay, and the right part of the Rabbi, so that's also ultimately again, one is more than the Rabbi. We know Yaga, you know it. So let's say, so here's the biggest thing. Now, if the Rabbi says something, and I don't really love it, so some kids like, say the name of God, right? It's right? So, how do I know that he's a Nabi, but I have to answer him? I have to answer him. You know, what else? You just sang, obviously that's like good. You gotta see, like, the Nabi credentials, right? So, you can't just go you gotta prove it in some way. So he goes, alright, so how do you talk? So now you have your own sweet on it, and the new company is doing this. You didn't give a sign, and you people first that you are not refusing to and not feeding these nigga up. Therefore, the mix up shade, not different. And listen, another doesn't have to give an oath every single time you're saying it. Again, why did Yitzchak was such a responder? Right? But again, why do you say Yitzchak when you should have said, the old man's lost it. Right? That's what he should have said. That's what he should have said. So why does Yitzchak wasn't his father? Because he was father of the problem. Right? So he was just, and Yitzchak would have gotten him. That's a little bit, whether it comes to his dad, but that's misdoing something, and nuance, and without speaking about false attorney. But if you want to find it, there's no give and take, right? There's no dialogue. Avram says it, and Yitzchak listens. Why? Because Avram is Yitzchak. Avram was another Yitzchak as another. Furthermore, again, other examples of this. This was the ultimate showdown between Eliyahu and the VFI. Remember the story? Everybody goes off. Eliyahu goes the altar. And the VFI goes the altar. And there's a theological showdown. Whoever can win this fire down from heaven first is the true God. Is the true God. So what happens? So again, so they give me another thing. The VFI will find out. They're not saying all kinds of crazy stuff. What they these submersions. Puts a lot of water on top of his altar, right? On top of his altar, and all of that, what does he do? Cooks Tefillah, fire comes up from the heavens, consumes everything. This is beautiful, except we don't want to talk about it. There's a huge Nisa to offer up Kabbalah's outside of the Mishpah. So what's happening over here? So how do we know to be able to use speakers? Again, Rothschild told him, come on. I don't think you need to give an oath. And then what's the one you see them there? Do you know what I'm saying? You never ever hope of the next change. Right. Once the prophet established his prophetic credentials, he no longer has to give an oath under the law. What's the better way? You know what the next story is, right? And you know what we are about. What happened in the next part? Why we start worshiping Baal again. This is what we know that we do this in the scripture. I've no sight after posting of scarcity. How long are you going to straddle the place? And listen, it's also used like a very important discern, which is miracles don't work. Miracles don't create anymore. Miracles don't create anymore. And they don't. Again, listen, this passage is also Pastor saying that has seen us. And what happens? They will work more than that. Miracles shows that they say. How many you think? How many missiles will fire from Iran? Like, how many missiles will fire from Iran? And not one hit. So you look again, fires over the God. Massive chilling movement. Actors everywhere. Miracles don't work. Miracles like fireworks. So what happens when you watch fireworks? What happens? Yeah, we see the someone coming back and forth with July 5th. You know what? I was like, you know what? I am just going to become a better person. Whatever it is, a better citizen, whatever it is. What happens with fireworks? You watch it, it's like a dream, and you see all the videos, and it's so around. It's a great, what happens? People just say, like, it's like, change doesn't come from miracles. Change comes from fighting. Change comes from our favor. Change comes ultimately from putting in the effort. Miracles are beautiful, and it can create many kinds of bursts of inspiration, but they do not affect nostalgic comprehensive change. That only comes from the inglorious work between in and the out. Incredible. That's what I think. I think this is to watch this. But now that we mentioned Adam and Eve, but Adam did not do it. Did not need to do the sign of Yitzchak. Why not? After the age of the working of the supposed to say, I'm stuck, that's the way stuck. The boy got up and he was reading. He grew up and he was reading. And I was like a big sugar for reading. I'm not sucking it like that. He's sucking something to try him. He goes on him. He's sucking his up. He's sucking it for him. So he's back. And like this old man. So Hanan from the Shana Kibakan, she's doing the top of the years old. He told me, I don't know how you know that's like going for Appalachian. So he's sucking saggy up and talking. He gave this old man so much. And all these students saying, he never even offered me up a little couple. He never even like a pigeon, a turtle dove, nothing. He got a little animal. A little bit of nothing. I mean, look, that's what I love this to know. The dogs are sucking, you know. Everything Adam didn't do for his son. And then over there, the man is being bought the Tanai, not the Zoka. If I were to tell Adam to sacrifice his son, he would do it. Something so he would do it. If I asked Adam to give him his own son, he would do it. Miyad, they were killing us Adam. And then afterwards, Hashem tested Adam. So that's why this is interesting. So you guys need to understand the Yachid, the genesis of the Yachid, what this conversation between our Kodesh Baruch and the son. And now we're not finished. By the way, how close is it? I think to find a really key. Take it from you fucking up for that. I would assume that I'll have it. Only not our Russian Bakasha. Now, no is a request. Request. So, you think it is. You know, so, much of the man of the bus of the gun, so I'm going to have no fun time. Because what things can be prepared? This can be great to agree to is way too many words. What's especially with immediate guidelines. By a lot, people act like. They're not stunned. And this king, he had like big guys, like one valiant warrior. So he was like, he was responsible for all of his victories. Remember, under 11 of Pentecost, the king faced the most intense battle of his monarchy. Amalek, he says to his most valiant soldier, the question is, please, I'm more eager than coming to. Stand so you can play in this battle. So my name is Carlos in battle manage. Because if you stand in this battle, because it's one battle, what will it do? It will take us to every previous victories. But if you stand from this most intense of battles, not only have victory here, but it's to make the previous victories again. Fail here, and it erases all the previous victories. Be successful now, and it cements everything which came before. All of the Abraham, check out Abraham. You see from the common assurance of giving you many tests over the years. The Amanata and you've been successful in all of them. After a mode using the science, and now I'm asking you to please be successful in this battle as well. So that your move only matters to show you. People should not say that there's no merit to the previous test. So this is a fascinating, what does this mean? First of all, there's a tremendous study in human nature. Human nature is all about what have you done for me lately. Like people, like if you tell someone, generally human nature is like what? You know what tell you right now, and it erases all of the things that came before. This is just interesting. It's a valiant warrior trials in this battle, all of the successes it has followed. Those are what this means. Those are the part I'm looking at. There's a beautiful idea of Sassanus. Sassanus, he says, he says, I do a silent service. It's not silent anymore. The Spanish just call us hopeless, sweets, and ministry, which is Scaba Alcala Museo. With every single one of Amarillo's service, what he did is he embedded another part in the DNA of Bobby's life. Amarillo got father. And every test that every song that he ever played, he endowed us with a certain level of strength. What did Akidas Yitzchak represent? He says, Akidas Yitzchak represent, at the end of the day, Hora Meruba Shamesias Yitzchak. What Akidas Yitzchak represented was a willingness to give everything to God. I'm not going to already demonstrate a willingness to give himself. This was even more. A willingness to give his child. It represented the ability and willingness to do anything and everything for the Rebbeinu Shalom. But it's not to be a belief that Amarillo says, you need to pass this. You want me to pass this? Not for you. That's not for you. But if you pass this, then you embed this core within the spiritual DNA of Klal Yisrael. If you go to Hallelujah and you take your son and you went to offer him as a cover, but you embed with the Klal Yisrael the core and the ability to be the everything for HaKadosh Baruch Hu. For HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And that's what he's back. He says, do this, we have everything. But if you fail, then the truth is you use the people decision. And that's what isn't that incredible? At the end of the day, I'm going to be passing this test, as you know, and he does everything else. He's probably saying, listen, we're really concerned about this. We're living with her that is on the Messiah's records. Now, I think there's that we look at stories of dramatic spiritual terrorism. Like I said, you see, everyone's special pictures and stuff coming out of that setting, and you really do it. You dressed up as a gun burger. Dressed up as a gun burger, because you should mention every single reference line on the other selling products. You know, what does she represent? She represents this incredible car. This car of shop, this is car of music, this car of a unit. But this car, where does that come from? Where does that come from? Where does it go? She's a child. She's a child. Where does a child get and Automobile was willing to go and see everything for us in policy. The government spiritual DNA, the ability and the willingness to do the same. And if that results in conflict peace, and if it was a children, you have to pass this test. It's not to blow you. Strike you're going to settle up, the you're going to mess up and see silent, it is the strength that is going to become part of the spiritual DNA of your children. And it's so that they're going to access throughout the ages. Because Adam is successful in his Messiah, he gave us the talk to be successful in our Messiah as well. I think that's tremendous, right? Again, also a lot of these, this is a lot of our guys don't teach, but tremendous together us. But anyway. I'm sorry? I know. It always balances out somewhere in there.
Yes. Well, he wanted to do it on this show. This 2023. Yes, say yes, it is federal best. The leader to this channel defense. That's very nice.
All right, fellas, good morning. Good morning. Let us begin a bit of off. As the first Baruch Hashem to begin the week. Bring up the Pesach and then to Hashem. About Alina Recover with the new daf. And here's Hashem, beautiful daf. Really, I want to hear coming attractions this week. Ridiculous. It's too good. So good, it should be illegal. That's how good this is. Baruch Hashem. I was going to say, so begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's show. Our annual Talmud Torah sponsorship, the Tafshin Tei Hey, the Tilson Mishpacha of Eretz Yisrael for dedicating all the Sherman Rothschilds as a zichus for the Soros Tavos for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Adar, Terry and Steve Zing, in loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Sweet Hirsch, Joseph HaKohen, and the Ziv, Levin, and Berman families of memory of Mr. William Ziv, Zeb, Shmuel, and Yisrael Zikrin Mizracha. We hope that in America, our Talmud Torah, all of those Shalom here, the families in the Kama, all of those who live food families that have close following Israel. We should America should bring home all of our hostages and allow our holy soldiers to be successful before what we are seeing today. Let's read that. Let us begin. Pay test 89. We are picking up at the Mishnah on pay test. The Mishnah says as follows. Hopefully you did your homework. Rabbi assigned some homework last night at the end of this year. If I don't start on the right path on Sunday, there's absolutely no chance. I mean, and plus, if you look ahead, we have some incredible ahead of us this week. And sometimes we're going back in ahead of us as well. So, got to give myself a fighting chance. Says the Mishnah on page 89. Even these sinos, let's just look again. We are still on the incredible sugya of Zaki Mamre. Same in these sinos, so one of these should be Europe, one of these should be Africa. Remember again, when we learned already the halachas concerning when the Zaki Mamre is put to death, what type of machlokes we need to look at Zaki Mamre. Now when it comes to the actual execution of the Zaki Mamre, so the Mishnah says, we do not execute him in the very Din in this city, nor to be executed in the Beis Din in Yavne. So by the way, what's the Beis Din in Yavne? Look at Rashi. Rashi is about 200 Yavne. In Mishnah the Beis Din for the Mishkas Hagazos. Gomer Lahem, the Chazul Le'ira, the Shar Yamin, Ad Shegosa Serveti Gidolo Yavne. V'adayin Abayis Kayim. Yachar came over to the Tziva in Risnos of Yavne. So it was an interesting enough. Yavne was one of the locations that the Beis Hamikdash was exiled to. So the Mishnah is saying like this: in order to go ahead and execute the Zakin Mamre, the Sanhedrin of God has to be situated in the Lishkas Hagazos in the chamber of the stone in relation to the code. So if the Sanhedrin is not sitting in its place, rightful place, even if the Sanhedrin is still standing, you can't execute the Zakin Mamre. Ella, now that also the Beis Din Hagazos in Yerushalayim, you take the Zakin Mamre up to the Beis Din Hagazos to the High Court in Yerushalayim, and the Shaman also Ad Halayel, and the Musim also the Lega. So what we do is we incarcerate, put in the whole detail, and so the next upcoming Lega, the next upcoming Yom Tov, one of the Regalim, based on Shavuos focus, remember again, this is the first dot, the first post-color dot, and what does it make reference to? The Regalim. The Regalim, like, everyone's on a journey. Everyone non-Nish is like, we're always journeying to something else. Yish is never stationary. It's never like, okay, let's sit back, reflect, that's it. We're always traveling towards the next thing. So Purim is now behind us. It's the going on. We're not going to be resonant with Yerushalayim. So again, the essence of yourself comes a little bit behind us. But now, again, Baruch Hashem, it's okay. There's something behind us. There's always something new right in front of us. This happens right. So we keep, so again, going to the first thing in the Mishnah we'll see, we keep the Zakin Mamre in a holding cell up until the next level, up until the next level. And when we start level, we executing on Yom Tov, which is really, which is fascinating. Now, why? Why Shne'emar, the Chala'ad Yishmu'u, V'ro, and when you zoom in on the Rabbi Akiva. Because the Pasuk is literally, the entire nation will hear, they will fear, and essentially they will not follow in the footsteps. He was Rabbi Akiva. As I said, Rabbi Akiva says it like this: you gotta make a spectacle out of it. Lord, people have to see this, people have to see this, people have to understand this. There has to be a public part to this. So that again, unfortunately, people see this thing and see this on social, or people see certain things, it has a no choice. But Akiva says, we got to go upstream for the government, so it should become public spectacle. So Rabbi says no. Even the animals do not show that. So Rabbi says no. We do not delay that. There's absolutely no need to do that. So what you do is you execute immediately. It's also the shocking shlicha in the form of color. And what do we do? So here's the issue. Everyone agrees that Migdal Raisa needs some element of specificity. So according to the Akiva, the publicity component essentially is established by holding him until the regal and then executing him again on the regal. Now, this is no, we don't do that. We'll say, Ima Anyas has been used. You do not corrupt the person. If somebody's liable to death penalty, you execute him. In other words, we're not going to go ahead and hold him potentially for months at a time. Rather, go ahead and execute him. And what we'll do is we'll send out letters to all the community saying, each point is Chinese or Beis Din. And again, that's how we'll go ahead and we'll fulfill the publicity piece. We'll write about it and we will send it out. Incredible. We'll say fundamental focus about how we go ahead on to say when we go ahead and execute the Zakin Mamre. Look, let's analyze. In recent also, motivation should be as was in a market for Brisa, which pretty much echoes the Mishnah. The Brisa says as follows: in the recent also, motivation should be low, so we don't execute Zakin Mamre in the local Beis Din. The motivation should be Yavne, not even in Beis Yavne. Once again, the Beis Din in Yavne is what the Sanhedrin itself is exiled to. Ella, Malin also the Beis Din of Yerushalayim. Rather, again, what do we do? We bring the Zakin Mamre up to the high court of Yerushalayim. And the Shamin also Ad Haregel. And we wait to hold him, like the holding in the holding cell up until Yom Tov. And we listen also the regal. And we execute him on Yom Tov. Shne'emar b'chala an yishmu'u v'yiro divrei Rabbi Akiva. As the Pasuk says, everyone will hear and they will fear. They will fear These are the words of Rabbi Akiva. So again, remember, Rabbi Akiva is actually the Chol Ha'am. When you're going to have a term that everybody can hear about this, so it's obviously also simple in Yerushalayim for the right. I'm going to Yehuda. So he Nemar, Yiro. Does the pasuk say that they should hear and they should see? That Yehuda is making this about that people should see the Zakim Mamre executed. And Yehuda says, does the pasuk say that they should hear and they should see? All it says is that they should hear and they should fear. So essentially, again, like you just said, as long as people hear about it, they don't have to see it. As long as they hear about it, that's more than enough. Furthermore, again, why go ahead and delay the judgment? They don't say that. They don't say that it's interesting that you don't understand this to be like an evilly doing the meaning of corruption of the day. It's an interesting sense of like, life is, like a little bit of an angry subject. Like every child has stuff that the parents will always say over and over and over. So in that particular that's what it's trying to my kids is whatever is going on in life, you need it. Just be into it. Again, we spend so much time getting upset about things that don't go our way, or lamenting things that don't go our way, or trying to pretend like they're not. Just be into it. Sometimes in life is so much about taking whatever the current circumstances. Just be into it. It just goes. You're going to be great. You're going to be fine. You're going to figure it out. So it's interesting. Sometimes the greatest anxiety in life is when you know that something negative is going to happen, but it's not happening now. I'm like waiting for the. I know it's gonna happen. It's like sometimes when you know how things are gonna happen, but then I know what is going to happen. So why don't you do this to this person? Okay, I got it. He's in the execute. He's not the man, right? So you gotta execute him. You definitely have to execute him. But why would you delay it? What's the purpose? Listen, you've seen this make people before that. Even you have to execute someone, you have to execute with Rachmanis. Now, that might sound like a little complication, but what you understand is that sometimes you have to do difficult things, but difficult things have to be done with Rachmanis as well. So there's nothing memory, okay, he bought a ticket, that's it, he's going to be executed. So why delay it? You need to let get it over, and that's it. Rabbi, I don't know, we smell somebody, I've been close to the shop and if I'm up home, each voting was highly subjugated. And again, how do we fulfill the purpose? We write letters, we send out the letters, and different communities. So-and-so is executed as a second member. So don't say, so this is the fundamental block like this. Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Yehuda, how he executed the second member. Okay, we got about Tana Baron. Supposed to answer like this. Tana Baron. How about you can have Rosa? Now, it's interesting, because clearly, what you see with the second member is, it's not just how he executed. That there is this deal of this publicity that people have to see, people have to know what it is that's happening. You notice, by the way, there are four situations where in general, it's not just enough to execute, but a public announcement has to be made. Who are they? Number one, a Masis. Masis is the one who goes out and incites others to worship Avodah Zarah. Then Solar Umbola, Zakim Mamre, and Eidin Solomon. Interesting. All of these four need hafrazah. They need announcements. Rashi says that they're hafrazah. Only needs the base of Aga Belazu. They lead us as happy. So literally, these will announce so-and-so is executed because of the people are there. And all of this is done in order to create a public example that people shouldn't follow suit. And the Gemara says, Kulu Tzibur, the Chala'am, the Chol Yisrael. So ultimately, again, the Chala'am. So like all of these situations, it's just the Chala'am, the entire nation will see. Interestingly enough, the Chol Yisrael, the Eidin Zonim, the Chol Yisrael, the Eidin Zonim, the Anish Arim, the local Amma, Chod Yisudasa, the Sahadis, so it's interestingly enough, that Eidin Zonim, the Russian is the Anish Arim. Those who are left over, like those who remain, why doesn't it use the same expansion ultimately again as Kola'am, the Chol Yisrael? What's the reason? The reason is because by Avis, not everyone is fixed for Avis. Avis is always more limited to a why. Because we have also there are certain locations where a person gambles, they can't go ahead and do Avis, right? A person commits an Avera can't, or certain Averas can't do Avis. So because Avis itself is not open to the general public, therefore again the public admonition of it also doesn't have to be or is not as sweeping as the other circumstances. Okay, that was like beautiful Gemara Mishnah. It's only 12 and 7. We've already done a whole Mishnah, a whole Gemara. Great. Mishnah, Navi Sheker, Navi Sheker. Next guy is Chaim Yisab. Navi Sheker, false prophet. So what is he? Hamisnavi Mashalo Shama, Umashalo Ne'emalo. So we'll say, so what's a Navi Sheker? So again, there are a couple of different examples of this. Number one could be a person who prophesies something that he did not hear. Okay, or something that was not said to him. That was interesting enough because he wasn't saying that's a thing. So let's say again, I'm standing around with my friend at Kiddush. A lot of stuff's happening at Kiddush, right? So what happens? My friend gets Nebuah at Kiddush. By the way, many people think they get Nebuah at Kiddush, right? Especially by your third Kiddush. Suddenly again you're prophesizing for those problems, right? So again, so what happens? I'm standing to Ruben. Ruben gets Nebuah. Now it happens to be it's a legitimate Nebuah, right? Case number one is I prophesied something that the prophet did not say. Case number two, the Rothschild gave my friend the Nebuah. I heard right? I heard the Nebuah and I say it over. That's not my prophecy to give. That's not my prophecy to give. That also falls under the category under the umbrella of Navi Sheker. In these cases, Misasa B'di Adam. These individuals, like the Navi Sheker, is executed by court. Aval HaKodesh is Nebuah. So let's say this is fasting. Kodesh is Nebuah also is someone who receives Nebuah but refuses to share it. Like Kodesh is a counter something, so receives Nebuah and refuses to share it. Or one who goes ahead and simply ignores the word of the Navi, the Navi or a Navi who receives Nebuah, but violates the only Nebuah that he received. So all these cases, all these individuals again get death at the hands of heaven. Incredible. Anochi Ajrosh Medina. I'm established all this stuff. I'm going to get into all these pieces for a bit. I'm established all this stuff. If somebody prophesies in the name of an Avodah Zarah, and what I was and again, the president says literally again, this is what the Avodah Zarah says. Even if what he's saying is factually correct. Because let's say a person comes along and says, I hereby say in the name of Avodah Zarah that one is supposed to, avoid kindling the fire on Shabbos. Okay, right? So in other words, the Mishnah says, even though he's not saying anything wrong, and what he's saying is actually in alignment with what you believe as well, the fact that he's giving it over in the name of an Avodah Zarah by definition makes him lying. Rabbi is person's adultery, even Shenichal and Shosabal in Israel, Abishto Midela. So again, if a man has a relationship with a married woman, even if this married woman has not yet lived with her husband, so she had Irisin and not Nisun, or they just come out of the Nisun, but again, they do not yet live together. Halacha is the adulterer is punished by sin. The Zoma made Gaskoin of Allah, so ultimately again, it wasn't because remember, a Bas commits adultery, that's again, straight up. Remember again, that's a unique thing for her. It does not apply to her adulterer, nor does it apply to even Solomon. Like when witnesses testify falsely about her. Shekol a Muslim, Maktimu La'osim. And so looking Zoe that's calling about, because in general again, the way it works with even Zoe, they get a specific punishment. The exception to this is, even Zoe will buy a Bas coin. She gets Shlefah, but they, as well as the adulterer, will get Hannah. Okay, incredible. Says that's otherwise. Says the Gemara. So there are three, these are all categories of false prophecy. Three of them ultimately, again, are told by a court, and three of them is to be Shemayim. Okay, so what are they? This is ultimately again, a person goes ahead and prophesies something, I should say, this that was a prophecy that was not said. That was essentially the inventing prophecy. Now again, this is prophecy in the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, right? The person just inventing prophecy, or they go ahead and make a vague prophecy that was said to someone else after them. Or, and it's not the share of all this kochavim, right? Right, it's not the share of all this kochavim. Or a person goes ahead and prophesizes in the name of Avodah Zarah, right? As we said before, even if what we're saying is factually correct, the halacha is misasan givei adam. All three of these individuals are executed by a human court. HaKodesh is with Rothschild, and Rabbi who receives the law, but does not share. On the back of Divrei Rabbi, or somebody disregards the words of the Rabbi, the Rabbi Shava al Divrei Asmo, or a Rabbi who disregards his own prophecy, Misasa and Yisrael. Ultimately, again, their death is at the hands of heaven. And I will say, it's interesting to note this idea. Misnada Mashal Shama. I understand why, if somebody prophesies, this person says, I received the voice of Mashal, you don't have information I did not receive. I understand what it is if you do this. Right? It makes sense. It makes sense. And then the prophecy. And I will say, but if I go ahead and I hear a prophecy given to someone else and I give it over, I understand that it's not good. Why is it a Fiat Nisa? Like, I'm not making up new information. The information is factual. The information is correct. But now, again, we'll see the puzzle. We'll see why it is. We'll see about practically what's kind of it. You know what I'm saying? The worst Avera a person could commit in life is trying to be someone else. At the end of the day, the Avodah life is never to be someone else. The Avodah is to become the best Avodah of you. So when a person who's got a prophecy that was given to someone else, that prophecy was given to me in some way. It's not mine. When I take that prophecy and I now make it mine, that's me trying to become me then. And we are both of trying to become someone else like to be. That's such a toughness. Such a toughness. You know, such an interesting thing because you often spend so much time trying to become other people. You see other people who kind of represent us like a model of success, and then, I want to be that guy. I want to be that guy. Now, again, there's something to be great for me. It's easy to talk about women when you come on, right? I can learn from every person, but my goal is never to become someone else. So this notion, when you take the nevuah that was given to someone else and you make it your own, that is the highest fundamental level of personalistic abdication. That again, my avoda is to be me and to be the best person. You take someone else's nevuah and you make it your own. What are you doing? That's not a life. Because once you're not, if you fall into that trap, you're always trying to become someone else. Because there's always someone better. There's always someone more successful. There's always someone who's. Don't spend your life trying to be like other people. Rather, spend your life trying to become the best version of you. Incredible. Good. So we know all this time. So it's ultimately again the Rabbi who will intentionally try to say something over my name. Who's that? Therefore, the Rabbi who invented the prophecy was giving over something that was not given. Okay, fine. Next. I did not command it to him. But that infers that I did command it to another Rabbi. So what is that referring to? That refers ultimately to a prophet who did something that was not said. And he will go ahead and say something over the name of another God. That refers to someone who prophesies in the name of idolatry. Again, what's the case of that? The case of that is even if what? Even if informationally what you are saying is correct, the fact that it's being given in the name of Avodah Zarah makes it liable to that. And in all of these cases, what does the Pasuk say? Mace and Rabbi Habu. This prophet will go to that. I will say again, Stam, whenever the Torah says death penalty, it doesn't identify which death penalty. The default is kind of good. We'll say that's our first thing. Next, Jacob says to you also. The also about the next. This is someone who prophesizes, but again, holds back his prophecy, doesn't say. The Vater disregards the words of the Rabbi, Or number three, a Navi who violates his own law. So all these people are put to death for the Yisrael. Where do we know this from? It says, Va'ish Asher lo Yishma. So most of the Pasuk says the person will not, the Navi will not listen. Kari Bey lo Yashmiya. So the Torah has not only lo Yishma, but what? Lo Yashmiya will not make it be heard. Which means what? He's holding back his own prophecy. Kari Bey lo Yashmiya, the Kari Bey lo Yishma. Al Direi, Al Direi. Siv, Anoki, Adrosh, Nimo, Yishalayim. Okay, so again, in that one passage, is someone that hears it, disregards it, like somebody hears his own prophecy, disregards it, and somebody else who hears another disregards it, and another ultimately, again, who is Kodesh S, who also does not share his Nebuah. And it's not a Mashalosh Shama. Now the Gemara gives an example. So it's like, also, watch it, fine. We'll go on a little bit later. Understanding Mashalosh Shama. The person prophesies something you do not hear. So the Gemara gives an example. This is Gon Sidkia ben Kinana. Like Sidkia ben Kinana. Who's Sidkia ben Kinana? It says, Vayas no Sidkia ben Kinana, Karnei Barzal. So it's interesting, by the way. So this is the story in Rabbi of where Aram was attacking Israel. And there was an interesting alliance. Remember again, there's a split kingdom of Malchus Israel, and of Malchus Yehuda. The king of Malchus Israel is another name of Achav, and the king of Malchus Yehuda is another name of Yehoshaphat. Yehoshaphat was quite like this. Achav, unfortunately, was righteously challenged, and but they realized that they have to form an alliance in order to combat Aram. So Yehoshaphat's like, I'll go with you, but I need some prophecy to back this up. Because it's like a typical unholy alliance. And sometimes you need an unholy alliance to accomplish holy objectives. So Yehoshaphat's like, I just need a nothing. So Achav's produces, Achav got no choice. You get enough money, you can find plenty of prophets, right? So in other words, Achav's producing hundreds of prophets, and still Yehoshaphat is not exactly convinced. So there was this other guy, Sidkia ben Kenana, who did something interesting. So what does Sidkia ben Kenana do? He makes iron horns. And it was supposed to symbolize the fact that Khalifa is going to gore Aram. You're going to be successful. Okay, so the Gemara says as follows. So my Havana, so again, so now, we're going down. Sidkia really received prophecy. He really did receive prophecy. But ultimately, again, what we're going to see is there's a strip of false prophecy. Because, again, what ends up happening in this battle is Achav is killed in this battle. All of this hoping was that Mishparach was ready to lure Achav into battle so that Achav would die in battle. So the Gemara says, "My Havila Lumavid, what should Sidkia have done? Last Nabos Atis." This is a wild story. So Sidkia was deceived by a spirit. Whose spirit? The spirit of Nabos. Okay, if that name sounds familiar, remember Nabos had a beautiful vineyard that Achav very much wanted, so that Nabos wouldn't sell. So Achav has a wife by the name of Izel. Izel convinced her husband Achav to essentially bring Nabos up on false charges to have him executed. Nabos was executed, and ultimately Achav takes the vineyard. So what happened? So the spirit of Nabos came back and kind of appeared to Sidkia, making it look like it was a Kodesh Baruch Hu, in order to get Achav to go out to battle so Achav would fall in battle. Okay, you must have that's it. Ve'omer Hashem, mi yifates Achav, v'yal v'yakra v'yikol v'ramoskilad, v'ramoskilad. Hashem put out a call, like to the Neshamas. The Neshamas, who is willing to go down and for Achav into going to war? So spirit came before and said, I will go and entice Achav to go to war. Vayomer Shifta Vigam Tuchat say, but Asaki, or Yudah might say, what does it mean that Mishpach said to the spirit? It turns out to be the spirit of Nabos. Go, say me Mefisasi. You have to leave me. Those are these actually incredible. And Baruch was essentially saying to the Neshamas, whichever one of the Neshamas wants to go, you can go, but after you go, you can't come back here. Why not? Because the job of this spirit is to deliver a false prophecy. The Ribono Shel Olam is all MS, and something that is not MS cannot reside inside of the confines of the Ribono Shel Olam celestial sphere. My rock, what's the rock? So ultimately, again, it was the spirit of Nabas Israeli who was there to avenge his death by misleading Achab going out into battle. So that was the spirit that appeared to Sidkia ben Kinan. But for 1 second, so Sidkia should have been a little bit more vigilant. Yitzchak signaled Echad all of the community, and James Shmini doing this having the signal Echad. So it's interesting enough. You can have many prophets that have the same prophetic